Chapter 1. The Fallen Prisoner. In the cupboard of number 4, Privet Drive, the last vestiges of light vanished completely with the closing of the door. Harry Potter lay curled beneath a thin blanket, counting his breaths in the darkness. 1, 2, 3. This marked the 7th day since his 4th birthday and the 3rd since he had tumbled down the stairs of the Dursley household. Aunt Petunia had said he deserved it, as he had been bouncing around like his freakish father. The peculiar lightning-shaped scar on his forehead throbbed faintly. Yet this was not his most pressing discomfort. A strange humming resonated in his mind, reminiscent of distant church bells or the static of a malfunctioning television. "Be quiet," he murmured softly, pressing his delicate fingers against his temples. This sound had been present since he awoke, fluctuating in intensity in the darkness. He closed his eyes, attempting to block out the irritating noise. But when he opened them again, the darkness morphed into a dazzling white light. He floated within it, numerous images streaking past him like meteors, a boy with round glasses and dark hair chasing a golden snitch on a broomstick. A colossal, three-headed dog panting in the shadows, a serpent thicker than a tree slithering through the pipes of an ancient castle. No, Harry jolted upright, his forehead colliding forcefully with the low ceiling of the cupboard. The pain snapped him back to reality, and the visions dissipated, yet something new lingered in his mind. 26 years of memories had been added. He was no longer merely 4-year-old Harry Potter. He was a university graduate from a great Eastern nation, having just completed his thesis defense, struck by a ball of lightning generated by a 9 million chance on his way back to his dorm. What luck, unmatched. Now, he had become Harry Potter, the savior he had come to know through countless books and films. "This is impossible," he muttered, his voice echoing sharply in the confined space. Yet the collision of two memories in his mind confirmed the truth. He vividly recalled his previous name, family, friends, and all the intricate details of the Harry Potter narrative. Simultaneously, he possessed the memories of young Harry's past 4 years. The abuse from the Dursleys, the bullying from Dudley, and the occasional strange occurrences like the time he had shrunk Dudley's sweater to an unwearable size or made the glass at the zoo vanish, allowing the snake to escape. The persistent humming gradually diminished, replaced by the merging of the two memories. He felt dizzy, his stomach churning. "Harry!" Aunt Petunia's shrill voice pierced through the cupboard door. "Stop talking to yourself. Unless you want to go hungry tonight." He fell silent immediately. According to his memories, Aunt Petunia never made idle threats. The self-esteem of his adult self urged him to rebel, yet the survival instinct of his 4-year-old body compelled him to remain quiet. Time passed slowly in the darkness. He tried to untangle his thoughts, but he found himself being pulled between two perspectives, one of a well-educated, rational adult, the other of a severely mistreated, love-starved 4-year-old orphan. "I must remain calm," he told himself, taking a deep breath and employing the meditation techniques learned in his previous life to steady his mind. Gradually, his chaotic thoughts began to clarify that he realized he was situated 7 years before the onset of the Harry Potter story. And although Voldemort had failed, he had not been entirely vanquished, and he himself. He touched the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. That was the boy who lived, endowed with the protective magic his mother had sacrificed her life to bestow, yet also an unintentional Horcrux created by Voldemort. "Merlin," he whispered, finally grasping the true weight of this exclamation as a cascade of questions flooded his mind. Why had Dumbledore left him in this abusive household? Where was the Potter family fortune? How could a descendant of an ancient magical lineage live like a beggar? The queries accumulated from years of reading became alarmingly real and urgent. Footsteps approached from outside, and then the cupboard door was flung open. Aunt Petunia Dursley stood there, her slender silhouette backlit, rendering her features even more severe. "Come out and set the table, quickly," she commanded, showing no concern for his recent recovery from injury. Harry cautiously crawled out of the cupboard, moving more slowly and clumsily than usual. He decided to temporarily play the role of 4-year-old Harry until he fully comprehended his circumstances. "What's wrong? Did you fall and hit your head?" Aunt Petunia asked impatiently, though a flicker of emotional concern flashed in her eyes, quickly overshadowed by her habitual disdain. "My head still hurts a bit, Aunt," he replied softly, which was the truth. The merging of memories left him disoriented. In the dining room, Vernon Dursley was noisily chewing on roast beef, his ample chin quivering with each motion. Dudley was busy flicking peas against the wall, and upon seeing Harry enter, he made a face. "The freak is awake," Dudley muttered, launching another pea that struck Harry squarely on the cheek. Harry instinctively wanted to glare back, but he managed to restrain himself. The memories of his previous life reminded him that confronting Dudley would only lead to further punishment. He lowered his head and began to quietly clear the dishes. "Vernon, dear," Aunt Petunia suddenly said, "he's been a bit too quiet these past few days." Vernon lifted his head from behind the newspaper, squinting at Harry. "Quiet is better, far preferable to his usual antics." Last time he turned Dudley's precious hair blue. It cost me a fortune to FIX to— I am not talking about that. Petunia lowered her voice, but Harry's keen ears caught the words. I mean, ever since he fell, the way he looks at people. It's different. Harry's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a stoic expression. He carefully stacked the plates, striving to appear harmless and ordinary. Nonsense. Vernon scoffed, the newspaper rustling loudly. He's still the same little freak, just scared from the fall. If you ask me, the fall did him good, it taught him to behave. Harry carried the plates into the kitchen and placed them in the sink. Through the kitchen window, he gazed at the starry night sky. This world contained magic, real magic, and he was destined to become a wizard. This realization filled him with both excitement and trepidation. The exhilaration stemmed from the existence of magic. The fear arose from the perilous and dark magical world he had come to know. The faucet dripped rhythmically, mirroring the residual humming in his mind. Suddenly, an odd impulse surged within him, but he focused intently on a droplet of water, concentrating his thoughts. Stop at a S if time had frozen. The droplet hung, suspended in midair, no longer falling. Harry held his breath, concentrating deeply. Full. The droplet resumed its normal course, splashing into the basin with a crisp sound. He had done it, without a wand, without incantations, merely through the power of his will. Was this magic? Harry, stop dawdling. Aunt Petunia's voice called from the dining room. Coming, Aunt, he replied, hastily drying his hands. Yet the exhilaration within him was hard to quell. Magic was real, and he possessed this ability. That night, when he found himself locked back in the cupboard, his mindset had completely transformed. In the darkness, he began to devise a plan. First, he must survive, which meant continuing to masquerade in the Dursley household, avoiding any undue suspicion. Second, he needed to understand and control his magical abilities. Memories from his previous life indicated that Harry had been using magic unconsciously before the age of 11, suggesting that a young wizard's capabilities could be enhanced through practice. Finally, he required information about the Potter family, the magical world, and his true heritage. A sudden thought flashed through his mind. House elves. In the original narrative, house elves appeared much earlier than Harry's 11th year. Yet did the Potter family possess their own house elf? If so, why had it never made an appearance? He closed his eyes, striving to recall more details. However, the memories of 4-year-old Harry were limited and hazy, and the recollections from his previous life were rendered chaotic by the lightning incident. Abruptly, the scar on his forehead throbbed once more intensely than before. He could not help but groan, curling up into a ball. The buzzing returned, louder than ever. Amidst the cacophony, he seemed to hear a voice, distant and hoarse. The boy of the Potter family. Harry's eyes flew open, and he scanned the darkness around him. The cupboard was empty, save for himself. Chapter 2. The House Elf of the Potter Family. Who? He whispered, his voice trembling. A series of vivid images flashed in his mind. An ancient book with a leather cover, adorned with a peculiar symbol, a stag intertwined with an hourglass, a dilapidated old manor, and a pair of enormous, bat-like ears. Then, as if struck by lightning, a word emerged in his consciousness. Creature. The name bore an uncanny familiarity, as though it had always lingered in his memory, waiting to be recalled. Creature? He tentatively called out. In an instant, the air within the cupboard shimmered. Accompanied by a faint crackling sound, a figure materialized before him. Did the young master summon Creature? It inquired in a sharp, quivering voice. Creature has waited for so long, so very long. Ever since the mistress and master departed, Creature thought no one would remember. Harry stared in astonishment at the diminutive creature, an actual house elf. The Potter family indeed had a house elf. Are you the house elf of the Potters? He asked cautiously. Creature nodded vigorously, its large ears flapping. Yes, young master. Creature has served the Potter family for many, many years. However, after the unfortunate events, Creature was commanded to hide, to protect the old manor, and to await the true heir summons. It regarded Harry with its enormous eyes. How does the young master know Creature's name? The young master should not be aware of Creature's existence. Harry struggled to explain. He had merely called the name instinctively, as if someone had implanted the information directly into his mind. I don't know, he admitted honestly. I just knew. Creature stepped forward, scrutinizing Harry's face, particularly the scar on his forehead. Its expression grew solemn. The ancient bloodline stirs. Catastrophe awakens the dormant power. The old master foretold that this day would come. Old master? Are you referring to my grandfather? What did he say? Harry inquired eagerly. But Creature suddenly perked up, its ears alert. Someone approaches. Creature must depart. Young master, be cautious. Danger everywhere. Creature shall return. In the next moment, the cupboard door swung open. Aunt Petunia stood there, a puzzled expression on her face. I thought I heard voices. she said suspiciously, scanning the cramped space. Who are you talking to? Aunt Petunia narrowed her eyes, clearly unconvinced. Yet she saw that the cupboard was indeed empty and merely huffed. Be quiet, or you'll sleep in the garage. The door closed again, leaving Harry in darkness. His heart racing. Creature's appearance validated his suspicions. The Potter family was far more complex than the Dursleys had led him to believe. With a house elf, there was a family manor, a legacy, a history, perhaps even wealth and power. The hum returned, but this time it was soothing, almost like a balm. Enveloped by the sound, he felt an odd sense of reassurance, as if an ancient guardian had finally awakened. As he finally succumbed to slumber, his dreams were not filled with the trials of past examinations or the torment inflicted by the Dursleys, but rather an ancient symbol, a galloping stag intertwined with an hourglass, emanating a gentle silver glow. Strangely, the persistent hum had vanished, replaced by an extraordinary awareness of his surroundings. He could sense the positions and emotions of each member of the Dursley household, Aunt Petunia anxiously bustling in the kitchen, Uncle Vernon contentedly perusing the newspaper in the living room, Dudley gradually growing irritable in his upstairs bedroom, unable to locate a cherished toy. This newfound perception enabled him to deftly sidestep Dudley's taunts, to complete Aunt Petunia's chores ahead of time, and even to fortuitously discover Dudley's lost toy, rendering the day unexpectedly tranquil. In the afternoon, he was tasked with cleaning the backyard. Alone, he endeavored once more to wield magic. He focused intently on a fallen leaf, envisioning it moving at his command. The air was utterly still, devoid of wind. His heartbeat quickened as he attempted again. This time, he did not merely wish for the leaf to move. He knew it would. The leaf lifted an inch off the ground, hovering momentarily before gently descending. A wave of triumph surged within him. Magic was not merely an explosive release of emotion. It could be harnessed through will and control. At that moment, an overwhelming sensation of being watched enveloped him. He jolted his head toward the direction of Privet Drive. In the distance, an unusually tall figure loomed at the street corner, seemingly gazing toward the Dursley residence. Cloaked in a heavy mantle, the face remained obscured, yet Harry was certain this was no ordinary passerby. In the blink of an eye, the figure vanished, as though it had never existed. A chill ran down Harry's spine. Was it someone from the magical realm? A guardian dispatched by Dumbledore? Or something else entirely? That night, when once again confined to the cupboard, Harry felt no despair. A new sense of purpose had ignited within him. He began to systematically devise a plan. How to continue his masquerade, how to practice magic, how to extract more information from Dudley, and how to prepare for his eventual entry into the magical world. He tore a page from his notebook and, using a discarded crayon of Dudley's, commenced outlining his strategy. The handwriting was uneven and unsteady, a 4-year-old's hand struggling for control, yet the content reflected the mind of an adult. 1. Survival and disguise. 2. Magic practice, control, and concealment. 3. Information gathering, Dudley observation. 4. Future preparation, Hogwarts family heritage. As he inscribed the words family heritage, a familiar sting pulsed at his forehead scar. The emblem of the stag and hourglass re-emerged in his mind, accompanied by a single word, time. Suddenly, with a faint crackle, Dobby reappeared. This time, the house elf presented a worn little booklet. Young master should take a look at this, it said mysteriously, handing over the pamphlet. It is a gift from the old master to the heir. Dobby has kept it safe. Harry accepted the booklet. The cover emblazoned with the very symbol he had seen in his dream, the galloping stag and hourglass. Below it, a flourish of script read, Tempest E.T. sang, Time and Blood. As he turned the first page, a sudden flash of silver light erupted from the book, enveloping him. Corey stumbled back in alarm, yet the silver luminescence merely swirled around Harry, forming a rotating vortex. Within the whirlpool, Harry beheld a vision. A dark-haired man, strikingly similar to him, stood before an ancient clock tower, clutching a glowing hourglass. The scene then shifted as a bolt of lightning struck something. Ultimately, he witnessed a colossal brain, composed of countless gears, pulsating in the void. Harry was left speechless, his heart racing like a drum. Corey gazed at him in awe. The bloodline was confirmed. The young master was indeed the true heir. At that moment, a blinding flash illuminated the night outside. An unusually thick bolt of lightning tore through the sky, followed by a deafening roar of thunder. Curiously, the lightning displayed an unnatural blue-white hue and appeared to strike a location near Privet Drive. Even more strangely, Harry distinctly felt that this lightning bore an uncanny resemblance to the strike he had endured in a past life, infused with powerful magical energy. Following the thunder, the street was filled with the blaring of car alarms and the startled cries of neighbors. Yet, Harry's attention was drawn to another matter. The booklet in his hand was gently warming. The hourglass symbol on the cover began to emit a soft glow, and the sand within flowed slowly, resembling a genuine hourglass. Corey's eyes widened in terror. The time has come. The Guardians have awakened. They have found you. What Guardians? Who has found me? Harry inquired anxiously, but the house elf snapped his fingers and vanished in a panic. Outside, raindrops began to tap against the glass. But amidst the sound of the rain, Harry discerned another noise, a harsh, metallic scraping sound, growing ever nearer, seemingly approaching the Dursley's residence. Simultaneously, the booklet in his grasp grew increasingly hot, the sand within the hourglass flowing faster. The scar on his forehead throbbed violently, more intensely than ever before. Harry held his breath, fixated on the cupboard door, the magic book becoming ever more searing. The metallic scraping noise was now at the threshold. Isn't the Potter family a minor aristocracy? Having a house elf seems rather fitting. Chapter 3. The Whisper of Metal. The piercing metallic sound abruptly ceased outside the cupboard door. Harry held his breath, his heart pounding fiercely in his chest, nearly deafening him. He clutched the increasingly heated booklet tightly, his gaze fixed on the crack of the cupboard door, both eager and fearful of witnessing any anomaly. However, seconds passed, and nothing occurred outside. Only the indistinct murmurs of Aunt Petunia floated up from the upstairs, accompanied by Uncle Vernon's heavy snores resonating through the floor. The Dursley family seemed utterly oblivious to the ominous noise and Corey's disappearance. After what felt like an eternity, Harry gradually exhaled. Cautiously, he released his grip, discovering that the booklet titled Tempest E.T. Saying had ceased to radiate heat, the hourglass symbol on the cover having returned to stillness, as if everything that transpired was merely a figment of his imagination. Yet the lingering sensation of pain on his forehead and the almost imperceptible magical vibrations in the air confirmed to him that this was no mere illusion. "Corey?" he tentatively whispered, his voice echoing loudly in the confined space. Harry furrowed his brow. The house elf's last words, "They have found you," coupled with its panicked expression, filled him with unease. What was a guardian? Who had sought him out? Were they friend or foe? The pages were composed of a peculiar leather-like material, glimmering with a faint golden sheen. The text was not printed, but rather an elegant script, a unique amalgamation of Latin and runic languages. Fortunately, perhaps due to the awakening of his bloodline, he found himself able to grasp the essence of the content. Focus, it urged, not as a command, but as an invitation. Not to alter, but to resonate. He extended his delicate fingers, gently pointing at the droplet of water, mimicking the flow of intention described in the book. Slow, he whispered, not in English, but in an ancient lexicon he had just begun to learn. A miracle occurred. The droplet's descent visibly slowed, as if falling through syrup. It was not entirely still, but rather elongated at an exceedingly slow pace, eventually landing softly on the wooden surface below, nearly soundless. He had succeeded. Moreover, unlike the earlier cumbersome task of moving leaves, this spell felt fluid and natural, as if he were strumming a long dormant string. In the midst of his exhilaration, a sudden wave of intense dizziness washed over him. He felt a throbbing at his temples, reminiscent of a sleepless night spent in study. It was clear that this magic, even with the blessing of his lineage, was a tremendous burden for his 4-year-old body and just awakened spirit. Hastily, he closed the book and carefully concealed it in the most hidden corner beneath the thin mattress. Now was not the time for excessive practice. He needed rest and digestion. That night, Harry drifted in and out of slumber. His fragmented dreams wove together images of racing silver deer, a gargantuan brain composed of gears, and those mysterious eyes watching him from the street corner. The following morning, he was roused by Dudley's thunderous cries. "My tank! Who broke my tank?" Dudley shrieked, stomping his feet in his spacious bedroom upstairs. Instinctively, Harry shrank his neck, anticipating the ensuing unfounded accusations. Typically, any misfortune that befell Dudley's possessions would ultimately be blamed on his cousin, the freak. All right, sweetheart, don't cry." Aunt Petunia's voice was soothing. "It's probably just the batteries. Your dad will buy you a new one." "It's not the batteries," Dudley wailed. "It's broken, like it was crushed by something." Uncle Vernon grumbled as he inspected the damage. "Strange, this plastic casing seems to be corroded. The edges are melted." "Corroded? Melted?" A thought sparked in Harry's mind. He recalled the piercing sound of metal grinding from the previous night. An instinct compelled him to quietly crawl out of the cupboard. Feigning a trip to the kitchen for water, his ears perked up. Moreover, Aunt Petunia's voice dropped slightly, tinged with unease. "Last night, after the lightning, the aluminum basin I left on the clothesline in the backyard is missing a piece, as if something had bitten it." "Nonsense." Uncle Vernon interrupted her. his voice tinged with a barely perceptible tension, undoubtedly a wildcat or something of the sort. "I shall inspect the fence. Now, do not speak of such things in front of the child." His words abruptly halted. The previously animated discussion ceased suddenly, as if an invisible hand had choked it. The gaze of the onlookers converged upon Dudley, whose face was contorted with anger, his lips drawn downwards, resembling one on the verge of tears. "Enough, enough! Do not frighten the child." Uncle Vernon hastily attempted to mediate, his voice trembling, clearly startled by Dudley's reaction. "But Dad?" Dudley's words remained unvoiced as Uncle Vernon cut him off. I know, but we must devise a way to calm him down, mustn't we?" Uncle Vernon's eyes scanned each person present, finally resting upon Harry. A jolt ran through Harry. He was acutely aware of Uncle Vernon's intent. Indeed, in the next moment, Uncle Vernon instructed him, "Harry, take Dudley upstairs, play with him for a while, cheer him up." Reluctantly, Harry rose to his feet, truly desiring not to be alone with Dudley. Yet, under the weight of Uncle Vernon's authoritative gaze, he silently nodded and turned towards the cupboard. As he entered the dim, cramped cupboard, a familiar sense of oppression enveloped him. He slowly closed the door, isolating himself from the outside world. However, despite being confined within this space, his heart soared, as if it had sprouted wings, already soaring far beyond the clouds. A chewed aluminum basin? Corroded plastic toys? This hardly sounded like a wildcat or an ordinary mishap. Coupled with Corey's warning and that eerie sound, an unsettling hypothesis formed in his mind. Something indeed had visited Privet Drive last night, wielding some corrosive force. Its target was likely him, yet for some reason, it had not intruded directly. Was it due to the Dursleys? Or the protective blood spell left by his mother? Or perhaps it was his unconscious employment of time magic that had interfered. The information was scant, the enigmas numerous. This state of ignorance left him, a man accustomed to wielding information in his past life, feeling exceedingly restless. He desperately needed information, needed allies. And Corey was currently his sole avenue for breakthrough. Chapter 4. Fragments of Time. A turning point emerged in the evening. To placate Dudley, Uncle Vernon took the entire family to a newly opened family restaurant in the city for dinner. This was a rare opportunity for Harry to venture out. He quietly sat in a corner of the restaurant, nibbling on a children's meal that was quite meager compared to Dudley's lavish feast. Yet his eyes vigilantly scanned the surroundings. When Aunt Petunia took Dudley to choose ice cream, and Uncle Vernon was busy boasting to a businessman at the adjacent table, Harry seized the moment to slip towards the restroom. However, he did not enter the restroom. Instead, he turned into a narrow, unoccupied corridor piled with cleaning supplies. This place offered relative seclusion, suitable for attempting a summoning. After a brief silence, a faint pop pierced the air. "Corey materialist." Yet, its appearance startled Harry. It appeared more haggard than before, its large eyes filled with terror, the tattered pillowcase embroidered with a Potter family crest bearing several charred marks along its edges, as if corroded by some unknown substance. "Young master," it shrieked, its voice trembling, "you should not have summoned Corey. It's far too dangerous. They may trace the magical fluctuations." "Were they, Corey?" Harry inquired eagerly. "What was that voice last night? Did it harm you?" He pointed at the scorched marks on the Corey pillowcase. Corey, in a state of panic, covered its attire, its ears drooping. Corey must not speak. The ancient covenant binds Corey. Corey can only remind the young master. The awakening of the bloodline has disturbed the ancient beings that guard the flow of time. They test. They observe. Until the air truly grows powerful, they perceive a threat, especially when it suddenly falls silent, glancing around in fear. Especially what? Especially when the air flows with the blood of the other world. Corey nearly whispered, and upon finishing, instinctively covered its mouth, as though it had uttered an exceedingly forbidden phrase. The blood of the other world? Does it refer to the soul of a traveler? Harry's heart trembled. Could the guardians of time in this world perceive that he did not belong to this timeline? He wished to inquire further. But Corey was already trembling with fright. Corey must depart. The protection of the old manor is waning, and Corey senses a malevolent presence trying to pry. "Young master, please be exceedingly cautious in wielding your powers before you are prepared, especially the power of time. Forgetfulness is a safer protection." With another faint pop, Corey vanished once more, leaving Harry with a mind full of doubts. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tumult within, adopting a submissive expression as he exited. Audiobook. He leaned against the car window, feigning sleep while his mind raced. Corey's words, though fragmented, were laden with significance. The advice to forget for self-preservation evidently did not imply true amnesia, but rather concealing one's abilities. The threats were not solely from the future Voldemort, but also from these enigmatic beings, seemingly tasked with preserving the order of the timeline. This realization weighed heavily upon him. In the corner of one page, he discovered an exceedingly small note, the ink differing slightly from the other text. As if added later, warning, those who defy the rhythm shall suffer the kiss of rust. The kiss of rust? Harry suddenly recalled Dudley's corroded toy tank and Aunt Petunia's aluminum basin, which bore a bite-like edge. A chilling hypothesis surfaced. These so-called guardians might possess the ability to corrode metals and other materials. They had indeed attempted to approach him last night, but were thwarted, likely by the eaves of the Dursley house, his mother's blood protection, or merely the faint temporal fluctuations he unconsciously emitted. They were testing and warning him in this manner. The path ahead was fraught with challenges, yet he had no alternative. He gently caressed the emblem of the deer and hourglass on the cover of the booklet, a glimmer of resolute determination beyond his years flickering in his eyes. He craved strength, knowledge, and a swift escape from the confines that bound him. Yearning to reach a place where he could truly comprehend his lineage and purpose, he needed to go to Hogwarts. Yet before that could transpire, he must learn to conceal himself and protect his essence. In the days that followed, Harry entered a state of heightened discipline. By day, he flawlessly enacted the role of the obedient orphan, slightly dazed from his recent fall, silently undertaking household chores while deftly avoiding Dudley's brash demeanor. By night, in the shadows of the cupboard, he exercised immense restraint as he pored over that little booklet, engaging in the most fundamental and subtle training of his mental faculties to enhance his perception, practicing absolute control over his emotions, and endeavoring to understand the rhythm of time rather than alter its flow. Simultaneously, he remained vigilant through sporadic newspaper articles and television reports, closely monitoring any news of peculiar corrosive incidents or cases of missing metals, attempting to trace the whereabouts of the Guardians, yet they seemed to have vanished completely, at least temporarily, from Privet Drive. One afternoon, several weeks later, as Harry was weeding in the backyard, he was suddenly struck by that familiar sensation of being watched. He abruptly lifted his gaze, directing it towards the corner of Privet Drive. This time, the tall, slender figure did not disappear, cloaked in an ill-suited black travel cape. With the hood drawn low, Harry could sense the gaze beneath it piercing through the distance, landing squarely upon him. That gaze was cold, scrutinizing, imbued with a sense of inquiry, yet seemingly devoid of immediate malice. Who was it? A representative of Dumbledore? The Ministry of Magic? Or perhaps another force? Harry compelled himself to remain composed, continuing his task as if oblivious, yet he fixated on the figure out of the corner of his eye. Chapter 5. The Bat's Gaze. The figure appeared to have noticed Harry's awareness, yet instead of retreating, it slightly lifted its head. From beneath the hood, a glimpse of greasy black hair and the silhouette of an overly large nose became discernible. Harry's heart nearly skipped a beat. This profile was all too familiar. From his past life's memories, from the silver screen. It was Severus Snape. What was he doing here at this moment? According to the original narrative, Snape would not be dispatched by Dumbledore to covertly observe until Harry was nearly 11. Snape's gaze met Harry's across the distance, and within those dark eyes, a flicker of swift surprise seemed to pass, as if astonished by the child's keen perceptiveness. In the next instant, Snape abruptly turned, his cloak slicing through the air with a sharp arc, vanishing around the corner as if he had never been there at all. Harry stood rooted in place, the weeds slipping silently from his fingers. Snape's premature appearance had utterly disrupted his understanding of the established timeline. The gears of a narrative had begun to turn towards an entirely unknown direction from the moment he had arrived, and he was far from prepared. Snape's sudden manifestation was like a splash of icy water, extinguishing the flicker of self-satisfaction that had arisen within Harry from his initial grasp of magic. He stood frozen, his heart thundering heavily within his chest. Severus Snape, the future potions master, a double agent burdened with a complex mixture of hatred and guilt towards Harry, should not be present here. Absolutely not. According to the script of his past life memories, Snape's first encounter with Harry should have occurred approximately 7 years later, at platform 9 3/4 at King's Cross Station, or even later in the Great Hall of Hogwarts. Yet now, he appears on Privet Drive, when Harry is merely 4 years old. Why? Is it due to the fluctuations generated by the awakening of his blood magic being detected? Or perhaps the frequent appearances of Corey have attracted the attention of the magical community? Could it be that the activities of those so-called Time Guardians have drawn the gaze of Dumbledore or others, inadvertently leading to an early focus on him? Countless questions whirl in Harry's mind, bringing a chilling shiver. His greatest advantage, foreknowledge of the future, is rapidly diminishing due to his very presence. This world is no longer the book he once read, but a vivid reality brimming with uncertainties. He forces himself to crouch down, continuing to mechanically uproot weeds, his fingers trembling slightly. Occlumency. He must immediately begin practicing occlumency. If Snape has begun to take notice of him, then the probing of his thoughts is almost inevitable. He cannot allow the memories of the original plot, of his transmigration, of time magic to be discovered by anyone, especially not Snape, and especially not Dumbledore. The following days pass in a state of heightened vigilance for Harry. He reduces the frequency of summoning Corey and meticulously wraps the book Tempest E.T. saying in oilcloth, burying it deep within a crack in the corner of the cupboard floor. All his magical practices shift inward. He exerts every effort to consolidate his thoughts, constructing barriers within his mind, recalling the meditation and mental training techniques he had read in his previous life. This training proves to be more arduous and abstract than manipulating time itself. His progress is slow, often overwhelmed by a deluge of chaotic memories and anxieties while attempting to empty his mind. Yet he perseveres, for he understands that this may be the most critical skill for his survival at this moment. Simultaneously, he observes the Dursleys with greater scrutiny, particularly their mail and telephone communications. He suspects that Snape's appearance may be accompanied by some form of communication. Yet Uncle Vernon seems to have received no unusual letters, and the phone conversations consist solely of business dealings and Aunt Petunia's idle chatter with her sisters. Snape and his world seem merely like a fleeting specter, skimming over the calm, or rather oppressive, surface of Privet Drive before vanishing without a trace. However, a week later, another unexpected event unfolds. It is a Saturday morning, and Uncle Vernon is proudly preparing to drive the family to toast to his newly acquired client, a significant social event for the Dursleys, typically signifying a display of his newly purchased company car and a picture-perfect family. Dudley, clad in a snug little suit, is crying and refusing to wear a bow tie. Aunt Petunia anxiously flits around him. Uncle Vernon bellows, his face reddening with frustration. Harry, meanwhile, is ordered to remain in the cupboard, forbidden from spoiling the atmosphere. Amidst the chaos, the doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon grumbled as he approached the door, hoping it was an early-arriving colleague. However, standing outside was not a business associate, but a woman clad in an eccentric long robe. Harry, peering through the crack of the cupboard door, could only catch a glimpse of the scene. The black hem of the robe, a pair of heavy boots caked with a bit of dirt, and a hand extending from the sleeve, gripping a slender wand, a magical wand. His breath caught in his throat. "Good day. May I inquire if this is Mr. Dursley?" The woman's voice, sharp and tinged with a bureaucratic tone, introduced herself as Mafalda Hopkirk from the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, Memory Removal Division. "We have received reports suggesting the recent occurrence of unauthorized magical activities in this area, necessitating a routine inspection. The Ministry of Magic." What magic? Uncle Vernon's voice rose an octave, filled with terror and indignation. "No, there is no magic here. Just respectable, law-abiding citizens. You have the wrong place. Leave." He attempted to slam the door shut, but the witch named Hopkirk seemed to brace it with her foot. "Mr. Dursley." Her voice bore an undeniable authority. "Under the international statute of wizarding secrecy, we are entitled to—" "I don't care about your laws," Uncle Vernon bellowed, his voice warped by fear. "There are no freaks in my home. None. Get out. Otherwise, I shall call the police." With a resounding crash, he slammed the door with such force that the entire frame trembled. Outside, there was a moment of silence, followed by a slight huff and the sound of footsteps receding. In the cupboard, Harry leaned against the cold wooden boards, hearing the frantic pounding of his own heart. The Ministry of Magic had come to their door. Although driven away by Uncle Vernon, it signified that he had been marked. This time, it was merely a routine inspection. What about next time? Chapter 6. The Prelude to Collapse. The living room was enveloped in a deathly silence. Dudley appeared to have been frightened into silence by his father's fury, ceasing his wailing. Aunt Petunia's voice trembled. "Vernon dear, who was that?" She spoke of magic, yet Harry could detect the faint quaver of dread beneath her tone. That day, the Dursleys did not partake in their customary toast. Uncle Vernon locked himself in his study, and throughout the afternoon, the sounds of his restless pacing and clinking glasses reverberated. The atmosphere in the house plummeted to a freezing point, an unspoken panic permeating the air. In the evening, Harry was permitted to emerge for a meager portion of cold leftovers. He sensed Aunt Petunia's gaze upon him, now more complex, a blend of revulsion, fear, and an almost unidentifiable tinge of pity. Meanwhile, Uncle Vernon dared not look at him, as if a mere glance could invite greater calamity. This tense atmosphere reached its zenith days later. As Harry scrubbed the kitchen floor, Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia engaged in hushed quarrels in the dining room, believing he could not overhear. "We must do something, Vernon." Aunt Petunia's voice quavered with a hint of tears. "Today's milk bill, the amount is inexplicably missing a digit. The milkman insists it's correct. And the old rose bush in the backyard, half of it has withered, yet the other half blooms more profusely than ever. Something is amiss. It's connected to him, just like his kind." She scarcely dared to utter the word magic. "What do you propose we do?" Uncle Vernon growled, his voice a weary echo of despair. "Shall we cast him out and invite those peculiar beings to our doorstep? Or perhaps lock him away even tighter? He has been quiet enough. Maybe we should relocate?" Petunia suggested hesitantly, considering a distance that might offer respite. "Relocate?" Vernon scoffed, though his laughter was dry. "What a company, and a house. And if they can find us here, where would we go that they couldn't?" The dialogue descended into a despairing silence. Harry silently swept the floor, his heart clenching. The Dursleys' fear was accumulating like a relentless flood, poised to breach its dam. They might resort to extreme measures, not mere abuse. But something far worse, such as attempting to isolate him entirely, or even seeking the help of dubious professionals who claim to handle such matters, which would only exacerbate the situation. He had to act to protect himself, to alleviate the tension, if only to buy some time. The following day, opportunity presented itself. Uncle Vernon's cherished new car, a sleek black sedan, refused to start, producing only feeble clicking sounds despite numerous attempts. Vernon, his face flushed with anger, cursed around the vehicle, convinced that the neighbor's mischievous child was responsible. Harry observed quietly for a moment before approaching. "Uncle," he murmured, striving to appear timid and harmless. "I think I noticed that the battery cables seem a bit loose." He gestured toward an inconsequential bolt beneath the hood, drawing upon a fragment of automotive knowledge from a past life. Vernon glared at him, seemingly ready to chastise him for meddling, but frustration overpowered all else. He mumbled as he opened the hood and fumbled with the cables, of course to no avail. Yet, after he irritably slapped the air filter miraculously, the engine roared to life. Vernon was taken aback, staring in astonishment at the now-functioning vehicle, then at Harry, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. He clearly did not believe Harry had done anything. He preferred to think he had somehow fixed it himself. However, Harry's gesture toward the hood and the ensuing stroke of luck sparked a vague, reluctant association in Vernon's mind. Similar incidents occurred twice more. Dudley's important assignment, mysteriously reappearing after Harry inadvertently glanced beneath the sofa cushions. Aunt Petunia's burnt treats, salvaged when Harry was sent to the kitchen. As the oven fortuitously adjusted its temperature due to a faulty connection, Harry exercised utmost caution, never directly employing magic, but instead utilized his heightened perception to identify problems or, at critical moments, exert the slightest, most imperceptible influence on time, such as slowing the oven's temperature change by a few seconds, or ensuring a faulty connection fortuitously linked at just the right moment. He meticulously controlled his magical fluctuations, rendering them so faint as to be nearly undetectable. These insignificant strokes of fortune did not erase the Dursleys' fear, but functioned as tiny pressure valves, slightly alleviating the mounting, explosive panic. Uncle Vernon began to regard him with a peculiarly odd gaze, tinged with skepticism and a hint of superstition, as if he were an ominous yet occasionally fortuitous black cat. Time slipped by in this strange and fragile equilibrium. Harry was 5, then 6, continuing his clandestine training and disguise. His practice of mental occlusion proved fruitful. He could now swiftly enter a state of inner tranquility, effectively shielding himself from the majority of intense, emotional fluctuations. His perception of the rhythm of time grew ever more acute, allowing him to sense, albeit vaguely, whether the following day would bring sunshine or rain. He meticulously studied the tome Tempus et Sang, and while he still hesitated to attempt most of the practical exercises, he had thoroughly mastered the theoretical aspects. He began to comprehend that the bloodline magic of the Potter family did not crudely rewind or fast-forward time, but rather focused on perceiving pivotal moments, flowing with currents, and creating instantaneous resonance. Corey would occasionally manifest for a fleeting moment, always in a state of panic, delivering vague warnings before vanishing in haste. From these fragmented messages, Harry learned that the protections surrounding the Potter estate were gradually weakening, with ominous, shadowy entities lurking nearby, seeking an entrance. He commanded Corey to prioritize the safeguarding of the estate and himself, instructing him to refrain from visiting unless absolutely necessary. There had been no further direct signs regarding the timekeepers and the rust kiss. yet their presence loomed like an invisible sword suspended above him. Neither Snape nor any officials from the Ministry of Magic had reappeared, leading Harry to almost believe that their previous encounter had been nothing more than a figment of his imagination. This sense of normalcy persisted until a stormy night shortly after his 6th birthday. The rain poured heavily, dense droplets drumming against the roof and windows. Abruptly, Harry jolted awake from his slumber, gripped by a profound sense of palpitations. It was not a premonition of danger, but rather a peculiar resonance, as if something deeply connected to his bloodline was vibrating intensely. Instinctively, he reached for his chest, where hung a plain silver ring strung with an old shoelace, adorned with the engravings of a flying stag and an hourglass. This was a gift from Corey during one of his hasty appearances, said to be an heirloom from the old estate, belonging to his grandfather, perhaps capable of stabilizing his perceptions. At that moment, the ring began to emit a gentle warmth and a faintly perceptible high-frequency hum that only he could hear. Simultaneously, from the corner where he buried the small tome, a similar magical resonance emanated. The two seemed to resonate together. A surge of curiosity ignited within Harry as he cautiously unearthed the oilcloth-wrapped parcel. The instant his fingers brushed against the cool cover, a torrent of information surged directly into his mind. It was not words, nor images, but rather a feeling, a powerful pull directing him toward the southeast, accompanied by a vague phrase, "The legacy awakens." Almost simultaneously, the scar on his forehead began to throb painfully, more intensely than when Corey had appeared, as if in response to the resonance of the ring and the book. What was happening? Had some ancestral legacy been activated? Where? Who had initiated it? Why was he able to sense it? A multitude of questions flooded his mind. He clutched the ring and the book tightly, striving to extract more information, but the sensation was fleeting, quickly dissipating, leaving only the lingering warmth of the ring and the faint throbbing of the scar. Yet, the intense sense of direction remained, like an invisible signpost pointing southeast. If his geographical instincts were correct, that direction seemed to lead to the heart of London, or perhaps to another location in Surrey. He held his breath, endeavoring to amplify that perception, attempting to pinpoint it with greater precision. Just as he focused intently, a loud crash suddenly echoed from upstairs, followed by Dudley's shrill scream and Uncle Vernon's panic shouts. Harry was startled, and the perception abruptly ceased. He heard the chaotic footsteps rushing toward Dudley's bedroom. What happened? Aunt Petunia's voice pierced through the commotion. The mirror in Dudley's room just shattered. Uncle Vernon's voice was filled with horror. Damn it, it nearly hit Dudley. This cursed house. Harry's heart sank. The mirror shattered suddenly? He cautiously peered out from the cupboard, glancing toward the staircase. A faint yet eerily familiar wave of magical residue was emanating from upstairs. This wave bore a chilling curiosity laced with malice, and carried an almost imperceptible scent of rust. Chapter 7. Echoes of Gringotts. The turmoil in Dudley's bedroom continued for some time. Uncle Vernon's roars, Aunt Petunia's shrieks, Dudley's terrified wails, and the jarring sound of glass being roughly swept up formed a dissonant symphony in the rainy night. Harry curled up in the cupboard, his heart racing for an entirely different reason. He gripped the warm silver ring and the oilcloth-wrapped Tempest E.T. sang, his entire focus fixated on the fleeting perception he had just experienced. The inheritance awakening in the southeast direction. Furthermore, the sudden shattering of the mirror, along with the residual magical waves that carried a scent of rust, could not be mere coincidence. It seemed that the so-called Guardians of Time had been provoked or drawn by something, and Dudley's mirror had become a scapegoat for their energy release. A bold, nearly mad thought sprouted in his mind. Could that sensation of inheritance awakening be connected to the true vault of the Potter family? Corey had mentioned the bloodline certification ritual, and he had hastily completed the preliminary certification before the Potter vault at Gringotts. Was there a deeper level of inheritance that required specific conditions to unlock? And if he recalled correctly, the original Harry Potter text stated that Gringotts Wizarding Bank was located in Diagon Alley, which coincidentally was situated in the southeast direction from the Leaky Cauldron near Charing Cross in London. This speculation sent a shiver of excitement through him. If this were indeed the case, then the earlier sensation meant that a deeper secret vault or chamber belonging to the Potter family within Gringotts had been activated for some reason. But he immediately composed himself. Even if the speculation were true, he was merely a 6-year-old child trapped in the Dursley household, entirely incapable of venturing alone to London, let alone entering the heavily guarded Gringotts. A sense of helplessness surged like a cold tide. Knowledge lay before him. Power was within reach, yet it remained utterly unattainable. This torment was almost suffocating. Following that fateful night, the atmosphere within the Dursley home grew increasingly eerie. Dudley, terrified by the mirror incident, suffered from nightmares for several consecutive nights, disturbing the peace of the entire family. Uncle Vernon became ever more irritable, and his gaze towards Harry was now tinged not only with disdain and fear, but also a profound suspicion, as if he had concluded that all strange occurrences were linked to him, yet he could find no evidence to substantiate his beliefs. Harry observed with cold detachment, though his own vigilance heightened. Aunt Petunia's fears were not unfounded. In the ensuing weeks, a few inconspicuous mishaps transpired in the vicinity of Privet Drive. The wrought iron decorations in a neighbor's garden rusted overnight. A paperboy's bicycle chain inexplicably snapped, its brake exhibiting unnatural corrosion. Even a crucial client of Uncle Vernon's company discovered, upon visiting, that the nib of his expensive fountain pen had lost its luster. All these incidents seemed trivial, scattered across different locations and individuals, and aside from the unfortunate murmurs of those involved about their misfortunes and poor quality, they did not attract wider attention. Yet, Harry distinctly sensed a common, unsettling aura among them, a faint but unmistakable residue of magic, cold and ancient, bearing the unique scent of metallic rust. They had not departed. They had merely grown more elusive, like specters lingering around Privet Drive, persistently testing and observing with a patience that was chilling. Their target was evidently him. Yet these entities appeared bound by some form of constraint, perhaps wary of the protective charm linked to Lily's blood, unable to confront him directly, instead probing through the manipulation of their surroundings. This omnipresent, invisible threat was far more exhausting than outright aggression. Harry found himself perpetually on edge, suppressing his magical fluctuations while remaining acutely aware of any subtle irregularities in his environment. The practice of mental occlusion became his daily regimen, and he progressed rapidly, capable of constructing a rudimentary mental barrier with increasing speed. He had also attempted again to sense the legacy through the silver ring and tome, yet success eluded him once more. That intense resonance felt like a fleeting spark, ephemeral in nature. It further convinced him that the sensation stemmed from a specific event or change deep within Gringotts, rather than a continuous state. Time flowed slowly under the weight of oppressive vigilance. Harry was now 7. He gleaned information with great difficulty from the rare, fleeting appearances of creature. The house elf's conditions seemed to have worsened. Its fear of the guardians grew daily, scarcely daring to remain in any place for more than 10 seconds. From its fragmented, terrified accounts, Harry pieced together a grim picture. The protections at the Potter estate were weakening, while dark entities, possibly dark magic detectors or some sinister creatures, were increasingly probing their defenses. Creature spent most of its time frantically reinforcing the protections and evading pursuit. It once again issued a vehement warning to Harry, advising him to refrain from attempting to wield any time-related abilities. Such an endeavor was akin to igniting a torch in the murky depths of the sea, inevitably attracting the most perilous predators. Heeding this admonition, Harry devoted his entire focus to the study of theoretical foundations and the cultivation of his mental fortitude. He immersed himself in the chapters on perception and rhythm within Tempest E.T. Sang, achieving an astonishing level of theoretical comprehension, despite being unable to practice. He even began to experiment with the principles outlined in the book, amalgamating concepts from his previous life in physics and philosophy, jotting down minuscule symbols and equations, legible only to himself, on the margins of old newspapers with the discarded pencil stubs from Dudley. He discovered that pure mental discipline and a silent awareness of time seemed to elude the rusty kiss. This heightened sense of perception became increasingly acute, allowing him to occasionally foresee events mere minutes in advance, such as Aunt Petunia calling him to perform a task or predicting from which direction Dudley would hurl a toy. These premonitions were exceedingly vague, not clear visions, but rather intuitive inclinations, though their accuracy was gradually improving. This realization led him to understand that the Potter family's mastery of time magic perhaps emphasized foresight and adaptability, rather than crude interference. It resembled an art of wisdom rather than a mere display of power. Shortly after his 7th birthday, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Chapter 8, The Shadow of Rust. Uncle Vernon's company organized a grand family day event, aimed at showcasing the company's approachability and encouraging employees to bring their families. The Dursleys, of course, seized this opportunity to flaunt their seemingly perfect family. Harry was initially instructed to remain at home, but the day before the event, the elderly neighbor, Mrs. Figg, who usually watched over him, unexpectedly sprained her ankle and could not attend. After a heated and hushed argument, which Harry eavesdropped on from the staircase, Uncle Vernon reluctantly decided to bring Harry along. But he must not leave our sight. He cannot speak to anyone. Just tell them he has a distant relative staying with us. He barked at Aunt Petunia through gritted teeth. Harry suppressed his excitement. This was an extraordinary opportunity to leave Privet Drive and engage with the outside world. Although he would undoubtedly be closely monitored, this might be his only chance to gather information from the outside, or even attempt to establish some form of connection. Uncle Vernon's company had evidently spared no expense for this event. The banner for Grunning's annual family day flapped in the gentle summer breeze, transforming Surrey's largest park into a carnival-like spectacle. The air was filled with the enticing aroma of grilled sausages and the sweet scent of candy, with employees and their families clad in matching company t-shirts milling about, while children shrieked joyfully as they tumbled in inflatable castles. The Dursleys, Uncle Vernon, Aunt Petunia, and their son Dudley, who resembled a small whale, made their grand entrance like royalty. Uncle Vernon donned his most prized pinstriped suit, despite the sweltering heat, his ample belly protruding as he boisterously greeted everyone he encountered, boasting about his newly acquired camera and Dudley's recent accolade for best weight at smelting school. Aunt Petunia flitted about like a vigilant sparrow, closely shadowing Dudley, fearful that he might step on something undesirable or miss out on the limited distribution of ice cream. Meanwhile, Harry Potter appeared as an incongruous patch in this idyllic family tableau, clad in one of Dudley's old, oversized t-shirts with his glasses held together by tape. He quietly sat on an outdated picnic blanket in their designated corner, feeling out of place. "You stay right here, don't move, and don't speak to anyone," Uncle Vernon commanded through gritted teeth, his plump finger almost prodding Harry's nose. "If anyone asks, you're just the child of a distant relative we brought from the countryside to recuperate from infectious disease. Understood?" Harry nodded obediently. Yet his heart raced with excitement at the prospect of escaping the confinement of number 4, Privet Drive. Despite the watchful eyes around him, this bustling crowd was his sole window to the outside world, where he might even catch a glimpse of the magical realm. Harry's eyes functioned like the most efficient radar, scanning everything in sight. He observed the fashionably attired secretaries engaging in idle chatter, listened to engineers discussing drill performance, and could even discern which stall offered the highest quality free balloons. Then, his gaze landed on an elderly man sitting under the shade of an oak tree, a stark contrast to the bustling surroundings. Though the weather was mild, the man wore a thick tweed coat, cradling a newspaper in his hands. It was not the Financial Times or the Daily Telegraph. This newspaper was alive, a wizard among muggles. Harry's heart leapt into his throat, yet he instantly felt a familiar, loathsome glare directed at him as Uncle Vernon, while bragging about his golf score, continued to fixate on him with his eyes. Harry quickly lowered his head, feigning intense interest in the patterns of the picnic blanket. A turning point arrived at lunchtime. As a colossal cream cake was wheeled out, Dudley, in a bid to seize the largest slice, charged like an uncontrollable tank towards the son of the Deputy Director of Public Relations. Instantly, the two pampered, overweight boys were embroiled in a tussle, their screams and cries mingling with the spectacular splatter of cake and cream. Aunt Petunia let out a terrified shriek, rushing over with the equally panicked mother. Uncle Vernon's face turned purple, and he was forced to interrupt his important discussion about drill horsepower, storming over to address this significant diplomatic incident. The watchful eyes had vanished. In that fleeting moment of chaos, only a few steps away, the elderly man seemed to sense someone approaching and lifted his head. His face was lined with wrinkles, his gaze somewhat bleary, and he cast a cursory glance at Harry, evidently dismissing him as just another ordinary muggle child before returning indifferently to his newspaper. In that instant, Harry glimpsed the front page. The enormous moving picture did not feature a mascot, but rather a grotesque, oversized rat. It was thrashing wildly behind an iron fence, struggling, in a backdrop as ominous as a castle prison. The black headline tore through the page. Crouch family scandal. Heir Barty Crouch Jr. allegedly escapes from Azkaban. Barty Crouch Jr. Azkaban escape. Harry felt as though he had been pierced through the chest by a heavy ice pick, his feet instantly frozen in place, his blood seeming to congeal. This was wrong. Entirely wrong. This event was supposed to have occurred during his 4th year. The timeline had been completely disrupted. Was it due to his rebirth, like the fluttering of a butterfly's wings? Or had something far more dreadful transpired, something he was utterly unaware of? The overwhelming shock left him dizzy, and he stumbled over a protruding tree root. Ouch! He lost his balance and lurched forward, his knee colliding heavily with the old man's leg. "Hey, watch where you're going, kid." The old man was startled, abruptly folding his newspaper, glaring at him with annoyance and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. He clutched the rolled-up paper tightly, as if it were some forbidden object. "I'm so sorry, sir." Harry hastily apologized, his mind racing to seize this unexpected opportunity for dialogue. However, his gaze instinctively fell along the bench where the old man sat, landing on the metal feet close to the ground. There, instead of the smooth, galvanized surface he expected, lay a layer of conspicuous, thick, fresh rust, a disturbing reddish-brown hue reminiscent of congealed blood. All the facilities in the park were well maintained, save for this spot, which seemed to have been eroded by some highly corrosive substance. Even more chilling was the fact that the rust's shape was anything but natural, clearly resembling a twisted, ghastly claw mark, as if seared into the metal. The kiss of rust. They are here. They have followed him to this place. Almost simultaneously, a bone-chilling, purely malevolent gaze pierced through the bustling crowd, like an invisible poisoned arrow, precisely seizing him. It did not originate from the old man before him, but from further away, mingling among the laughing crowd, yet exuding a suffocating coldness. The old man seemed to shiver as well, casting a suspicious glance around, muttering, "This is insane. How can a chair rust like this in this weather?" He tightly gripped the newspaper, stood up, and finally shot Harry a strange and wary look before hurriedly merging into the crowd, disappearing. They were not merely lurking on Privet Drive. They could track him, omnipresent. This implied that the detestable cage of the Dursleys no longer provided even a shred of pitiable safety. Instead, it had become a conspicuous target, potentially drawing unknown dangers to him at any moment. Uncle Vernon's roar erupted behind him like thunder. Harry slowly, with great difficulty, turned around, his face drained of color. He saw Uncle Vernon storming through the crowd, his face redder than a ripe tomato, while Aunt Petunia cradled the sobbing Dudley, casting a look of extreme disdain at her husband. Yet, his gaze could hardly focus on them. His senses were ensnared by a fleeting vision glimpsed through the gaps in the distant crowd, a figure draped in a tattered, dark cloak, tall and unnaturally slender, silently retreating towards the shadowy depths of the park's dense woodland. Just as it seemed to dissolve entirely into the darkness, Harry perceived, beneath the cloak's dim folds, a glimmer of cold, hard metallic sheen, a light that could not possibly belong to any living being. What were they? What terrifying true purpose lay hidden behind their so-called guardians of time? The early escape of Barty Crouch Jr. and the ever-present rusted guardians loomed ominously. The future he once knew was fracturing at an unprecedented pace, revealing beneath it a darker, more grotesque, and entirely unknown reality. He needed to gain power swiftly. Only strength could offer him a semblance of safety. He must go to Gringotts, no matter the cost. It is well known that the men of East End suffer from a fear of powerlessness and a dread of inadequacy. Chapter 9. The Late Visitor and the Shattered Prophecy. Harry jolted upright from the floor of the cupboard, his heart racing, cold sweat soaking through his worn t-shirt. It was that dream again, the gears of his mind turning. The silver doe and a pair of cold, inhuman metallic eyes. He gasped for breath, fumbling for the silver ring concealed beneath his pillow. The frigid touch provided a measure of calm. Several weeks had passed since the peculiar incident in the park and the inexplicable shattering of the mirror in Dudley's room. The Dursleys' home appeared to have returned to normalcy, yet the taut, suffocating atmosphere had never truly dissipated. He was now 7 years old. According to the vague recollections from his past life, the magical world should have long since detected his surge of magic, perhaps even assigned someone to monitor him discreetly. Why had there been no disturbances until now? Aside from Snape's brief glimpse and the Ministry's routine inspections, nothing seemed amiss. Could it be that his crossing over had sent ripples through the fabric of time, far more significant than anticipated, disrupting the monitoring mechanisms of the magical realm itself? Moreover, those guardians of time seemed to have fallen silent, with no further incidents of the rusted kiss. Yet this silence felt more like the calm before a storm. "Monster, come wash the dishes." Aunt Petunia's sharp voice pierced through the cupboard door, interrupting his thoughts. Harry inhaled deeply, suppressing all emotions, adopting his usual, somewhat vacant expression of submission as he crawled out. Days passed in this stifling facade, marked by a constant vigilance. He dared not attempt any overt magic. Even the subtlest exercises in temporal perception were approached with extreme caution. Most of his energy was devoted to the study of mind closure techniques and the theoretical underpinnings of Tempus et. Until an unremarkable Tuesday afternoon arrived. Uncle Vernon had yet to return from work, and Aunt Petunia had taken Dudley to the city center to purchase clothes for the new school year, of course, without any consideration for Harry. He was locked away in the cupboard, relishing the rare, undisturbed tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. The heavy, slow, and, somewhat impatient, knocking echoed clearly from the front door. Harry froze instantly, as if all the blood in his body had turned to ice. At this hour? Who could it be? Mrs. Figg would never knock like that. Bang, bang, bang. The knocking resounded once more forcefully, imbued with a tenacious resolve that suggested it would not cease until its purpose was achieved. Harry held his breath, his heart racing to his throat. A powerful, inexplicable premonition seized him. This knocking was extraordinary. He cautiously crawled into a corner where he could glimpse the entrance through the crack of the door, his eyes fixed intently on the scene outside. For a brief moment, silence enveloped the area. Then he heard the sound of a key sliding into the lock, followed by the unmistakable click of it turning. The door swung open. The figure was too tall, and Harry could only see his waist and abdomen. Yet, that fleeting glimpse struck him like a thunderbolt. He recognized that silhouette all too well, from his previous life, in books, in films, and through the depictions of countless fans. It was Rubeus Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts. But why was he here, at this utterly inappropriate moment? According to the narrative, he was supposed to make his entrance on Harry's 11th birthday. The overwhelming shock rendered Harry's mind blank, even causing him to forget to breathe. Hagrid seemed thoroughly displeased with the tidy, yet austere decor of the Dursleys' home, issuing a deep grunt that made the chandelier above tremble. His massive frame filled the cramped entryway, making him appear exceedingly cramped. He had indeed come for me. Harry's heart thundered wildly. Why now? Footsteps drew closer to the kitchen, approaching the cupboard where Harry was hidden. He could sense the immense, robust, magical aura emanating from Hagrid, akin to a warm, moving furnace, in stark contrast to the chilling, eerie presence he had previously sensed from the timekeeper. Just as Hagrid's enormous boots halted before the cupboard door, his large hand seemed poised to grasp the doorknob. Suddenly, Vernon's triumphant, deliberately magnified voice resonated from outside, accompanied by the jingling of keys and the sound of footsteps. Hagrid's massive form abruptly stiffened. TSK. He emitted a frustrated click of his tongue, seemingly murmuring something in haste, and Harry only caught fragments like not the right time and must wait. In the next instant, Hagrid pivoted with an agility that belied his size, his enormous boots making only the faintest whisper against the floor as he darted out of the living room, his colossal figure vanishing in an instant through the door he had just opened. Bang! The front door was gently closed, as if no one had ever been there. Almost simultaneously, Uncle Vernon unlocked the door, continuing his conversation on the phone. That's right, Sanders, the profit margins this time are quite promising. Ha. Let's discuss it in detail once I arrive at the office. He stepped inside, instinctively scanning the immaculate living room, completely oblivious to any irregularities. Whistling a tune, he strode with satisfaction toward the kitchen, preparing to pour himself a glass of whiskey in celebration. Until he passed the cupboard, Uncle Vernon's steps halted. A flicker of confusion crossed his plump face as he sniffed the air with intensity. What was that smell? He furrowed his brow, the smug smile fading from his face. A scent of mud, and something akin to a beast's musk? His gaze shot toward the cupboard door, his expression sharpening into one of suspicion. Harry huddled in the corner, lifting his gaze, his face a perfect blend of confusion and a flicker of fright. No, Uncle Vernon. I've been here all along. He endeavored to steady his heartbeat and breath, striving to project an image of innocence and fragility. His mind was a fortress, resolutely locking away every shock and speculation regarding Hagrid and the magical realm, leaving not a trace behind. Uncle Vernon scrutinized him with a suspicious and almost menacing glare, his beady eyes searching Harry's face for any sign of deceit. He inhaled sharply, the faint, incongruous scent of the wilderness that had infiltrated the Dursleys' home unsettling him. Harry maintained an exterior of terror, while tempestuous waves surged within him. Hagrid had come, and then he had left. Why 4 years early? What was his purpose? What did that last cryptic remark mean? Was Hagrid's arrival linked to the previous inheritance disturbance at Gringotts and the anomalies surrounding the timekeepers? Ultimately, Uncle Vernon discerned nothing from Harry's expression, attributing his discomfort to the strange odor wafting in from the vent or mere psychological effects. He issued a series of harsh warnings to Harry and slammed the cupboard door shut with a resounding thud. In the darkness, Harry slowly exhaled a breath laden with tension, his back drenched in cold sweat. It was no illusion. Hagrid had truly visited. The trajectory of history had irrevocably deviated. A more disquieting thought surged uncontrollably within him. Had Hagrid come due to the inertia of the narrative, only to depart because the timing was amiss? Or was he drawn by some greater, unknown upheaval? At that moment, a faint sound, like the cracking of a dry twig, emanated from the depths of the cupboard. The the very corner where he had concealed Tempest E.T. sang. Harry froze, abruptly turning his head. Before him lay the ancient tome, tightly wrapped in oilcloth, now emanating a faint yet glaring crimson glow through its layers of protection. An indescribable feeling, mingling intense unease with a lethal allure, radiated from that light. Harry's heart skipped a beat. This book had never exhibited such activity since its concealment. Instinctively, he reached for the silver ring at his chest. The ring remained cold and unresponsive. The red light flickered for merely 2 or 3 seconds before vanishing abruptly, as if it had never existed. The cupboard was once again engulfed by darkness. A deathly silence ensued. Harry remained motionless, every sense heightened to its utmost, fixated on the inky blackness. Moments later, a feeble yet haunting wail, as if from a distant realm, pierced the stillness, echoing faintly and sporadically. To his horror, it emanated directly from the spot where the book lay buried. Harry's hair stood on end. The cry was saturated with boundless despair, agony, and malice. This was not the voice of Corey, nor did it resemble any sound he had ever heard. What was this book? The blood-red glow? The desperate wail a chilling thought surged through Harry's mind. Was what he inherited truly merely power? Chapter 10. The Calamity of Blood and the Whispers of the Cell. In the cupboard, the eerie sound of weeping lingered in the air, imbued with a chilling malice that pierced Harry's eardrums. He fixated on the darkened corner, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. What exactly was that book Tempest E.T. sang? Was it merely issuing a warning, or was it summoning something? The crimson glow and the desperate wails transcended his understanding of temporal magic, veering closer to darkness and anguish. The legacy of the Potter family appeared to be far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Outside, Uncle Vernon's bellowing and Aunt Petunia's shrill inquiries merged, resembling a farcical play. They ultimately attributed the strange odor to the mud from the neighboring lawn being trimmed, yet an atmosphere of suspicion permeated the air, like a greasy film clinging to every inch of number 4 Privet Drive. Harry huddled, striving to calm his racing heart, his mind instinctively engaged in a shield of closure, forcibly suppressing fear and doubt, leaving only a cold analysis and vigilance. Why had Hagrid arrived early? And why had he departed in haste? What was the cause of the book's peculiar disturbance? Was there a connection between the two? With scant information and a plethora of enigmas, he felt ensnared in a vast, invisible web, where every struggle might attract more perilous attention. The subsequent days unfolded with an unsettling calm. Hagrid did not reappear, and the book returned to its deathly silence, as if the blood-red light and cries of that night had merely been a vivid nightmare. Yet, Harry knew better. He grew increasingly taciturn, observing with heightened scrutiny. He could even sense that the Dursleys regarded him with a newfound, indescribable trepidation, in addition to their habitual disdain and fear. It was as if he was no longer merely a freak to be concealed, but a volatile bomb that could detonate at any moment. This oppressive atmosphere culminated one weekend afternoon when Uncle Vernon, in a fit of whimsy, decided to repair the creaking gate in the backyard himself. He fetched his toolbox and began to bang away, eager to display his prowess as the head of the household to the neighbors. Harry was commanded to hand him tools. The sunlight was somewhat blinding. Uncle Vernon awkwardly wielded the hammer, sweat soaking through the armpits of his shirt. He attempted to straighten a crooked hinge, but the angle always eluded him. "Damn it, what are you standing there for? Hand me those pliers." Uncle Vernon shouted irritably, his face reddening from exertion. Harry silently passed him the pliers. His gaze swept over the rusted hinge, and suddenly, an exceedingly faint yet eerily familiar chill coursed across his skin. It was that sensation, the lingering essence of the rusted kiss. Though exceedingly faint, nearly imperceptible, it undeniably existed. His heart raced. Had they been here recently? Why target this inconspicuous gate? In the fleeting moment of his distraction, Uncle Vernon, exerting excessive force, lost grip of the hammerhead, which missed the nail and instead came crashing down onto his own left thumb, firmly clasping the hinge. A piercing scream, akin to the wailing of a slaughtered pig, erupted, nearly shattering Harry's eardrums. Uncle Vernon abruptly shook his hand, his face contorting in agony as he jumped in place. Vivid red droplets gushed from the gaping wound around his thumbnail, falling onto the lush green lawn, creating a stark contrast that was almost blinding. "Vernon, good heavens!" Aunt Petunia shrieked as she rushed out of the house, her face paling further. Dudley also came rushing out, and upon witnessing his father's bleeding finger, he first recoiled in shock, soon followed by an odd, almost exhilarated expression. Amidst the chaos, Harry stood frozen, his pupils slightly constricted, not due to Uncle Vernon's anguished cries or the crimson blood, but because in that very moment when the blood flowed forth, he distinctly perceived a dim, almost imperceptible, dark red glimmer on the rusted door hinge, fleeting like an illusion of sunlight. Yet, the fleeting sensation of intense heat that accompanied it penetrated the air, reaching his consciousness with clarity. That book bore a crimson glow, while the hinge emanated a dark red light. Between the two, a chilling association detonated within his mind. Were the disturbances of the book and the activities of the timekeeper both entwined with blood? Were they absorbing it or marking it? It's all your fault, you calamity. Aunt Petunia suddenly whirled towards Harry, her voice sharp and piercing, her eyes brimming with frenzied resentment. Harry refrained from arguing, obediently lowering his head and swiftly departing. His mind raced with thoughts. Uncle Vernon's injury appeared coincidental, yet the peculiar occurrence in that instant was far from chance. The power harbored by the timekeeper or that book seemed to amplify negative emotions, attract misfortune, perhaps even draw upon blood as a conduit. Their intentions appear to transcend mere observation and warnings, resembling a slow seepage and corrosion targeting not only him but everything surrounding him. Darkness enveloped him once more. However, this time it felt distinctly different. In the corner, the deeply buried book seemed to transform into an invisible vortex, emitting an almost imperceptible, disquieting vibration. It no longer glimmered or produced sound, yet it remained there, like a silent witness and a lurking symbiote. Harry leaned against the cold wooden wall, gradually sinking to the floor. Suddenly, the scar on his forehead began to throb faintly, a familiar sensation of being watched re-emerging. This time, the feeling was sharper, more immediate, not from outside the window, nor from beyond the door, but a chilling, scrutinizing gaze that seemed to pierce through layers of obstruction, emanating directly from the wall opposite him, beyond which lay the tidy yet frigid living room of the Dursleys. Harry felt as though all the blood in his body had frozen. He abruptly raised his gaze, fixating intently on that wall, striving to penetrate the veil of reality and glimpse the scene on the other side. Beyond the wall lay the Dursleys' meticulously arranged, yet cold living room. Uncle Vernon ought to be grumbling on the sofa, while Aunt Petunia frantically searches for the first aid kit, and Dudley might be sneaking snacks. Yet the icy, clammy gaze, imbued with an insatiable curiosity akin to dissection, undoubtedly did not belong to any of them. Who was it? What entity, or rather, what person observed him from beyond the wall? Snape? What arcane magic had he employed? Or was it something else entirely? That stare lingered upon him for what felt like an eternity, as if it were assessing, recording, and analyzing every minute reaction of his fear. Then, as abruptly as it had appeared, the scrutiny vanished, seemingly as if it had never existed. Yet Harry was certain it was no mere figment of his imagination. Beyond the confines of his prison, there were not only wandering guardians and the eerie whispers of a legacy, but now, there was an additional pair of cold eyes peering from behind the wall. Every movement of it seemed perpetually ensnared in an unseen surveillance. This world was far more crowded than he had ever envisioned. Harry slowly embraced his knees, burying his face within them. The only sliver of good news was that the sheer terror of that fleeting moment had unexpectedly shattered some barrier. He felt it, a faint yet tangible sense of control over his own thoughts, quietly taking root. Was fortune entwined with misfortune? He chuckled bitterly within. The cost, it seemed, was rather steep. He lifted his gaze towards the darkness that concealed ancient tomes, the last vestiges of childlike bewilderment fading from his eyes, leaving only a chilling resolve. Chapter 11. A sense of crisis and mastery of mental closure. Behind that wall, every glimpse from those invisible eyes was not merely a gaze, but rather two cold daggers, steeped in a venomous azure, poised with precision above the tenderest part of his heart, sending a bone-chilling shiver through him, making each breath feel like swallowing shards of ice. An unprecedented, almost tangible sense of crisis seized him, icy fingers tightening around his throat. He realized with clarity that he was no longer just the peculiar boy who had to meticulously conceal traces of magic, struggling for survival in a cupboard. He had transformed into a vessel, a living target harboring a monumental secret that even he could scarcely comprehend. An unseen storm was silently coalescing around him, as various ineffable forces seemed to cast their watchful eyes from the shadows. In the dead of night, the Dursley household lay enveloped in a heavy silence. The cramped confines of the cupboard felt stifling, broken only by Uncle Vernon's thunderous, aggressive snores, Aunt Petunia's faint, suppressed grinding of teeth, and Dudley's indistinct murmurs about food in his dreams, akin to a disquieting background noise. Harry sat cross-legged on a mattress, so thin that he could scarcely feel its padding, his spine rigidly straight, striving to maintain a semblance of dignity. The silver ring pressed against his skin, its chill seeping through the thin fabric of his pajamas. Strangely, this cold did not discomfort him, but instead provided an odd calm against his tumultuous thoughts. He summoned all his memories. In the obscure passages of Tempest E.T. Sang regarding mental fortitude, he recalled the rudimentary theories from psychology books he had once perused in a former life. Fragmented knowledge of mindfulness meditation, and even the acerbic yet precise techniques that Snape would impart to him in the future. Thanks, or perhaps cursed be, this foresight of a time traveler. All these fragments of information collided, filtered, and merged rapidly within his mind. He discerned that the essence of the mental closure technique was far from mere rejection. It resided in an absolute mastery of emotional tranquility and the systematic construction of cognitive barriers. It demanded not only a vigilant defense against external prying, but also a thorough eradication of internal chaos, leaving no trace of vulnerability or gaps for adversaries to exploit. Akin to the most meticulous steward eliminating every scrap of paper that could reveal secrets within a castle. He closed his eyes, attempting to empty his mind. Failure. Images surged forth uncontrollably. The grotesquely purple visage of Uncle Vernon, the contemptuous curve of Aunt Petunia's lips, Dudley's foolish and malicious laughter. The overwhelming shock of Hagrid's massive form bursting through the door, Mr. Pearson's nearly ruthless, calculating gaze, the lingering cold stare from behind the walls. The blood-red glow and desperate cries emanating from beneath the cover of that eerie tome. An array of chaotic images and sounds clamored within his skull like a disturbed swarm of bats. Screeching for attention, frustration and acute defeat immediately took root. The harder he tried to suppress these thoughts, the more ferociously they rebounded, almost tearing apart his sanity. On his forehead, the lightning-shaped scar began to emit a persistent and distinct burning sensation, pulsating as if provoked by this internal tempest, restless and agitated. This would not suffice. Brutal force led nowhere. He recalled a metaphor-laden phrase from Tempest E.T. Sang. Time is an infinite sea. Emotions are like tides. Do not obstruct their flow. For it is futile. Yet, observe their momentum, understand their power, direct their course, and they shall ultimately serve me. Inspiration flickered like a faint light in the dark night. Perhaps what he needed was not to eradicate these emotions and memories entirely, but to comprehend them, acknowledge their existence, and then guide them, allowing them to flow in an orderly manner according to his own will, rather than permitting them to spill forth chaotically. He closed his eyes once more. This time, he was no longer a guardian striving to expel invaders, but rather a calm observer, suspended above his own consciousness, watching those tumultuous thoughts with tranquility. He witnessed the daily cruelty and indifference of the Dursleys, felt the searing humiliation and suppressed rage, yet he no longer resisted this emotional torrent. He simply labeled it with the calmness of a naturalist tagging specimens. This is external harm. It has shaped me, but it is not my essence. He perceived a fervent yearning for the magical world, felt a nearly uncontrollable urgency and burning curiosity, labeling it. This is the impetus for progress. Potent yet requiring careful navigation to avoid self-infliction. He beheld the profound terror of Voldemort, the bewilderment regarding his own fate, and the deep-seated anxiety over the potential exposure of his secrets that could lead to his annihilation. He marked it as a genuine threat, necessitating vigilance and respect. Yet he resolved not to be governed by fear itself. Ultimately, he summoned all his courage, cautiously touching those deepest fragments of memories from another realm. Illuminated by the warm glow of a family dining table, the fatigue and sense of accomplishment following arduous studies, the carefree laughter and merriment shared with friends, and the overwhelming sense of loss and disconnection brought forth by a cataclysmic lightning bolt that tore through the sky, heralding both an end and a beginning. These sensations surged forth, battering against the dam of his consciousness. He trembled violently, sweat soaking his brow and trickling down his temples, yet he clenched his jaw, enduring the nearly excruciating pain of this self-examination, ultimately labeling these experiences as foundational. They represented his unique perspective and source of strength, deserving of preservation and protection rather than attempts at oblivion or denial. This process was lengthy and agonizing, akin to dissecting one's soul with the dullest of knives, scrutinizing every corner without anesthesia. Yet, his will had never been so concentrated. Then, upon this meticulously organized mental rubble, he endeavored to construct a true bastion. He discarded the imagery of a rigid, cold stone wall, for it was too inflexible and prone to shattering under absolute force. Instead, he envisioned an expansive, profound lake, its surface smooth as glass, perfectly reflecting the external sky and clouds, gentle and innocuous, yet concealing all its depths and secrets beneath its placid surface, unfathomable. All those emotions and memories, meticulously tagged and organized, now resembled the tranquil aquatic flora, sand, and stones resting silently at the lakebed. They existed objectively, forming the essence of the lake. Yet they would not easily stir, nor disrupt the vital tranquility of its surface. External prying was akin to stones cast into the lake. The greater the force of the stone, the more pronounced the ripples it sought to create. His task was to serve as the master of this lake, wielding formidable willpower to absorb the shock and swiftly restore absolute calm, swallowing the stones and preventing any observer from gleaning even a hint of the lakebed's truth through the rippling patterns. He practiced repeatedly, vividly visualizing the penetrating gaze of the Pearson assessment, imagining the chilling scrutiny seeping through the wall. Initially, mere simulation caused the lake's surface to undulate violently beyond his control, as the muscles of his mind ached from overstretching. However, he remained undeterred, persisting in his practice. Gradually, as his mastery over each emotional ripple intensified, the lake's surface regained its serenity with increasing swiftness, from prolonged turbulence to moments of stillness, until finally, almost at the instant the simulated gaze would touch, the surface stirred only with an almost imperceptible ripple before reverting to absolute smoothness. Amidst this monotonous repetition of training, he sensed an invisible yet tangible barrier coalescing deep within his consciousness, quietly taking shape and achieving form. It remained slender, akin to a newly formed layer of ice, far from achieving an impervious state of perfection. Yet it indeed exists as a self-constructed spiritual bulwark. An unprecedented sense of clarity surged into his mind. The daily distractions and trivial thoughts seemed to be gently severed from him by this nascent barrier, rendering his core of thought as lucid, calm, and focused as polished glass. An overwhelming wave of joy and accomplishment surged through him. He had succeeded. In the darkness of uncharted exploration, he had begun to establish a defensive line for the art of mental closure. Yet, in the fleeting moment when his spirit relaxed slightly due to this success, an abrupt change occurred. Perhaps it was the momentary fluctuation following intense concentration, or perhaps this fledgling barrier had engendered some unforeseen disturbance within his internal energies. Suddenly, the silver ring upon his chest flared with unanticipated heat. This temperature was neither the previous chill nor the ordinary warmth, but akin to a scorching iron pressed violently against his skin. Simultaneously, the scar upon his forehead seemed to be incited by this sudden surge of energy. Or perhaps it resonated with some dreadful echo, erupting in a searing agony. The sensation was palpably real, as if a glowing steel needle were ruthlessly piercing his skull. "Ack!" Harry gasped, a low cry of pain tearing from his throat, nearly causing him to plummet from that arduous meditative state. Two utterly distinct yet equally formidable forces, the ancient warmth of the silver ring and the malevolent, searing pain emanating from the depths of the scar, collided within the fragile battlefield of his recently stabilized mind, crashing into one another with no respite. Buzz! Harry's mind instantly went blank, only to be violently filled with a multitude of chaotic, fragmented images, threatening to split his skull asunder. These were no longer any scenes from his memory. Chapter 12. The intersection of memories and the arrival of the exorcist. He beheld a dark-haired man, James, laughing as he soared over the lake on a broomstick. He witnessed a green light and a woman's, Lily, piercing scream. He saw a colossal, contorted infantile visage wailing amidst the ruins. He observed a rat, panicked, scurrying into a sewer. He glimpsed a pair of frigid, hate-filled black eyes, Snape. And he also saw a dimly lit room, where a gaunt, bandaged figure curled on a chair, emitting rasping breaths. Voldemort. That was Voldemort's current condition. These images were chaotic, erratic, disjointed, interspersed with intense emotions. Love, fear, rage, hatred, and suffering, assaulting the still fragile bastion of his mind. It was this scar, the scar connecting his soul to Voldemort's, which, under the dual stimuli of his mental turmoil and the disturbance of the silver ring, had momentarily spiraled out of control, leaking fragments of Voldemort's memories and emotions. "No, stop!" Harry screamed internally, desperately attempting to wield the mental closure technique he had just mastered, striving to expel these intrusive thoughts and reinforce the crumbling barrier of his mind. His nose began to bleed, his temples throbbed violently, and a splitting headache engulfed him. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, the silvery radiance appeared to stabilize somewhat. That warm energy ceased its tumultuous clash with the power of the scar, transforming instead into a gentle, cool stream that flowed languidly into his inner reservoir, aiding him in smoothing the turbulent waves and fortifying his defenses. Ultimately, after a grueling internal tug-of-war, the horrifying images and emotions receded like a tide. The searing pain of the scar and the intense heat of the silver ring gradually diminished. Calming down, Harry collapsed onto the mattress, utterly exhausted, as if he had just been pulled from water, soaked to the skin, gasping for breath. The metallic scent of blood filling his nostrils. The barrier of the mind-blocking spell held firm, even becoming slightly more solid due to the sudden pressure test it had just endured. Yet, within him, dread lingered. He had not only glimpsed fragments of Voldemort's memories, but, at the very moment the barrier was most secure, he distinctly sensed a faint, yet insatiably greedy and malevolent curiosity emanating from the other end of the scar. It was as if a dormant, dark presence had been stirred by that brief, chaotic connection, subconsciously casting a vague attention in this direction. Although that attention was fleeting, quickly submerged by endless darkness and torment, Harry understood. He had successfully defended against external prying, yet had dangerously attracted the notice of a most terrifying demon from the depths of his soul. The mind-blocking spell was far more intricate and perilous than he had ever imagined. Wiping away the blood from his nose, he gazed into the darkness atop the cupboard, his eyes filled with fatigue, yet resolute determination. The path ahead was strewn with thorns, but he had no alternative. He had to press on, crouched in the cupboard shadows. He repeatedly practiced the mind-blocking spell, striving to securely lock away that moment of terror and the trivial progress it had wrought, not allowing a whisper of it to escape. The owner of those eyes, whatever it may be, was certainly no benign presence. Days plunged once more into a stifling calm. Uncle Vernon's thumb was bandaged like a ridiculous white sausage. His glances at Harry grew darker, as if the bloodshed that day were entirely Harry's fault. Aunt Petunia became increasingly neurotic, even furtively sprinkling salt beneath the cupboard door, muttering incantations akin to a clumsy exorcism ritual. Harry observed coldly, yet his inner vigilance heightened. The fear within the Dursley household was fermenting, like a barrel of milk on the verge of spoiling, exuding an unsettling aroma. He knew this tranquility would not last long. Harry was ordered to mop the living room floor. He discreetly slowed his movements, holding his breath in concentration. The murmurs of adults filtered through the door. Muffled, yet his keen hearing captured crucial fragments. "We have no choice. It must be dealt with. Is it reliable? I mean, can it really be done? Mrs. Smith highly recommends dealing with her nephew's peculiar incident. Very discreet. How much? Worth it. For this family. For darling Dudley." Harry's heart sank slowly. They sought out professionals? To handle him? What does the term processing imply? Exorcism? Or something even more sinister? A sense of absurdity and coldness seized him. He envisioned a charlatan clad in extravagant robes, adorned with strings of garlic, brandishing holy water before him. Yet a voice deep within warned him. What if this was not merely a fraud? The magical realm is replete with peculiar individuals and enchantments. What if Vernon's misguided actions inadvertently summoned a formidable presence? The following day, Saturday, an eerie anticipation and tension enveloped the Dursley household. Aunt Petunia meticulously cleaned every corner, even bringing out the finest tea set. Uncle Vernon fidgeted restlessly, repeatedly glancing at his watch, adjusting his constricting tie. Even Dudley seemed to sense something amiss, unusually quiet, casting curious yet apprehensive glances toward Harry. Harry was confined to the cupboard, forbidden from emerging, yet he could hear every whisper and rustle from outside. At precisely 3 o'clock, the doorbell rang. Uncle Vernon nearly dashed to answer it. "Good afternoon, Mr. Dursley," a voice resonated. It was not loud, slightly hoarse, yet remarkably steady, imbued with an unsettling calmness, entirely unlike the boisterous tone Harry had imagined from Charlatan. "Mr. Pearson, please come in." Uncle Vernon's voice was tinged with palpable respect and anxiety. A pair of polished, albeit antiquated, black leather shoes crossed the threshold. The sound of the heels striking the floor was crisp and rhythmic, indicating the owner's remarkable self-discipline. Through the crack of the door, Harry could only glimpse the man's calves and a rather heavy black briefcase he carried. The case, made of some form of leather, showed signs of wear at the corners, suggesting it had seen better days. "I have a general understanding of the situation," the man referred to as Pearson stated, devoid of any emotional inflection. "Take me to the source of the issue." "Of course, right this way, to this little storage room." Uncle Vernon hurriedly led the way, halting at the cupboard's entrance. Harry sensed a gaze fixed upon the cupboard door. It was not the penetrating scrutiny of Snape, nor the frigid detachment of a time guardian. but rather an evaluative, measuring gaze, as if assessing a malfunctioning object in need of rectification. Is it usually kept here? Pearson inquired. Have the recent unusual occurrences in the house, such as damaged items, unexpected injuries, or inexplicable noises and lights, all centered around this area? Pearson's questions were direct and methodical. Yes, exactly. Uncle Vernon exclaimed with newfound enthusiasm. The mirror shattered. I injure my hand while fixing the door, and there are strange odors. It must be the cause. Vernon. Aunt Petunia interrupted him, panic evident in her voice, as though fearing he might reveal something inappropriate. Pearson fell silent for a few seconds. Harry could imagine him scanning the cupboard door and its surroundings with those composed eyes. All right. We shall depart immediately. The Dursleys seemed greatly relieved, hastily retreating, their footsteps fading away. Outside the cupboard remained the man who identified himself as Pearson. Harry held his breath, his entire body tensed, his senses heightened to their utmost. He heard Pearson set down the heavy suitcase and unfasten its clasp, the faint sound of metallic objects clinking together resonating in the air. What was he about to do? Almost immediately, a deep, guttural chant emerged, seemingly originating from the depths of his throat. The language was peculiar and convoluted, neither English nor resembling any ancient tongue Harry had encountered in Tempest E.T. sang. Interwoven with the chant was a subtle, high-frequency humming sound. Chapter 13. A momentary lull in crisis. Harry suddenly felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, the air around him thickening inexplicably. The silver ring on his chest turned icy, even delivering a slight sting against his skin. Something was amiss. This Pearson was no ordinary charlatan. He was employing a method imbued with genuine power. Although this force felt dark and unfamiliar, it undeniably existed. The chanting and humming persisted, and Harry sensed an invisible pressure beginning to encroach upon the cramped space of the cupboard, attempting to penetrate, scan, and analyze him. Instinctively, he strained to contain every thought, emotion, and even the fluctuations of his magical energy within himself, disguising himself as a lifeless stone. The unseen pressure circled around him a few times, seemingly perplexed, failing to detect any obvious anomalies. The chanting paused momentarily. Outside, Pearson murmured, his voice tinged with confusion. Weak response? No, it feels as if it's isolated shortly thereafter. Harry heard him open another compartment of the suitcase, retrieving an object that emitted a faint, peculiar odor reminiscent of sulfur mixed with metal. It seemed he required a more potent stimulus. Pearson's voice remained calm, yet a chilling determination seeped through. Harry's heart skipped a beat. A stronger stimulus? What was he planning? Suddenly, a faint yet remarkably clear sound echoed from the depths of the cupboard. A soft click. It came from that corner, the very spot where Tempest E.T. sang lay buried. Almost at that instant, the silver ring on his chest erupted with an astonishing heat. No longer a mere warmth or chill, but rather like a searing iron branding his flesh. Ugh! Harry stifled a groan, nearly crying out as he bit down hard on his lip. Meanwhile, outside the cupboard, Pearson let out a short, surprised gasp. What was this? He seemed to have glimpsed something incredible, his speech wavering for the first time, energy readings skyrocketing. This fluctuation was unprecedented. He had evidently sensed the intense reaction of the book and the silver ring spurred by external stimuli, though he might not comprehend what it was. He certainly understood that something beyond his imagination was present. Harry's mind raced. No, he could not allow him to uncover the secrets of the book and the ring. He had to do something, divert his attention, but what could he possibly do? He was merely a 7-year-old child confined within a cupboard. Outside, Pearson's footsteps drew near, and it appeared he had produced another instrument. The buzzing sound grew sharper and more urgent, as if pinpointing the precise source of energy. The target was directly aimed at the location of the buried book. In this critical moment, Harry's mind raced. He recalled a passage from Tempest E.T. saying that described emotional resonance and the minute ripples in the fabric of time and space. He could not wield magic, but he could attempt to guide. He concentrated all his mental faculties, not to channel magical energy, but to amalgamate all his fears, the dread of the Dursleys, the terror of the unknown, the anxiety of exposure, and a hint of the ancient authority he had borrowed from the searing silver ring, manipulating them with exquisite precision through a mental blockade, directing them not outward, but towards the wall leading to the living room, forcefully pushing through. He sought to create a minuscule, illusory point of energy fluctuation. It was nearly a reckless gamble. He was uncertain of his own success. Suddenly, Pearson outside emitted a sound of confusion. The instrument's buzzing paused, seemingly redirecting towards that wall. What had caused this shift? In that precious moment of diverted attention, Harry undertook an even bolder act. He forcefully struck the searing silver ring against his chest with his mind. It was as if a droplet fell into boiling oil. The silver ring trembled violently, in a faint yet penetrating shockwave, accompanied by a sound only Harry could perceive. An echo of ancient, indistinct stag calls suddenly burst forth. Buzz! Outside the cupboard, Pearson's instrument erupted into a cacophony of chaotic crackles, the needles spinning wildly, and the readings on the screen morphed into a jumbled mess. What? Interference? No, no. This was the first time Pearson's voice carried a distinct note of shock and a barely perceptible hint of fear. He seemed to sense something far beyond his comprehension, something that instinctively instilled dread within him from the shockwave and the ancient resonance. Crack! A sharp sound echoed, as if some instrument had overheated or exploded. Outside fell into an eerie silence, leaving only Pearson's heavy breaths. Harry clutched his still burning chest, gasping for air, drenched in cold sweat. That fleeting moment of mental collision had nearly drained his energy. Had he succeeded? Had he momentarily deceived him? Moments later, Pearson's voice emerged once more, entirely restored to its previous calm, even colder than before. "Mr. Dursley, please come here." Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia's anxious footsteps approached swiftly. The situation was more complex than anticipated. Pearson's voice revealed no hint of emotion, imbued with a strong energy disturbance and some protective barrier. Conventional methods were ineffective. What then? Uncle Vernon's voice brimmed with disappointment and anxiety. "Yes, yes, we will comply." The Dursleys responded in unison, their tone laced with awe. Pearson's footsteps moved towards the front door. Yet, before departing, his steps seemed to hesitate slightly, casting another glance towards the cupboard. Harry could sense that the calm gaze seemed to penetrate the door, lingering upon him for 2 or 3 seconds. In that gaze, there was no longer mere measurement and assessment. Instead, it was imbued with a profound sense of inquiry and greed. Then, the footsteps receded, the door opened and closed. He had departed. Yet, Harry was acutely aware that this matter was far from resolved. This time, what he had drawn attention to was likely not merely the so-called oddity of the Dursleys, but rather the ancient secret that lay hidden within him, a truth he had yet to fully comprehend. The crisis had been temporarily averted, yet it had attracted a more sophisticated and perilous observer. Leaning against the wall, Harry wearily closed his eyes. The silver ring upon his chest gradually cooled, returning to a state of calm. However, just as he believed everything had passed, a faint sound, akin to a pebble rolling, emanated from the corner where he had buried the book. Harry's eyes flew open. Before him, a small irregular crystal of dark red, resembling a solidified blood clot, emerged from the crack in the floorboards where the book lay hidden, emitting a faint yet ominous glow in the darkness. What was that? The book had expelled something? Harry stared at the sinister crimson crystal, his heart tightening once more. When had this object appeared? Was it a product of the recent surge of energy? Or had the book been harboring it all along? He cautiously held his breath, extending his finger to touch the eerie crystal. Chapter 14. Blood Crystal and Whispers Behind the Wall. Just as Harry's fingertip was about to make contact with the dark red crystal, a shrill voice, tinged with a hint of fear, suddenly pierced through from the kitchen. "Monster, come out. Clean up your mess." Aunt Petunia's voice echoed, accompanied by the loud bangs of her striking the cupboard door. He cast a quick glance at the ominous blood crystal, and without a moment's thought, almost instinctively, he grabbed a loose piece of wood nearby and carefully nudged the crystal into the deepest shadows of the corner, hastily covering it with more dust and debris. He absolutely could not allow the Dursleys to discover this, especially at such a sensitive moment, right after Pearson's departure. "Did you hear that? Hurry up." Aunt Petunia's impatience was palpable. "Coming, Aunt," Harry replied, striving to make his voice sound timid and compliant. Taking a deep breath, he suppressed the tempest within him and opened the cupboard door. Aunt Petunia stood outside, her complexion pale, her gaze evasive, unable to meet Harry's eyes, merely waving her hand in disgust. "Go get the vacuum. Clean both inside and out thoroughly. Not a speck of dust is to be left." She was evidently shaken by Pearson's words, eager to purify the area completely, yet too fearful to enter herself. The entire Dursley household was cloaked in a strange atmosphere, as if they had survived a catastrophe. What exactly was that? Was it a byproduct of Tempest etc., or a bizarre manifestation resulting from the clash of Pearson's exorcism ritual and the power of the silver ring? What purpose did it serve? Was it dangerous? Countless questions swirled in his mind. Amidst the thunderous roar of the vacuum cleaner, he surreptitiously swept the small crystal into the palm of his hand. its icy surface imbued with an eerie warmth that sent the hairs on his arms standing on end. He swiftly tucked it deep into his trouser pocket. Only after completing this act did he exhale with a modicum of relief, yet the unease within him intensified. Pearson's arrival had pried open the seemingly tranquil facade of the Dursley household, revealing the undercurrents of turmoil unknown to Muggles. The unexpected emergence of the blood crystal further muddied these already murky waters. In the ensuing days, the Dursley residence was enveloped in a chilling silence. Uncle Vernon ceased his loud tirades, and Aunt Petunia refrained from her sharp invectives. They regarded Harry with a silent, heightened vigilance, as though he were a bomb poised to detonate, with Pearson as the one who had warned them of the bomb's precarious fuse. Dudley appeared to have heeded his parents' warnings, keeping his distance from Harry, casting furtive glances that mingled fear with a cruel curiosity. At night, Harry concealed himself in the deepest corner of the cupboard, shrouding his head with a blanket. With the faint glow of the street lamp filtering through the window, he cautiously retrieved the blood crystal. It was no larger than a fingernail, irregularly shaped, a deep crimson hue, with an almost imperceptible luminescence swirling within, reminiscent of congealed blood. Its touch remained cold, yet after holding it for a while, he sensed a faint, almost imperceptible pull, as if it were drawing the warmth from his palm, perhaps even his very essence. He endeavored to extend a thread of his fragile mental energy toward the crystal, akin to his attempts with the silver ring in that book. The instant his mental force brushed against the crystal, a cacophony of shattered and chaotic images surged into his mind. Not mere images, but visceral sensations of coldness, suffocation. Rough wooden textures, interlaced with potent feelings of resentment and despair. The intensity of these emotions mirrored the countless nights spent in the cupboard, magnified 100-fold. Startled, Harry severed the mental link, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, his heart racing uncontrollably. Could this crystal absorb and store intense negative emotions, particularly those stemming from him? How had it come into being? Was it the resentment born from years of confinement coalescing within that book? Or had Pearson's ritual somehow catalyzed it? He suddenly recalled a marginal note on a page of Tempest's E.T. saying, which hinted at a form of emotional crystallization serving as a catalyst or price for certain magics, though the details remained vague. If this blood crystal truly was a manifestation of his negative emotions, what potential did it hold? He dared not experiment further, carefully wrapping the ominous crystal in a tattered cloth, storing it apart from the silver ring. On the third night following Pearson's departure, Harry awoke once more from the nightmare involving the gear-laden brain and the silver dough, his scar burning with unbearable pain. Habitually, he reached for the silver ring at his chest in search of solace, only to find it chillingly cold, even adorned with a delicate frost. Simultaneously, an overwhelming sensation of being watched descended upon him once again. This time, the feeling was more acute, more immediate. The icy, emotionless gaze no longer merely emanated from behind the wall. It seemed to seep through the very structure, akin to invisible tendrils or a frigid current, delicately infiltrating the interior of the cupboard. Harry felt as though the blood coursing through his veins had been frozen, rendering him motionless, even his breath suspended. He sensed that gaze sweeping over him, brushing past the concealed silver ring, gliding over the place where he had buried his books, and ultimately lingering in the corner where he had hidden the blood crystal. That gaze hovered over the crystal, seemingly captivated by the energy of resentment and despair it contained. Moments later, a voice emerged, an exceedingly faint, indistinct whisper, as though transmitted through thick glass and flowing water, yet devoid of any trace of human emotion. It resonated directly from the source of the penetrating gaze, intermittently echoing in Harry's mind. Nourishment of resentment. The vessel accelerates beyond expectations, awaiting the grand feast nourishment. Vessel? Feast? What did this chilling, enigmatic whisper signify? Was it referring to the blood crystal? Or to him? A shiver coursed through Harry, rising from his feet to the crown of his head. Just as he felt he might be engulfed by this terror, a soft, almost imperceptible popping sound accompanied by a familiar surge of magical energy erupted. Dobby, the house elf, unexpectedly appeared in the cupboard at this most inopportune moment, eyes wide with unprecedented fear. Master Harry, it's terrible. They've become extraordinarily active. They're attacking the protections of the old house. Dobby cannot hold them. It seems they've been drawn by something. Chapter 15. Resonance of the Blood Crystal and the Vanished Prisoner. Exhausted, Harry finally succumbed to a restless slumber in the latter half of the night. Although the burning pain of his scar and the unsettling movement of the silver ring had subsided, they left behind deep imprints in his subconscious. like aftershocks following a mental tempest. He awoke to the loud slurping of Dudley's cereal and the rustling of Uncle Vernon's newspaper. Sunlight streamed through the crack of the cupboard door, slicing through the air in pale beams, with dust motes floating helplessly within. A new day dawned, yet he remained a prisoner of the Dursleys. As he sat up, the first instinct was to check his mental barriers. The lake constructed by his mind-blocking charms still existed, albeit feeling somewhat weakened compared to the previous night. Nonetheless, it had indeed solidified considerably. The harrowing incident of the previous evening had acted as a brutal tempering, enhancing his control. However, the cost was a profound sense of emptiness, leaving him feeling drained, with a dull ache at his temples and a faint trace of blood in his nostrils. Even more disconcerting was the cursed connection with Voldemort, which seemed to have grown more sensitive due to the unexpected contact of the night before. He could perceive the cold, desolate darkness beneath his scar with greater clarity, as if any moment of complacency might pull his consciousness into that terrifying abyss. He needed to grow stronger, more quickly. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. During breakfast, the atmosphere remained eerily unsettling. Aunt Petunia placed Harry's bowl of oatmeal heavily on the table, her gaze evasive, as if the contents were not food, but some hazardous substance requiring careful handling. Uncle Vernon shielded himself behind a newspaper, yet Harry could sense a pair of eyes peering at him, vigilant and discreetly observant from behind the print. Dudley, however, seemed to have regained some vigor, voraciously devouring his fried egg while mumbling complaints to Aunt Petunia. "Mum, my new game cartridge seems broken. It won't read." "Oh, Dudley dear, how could that be? We just bought it yesterday." Aunt Petunia's anxiety was palpable. "I don't know, it just feels like there is a bit of rust in the slot," Dudley muttered, chewing vigorously. "Rushed." Harry's hand paused slightly, spoon in midair. Again with the rust? Though minuscule, it appeared that the influence of the iron oxide had not entirely dissipated. Rather, it had grown increasingly insidious, beginning to infiltrate Dudley's toys, those seemingly innocuous possessions. Were they continuously and slowly corrupting everything within his household? Or was there a more targeted weakening at play? He needed information. The only potential source of intel, aside from that peculiar book and the silver ring, was... Harry's gaze instinctively swept across the kitchen's corners. Corey had last appeared in a panic, reporting a fierce attack on the old house, only to vanish thereafter, never to return. Was he well? As if sensing Harry's concern and need, a faint crackle echoed from the direction of the cupboard. A sound so subtle it was nearly drowned out by Dudley's chewing. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Was that Corey? He quickly lowered his head, pretending to focus on the bland oatmeal, yet all his attention was attuned to the auditory cues. There was no second sound. The Dursleys appeared completely oblivious. Moments latte. Harry excused himself from the table, a routine established after his mishap, and the Dursleys were eager to see him disappear. Had he misheard? Just as disappointment began to set in, his peripheral vision caught a flicker of weak red light from the crack in the floor where Tempest E.T. saying was concealed. It was the blood crystal. Harry's heart raced as he cautiously brushed away the covering dust. The dark red crystal lay quietly, its faint glow now seemingly more pronounced than before, pulsing in an exceedingly slow rhythm, as if it were a heart beating gently. Harry hesitated, recalling the intense malevolence he had sensed during their mental contact yesterday. He dared not attempt it lightly again. Yet suddenly, an idea sparked within him. Softly, he whispered to the crystal, "Corey, if you can sense my need for information regarding Pearson and those guardians." He was uncertain of its efficacy. It felt foolish. Nonetheless, he intuited that this crystal, coalesced from his negative emotions, might establish a deeper connection with him, perhaps serving as a beacon. After speaking, he held his breath and focused intently on the crystal and its surroundings. 1 minute passed, then 2. There was no response. Just as Harry was on the verge of surrendering, the flickering light within the blood crystal suddenly quickened its rhythm, and its radiance became somewhat blinding. Following this, a thin wisp of dark red smoke, bearing a scent reminiscent of rust, began to seep from the surface of the crystal, twisting languidly in the air like a miniature, venomous water snake. Startled, Harry took a half-step back, his gaze fixated on the enigmatic mist. The smoke writhed a few times, seemingly lost, before slowly drifting towards the wall of the cupboard, the very spot where that icy gaze had previously penetrated. At the moment the smoke made contact with the wall, a barely perceptible ripple, akin to water waves, emerged on the surface. Although faint, Harry was certain it was not a mere illusion. This blood crystal not only absorbed negative emotions, but also appeared to react to that chilling, invasive energy. Could it even slightly disrupt it? Before he could ponder further, the dark red wisp seemed to exhaust its energy and vanished. The wall returned to its normal state, and the crystal's glow dimmed, reverting to its previous slow oscillation between light and dark. All returned to tranquility. Harry gazed at the blood crystal, his emotions a tumultuous blend. This object was undoubtedly sinister, yet it seemed to possess some utility. Throughout the day, Harry remained in a state of anxious anticipation, diligently reinforcing his mental barriers while yearning for Corey's return, even if just for a fleeting moment. However, as evening fell and the setting sun cast a deceptive golden hue over Privet Drive, Corey still did not appear. An ominous premonition coiled around Harry's heart like a vine. Though timid, Corey had always managed to leave some form of message or warning before departing. This time, the disappearance was absolute. Had the old house truly been compromised? Had Corey encountered misfortune? Or was he entangled in something else entirely? Perhaps Pearson? Or the Time Guardians? Harry lay upon the cold mattress, utterly devoid of sleep. The silver ring pressed against his chest emitted a faint chill, aiding him in maintaining clarity of thought. His ears perked, straining to capture any unusual sounds within the house. Time ticked away. Just when Harry thought the night would pass quietly, or rather, oppressively, there came a sound. A faint, almost imperceptible noise, akin to a fingernail tapping against wood, emanated from just outside the cupboard door. Not from the kitchen, nor the living room, but directly adjacent to the cupboard door. Instantly, Harry's body tensed, his breath caught in his throat. Who could it be? Uncle Vernon? Aunt Petunia? What would they possibly want at this hour? No, the Dursleys' footsteps were never this light. Moreover, there was no reason for them to seek him out in the middle of the night. Tulp! Tulp! Two more sounds, soft yet imbued with a chilling regularity. Following this, a low, almost dreamlike humming drifted intermittently from beyond the door. What was the intention behind this? A forced entry? Harry's heart raced, his mind racing through possible strategies. A direct confrontation was out of the question. Calling for the Dursleys would likely exacerbate the situation. As he found himself gripped by anxiety, the humming abruptly ceased. Silence enveloped the outside world. Several interminable seconds passed with nothing occurring. Harry almost began to believe it had all been a mere figment of his imagination. Suddenly, a faint click, a delicate sound of a metal spring being disturbed, emanated from the lock. Is someone attempting to pick the lock? A professional resorting to such means to gain entry? Harry bolted upright, his eyes fixated on the lock, his muscles taut and poised for any unexpected eventuality. Yet, the anticipated forceful intrusion did not materialize. Following the click, the stillness outside resumed. An exceedingly peculiar sound emerged, akin to numerous feet softly dragging across a plush carpet, gradually receding, seemingly heading towards the staircase. Is it not coming for me? Harry was taken aback. This was illogical. Pearson's target was undoubtedly him. Unless, from the very beginning, the target tonight was not the cupboard. A more absurd yet terrifying thought surged into Harry's mind. Was there something else in the Dursley household, apart from himself, that captivated Pearson? Or had Pearson detected the watchful gaze lurking behind the wall? Was tonight's intent aimed at that? Holding his breath, Harry pressed his ear closely against the cupboard door, straining to listen for any sound from without. The dragging footsteps ascended the stairs, paused momentarily, as if discerning a direction. Then, the sound veered towards the master bedroom. What did Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia have to do with this? A few minutes of oppressive silence ensued. Then, a blood-curdling scream, twisted and distorted, belonging to Vernon Dursley erupted from the second floor, shattering the tranquility of Privet Drive. This was swiftly followed by Aunt Petunia's even more piercing, hysterical shriek, accompanied by the dull thud of something heavy crashing onto the floor. Something had gone horribly awry. Harry's heart nearly ceased to beat. He lunged to push the cupboard door, yet it remained immovable, firmly locked from the outside. Bang, bang, bang. He pounded the door with all his might, shouting, "Uncle, Aunt, what is happening?" From above came only chaotic screams, weeping, and a deep, beastly growl. Interspersed was Pearson's eerily calm, rapid recitation of some bizarre incantation. A battle. What was Pearson fighting against? In the Dursleys' bedroom? The turmoil lasted less than a minute. All sounds, the screams, the roars, the chanting, suddenly ceased. An absolute, hair-raising silence enveloped number 4 Privet Drive, as though the horrific commotion had never transpired. Harry stood frozen behind the door, his body icy, cold sweat trickling down his spine. What had transpired? Had Pearson triumphed? Or had whatever lurked behind the wall emerged victorious? What had become of the Dursleys? Minutes later, a slow, heavy footfall echoed from the staircase. Thud, thud, thud. Each step felt as though it were crushing Harry's heart. The footsteps passed by the cupboard door without pausing, proceeding directly towards the front door. Creak. The front door swung open. Bang. The door was gently shut. All returned to a haunting silence. The unwelcome visitor had departed. Harry leaned against the door, gradually sliding down to the ground, his heart racing wildly in his chest, as if it might burst forth. What had transpired upstairs? Were the Dursleys still alive? He needed to know the answers. Taking a deep breath, he pressed his ear against the door, straining to listen, attempting to capture any faint sound from above. No cries, no groans, no bris, nothing. Only an oppressive, suffocating silence enveloped the space, as if the bedroom above had transformed into a cold grave. A horrifying, incredulous thought surged uncontrollably in Harry's mind. Was Pearson's intention tonight not exorcism, but rather silencing them? Chapter 16. The Cage of Silence. Thud, thud, thud. Pearson's departing footsteps echoed like the tolling of a death knell, striking Harry's heart before fading entirely into the night on Privet Drive. Silence. An overwhelming, absolute silence, like a heavy mire, engulfed the entire house. Leaning against the cold cupboard door, Harry sank to the floor, distinctly hearing the rush of his blood coursing through his veins and the dull thud of his heart pounding against his chest. What was happening upstairs? Uncle Vernon's terrified scream, Aunt Petunia's hysterical wails, the deep, inhuman growls, and the sudden cessation of all sounds. Countless horrifying images flashed uncontrollably in his mind. Pearson's calm, cruel face, the gleaming blade brandished in the darkness, the splatter of blood, and the Dursleys' wide, lifeless eyes. Silencing them? This thought coiled around him like a venomous serpent. Why? Because the Dursleys knew too much? Because they were the guardians of this outcast? To completely erase his existence? Or was Pearson's goal, from the very beginning, not merely to deal with him, but to eliminate all who were aware, all potential obstacles? A chilling fear gripped Harry's heart, rendering him nearly breathless. Never had he loathed his own weakness and helplessness as he did in this moment. Locked away in this accursed cupboard, utterly oblivious to the tragedy unfolding outside. Impotent to intervene. No, he had to know what was happening. He pressed his ear firmly against the door once more, holding his breath, summoning all his senses, striving to detect any faint sound from above. No bris, no heartbeat, no rustling or moans. Nothing. The bedroom upstairs seemed to have truly become a cold, lifeless coffin. Despair began to surge like a tidal wave. If the Dursleys had indeed met with misfortune, he could scarcely fathom the consequences. The Ministry of Magic would intervene immediately. He would be taken away, and all his hidden secrets could be exposed to the light of day, or worse, fall into the hands of someone like Pearson. Just then, a faint rustling sound, as delicate as fabric brushing against itself, suddenly emanated from upstairs. Harry froze, his heart racing to his throat once more. Was there still movement? Who could it be? Aunt Petunia? Uncle Vernon? Or perhaps something left behind by Pearson? He strained to listen. The sound was faint and slow, imbued with hesitation and fear, as if someone was moving with utmost caution. Then came a muffled, weak sob. It was Dudley. It was indeed Dudley-esque voice. He was still alive. Harry recognized it immediately. Though his overweight cousin was foolish and cruel, the terror and helplessness that resonated in his voice were palpably real. Dudley was alive. What about Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia? Dudley. Harry called out softly through the crack of the door, Dudley. It's me. What is happening upstairs? Where Uncle and Aunt? A long silence followed. Then he heard the sound of slow, hesitant, heavy footsteps. It was Dudley. He was cautiously descending the stairs. Harry's heart raced. Was Dudley coming down? Was he heading towards the cupboard? The footsteps paused at the staircase, as if making a final resolve. Then they resumed, moving towards the kitchen. What could he possibly want in the kitchen? Harry heard the fridge door open, followed by the rustling of items being searched through, and then the hurried sound of water being gulped from the tap. Dudley seemed to be replenishing himself, trying to suppress his fright. Dudley. Harry couldn't help but call out again. Bang! Something seemed to have fallen to the floor. Likely Dudley had been startled again. Then, the heavy, hesitant footsteps finally began to shift towards the cupboard. Harry could hear Dudley's labored, tearful breaths drawing closer. Ultimately, the footsteps halted just outside the cupboard door. Dudley's plump figure blocked the meager light seeping through the crack. Go away, monster! Dudley's voice, thick with fear, trembled as it came from outside. It's all your fault. All because of you. What on earth happened upstairs? Harry disregarded his accusations, pressing urgently, where are Uncle and Aunt? What did that man do to them? After a moment of silence outside, Dudley's sobs grew louder, filled with despair and dread. His parents, his words caught in his throat, seemingly unable to articulate the horrifying scene. What happened to them? Harry's heart sank to the depths. They're not moving. Dudley finally broke down, crying incoherently, There was so much red, that man. He used a glowing thing on them, and then he just left the stillness of the red. Though Dudley's description was a chaotic mess, Harry had managed to piece together the most dreadful image. Pearson had truly struck. He had killed Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia, right in their bedroom. A chilling wave swept over Harry, plunging him into an icy abyss. Despite his utter disdain for the Dursleys, hearing of their gruesome demise in such a manner filled him with visceral nausea and immense shock. Pearson, who on earth was he? A heartless, efficient killer. Harry forced himself to calm down. Fear would not resolve any issues. He was now, like Dudley, a prisoner confined within this terrifying mansion. Why had Pearson left Dudley behind? Was it negligence or a deliberate act? What was his intention? Furthermore, what was that luminous object Pearson had used in the end? Was it some kind of magical tool for handling the scene? Countless questions and a sense of crisis threatened to overwhelm Harry. Yet, he understood that the most crucial thing now was to escape from this cupboard. Only by gaining freedom could they hope to find a way out. Dudley, listen. Harry spoke to the door with as much calmness as he could muster. Crying 1T help. We must find a way out. Look around for any keys or something sturdy that can break the lock. No, Dudley wailed. I've looked everywhere. There's no key. Dad specifically replaced it with the strongest lock. The strongest lock? Harry felt a chill run through him. Were they to wait for the Ministry of Magic or the police to discover the anomaly? How long would that take? Pearson could return at any moment. Chapter 17. The bloodied answer, just as despair enveloped them. The silver ring on Harry's chest unexpectedly began to warm again. Simultaneously, the blood crystal wrapped in cloth within his pocket seemed to resonate, emitting a faint vibration. It was happening again. They were responding to some external energy. This time, Harry did not panic. He suddenly realized that the unusual behavior of the silver ring and blood crystal might not only serve as a warning, but could also present an opportunity. He quickly retrieved the blood crystal. Through the fabric seam, a dark red glow flickered urgently, the internal radiance swirling faster. And the icy crystal had grown almost too hot to touch. What had it sensed? Was it the residual dark magical energy from Pearson? Or the fleeting life, energy, and overwhelming fear of the Dursleys above? A wild plan took shape in Harry's mind. Dudley, he shouted urgently to the door. Listen, I need you to do something for me. This might be our only hope. What? Dudley stammered, his sobs subsiding in confusion and fear. You need to go to the top of the stairs. Get a little bit of that red stuff from upstairs. Smear it on your fingers. Then come down and apply it to this door lock. Hurry, Harry nearly shouted. Even he found a request absurd and disgusting. Yet he had a strong intuition that this blood, steeped in extreme fear and the essence of death, might significantly amplify the power of the blood crystal, like some malevolent catalyst. What? Dudley was clearly horrified by this dreadful request. No, I don't want to. That S. The threat of death overwhelmed his fear of the gruesome. Outside, Harry heard Dudley retching violently and stumbling up the stairs. He seemed to be lurching chaotically. Harry gripped the now fiery blood crystal, his heart racing. He was gambling, betting on a wild conjecture. Minutes later, Dudley descended the stairs more unsteadily than before. Nearly tumbling down, his voice filled with a broken cry. I smeared it. It was so awful. Get away from the door lock. Step back. Harry shouted immediately. He no longer hesitated, concentrating all his mental strength, not to merely touch the blood crystal, but to guide the restless energy within it. Imbued with resentment and the essence of death, forcefully directing it towards the door lock stained with the blood of Uncle Vernon or Aunt Petunia. With blood as his catalyst, he instinctively uttered the ancient phrase, inscribed on the edge of a page of Tempest E.T. Sang, the purpose of which remained unknown to him. At the moment his voice fell silent, the blood crystal erupted with a blinding, heart-stopping crimson light, a torrent of potent, frigid energy laden with negative emotions. Surged forth under his command. Crack! The sound of intense metal corrosion echoed from the sturdy door lock outside, accompanied by a horrifying noise that resembled flesh being dissolved. A pungent stench, thick with the scent of rust and blood, quickly wafted through the crack of the door. Outside, Dudley emitted a terrified shriek, as if he had witnessed something exceedingly dreadful. Harry himself was taken aback. He had merely intended to test whether he could interfere with the internal structure of the lock, never anticipating such a violent and malevolent outcome. Moments later, the glow of the blood crystal faded, and the torrent of energy dissipated. The corrosive sounds from outside ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings once more, with only the nauseating stench lingering. Harry took a deep breath, suppressing his horror, and tentatively pushed against the cupboard door. Creak! The door surprisingly opened ajar. The lock had indeed been corroded. He felt an overwhelming surge of joy as he forcefully pushed the cupboard door wide open. At last, a relatively spacious area came into view. Yet he could not afford to relish his newfound freedom. His gaze immediately turned to the lock. What he beheld was the once sturdy metal core, now appearing as though it had been immersed in a caustic acid, riddled with grotesque, red-black rust that was even emitting faint wisps of a nauseating vapor. Meanwhile, Dudley lay slumped on the floor several meters away, his face pale as a ghost. His pants dampened, pointing at the lock with fingers stained with dark red blood, rendered speechless and gasping for breath. Harry, battling nausea and fear, stepped out of the cupboard. The air of freedom did not bring him relief. Rather, the oppressive silence of the ominous house rendered him even more unsettled. He glanced at the incapacitated Dudley before raising his gaze toward the dark staircase leading to the second floor. There lay the source of his terror. The truth he must confront. He needed to uncover what Pearson had done. He needed to ascertain the precise condition of the Dursleys. More importantly, he had to ascend in search of any clue that might reveal Pearson's identity, intentions, or how to navigate the current predicament. Perhaps the Dursleys' room would hold some remnants. Taking a deep breath, Harry forced himself to take a step toward the enveloping darkness of the staircase. Each step felt unbearably heavy. Dolly gazed at him, his eyes brimming with profound terror, seemingly wishing to intervene, yet unable to utter a sound. As he ascended further, the pungent stench of blood became increasingly overwhelming. At last, he arrived at the threshold of the master bedroom. The door stood ajar, shrouded in darkness. Harry's hand trembled slightly as he cautiously pushed the door open. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, barely illuminating the scene within. The first sight that met his eyes was a large area of the floor, stained dark red and black with blood that had not yet fully congealed. A shocking sight. Following the trail of blood, Harry beheld Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia. They lay side by side on the floor, their eyes wide with terror, fixed on the ceiling, their faces frozen in the ultimate fear of their last moments. Their chests were in disarray. Strangely, their bodies appeared exceedingly unnatural, as if completely drained of moisture, resembling two skeletons clothed in human skin. This was no mere act of slaughter. It was an evil ritual. Had Pearson siphoned their life force? A wave of nausea and dread surged through Harry, threatening to overwhelm him. He forced himself to look away, his gaze darting around the room. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to Uncle Vernon's plump, now shriveled hand. His fingers were tightly clenched around something not belonging in the bedroom. It was a jagged, irregular fragment of black material, neither metal nor wood. Upon it, an obscure red pigment seemed to outline an extraordinarily bizarre and dizzying symbol. Was this something Uncle Vernon had torn from Pearson in his final struggle? Harry's heart raced. A clue. Suppressing his fear and nausea, he edged closer, crouching carefully to pry open Uncle Vernon's stiff fingers and retrieve the fragment. Just as his fingertips were about to touch the cold shard, a soft yet distinct cracking sound echoed from the shadowy corner of the bedroom behind him. Then, a voice Harry knew all too well, now tinged with utter terror, cried out in a wail, "Little master, run, run away." It was Corey. It had finally appeared, yet its words plunged Harry into an icy abyss of dread. It was not after Muggles. It was a hound, come to hunt him. Quick, Corey's shriek abruptly ceased, replaced by the low, commanding rumble of an engine approaching from outside the bedroom window, growing ever closer. Two blinding white beams of light, akin to searchlights, burst through the curtains, casting the entire bloody room in a ghastly pallor, enveloping Harry's figure completely. A car had silently come to a stop outside number 4, Privet Drive. The engine roared ominously, as if proclaiming the fate of its prey. The car door swung open. A pair of gleaming, immaculate black leather shoes stepped onto the pristine sidewalk before the Dursley residence. Chapter 18, The Return of the Hound. Master, run, run for your life. Corey's piercing, terror-laden wail shattered the stagnant, blood-soaked air of the bedroom like an icicle. He is not here for the Muggles. He is the Hound. He has come to hunt you down. The term Hound? To pursue me? Harry's mind was momentarily blank, overwhelmed by this sudden revelation. Wasn't Pearson the exorcist summoned by the Dursleys? Was I his target from the very beginning? The time beacon? Does it refer to what Pearson took from my parents? What is it? Suddenly, Corey's warning ceased, replaced by the distant yet authoritative rumble of an engine drawing nearer, like the low growl of a beast detecting its prey. It filled Harry's eardrums in an instant. Immediately thereafter, two blinding, cold white beams of headlights pierced through the drawn curtains, illuminating the blood-soaked bedroom and Harry's frozen figure beside Uncle Vernon's corpse in an eerie pallor. A vehicle had silently come to a halt outside number 4 Privet Drive. The engine continued to roar, exuding an undeniable, crushing intimidation, as if coldly declaring, "The prey has been locked on." The sound of the car door opening resonated sharply through the stillness of the night. A pair of impeccably polished black leather shoes, reflecting light with a pristine sheen, confidently descended upon the clean sidewalk before the Disley home. The sole struck the ground with a crisp, rhythmic sound, each step echoing like a thud upon Harry's abruptly halted heart. So swift, the time beacon Corey mentioned could enable such rapid returns. A profound dread washed over Harry like ice water, freezing him in place. He could almost sense those calm, ruthless eyes piercing through the walls, pinpointing him with chilling accuracy. Run. He had to flee immediately. The instinct for survival finally overwhelmed his shock and fear, and Harry felt the very blood in his veins surge anew. He spun around, disregarding the potentially crucial shard in Uncle Vernon's hand, and, like a startled rabbit, bolted toward the bedroom door. Thud, thud, thud outside the steady, measured footfalls, unhurried yet imbued with lethal pressure, had already reached the porch, making their way toward the front door. The sound of a key being inserted into the lock. He actually possessed a key to the Dursley home. Harry scrambled down the stairs, his heart racing as if it might leap from his throat. His mind raced. Where to? The cupboard? No, that S8 dead end. The kitchen? The back door. Yes, the back door. He stumbled into the kitchen, lunging for the back door, twisting the doorknob with all his might. Locked, bolted from the outside, just like the cupboard. Despair washed over him once more. Bang! The sound of the front door opening and closing echoed. Pearson had entered. He had heard Harry's commotion in the kitchen. The footsteps showed no sign of hesitation. Heading straight for the kitchen, the ominous countdown echoed like the tolling of death. Harry leaned against the frigid back door, cold sweat instantly saturating his back. His frantic gaze sweeping across the kitchen in search of any potential weapon or hiding place. The knife rack? Too far. Under the dining table? Easily visible. It was hopeless. Just then, a feeble, trembling voice pierced through the chaos. "Little master, over here, quickly." Corey's voice emerged from beneath the dishwasher in the corner of the kitchen. A gap in the toe kick had been mysteriously opened, revealing a dark passage leading beneath the house's foundation. Corey's large, terrified eyes shimmered in the darkness. A chance for escape. Corey had excavated a secret tunnel beneath the Dursley's residence. When had this occurred? With no time for contemplation. The instinct for survival propelled Harry forward like an arrow, scrambling to squeeze into the narrow space. At that very moment, the imposing figure of Pearson materialized silently at the kitchen doorway, like a wraith. Moonlight and distant streetlights illuminated him from behind, casting an elongated shadow that resembled a grotesque, distorted demon, completely enveloping Harry. His expression remained inscrutable, but his cold, terrifying eyes glimmered with a predatory light, locking onto Harry with eerie precision. In his hand, he held a complex, compass-like instrument seemingly crafted of pure silver. Its needle spun wildly, emitting a faint buzzing sound, before finally stabilizing and pointing directly at Harry. "I've found you." Pearson's voice was calm, yet laced with an unsettling certainty. He raised his other hand, not wielding a wand, but a short staff as dark as ink, adorned with a crimson gem at its tip. The staff pointed menacingly at Harry, the gem beginning to radiate an ominous glow. Harry had managed to partially enter the passage, but his legs remained exposed. He could sense the terrifying magical energy gathering behind him. If struck, he would undoubtedly be rendered utterly defenseless. No. Harry let out a desperate scream, straining to pull himself further inside. In that critical moment, Corey shrieked, "Do not harm the little master." He lunged from the tunnel with astonishing courage, his slender fingers abruptly pointing at the chandelier above the kitchen. Crash! The enormous glass shade of the chandelier exploded without warning. Countless shards of glass rained down upon Pearson like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, a burst of brilliant sparks erupted from the short-circuited wires. This sudden physical attack and blinding light evidently took Pearson by surprise. He instinctively stepped back, raising his arm to shield himself from the glass fragments, momentarily interrupting the incantation of his staff. "Run." Corey exerted every ounce of strength to shove Harry into the passage. "Corey!" Harry screamed in anguish. But Corey's small form was struck by the dark red light, emitting a sharp, fleeting cry, instantly becoming rigid, before collapsing like a marionette with severed strings, leaving his fate uncertain. "Corey!" Harry's tears streamed down his face, his heart feeling as though it had been violently torn apart. Yet, he understood that he could not afford to halt his escape. Corey had purchased him precious moments of survival with his sacrifice. With tears in his eyes and gritted teeth, he scrambled forward on all fours through the dark, dusty, and cobweb-laden confines of the narrow passage. He could hear the indifferent footsteps of Pearson approaching the entrance from the kitchen behind him. This tunnel was not long. It seemed hastily excavated by Corey, extending only to the underbrush in the side yard of the house. Chapter 19. The Despairing Beacon. Harry clawed his way forward desperately, his lungs burning with agony, until he finally glimpsed the faint moonlight filtering through the roots of the bushes ahead. He burst forth into the open. The frigid night air rushed into his chest. He was free, in the side yard of number 4, Privet Drive. But he dare not linger. Pearson could emerge at any moment. Run. He must flee this dreadful place. Escape the cold-blooded hound. However, he had barely taken 2 steps when the silver ring hanging around his neck suddenly flared with intense heat, scorching enough that he nearly believed his skin would be seared. Simultaneously, the blood crystal in his pocket began to vibrate violently, as if summoned by some overwhelming force, emitting a blinding crimson light that pierced through the fabric. Harry gasped in pain, sensing that these 2 objects were attempting to detach from his body, drawn toward a specific direction. Instinctively, he followed the powerful pull. Across the street, on the shadowy sidewalk, stood Pearson, who had seemingly materialized there in an instant. The silver compass in his hand radiated a brilliant white light, akin to a searchlight, firmly locking onto Harry. More precisely, it was fixated upon the silver ring and blood crystal, both of which were exhibiting extreme reactions. Pearson observed the readings on the compass, and for the first time, a flicker of unmasked fervor and greed crossed his calm demeanor. It appeared that this acquisition surpassed all expectations. He cared not for Harry himself. He was solely interested in the treasures Harry possessed. He was the hound sent for this very purpose. Pearson raised his black short staff once more, the ruby at its tip glowing brightly, clearly preparing for a more potent and precise capture. Harry looked around in despair. An empty street, closed doors and windows. No one could aid him. He had nowhere to flee. In this moment of utter hopelessness, a piercing sound, reminiscent of something that could rupture eardrums, suddenly sliced through the air from above. A brilliant, white lightning-like beam descended from the night sky, targeting not Harry, nor Pearson, but the ground between them. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted. The asphalt was blasted into a charred crater, debris scattering in all directions. The forceful shockwave knocked Harry to the ground, leaving his ears ringing. Pearson was also forced to step back from this unforeseen assault, the light from his staff extinguishing instantly. He abruptly looked up at the sky, his face betraying an expression of uncertainty for the first time. Who is it? Harry struggled to lift his head and beheld a tall, gaunt figure cloaked in dark robes, descending from the night sky on a flying broomstick with astonishing speed. The cloak billowed ominously in the wind, obscuring the figure's features. Another wizard? The broom rider showed no signs of hesitation. As they swooped down, they once again brandished their wand. This time, it was unmistakably a conventional wand. Stupefied, a sharp, furious cry, sounding rather feminine, echoed from above. A robust beam of crimson light shot straight towards Pearson. Pearson reacted swiftly, rolling to the side in a desperate bid to evade the stunning spell. The red beam struck the wall behind him, exploding into a cloud of brick dust. Mind your own business, Pearson growled, seemingly recognizing the intruder, his tone laced with irritation and a hint of trepidation. Without a moment's pause, he raised a silver compass and pressed down forcefully. Buzz! The compass erupted in a blinding radiance, illuminating a small area around them as brightly as day. In an instant, Pearson's figure vanished into thin air, along with his presence, leaving no trace behind as if he had never existed. Only a charred crater remained on the street, accompanied by the faint remnants of magical energy lingering in the air. The broom riding which descended gracefully not far from Harry, her broomstick thudding heavily against the ground. She, judging by her stature and voice, quickly tossed back her hood, revealing a pale face with sharp features and a piercing gaze. Her gray eyes scanned the surroundings warily before finally settling on Harry, who sat on the ground, paralyzed with fear. Her gaze flicked over the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead, a flicker of complex emotions crossing her features before being replaced by a grave seriousness. He used a portkey to escape, she stated calmly and swiftly, exuding an air of competence. Are you all right, child? Harry opened his mouth, but no sound emerged. He could only gasp for breath, his heart racing uncontrollably. He recognized this woman. Though she appeared much younger than he remembered, her gray hair and sharp eyes were unmistakable. She was Matilda Mott Hopkirk, a member of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, the very ministry employee who had been turned away by Uncle Vernon years ago. What was she doing here? And why had she saved him? She crouched down, her brow furrowed tightly as her expression turned exceedingly serious and shocked. This is the ancient crest of the Potter family? And this is a crystallization of deep resentment. Child, where did you acquire these items? Was that scavenger here for them? Scavenger? Was she referring to Pearson? Did she know his identity? Harry's mind spun in confusion, overwhelmed by the deluge of information. She extended her hand towards him. Get up, child. Come with me. I will take you to a safe place. A safe place? The Ministry of Magic? Harry gazed at the outstretched hand belonging to an official witch, and recalled the anguished cries of Corey, the shriveled corpses of the Dursleys, Pearson's greedy, cold gaze, and that so-called time beacon. Could he trust her? Was the Ministry truly a safe haven? Did Pearson's hound have accomplices within the Ministry of Magic? Her appearance seemed far too coincidental. A profound sense of hesitation and doubt enveloped him. Yet, at this moment, he appeared to have no better options. Remaining on Privet Drive would lead to certain demise. Trembling, Harry slowly raised his hand, yearning to grasp Hopkirk's. Just as his fingertips were about to make contact, Hopkirk's expression abruptly shifted. It was as if she sensed something exceedingly dreadful, swiftly turning to face the lifeless house at number 4. This was dire. Within that dwelling, her gray eyes filled with terror. And there was life? No, rather, a more potent beacon had been activated. From the window of the blood-soaked master bedroom on the 2nd floor, an ominous, shadowy crimson light emanated, as if it had coalesced all despair and death. The source of that light appeared to be the black shard clutched tightly in Uncle Vernon's lifeless hand. It was autonomously activating, radiating magical waves 100-fold stronger than silver rings and blood crystals, like a desperate beacon guiding all predators lurking in darkness. Damn it! Hopkirk's face paled instantly, a trace of fear creeping in. It was the martyr's beacon. How could this object manifest here? We must flee. Immediately. She disregarded Harry's will and forcefully seized his arm with astonishing strength, attempting to drag him onto the broom. But it was already too late. Buzz! An invisible yet immensely powerful, bone-chilling pressure surged forth, centered on number 4 Privet Drive, erupting outward like a tangible tsunami. The night sky seemed to freeze. The air grew thick and heavy, and the distant sounds of insects and barking dogs vanished in an instant. Time appeared to come to a standstill. The motions of Harry and Hopkirk froze simultaneously, as if encased in invisible ice. Not even their fingertips could stir. The color drained from Hopkirk's face. Her eyes brimming with unprecedented despair, she struggled to squeeze out a few words. The essence of the timekeeper has been summoned. Harry felt an ancient, cold, and merciless will, far older than Pearson, even more chilling than the fragments of Voldemort's memories, slowly descending with an inexorable force akin to the motion of planets. This will swept across the street, passing over them, ultimately settling upon the window, radiating ominous crimson light. Then, a voice that defied description, as if composed of countless gears turning and metal grinding, echoed chillingly in the deepest recesses of Harry and Hopkirk's minds. Severe temporal paradox and a legal beacon detected. Executing cleansing protocol. Chapter 20, Despair Frozen. Executing cleansing protocol. That frigid, inhuman voice, wrought from the clamor of innumerable gears and metal friction, resonated like the ultimate judgment, etching itself into the very souls of Harry and Hopkirk. Time seemed irrevocably frozen. Harry felt as though he were an insect encased in amber. Even his thoughts had grown sluggish and laborious. He found himself utterly immobilized, unable to breathe, blink, or even stir, his gaze fixed ahead. The streets, houses, and trees were all cloaked in an eerie, translucent frost of icy blue, as if the entire world had been abruptly plunged into an eternal ice age. The air was suffused with a stifling, deathly silence akin to absolute zero. Mrs. Hopkirk remained frozen in the act of attempting to pull him onto the broom, her face a mask of horror and despair, her gray eyes devoid of life, resembling mere glass beads. The icy blue frost swiftly enveloped her, rendering her a lifelike ice sculpture. Was this the power of the Time Guardian? It was not a battle, but rather the obliteration of rules. An endless terror seized Harry. He would be next. He would be utterly erased. Struggle. He must struggle. He frantically summoned the meager magic within him, trying to break free from this intangible freeze. But like an ant attempting to shake a tree, his power seemed laughably insignificant against that vast, frigid will. The scar on his forehead throbbed painfully once more, as if it too had cracked under the extreme cold. He could even feel the connection to Voldemort deep within his soul, twisting and destabilizing under this absolute force. Just as his consciousness teetered on the brink of complete freezing, plunging into eternal darkness, a hum erupted. The silver ring ceased to merely radiate warmth and instead erupted with an unprecedented, blinding silver light. It was as if a miniature sun had exploded within his chest. An ancient, overwhelming warmth surged forth like a torrent, flooding into his nearly frozen limbs and body. This power resonated with his very essence, imbued with a sense of temporal weight and bloodline resonance, forcibly opening a small pocket of time and space that remained unfrozen. Although his body still lay largely immobile, his mind became instantly lucid. Almost simultaneously, the blood crystal in his pocket reacted violently. It did not emit light. Instead, like a cornered beast's heart, it contracted fiercely, unleashing all the pent-up resentment, fear, and despair within it with unprecedented intensity, relentlessly pouring into Harry's body. Harry let out a silent scream within. The two distinct forces, the ancient guardianship of the silver ring and the despairing malice of the blood crystal, clashed violently within his body, intertwining and colliding. The excruciating pain threatened to tear his soul asunder. On one side lay warm redemption, on the other, cold damnation. His consciousness teetered on the edge of collapse under this extreme torment of ice and fire. However, it was this intense, paradoxical conflict of energies within him that inadvertently disrupted the external, absolute, freezing power's encroachment upon his body. It was as if two different rules were battling inside him, momentarily creating a precariously unstable equilibrium. Harry gained a fleeting, almost negligible ability to move, perhaps only a fraction of a second. What could he do? Escape? Impossible. Attack? An even more ludicrous notion. His gaze swept abruptly over the rigid figure of Ms. Hopkirk, lingering on her hand, which still clutched his arm tightly, then shifting to the wand held firmly in her other hand. Finally, it settled upon a small object at her waist that resembled a leather spyglass. This spyglass was spinning frantically, emitting a faint, mournful cry that only he could perceive. A frenzied, desperate thought struck Harry like a bolt of lightning. He recalled a particularly obscure illustration in Tempest E.T. saying, accompanied by a cautionary note, when two supreme temporal forces clash, they may momentarily tear the veil of the present. Yet the anchor points are elusive and the cost is immense. An anchor point. He needed a coordinate to stabilize time, a beacon strong enough to guide him through the turbulent currents of time. And before him was a ready-made, wildly alert spyglass, intricately linked to the Ministry of Magic. It existed solely to detect abnormal magic. Time was of the essence. That cold will seem to sense the anomaly within him, and an even greater pressure bore down upon him, like an iceberg. The silver ring began to flicker violently, and the energy of the blood crystal was on the verge of depletion. Harry concentrated the fragment of strength he had just regained, not to break free, but to channel it entirely into the tips of his fingers, the only part he could still barely move. Then, with all his might, he poured the conflicting, unstable energy, an amalgamation of the protective force of the silver ring and the vengeful essence of the blood crystal, through his fingertips and forcefully injected it into the spyglass at Ms. Hopkirk's waist. He was uncertain of the exact procedure. He merely emulated the method he had previously used to guide the blood crystal energy to corrode the lock, wagering everything on this desperate gamble. Give me a coordinate, he roared deep within his soul. It felt as though a century passed, yet also as if it were but a fleeting moment. The small spyglass, having endured Harry's reckless infusion of chaotic and powerful energy, first stuttered, then revealed countless intricate silver patterns on its surface, reminiscent of the gears within a clock. Immediately after, it erupted, but the explosion did not result in fragments. Instead, it birthed a wildly spinning, exceedingly unstable, silver-gray vortex. The first to be affected were Harry and Ms. Hopkirk, who stood closest. No, Harry seemed to hear Ms. Hopkirk's last terrified scream echoing deep within her consciousness. Her icy, sculpted form was instantly engulfed by the vortex, vanishing without a trace. As for Harry, due to the depletion of energy and the overwhelming pull, his vision darkened, and he completely lost control of his body, being violently drawn toward the perilous, unknown temporal vortex. At the very moment he was about to be utterly consumed, his blurred vision caught sight of the rigid hand that had been gripping his arm, the severed hand of Ms. Hopkirk, perhaps torn apart in the explosion, which, propelled by inertia, flew alongside him into the vortex. Simultaneously, the light of the silver ring at his chest faded completely, becoming an ashen shadow, as if it had exhausted all its power. As the blood crystal emitted an almost imperceptible sound, akin to a sigh, it shattered completely, transforming into a small handful of dark red powder that dispersed into the air. This was the price of wielding forbidden power. It was the last thought that crossed Harry's mind before he lost consciousness. Chapter 21. The Choice of the Silver Ring. It felt as though an eternity had passed. It could have been but a fleeting moment. Time's passage lost its significance in that instant, leaving only an endless descent and a sensation of tearing. The lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead throbbed with a searing intensity, as if a heated branding iron were pressed against it, while a more profound pain gripped his chest, each breath accompanied by a bone-deep ache, reminiscent of being savagely struck by a giant's fist. He felt his magical essence nearly depleted, an unprecedented void seizing him, his mind buzzing with chaotic thoughts as if assailed by countless fine needles. He realized he was lying in a narrow, damp, and incessantly swaying space. Each movement caused his bones to painfully scrape against the hard, cold surface beneath him. The surrounding light was profoundly dim, with only a few feeble rays seeping in from a vague blot high above, barely outlining chaotic shapes piled together. The air was thick with a nauseating blend of scents, the putrid odor of decaying fish, the acrid stench of rusted metal, and the damp, earthy aroma of river water mixed with the stench of rotting organic matter. Each inhalation was a torment. Where am I? How'd I end up here? The last fragment of memory was the distorted, swelling vortex of time and space on Privet Drive, the blinding green light, and the heart-wrenching screams. A strong sense of foreboding surged within him as he struggled to turn his neck, overcoming the ache in his cervical spine, and lowered his gaze to his right hand. His pupils dilated suddenly. His heart momentarily ceased its rhythm. His right hand was gripped in a deathly spasm, holding tightly, rigidly, onto a cold, colorless, severed hand that belonged to a woman. The wrist bore a horrific gash, violently torn, with blood and flesh in a gruesome state, exposing pale bone fragments and darkened, congealed veins. The skin at the break displayed an eerie grayish hue. It was the severed hand of Mrs. Hopkirk, who had appeared on Privet Drive, attempting to assist, or perhaps intervene him. Harry's stomach churned violently, a wave of acidic bile surging up his throat. He retched several times, the overwhelming nausea and fear nearly suffocating him. Instinctively, he sought to release this dreadful, ominous remnant, but his fingers, stiff from prolonged grip and cold, refused to loosen. Yet at that moment, amidst his profound terror, he noticed the curled fingers of the severed hand were still tightly grasping something. That object was lodged between the pale, rigid fingers, faintly reflecting a glimmer of light. It was not a wand. Harry forced down the roiling contents of his stomach and the rising tide of fear, trembling as he extended his left hand, painstakingly prying apart the cold, rock-like fingers. At last, he retrieved the object. It was a small, somewhat charred and damaged name tag, seemingly made of metal, upon which delicate magical etchings formed several clear lines of text. Matilda Hopkirk, Magical Law Enforcement, Time Anomalies Investigation Office. No, Tao Siete. The Time Anomalies Investigation Office. Tao. Harry's heart felt as though it were gripped fiercely by an icy hand, leaping in shock. Ms. Hopkirk was certainly no ordinary employee of the Ministry of Magic. The very name of her department seemed to indicate a specialized unit dedicated to handling anomalies akin to his own. Was it indeed tasked with addressing time travel or other severe disruptions to the natural flow of time? Was her prior coincidental appearance on Privet Drive truly mere happenstance? Or was she intentionally pursuing him? What could her true intentions be? To protect? To surveil? To gather data? Or was she merely adopting a more covert and official approach, similar to that of the deranged Pearson, who sought to rectify him? A torrent of questions surged forth like a flood, intertwining with the agony in his body and the emptiness of his magic, nearly overwhelming him. A deeper chill washed over him, stemming not merely from his physical state. Yet, before he could glean any clarity from this shocking revelation, a clattering sound echoed through the confined, frigid space he occupied. Clang, clang. This narrow, icy chamber felt reminiscent of ship's hold. Judging by the dull noise and violent rocking, it seemed to be an old, small cargo or fishing vessel in motion. How had he ended up on this ship? Had the uncontrollable temporal vortex not only torn apart everything around him, but also discarded him, like refuse, onto some vessel in the North Sea? He presumed. It was utterly bewildering. Harry stifled the overwhelming discomfort and rising fear, summoning the last remnants of his strength to clutch the sharp-edged metal identification tag, stained with dark red blood, tightly in his palm. The cold sensation pierced his skin, Yet it might be his sole clue and source of information at present, and he could not afford to lose it. Gritting his teeth against the protests of his muscles, he leaned against the cold, rough, rust-laden, and suspiciously slimy wall of the hold, slowly propping himself up. Each movement brought forth new agony. He squinted, striving to adjust to the dim light, scanning his surroundings. This appeared to be a small, cramped storage compartment, too low for him to stand upright. In one corner lay heaps of tattered fishing nets emitting a pungent fishy odor, decaying ropes, and several empty wooden crates. The air was thick with foulness, a noxious blend of the previous stench, diesel, and mold. The sole source of light came from a small, palm-sized vent above the sidewall, obscured by thick grime and salt deposits, barely illuminating a patch of darkness. He struggled to shift his body closer to the vent, using his fingers to wipe the murky glass, or perhaps plastic, attempting to discern the situation outside. His fingertips became smeared with dark filth. He managed to clear a small patch of relative clarity, squinting as he gazed outside at an oppressive, leaden sky and an endless expanse of tumultuous, foreboding dark gray waters, perhaps sea. The enormous waves intermittently crashed against the vessel, obscuring his vision. He was indeed aboard a ship, navigating through an expanse of vast waters. But where was this river? The lower reaches of the Thames? Or had he already ventured into the sea? Was he still near London? Or had he been carried far away? Suddenly, the ship tilted and swayed more violently, as if struggling to make a turn. The engine roared louder, and the hull emitted a groan under the weight of its burden. Through the small patch of blurred sight, Harry's gaze instinctively followed the direction of the river's flow. In the next moment, his breath caught in his throat, and the blood in his veins seemed to freeze entirely. A primal fear, emanating from the depths of his soul, seized him instantaneously, colder than any malevolent curse. Just ahead, at a bend in the river or sea, loomed a foreboding fortress, jagged and menacing, relentlessly battered by the inky waves. This fortress, constructed of some immense, non-reflective, obsidian rock, twisted and grotesque in form, appeared as if it had sprouted directly from the depths of hell. Towering spires, resembling grotesque black spines, brutally pierced the oppressive, gray sky, exuding an aura of sacrilege. Surrounding the fortress were no discernible windows, only a multitude of narrow shooting holes, akin to the eye sockets of a skull, peering into this desolate expanse. The entire structure was enveloped in a palpable darkness, emanating a suffocating despair, an essence of deep-seated anguish and twisted madness. Even from such a distance, Harry could distinctly sense a chilling, bone-deep magical force that seemed capable of siphoning away all joy, hope, and warmth. This power intensified the burning of his scar, as if issuing a dire warning. Was this a prison upon the sea? A magical one? Harry's mind raced to recall the tomes and legends he had encountered in his former life. Such a terrifying presence in the magical world could only belong to a prison of utter torment. A name, resonating like a blood-soaked thunderclap, echoed in his mind, instilling a terror that nearly shattered his spirit. Azkaban, the most tightly guarded, fearsome wizarding prison in the British magical realm. The den of Dementors. Had the chaotic vortex of time and space hurled him from Privet Drive directly above the North Sea, cast him near Azkaban? This was a cruel and vicious jest of fate. Just as this horrifying realization left him shattered, limbs numb and mind paralyzed, rusty, seemingly precarious iron door of the cargo hold was suddenly yanked open from the outside with brute force. A cold, damp sea breeze rushed in, mingling with a cacophony of noise and the pungent scent of inferior alcohol. A towering figure, resembling a bear, clad in waterlogged rain boots and a soiled coat, stood at the doorway, nearly obscuring all light. His face, swollen and flushed with an unhealthy hue, bore the unmistakable mark of a drunken crew member. He fixed his bleary, alcohol-soaked eyes upon the ragged, terrified child, stained with blood, who had suddenly appeared within the cabin. Beside Harry lay a chilling, pale, severed hand, grotesquely incongruous in the dim light, a horror that did not belong to this world. The crew member's drunken expression froze in an instant, contorting into one of sheer terror as his complexion drained to a ghastly white. The thick fog of inebriation seemed to dissipate in the face of this unfathomable nightmare. He gasped audibly, pointing at Harry, his finger trembling violently, his voice morphing into a high-pitched wail infused with shock and dread. Merlin's beard. What in the name of all that's holy are you? What did you crawl out from? And what is that thing beside you? His scream, akin to an alarm, immediately drew the attention of other crew members on deck. Old Jonathan? What are you hollering about? Found a stowaway drunkard? Came a gruff voice. No. Wait, come see. Good heavens! This is not right, shouted a third. A cacophony of heavy, chaotic footsteps surged towards the cramped, ominous storeroom. Faces brimming with suspicion, curiosity, and ultimately fear appeared at the entrance, blocking any possible escape for him. Harry huddled in the cold corner, racked with pain, drained of magical energy. Clutching tightly to his bloodied identification badge and wand, which offered little solace in this dire moment, he gazed at the increasing number of hostile, fearful faces, weathered by the sea winds, and his heart sank into an abyss of despair. Just as he had escaped the wolf's den, he had stumbled into the tiger's jaws, right at the gates of Azkaban. The Dementors might sense his fear at any moment and swarm upon him. Despair enveloped him like the coldest ocean water, drowning him completely. Chapter 22. The Prisoner of the North Sea. Merlin's beard. What are you? Where did you spring from? What is that thing beside you? The crew member, his face grotesquely contorted, lost all trace of drunkenness as he pointed at Harry and the icy, severed hand, his voice quaking uncontrollably. The hurried footsteps drew near, and two more crew members, equally filthy and with faces red and roughened by the sea breeze, squeezed into the narrow doorway. Upon witnessing the scene within, they gasped in unison, their expressions filled with horror and disbelief. Good grief! This cabin was empty just moments ago. Where did this child come from? And that hand, did it escape from Azkaban? A younger crew member stammered, his eyes wide with terror as he glanced outside at the looming, monstrous fortress, a harbinger of dread. The name Azkaban rendered all the crew members' faces even paler, as if merely uttering it would invite calamity. Harry's heart raced wildly within his chest, threatening to shatter his ribs. Despair and dread enveloped him like the frigid waters of the North Sea, submerging him in an instant. Clutching the blood-stained identity badge tightly, his nails dug into his palm as he endeavored to maintain his composure through the pain. He must not panic. He could not, under any circumstances, acknowledge any connection to Azkaban. For if these terrified Muggle crew members sought to protect themselves, he could only dread the lengths to which they might go. He had to concoct a tale, a narrative that would momentarily deceive them, buying him precious time. As several crew members exchanged terrified glances, seemingly poised to resort to drastic measures, perhaps even casting him into the sea, Harry suddenly lifted his head, summoning every ounce of strength to project an air of undeniable, age-defying calmness. Despite his disheveled appearance, a testament to the fortitude cultivated by his adult soul and the mental discipline of his past life. I am not a fugitive. His voice, hoarse from weakness and anxiety, rang out with remarkable clarity. I am a victim. My family and I were attacked. The assailant was a madman in a black cloak. He used some form of malevolent explosive. I was knocked unconscious and awakened adrift on a small raft, only to be struck by your vessel. He spoke rapidly, his gaze sweeping over the severed hand on the ground, suppressing his nausea as he added this. This is my aunt's. She sacrificed herself to protect me. His voice quivered with genuine sorrow, a reflection of the profound grief that surged within him, not entirely feigned. As the harrowing images of the Dursley's tragic demise flashed before his eyes, reddening his gaze, this half-truth seemed to have some effect. The doubts etched on the crew members' faces lingered. Yet the impulse to treat him as a pariah diminished somewhat. A child who had endured an explosion, lost loved ones, and fortuitously drifted to their vessel was undeniably more credible and more deserving of sympathy than a peculiar creature that had escaped from Azkaban. En explosion? A madman in a black cloak? The burly crew member who had first discovered Harry furrowed his brow, a flicker of confusion and wariness crossing his murky eyes. There haven't been any recent accident reports in this vicinity, and you just appeared in a locked cabin. Jack, take a look at his clothes, remarked another, slightly older man who seemed to assume the role of captain, his skin weathered and his demeanor steady, pointing at Harry's worn-out t-shirt and ill-fitting trousers, which, though soiled, were indeed ordinary Muggle attire, not prison garb. And his accent, it's from the South. Jack, the burly crew member, leaned in closer, scrutinizing Harry with suspicion, particularly the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, which Harry instinctively tilted away from. You say you came from the South? How did you drift all the way to the depths of the North Sea? This isn't just a small river. Harry's heart raced, realizing he had overlooked a critical geographical detail. How could a child possibly drift from southern England to the distant North Sea? Just as his mind raced, attempting to fabricate a more plausible explanation, perhaps being kidnapped to the north before the assault, a chilling, soul-piercing wail erupted from outside the window, a lament so harrowing it seemed capable of siphoning all joy from the world. Dementors! Harry's blood instantly turned to ice. Although he had never witnessed it firsthand, He had experienced the terror described in countless books and films from his past life. The Dementors of Azkaban. They had arrived. Almost as soon as the wails echoed, the light within the cabin seemed to dim, and an overwhelming chill pervaded the air, filled with despair and helplessness. They were back again. The young crew member crouched down, clutching his head, his face pale and trembling. Cursed creatures. Each time they neared that accursed prison. It was always like this. The older captain's expression soured dramatically as he abruptly turned to the window, where he beheld several Dementors draped in tattered cloaks, towering to 3 meters, exuding an aura of decay and despair, gliding like phantoms over the dim sea, slowly drifting towards their small vessel. They appeared to be drawn to the sudden surge of agony and fear emanating from the ship. Quick, start the engine. Full power. Get us out of here. The captain shouted frantically into the intercom, his voice cracking with terror. The ship shuddered violently. The engine roared in a deep growl, and the speed surged as they attempted to flee the cursed waters. Yet the Dementors seemed determined to pursue them, hastening closer, their frigid, joy-sucking presence looming ever nearer. Inside the cabin, despair enveloped them all. The crew, consumed by their own fears, no longer cared about Harry's origins. Crouched in a corner, Harry felt an unprecedented chill and hopelessness eroding his will. The joyful memories of familial warmth from his past life. The wonder of witnessing magic for the first time after his transition. Even a faint glimmer of hope for the future became hazy, as if obscured by a thick layer of ash. His fingertips began to grow cold and numb. No, he could not succumb. He bit down hard on his tongue, the sharp pain momentarily jolting him back to awareness. However, under the influence of the Dementors, those memories felt distant and powerless. Just as he felt his consciousness being engulfed by an endless void of icy despair, the silver ring on his chest, now dim and seemingly devoid of strength, suddenly vibrated ever so slightly. Like a star on the verge of extinguishing, it emitted a final flicker of light, a stream of warmth, faint yet pure, akin to the thawing waters of early spring, flowed gently from the silver ring into his nearly frozen heart. This warmth was so slight that it could not dispel the formidable force of the Dementors, nor could it restore sensation to his fingers. Yet it acted as an anchor, safeguarding the very essence of his consciousness, preventing him from being entirely submerged by the overwhelming despair, maintaining a bare minimum of clarity. The silver ring was still protecting him. Even in its weakened state, Harry struggled to cling to this glimmer of lucidity, like the last flickering candle flame in a storm. The Dementors outside drew nearer, their decayed hands nearly brushing against the ship's railing. At that moment, Chapter 23, The Vessel of Sinners. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, several dazzling beams of silvery light shot forth from the direction of Azkaban Fortress, striking precisely upon the surface of the sea ahead of the Dementors attempting to approach the vessel. It was the Patronus charm, although it appeared not particularly potent, serving merely to ward off and warn. The cold, oppressive atmosphere over the water began to dissipate. While the gloom still lingered, the suffocating sense of despair had lessened significantly. Within the cabin, the crew members who had narrowly escaped sat slumped on the floor, gasping for breath, their faces devoid of color, as if they had just returned from the very brink of death. Damn it, every time I pass this cursed place, it takes years off my life, Jack muttered, his voice still trembling. The captain's complexion had regained a modicum of color, yet his gaze towards Harry became increasingly complex and profound. It seemed he had just noticed Harry's unusual, almost stubborn struggle under the influence of the Dementors, as well as the fleeting, faintly peculiar sensation that had flickered across his chest. The captain approached, crouching before Harry, his eyes sharp as he scrutinized him. Boy, how did you feel just now? The captain remained silent for a few moments, seemingly assessing the truth of Harry's condition. Finally, he sighed and rose to his feet. No matter who you are, where you come from, or what you've encountered, our vessel, the Sea Serpent, is merely a fishing boat. We wish to avoid trouble, especially that of the magical realm. He gestured towards the distant outline of Azkaban. You see, being too close to that wretched place spells nothing but misfortune. We cannot keep you aboard. Harry's heart sank. However, the captain's tone shifted, imbued with a cold pragmatism born from years of living at sea. Given your state, casting you into the sea to feed the fish would be a sin. The next port is a mundane fishing village in Scotland. We will dock there to replenish our fresh water. You will disembark. Whether you live or die depends on your own fate. His gaze fell upon the severed hand, and he frowned. I will dispose of it. If you carry it, you won't make it half a mile before the town's constables apprehend you. Harry's heart tightened. Dispose of it? He could not afford to lose the only clue left by Mrs. Hopkirk. That identification tag was still tightly clenched in his palm, now damp with his perspiration. Yet he dare not protest, and could only nod obediently, whispering a muted thank you. The captain signaled to Jack, who disdainfully wrapped the severed hand in a piece of tattered oilcloth and took it away. Harry was left alone in the storeroom. The ship continued to plow through the waves, though it seemed to have adjusted its course slightly towards the coastline. Moreover, did the silver ring still hold any possibility of recovery after that faint reaction? Without the blood crystal, how would he confront the impending crises? An array of formidable challenges bore down upon him, making it difficult to breathe. Hours passed in a haze of anxiety and exhaustion. As twilight deepened, the outline of the distant coastline grew clearer. The lights of a small fishing village flickered like stars in the gathering dusk. The sea serpent slowed its pace. Approaching the village's humble dock, the captain reappeared at the cabin door, tossing Harry an old, fish-scented crew jacket. Put this on, cover yourself. After disembarking, head east. A small town lies half a day's journey ahead, where a station awaits. Do not disclose that you have come from my ship. Harry silently donned the oversized coat, carefully tucking the name tag into the inner pocket. The vessel slowly approached the shore, the gangway extending. Step down. The captain's voice bore no hint of emotion. Harry inhaled the frigid, briny air, dragging his weary body unsteadily across the gangway, finally setting foot on the cold, hard soil of Scotland. The sea siren lingered not a moment longer, swiftly casting off, its engine roaring as it departed the dock, merging once more into the twilight of the North Sea. Seemingly eager to shed the ominous burden that was he. Alone on the dock, Harry stood, the biting wind whipping at his tattered clothing and disheveled black hair. Before him lay an unfamiliar fishing village, and behind him, the vast, endless sea. With no one to turn to, in an uncertain future, feelings of hunger, cold, fatigue, and fear surged like a tidal wave, threatening to overwhelm him. He needed a place to hide, to rest, to procure some sustenance, and then devise a plan. He tightened the foul-smelling coat around himself, keeping his head down as he moved along the dimly lit dock towards the dilapidated, seemingly abandoned shacks at the village's edge. As he passed a heap of foul-smelling fishing nets and decaying wooden crates, suddenly a cold, clammy hand, covered in some scaly substance, shot out from the shadows and clamped tightly over his mouth. Another equally frigid hand tightened around his neck, and with a force that was anything but human, he was violently dragged into a dark, rancid alley. Harry struggled desperately, but the strength was astonishing. He could not utter a sound, only caught the acrid scent of fish and a familiar metallic tang of rust. Was it the timekeeper? Or perhaps a cohort of Pearsons? Had they followed him here? Despair seized Harry once more. He was roughly thrust into the depths of the alley, crashing heavily onto the cold, damp ground. A tall, shadowy figure, its contours inhuman, slowly leaned down, advancing towards him. By the faint light emanating from the distant dock, Harry's terrified gaze discerned that the figure's face was shrouded in tightly packed, glistening scales, and a pair of pitch-black eyes, devoid of whites, coldly scrutinized him. Was this a hostile aquatic humanoid? The creature opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth, emitting a guttural, incomprehensible language reminiscent of bubbles bursting underwater. Yet this time, perhaps due to the proximity or the heightened sensitivity wrought by his extreme fear, Harry discerned a few repeated phrases. The blood of the sinner taints the sacred. Return or be consumed. The blood of the sinner? Was it referring to him? Was the Potter lineage tainted? The sacred? Return? Consume? What force was this? Harry's mind spun in confusion, utterly unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The aquatic being seemed to grow impatient, its webbed, clawed hand lunging toward Harry's throat. At that critical moment, a voice rang out, "Release that child." A piercing, undeniably authoritative female voice suddenly echoed from the entrance of the alley. A blazing red beam struck with precision against the arm of the aquatic creature, akin to a whip. Harry struggled to turn his head to look. There stood a figure at the mouth of the alley, clad in a sleek black traveling cloak, appearing travel-worn yet standing tall. In her hand, she tightly gripped a wand, the tip of which glimmered with a menacing red light. The hood was slightly raised, revealing strands of vivid, flame-like red hair, and a pair of green eyes that sparkled with a sharp light in the darkness. Those familiar eyes, identical to his own. Harry's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand, and his breath caught in his throat. He recognized that face, from the pages of past tomes, from the memories in the pensieve, from countless imaginings. She is Lily Evans Potter, his mother. This cannot be. Chapter 24, Blood-Red Moonlight. Release that child. The clear female voice cut through the darkness like a bolt of lightning. The searing red spell struck the scaled arm of the creature with precision, igniting a shower of blinding sparks and a foul stench of charred flesh. The aquatic being let out a piercing, anguished shriek, abruptly releasing Harry, its webbed claws clutching its wounded arm, its pitch-black eyes burning with malice as it turned furiously towards the figure with the wand at the alley's entrance. Harry crashed heavily onto the cold, slippery ground, coughing as he gasped for the freedom of fresh air. He laboriously raised his gaze, locking his eyes on the woman standing at the boundary of light and shadow at the alley's mouth. The hood of her cloak had been further dislodged by her recent swift movements, and her fiery red hair fluttered gently in the chill of the Scottish night. The residual glow of magic at the wand's tip illuminated her pale, yet resolute jawline, and those incredibly familiar green eyes, which had appeared countless times only in photographs and dreams, gleamed like the clearest emeralds. Those eyes were sharply and vigilantly focused on the perilous aquatic creature. Yet the peripheral glance they cast upon the fallen Harry bore an undeniable tremor of astonishment and disbelief, particularly as they swept over the lightning-shaped scar faintly visible on his forehead in the dim light. Time seemed to freeze in that instant. Harry could hear the thunderous rush of blood surging to his head and felt the agonizing thrum of his heart pounding against his chest. A tsunami of emotions crashed over the recently fortified barriers of his mind. Shock, elation, fear, confusion, overwhelming grievance, and an indescribable yearning. Mother? Lily Potter? Is this an illusion? Is it a remnant of the Dementor's touch? Or perhaps a more sinister trap? An illusion conjured by Pearson or the Timekeepers? Yet the concern and fury reflected in those eyes felt so real, the magic so familiar and potent, albeit with subtle differences. The magical aura she emanated resonated with a warmth that stirred something deep within him, just as Harry's mind reeled, teetering on the brink of losing all capacity for thought. The injured aquatic creature was evidently enraged. It abandoned Harry, fixating its pitch-black eyes intensely on Lily, emitting a threatening gurgle reminiscent of submerged currents. The scales on its wounded arm, where the spell had struck, curled back, charred and oozing a dark blue liquid reeking of fish. Suddenly, it opened its mouth wide, revealing a dense array of sharp teeth, and a high-pressure jet of water shot forth silently towards Lily, akin to a bullet leaving a chamber. "Be careful," Harry cried out in alarm, his heart nearly leaping from his throat. Lily's response was astonishingly swift. She appeared unperturbed by such an assault, her wand tracing a rapid arc. Armor of protection. An invisible barrier materialized instantaneously before her. The high-pressure water jet collided with the shield, producing a dull thud as it splintered into a spray of droplets. Yet, the sheer force still propelled Lily backward half a step, soaking a large portion of her cloak. Deep diver? Harry caught this unfamiliar term. Was that the name of this creature? The being, referred to as the deep diver, seemed to comprehend Lily's words. Rather than retreating, it grew even more frenzied. It roared in a tongue laced with the sound of bursting bubbles. Blasphemer. The progeny of time must be purified. The sacred place cannot be defiled. It conjured water jets once more, this time 3 in a triangular formation aimed at Lily, while its massive, scaled body lunged forward, claws poised to pierce Lily's heart. The assault was fierce and lethal. Yet, Lily remained composed, her gaze sharp. Instead of bracing herself, she nimbly leaped to the side, her wand flickering with swift precision, shatter to dust. Flames arise. The shattering spell accurately obliterated 2 of the water jets, while the fire spell surged towards the 3rd water jet and the advancing deep diver itself. As water clashed with fire, a vast plume of steam erupted, enveloping the narrow alleyway and obscuring visibility. The deep diver clearly recoiled in fear of the flames, emitting a pained howl as it retreated, multiple areas of its body sizzling from the burns. Amidst the swirling steam, Harry glimpsed Lily's form moving like a specter. Her fighting style starkly contrasted with the majority of wizards he knew. She was more agile, placing greater emphasis on movement and timing, employing spells with a brevity and efficiency born of rigorous combat experience, exuding an intensity and decisiveness he had never associated with her. Who was she truly? What had she endured over the years? Seizing the moment while the deep diver was momentarily repelled by the flames, Lily abruptly turned to Harry, her voice quick and commanding. "Child, can you still move? Run towards me. Quickly." There was no time for hesitation, regardless of whether she was an illusion or reality. She was presently the only one capable of confronting that terrifying creature. Harry suppressed the tumultuous waves of fear within him, gritting his teeth, summoning every ounce of strength he had just regained, and staggered to his feet, stumbling towards Lily, The deep diver unleashed an enraged roar, attempting to breach the steam to intercept Harry. Obstacles loomed ahead. Lily deftly cast an obstacle charm, momentarily hindering the movements of the deep diver. Harry finally reached her side, observing her face up close, more vivid yet strangely unfamiliar. She appeared remarkably youthful, perhaps in her late 20s, with a subtle trace of fatigue and hardship etched across her features. Yet, the brilliance in her emerald eyes shone with the sharpness of an eagle, brimming with resilient vitality. She quickly glanced at Harry, her gaze lingering on the scar upon his forehead for a fleeting moment, her green pupils contracting sharply as if witnessing something profoundly unbelievable. However, she swiftly suppressed all emotion, gripping Harry's arm firmly. "Follow me." Her hand was warm and strong, callous from years of wielding a wand. She pulled him along, unhesitatingly turning to dash out of the alley, racing along the dim, muddy path of the fishing village. Behind them, the sound of the deep diver shattering the obstacle charm, and its furious roars pursued relentlessly. Chapter 25, Blood of the Cursed. This way. Lily seemed quite familiar with the terrain, deftly guiding Harry into a narrower path cluttered with discarded barrels, temporarily evading their pursuers. "Who are you?" Harry gasped, struggling to keep pace, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. Lily's stride did not falter. Her profile appeared particularly stern under the moonlight. "Now is not the time for questions. We must escape that fisherman." Fisherman? Did she refer to that creature as a fisherman? Why was it attacking him? What did it mean by blood of the cursed and holy place? Harry pressed on anxiously, sensing he was on the brink of unraveling a colossal enigma. His bloodline? The Potter lineage? Or perhaps the essence of his transdimensional soul? A profound tremor coursed through Harry's heart. At that moment, the distant sound of crashing waves and the glow of fishing lights faintly reached them from the end of the path. They were nearing the other side of the village. Yet simultaneously, the heavy, damp footfalls and the roars from behind drew ever closer. The deep diver was relentless in its pursuit, and it sounded like there was more than one. "They just one quit." Lily spat, her gaze fierce as she suddenly halted, pulling Harry behind her. It appeared that ordinary banishing charms were ineffective. They would need to teach these creatures a severe lesson. She raised her wand. This time, the spell-esque glow morphed into an eerie, azure mist that swiftly enveloped the alleyway. "Close your eyes. Hold your breath," Lily commanded softly. Harry instinctively complied. Within the azure mist, the anguished cries of the deep diver echoed, as if it were enduring some targeted, immense agony, accompanied by the sound of scales shedding and something being rapidly corroded. This spell seemed specifically designed to target such aquatic beings. Moments later, the mist dissipated. The alley was left littered with melting scales and pools of repulsive dark blue slime. And the two, indeed, there were more than one, deep divers appeared gravely wounded, fleeing in disarray, leaving behind a nauseating stench. Lily drew a slight breath, delicate beads of sweat forming at her temples, clearly indicating that the incantation had taken a considerable toll on her. She retracted her wand and, with vigilance, scanned her surroundings. Only after confirming a temporary safety did she allow herself to relax slightly. Turning around, she gazed at Harry once more. This time, her scrutiny was more meticulous and layered with complexity. She observed his tousled black hair, those emerald eyes that mirrored her own, the distinctive scar upon his forehead, and the ill-fitting, fishy-smelling old coat he wore. Her lips quivered imperceptibly as a tumult of emotions surged within her green eyes: shock, confusion, disbelief, and perhaps even a hint of profound sorrow. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to maintain her composure, though a subtle rasp tinged her voice as she implored, "Tell me, child, who are you? Why are you here? Why do you bear the exact same scar as my son? And these eyes?" At last, she posed the question that lingered as the greatest enigma in Harry's heart. Yet, how could he elucidate all this without uttering the truth? Just as he grappled with uncertainty, a fierce inner turmoil raging within, Lily seemed to sense his hesitation and fear. Her gaze softened, and she gradually crouched down to meet Harry at eye level. She extended her hand, seemingly wishing to brush his cheek, but her fingers halted midair, as if afraid this was merely a fragile illusion. Her voice transformed into a gentle whisper, imbued with a tender caution that Harry had never experienced. "Do not be afraid. Whatever you are, wherever you hail from, having taken action as I did, I will not harm you. You remind me of someone." Her eyes drifted once more to the scar, taking on a distant and sorrowful expression. At that moment, perhaps due to their proximity or the precise angle of the moonlight, Harry suddenly noticed, just near Lily's left temple, beneath her vibrant red hair, a faint, slender, silvery scar resembling a lightning bolt. It was almost symmetrical to the one on his forehead, albeit more subtle, so fine that it would be easily overlooked. This scar had never appeared in photographs. None of the accounts from his previous life ever mentioned such a mark on Lily Potter. Harry felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. A more absurd yet all-explaining possibility surged into his mind like a beast breaking free from its cage. Could it be that she truly was Lily Potter, but not the Lily from his timeline? The temporal vortex? That unstable whirlpool torn asunder by the explosion of the scrying mirror and the power of the silver ring's blood crystal. It had not only cast him to distant Scotland, but perhaps also to another point in time, a parallel universe where Lily Potter might not have perished, or even further back in time. This conjecture was so astonishing that Harry found himself rendered speechless, his eyes wide with disbelief as he beheld this young, formidable mother, marked by the scars of battle and enigma before him. Lily noticed the dramatic shift in his expression and the intensity of his gaze fixated on her temple. She instinctively touched the old scar, her gaze darkening slightly, as if she were recalling an unpleasant memory. Just as she was about to inquire further, suddenly, a silver metal ring on her left wrist, seemingly an ordinary bracelet, emitted a sudden, urgent buzzing sound and began to flicker with red flashes. Lily's expression abruptly changed. She sprang to her feet, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Damn it! Their tracking has intensified. It seems the previous commotion was too conspicuous. She grasped Harry's arm firmly. We can't stay here. We must relocate immediately. Where to? Harry asked, bewildered and still reeling from the shock. She glanced at the direction indicated by the compass, her brow furrowed, a complex mix of hesitation and fear flickering across her face, as though that direction harbored something she deeply dreaded. Yet ultimately, she appeared to resolve herself, biting her lip. There is no time to seek a safer place. Her voice carried an air of irrevocable determination as she tightly held Harry's hand. We must go to the sanctum. Only by taking refuge there can we temporarily evade the dual pursuit of the hounds and the deep dwellers. The sanctum? The untainted sanctuary spoken of by the deep dwellers? Lily knew its location, and she intended to take him there. Before Harry could ponder further, Lily had already seized him and was sprinting towards the mountains. Chapter 26, The Riddle of Time. Harry was compelled to follow her, the cold mountain wind whipping against his cheeks, his lungs aching fiercely. Countless questions erupted in his mind. Yet survival instinct compelled him to trust this woman who might be his mother, if only for the moment. They soon dashed beyond the confines of the small fishing village, stepping onto desolate terrain, dotted only with low shrubs and jagged rocks. The moonlight stretched their shadows long, and an eerie silence enveloped them, broken only by the sound of the wind and their hurried footsteps. The buzzing of the silver ring on Lily's wrist grew increasingly frantic, the red light flashing more frequently, heralding the imminent danger. She periodically checked the bronze compass, adjusting their course towards an unremarkable hollow deep within the mountains. At last, beneath a massive, beak-like protrusion of black rock, Lily came to a halt. This place appeared barren, filled only with frigid stone and the howling mountain winds. Releasing Harry's hand, she approached the colossal rocky face, her expression grave. With her wand drawn, she uttered no incantation, but instead traced a remarkably intricate and ancient pattern upon the hard rock with the tip of her wand. The design resembled a rune composed of interwoven complex gears, hourglasses, and antlers, strikingly similar to the pattern on Harry's silver ring, yet far more elaborate and archaic. As the final stroke was completed, the entire rune erupted into a gentle silver light. Immediately following, something even more astonishing occurred. The immense, seemingly impenetrable rock wall before them began to ripple like water, silently and slowly caving inward, revealing a dark, narrow passage descending into the depths, barely wide enough for a single person to pass through. A chilling gust of ancient, dust-laden air, imbued with the essence of some peculiar metal, surged forth from the depths of the passageway. Harry stood in astonishment, gazing at the suddenly revealed secret entrance. Was this the gateway to the sanctum? An ancient relic concealed deep within the mountains? Lily regarded the inky void of the entrance. A flicker of profound trepidation crossing her features, yet more resolute determination shone through. She inhaled deeply, grasped Harry's arm, and urged, "Stay close to me. Once we enter, refrain from touching anything. Every inch of this space is fraught with temporal traps." With that admonition, she bent low and stepped into the unfathomable darkness. But did he possess any choice? Behind them, from the distant night sky, The haunting echoes of what resembled hounds' barks resonated, accompanied by the ominous crackle of magical explosions. The pursuers were closing in. Harry, no longer hesitating, gritted his teeth and followed closely in Lily's footsteps, crouching as he entered the enigmatic corridor. Just as his form vanished into the dark abyss, the rock wall behind him seemed to close in like a living entity, silently and swiftly sealing off all light and sound from the outside world, engulfing him entirely in a profound darkness. Before him, the tip of Lily's wand flickered with a ghostly luminescence, serving as the sole beacon, casting a faint, wavering glow upon the endless staircase of shadows, guiding him toward the unknown depths. Downward, ever downward they descended. The air grew increasingly frigid, and the peculiar metallic scent intensified. After traversing several minutes, Lily abruptly halted, emitting a sharp gasp of disbelief. Harry squeezed beside her, peering ahead in the light of her wand. In the next moment his breath seized, and his pupils dilated to their utmost. The passageway culminated here in a vast, seemingly natural underground cavern. Yet at the center of this cavern, instead of the ancient altar or idol he had envisioned, stood a ship, a vessel crafted entirely from a dark, golden-hued metal, its design exceptionally sleek, exuding a futuristic aura while adorned with innumerable ancient, arcane runes. An enormous sailing ship? It hovered silently half a meter above the ground, its smooth contours glimmering with a cold, enigmatic sheen under the fluorescent light. The hull was engraved with familiar gears, hourglasses, and antler runes, yet on a grander scale. More intricate and sophisticated, this ship evoked a sensation akin to that of the silver ring upon his chest, but magnified 1,000-fold, 10,000-fold. What sent shivers down Harry's spine, nearly compelling him to scream, was the name etched clearly at the bow of this mysterious metallic vessel. The name, inscribed in an ancient script reminiscent of runes, instantly conveyed its meaning to Harry. Eternal Stag. Beneath the ship's name, a slightly smaller inscription read, "The Law of Time, bequeathed to the Potter family." The Potter family? This astonishing vessel, seemingly originating from another dimension of time and space, belonged to the Potter lineage. Harry stood frozen, his mind reeling in the wake of this unimaginable revelation. Lily was utterly astonished. Her hand, which held the wand, trembled slightly as she murmured to herself, "The legendary family arc truly exists and is here, but why has it manifested so prematurely?" Her gaze abruptly turned to Harry, her green eyes filled with an intricate, scrutinizing light, as if for the first time she truly comprehended that this child before her might be entangled in secrets far more astonishing and perilous than she had ever imagined. "Child." Her voice was parched and quivered. "Who exactly are you? What is the connection between your appearance and the premature awakening of the everlasting stag?" Just as Harry stood speechless under her questioning, uncertainty etched on Lily's face. The great, dark golden vessel, the everlasting stag, trembled without warning. Immediately, the intricate gears and hourglass runes upon the ship began to emit a soft, silvery glow in succession, as if a slumbering giant beast was slowly awakening and opening its eyes. A vast, gentle yet irresistible force suddenly emanated from the ship, enveloping Harry completely. He felt as if bound by invisible ropes, his body uncontrollably lifted from the ground, drifting toward the awakening family arc. "No, let him go," Lily cried out in desperation. Her wand pointed at the vessel, yet she hesitated to cast a spell, fearing the unpredictable consequences. Harry struggled in terror, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as he drew closer to the massive metal sailboat. Ultimately, under the pull of that force, he gradually penetrated the seemingly solid, dark golden hull, vanishing within the everlasting stag as if merging into the water's surface. "Harry!" Lily exclaimed, uttering the name instinctively, as if it had slipped from her lips without thought. She dashed forward in vain, desperately pounding on the cold, smooth, impenetrable hull, her face etched with anxiety and confusion. Just as she found herself at a loss, the everlasting stag radiated an overwhelming brilliance, illuminating the entire underground cavern as if it were day. Beneath the inscription of the everlasting stag at the bow, which had previously borne only the name of the Potter family, a transformation occurred, as if an invisible chisel were inscribing itself. New characters gradually emerged, taking shape, current permissions activated and locked, bloodline authentication, passed, soul wavelength verification, anomalous match rate 78 meets minimum emergency permission, new captain binding, Harry James Potter. Lily Evans Potter stared at the newly emerged, glowing script as if struck by a bolt of lightning, frozen in place, the color draining from her face. "Harry Potter?" She incredulously repeated the name, glancing back at the resplendent arc. Eventually her gaze fell upon the silver ring on her wrist, still flashing a red alert. An absurd yet singularly plausible hypothesis she had never dared to conceive, like a wild vine, instantaneously ensnared her heart and soul. Her body began to tremble subtly, and her green eyes were filled with an unprecedented shock and an overwhelming fear that threatened to engulf her. It is impossible, this cannot be happening, she muttered in a daze, stepping back as if the awakened arc before her was the most terrifying thing in existence. But where do I truly come from? Chapter 27. The Heart of the Arkansas. The events unfolding before her completely shattered her understanding. The legendary vessel of her family awakened only for the true heir and in times of dire need. But who was this child? Suddenly appearing with her son's name and features, even activating the arc? A phantom from the future? A meticulously crafted curse? Or some incomprehensible and more terrifying temporal paradox? Her head buzzed, and an old scar on her temple began to throb, as if reminding her of certain perilous memories that had been deliberately forgotten. Just as Lily found herself engulfed in profound cognitive disarray and self-doubt, a loud hum erupted. The suspended eternal stag suddenly emitted a colossal, ancient-sounding resonance once more. The runes illuminating the ship began to flicker erratically, alternating between light and darkness. A vast yet unstable wave of energy erupted from within the hull, forming visible silver ripples that surged outward, crashing against the cavern walls and dislodging clouds of dust. The entire cave began to tremble slightly. This is bad. Lily was jolted awake by the sudden upheaval, her expression shifting dramatically. An energy overload, instability, what on earth had been done inside? The awakening of the ark seemed far from complete. Rather, it appeared to be teetering on the edge of chaos. Was it the child who could not control the ark's power? Or was the ark itself rejecting him due to his abnormal state? Regardless of which scenario it was, the consequences were unimaginable. Should the ark's energy core lose control and explode, it could obliterate the entire mountain range and even larger areas from the fabric of time and space. It must be stopped, or, at the very least, stabilized. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Lily's eyes. She could no longer ponder the child's true identity. Preventing disaster was her foremost priority. This was a forbidden secret art she had acquired after enduring a perilous exploration of her family's ancient relics, requiring both bloodline and spirit as conduits, at a tremendous cost. As she chanted, the silver ring on her wrist glowed with a feeble light akin to that of the ark, attempting to establish a connection for calming and guidance. The old scar on her temple became searing hot, as if silver blood flowed within, a permanent wound and passage left from her previous forced use of temporal powers. With my blood, I trace the flow of time. With my soul, I steady the anchor of motion. Kau, wit dir now stag. Cold sweat beaded on her brow, and her complexion swiftly paled, yet her incantation grew increasingly urgent and resonant. Under her forced intervention, the violent tremors of the ark seemed to diminish slightly, and the expansion of the energy ripples began to recede. It was working, yet Lily's heart sank. She could sense that the core within the ark was in utter disarray. It felt less like a rightful heir taking charge and more akin to an alien existence, rife with paradoxes, being violently repelled and dissected by the ark's formidable power. What exactly was that child? Meanwhile, within the ark, Harry felt as if he'd been flung into a high-speed washing machine composed of light and shadow. The world spun around him, rendering him utterly disoriented. The moment he penetrated the hull, an irresistible force enveloped him, propelling him swiftly through the internal passages of the colossal ark. The surrounding walls were fashioned from strange, dark golden metal, adorned with countless luminous runes and streams of data, moving at a bewildering pace. Ultimately, he was forcefully cast into a vast, spherical core chamber. With a loud thud, he fell onto the cold floor, his head spinning, nearly overwhelming him. Struggling to rise, he surveyed his surroundings, momentarily forgetting all discomfort in awe of the spectacle before him. The entire spherical chamber was composed of a flowing, liquid-like silver light. Countless clocks, hourglasses, star trails, and incomprehensible complex equations and gear patterns flickered, flowed, collided, and reformed at an astonishing speed upon that luminous surface. There was no traditional control panel, no steering wheel. At the center of the chamber, a complex polyhedron, composed purely of radiant light, hovered and spun incessantly, resembling the core processor of the entire luminous system, emanating a pulse of energy that was both exhilarating and terrifying. What left Harry breathless was the sensation of standing there, as if completely exposed. A vast, cold, inhuman awareness enveloped him from all directions, scanning every inch of his body and dissecting every corner of his soul. Scan, vital signs stable. Analysis, bloodline gene confirmed. Potter direct lineage. Certification passed. Deep detection, soul wavelength anomaly. Severe paradox alert. Abnormal temporal coordinates detected. High-dimensional information contamination detected. Non-native soul fragments detected. Judgment. Current individual Harry James Potter exhibits an unstable existential foundation. Significant deviation from the primary timeline records. Suspected temporal parasite or high-dimensional projection. A series of cold, emotionless prompts resonated in Harry's mind, articulated in an ancient, obscure tongue akin to Sumerian. Yet bizarrely, he comprehended each word. Temporal parasite? High-dimensional projection? The R perceived him as a virus? As an anomaly to be eradicated? Initiate deep purification protocol, commencing extraction of abnormal temporal coordinates and redundant information. No, wait. Harry screamed in terror. I am Harry Potter. I am Heir. I am not a parasite. The will of the Ark lay dormant, offering no response. However, at that seemingly tranquil moment, the once gently flowing silver light around him suddenly began to quiver violently, as if activated by some force. Soon after, a scene of astonishment unfolded as several silver chains, composed purely of energy, suddenly emerged from the shimmering silver veil. These chains flickered with dazzling electric sparks, resembling fierce venomous serpents, hurtling towards Harry with astonishing speed. The energy contained within these silver chains was immensely powerful, wherever they traversed. The very fabric of space seemed to be torn asunder, emitting a cacophony of piercing howls. Their evident objective was to ensnare Harry tightly, subsequently dismantling and purifying him completely. Terrified, Harry desperately evaded. Yet, in the face of such overwhelming force, he felt as insignificant as a speck of dust. At that critical juncture, Chapter 28, Crisis and Resonance with Maternal Emotions. The once dull silver ring upon his chest flickered weakly, seemingly activated by the core chamber's energy field, although its brilliance remained dim. The faint pulsations of his Potter lineage appeared to momentarily cause the energy chains to hesitate. Simultaneously, the blood-stained identification badge belonging to Matilda Hopkirk, which had tumbled from his pocket during the earlier scuffle, fell to the ground. The Ark's scanning beam immediately detected this foreign object. Detection of a Legal Temporal Anomaly Office, TAO, standard item with traces of blood and soul echoes analysis. Information fragment extraction. Pursuit of the scavenger hound temporal guardian. Logical recalculation. Current individual may be a TAO target rather than an active intruder. Encountering the temporal guardian's pursuit, the energy chains hesitated once more. The Arks will seem to experience a momentary lapse of logic and a re-evaluation due to this unexpected evidence. Harry seized this precious opportunity. He realized that the Ark harbored no malevolent intent. It was merely executing a stringent protective protocol, and his very existence posed a significant glitch in that program. He needed to prove he was harmless, perhaps even an ally. But how could he achieve this? He found himself utterly unable to communicate with this frigid creation. Wait, communication? Harry suddenly recalled the sensation of guiding the blood crystal energy and the feeling of imparting energy to the scrying mirror. It was a form of mental guidance and energetic resonance. Perhaps he could attempt to convey his thoughts to the core of this arc using a similar approach, to transmit fragments of his memory, to validate his origins and intentions. Although this was exceedingly perilous, likely to provoke another rejection response, and potentially expose his greatest secret as a traveler, it was his only glimmer of hope. There was no time for hesitation. The energy chains began to stir once more. Harry lunged towards the floating, continuously rotating luminescent polyhedron, concentrating all his mental strength, not to resist, but to attempt to connect and merge with that vast, cold will. He poured forth his memories of the Dursley family, his yearning for the magical realm, the anguish stemming from Corey's sacrifice, the fear of Pearson and the Time Guardians, and the deep-rooted bloodline affection for Lily Potter. Regardless of which Lily it was, every potent emotion and the indomitable will surge through his hands, pressed firmly against the core of the Ark, like a deluge unleashed. Look at me. Feel me. I'm not a virus. I'm not an enemy. I merely wish to survive. I seek answers. He screamed frantically from the depths of his soul. The immense energy surged, and the mental burden threatened to shatter Harry's mind. Blood began to ooze from his eyes, nose, and ears. The core of the Ark trembled violently, its light flickering wildly, while the images on the surrounding screens descended into chaos. The chains of energy formed and dissolved erratically. Warning: high-intensity, highly chaotic emotional information stream received. The information stream contains a plethora of unverified temporal fragments and subjective perceptions. Logical conflicts detected. A strong will to survive has been identified, alongside a profound emotional connection to the individual, Lily Evans Potter. The emotional connection wavelength matches the bloodline database with a 997 accuracy. The Art's computations seem to encounter a monumental paradox. Cold logic could not grapple with such intricately conflicting emotional information. Reassessing threat level. Activating contingency plan. Linking external stabilizing anchor detected. Individual Lily Evans Potter, temporal scar channel, attempting to establish temporary mental synchronization for final verification. Outside, desperately reciting spells to stabilize the arc. Lily suddenly felt a jolt. A vast and chaotic will surge through the scar on her temple, an opening left by her past use of time magic, invading her mind with overwhelming force. Countless disjointed memories that did not belong to her flooded in like a breached dam. The darkness and hunger of the cupboard, Dudley's bullying, Vernon's rants. The letters from Hagrid and the clamor of Diagon Alley, Snape's complex gaze, Corey's final scream, Pearson's cold visage, and the desiccated corpses of the Dursleys, Mrs. Hopkirk's severed hand. And an indescribable longing for a woman with fiery red hair and emerald eyes echoed in a silent cry. Mother. Lily clutched her head, letting out an excruciating scream as her wand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. Those fragments of memory felt so real, so painful, so desperate, and hauntingly familiar, especially that emotion, the yearning for a mother, that deeply pierced her instincts as a mother. What shattered her further was seeing herself within those fragments. She saw James. She saw a slightly older Harry, identical to the infant she held, living, learning, and fighting in what appeared to be Hogwarts. Was that child's memory genuine? Was he truly Harry Potter? From a future. And in this future, it seemed she had already perished, sacrificed to protect him. The overwhelming surge of information and emotional turmoil nearly shattered Lily's psyche. The scar on her temple burned intensely, as if it were a branding iron, threatening to split apart. Within the core of the arc, Harry also reached his limit. His consciousness began to blur under the immense energy impact. Just as their minds were on the verge of simultaneous collapse due to the arc's force connection, the links suddenly stabilized for a fleeting moment. Through this brief yet clear mental bridge, Harry and Lily's souls intimately and unreservedly touched the most authentic core of each other. Harry felt the deep-seated, unyielding maternal love emanating from Lily, along with her overwhelming confusion, pain, and a faint glimmer of burgeoning belief. Conversely, Lily sensed Harry's profound loneliness that transcended time and space. His struggles, and an almost desperate yearning for home and family. An emotion pure and intense, devoid of any pretense. Emotional resonance verification passed. Logical paradox temporarily shelved. Based on bloodline authentication and the highest priority emotional link, temporary access granted. Energy stabilization protocol initiated. The cold prompt of the arc resonated once more, albeit this time with a hint less hostility. The surrounding turbulent energy gradually subsided. The luminescent screen regained stability, and the energy chains completely dissipated. The rotation of the polyhedral light core slowed, radiating a gentle glow. Exhausted, Harry collapsed to the ground, racked with pain, his consciousness hazy, leaving only heavy gasps for breath. On the silver screen of the spherical chamber, the flowing clocks and star trails gradually coalesced, ultimately revealing a large, stable inscription. Welcome aboard, temporary Captain Harry Potter. Energy levels stabilized at 15. Hull damage rate 42. Awaiting further instructions. A temporary success. Chapter 29, Lily's Tears. With great difficulty, Harry lifted his head to read the inscription. Yet his heart held no joy, only an endless fatigue and confusion. Just then, a corner of the main screen suddenly switched to an external surveillance feed, showcasing the situation at the entrance of the cave, the Hawkbeak rock that had previously opened like rippling water. At that moment, the rock face was under fierce assault. Dark, corrosive spells rained down upon the wall, causing debris to fly in all directions. Although the ancient runes on the wall glowed continuously for defense, they were evidently being rapidly weakened. The assailants were 3 individuals clad in black, wearing peculiar metal masks that obscured the upper halves of their faces. Their movements were swift and precise, working in perfect harmony, wielding malevolent and powerful magic, exuding a familiar, repugnant chill reminiscent of Pearson, yet even more formidable. They were the Hounds, Pearson's accomplices, They had found their way here and were forcefully attacking the entrance. Where's Lily? A surge of alarm coursed through Harry as he hurriedly searched the screen. Soon, he spotted Lily's figure behind a defensive fortification inside the cave's entrance. Her countenance appeared pallid, evidently drained from the recent psychological onslaught. Yet, with unwavering resolve, she clutched her wand, relying on the ancient defenses at the entrance to withstand the fierce assaults from without. Occasionally, she seized the fleeting opportunity to retaliate with a few stunning or obstruction spells, though their impact was minimal. She was buying him time. While he lay unconscious or in control of the vessel, she valiantly faced the formidable foes outside. Harry's heart tightened with urgency. He had to assist her. He struggled to rise, only to discover his body was utterly devoid of strength, unable to maintain balance. Moreover, he had no idea how to navigate this vessel. He didn't even know how to exit. Vessel, open the hatch. Let me out, or attack them. Harry shouted anxiously into the void. Command not recognized. Temporary permissions do not encompass weapon systems or physical channel control. The cold, robotic voice resonated. What can I do? Just watch her perish. Despair nearly engulfed him. Suggestion, link to external stabilization anchor. Individual Lily Evans Potter. Provide energy support, enhance her existing defenses and magical efficacy. The vessel proposed a course of action. Link? To undergo that agonizing mental connection once more? Harry glanced at Lily's struggling figure on the screen and shouted without hesitation. How do I do it? Quickly. Please place your hand once more on the core controller. Focus your thoughts. Envision the flow of energy. The vessel will assist in guiding. Harry immediately scrambled to the light core, pressing his hands firmly upon it, closing his eyes, desperately concentrating. Envisioning his meager strength, though it was almost non-existent, flowing towards Lily to aid her. Energy transmission channel established, commencing transfer. The vessel's core illuminated once again. A stream of pure, gentle, silvery energy flowed through Harry as a conduit, crossing the expanse and continuously infusing Lily, who was valiantly battling at the entrance. Just as she felt her magical reserves dwindling, despair creeping in, Lily suddenly trembled. A warm, potent, and unfamiliar energy, resonating faintly with her bloodline, surged unexpectedly from the scar on her temple, instantly replenishing her nearly depleted magical reservoir. Furthermore, this energy possessed a peculiar stabilizing and amplifying quality, fortifying her protective charms, broadening the scope of her obstruction spells, and even rendering the brilliance of her stunning spells more substantial. Is it that child? He is using the vessel's power to assist her? There was no time for contemplation of this astonishing revelation. Lily, invigorated, seized the moment, launching a more vigorous counterattack. Enhanced spells shot towards the enemies outside the entrance, momentarily suppressing their barrage. Harry, witnessing Lily's improved condition through the light screen, exhaled a sigh of relief and exerted himself further to sustain the energy transmission. Although he felt akin to an overtaxed transformer on the verge of burning out, he gritted his teeth and persevered. However, the respite was fleeting. Soon, one of the adversaries retrieved an object resembling a dark golden compass from his bosom, akin to the one Pearson possessed, yet larger and more intricate. The needle on the compass whirled wildly, emanating an ominous, dark purple glow. Warning: high-intensity temporal disturbance magic detected. Target: entrance defense rune. Intent: localized temporal acceleration corrosion. The alarm of the arc resonated within Harry's mind. A profound sense of foreboding surged within him. The scene revealed that the dark purple light was casting upon the Eaglebeak Rock's defense rune, causing the ancient symbols to visibly fade, corrode, and even begin to flake away. It was as if they had endured the ravages of time for millennia within mere seconds. No, Lily also sensed the anomaly, her complexion shifting dramatically as she attempted to bolster the defenses, but her incantations had little effect against this bizarre temporal erosion. The sound of cracking stone echoed clearly. The entrance's defenses were on the brink of collapse. Arc, is there no way to stop them? Harry was frantic. Plan: initiate low-power temporal jump. Captain's authorization required. The Arc proposed a solution once more. Temporal jump? Escape from here? But what about Lily? Harry urgently inquired. External individual unauthorized, unable to jump together. Furthermore, the initiation of the jump requires time. The entrance will be breached in 87 seconds. Calculations indicate that safe integration before the jump is impossible. The cold data pronounced a brutal reality. Either he could flee alone, leaving Lily to face 3 formidable hounds, certain death awaiting her, or he could remain, awaiting his fate, or attempt another solution. There was no choice. Harry gazed at the red figure struggling within the light screen. fixating on the pair of green eyes mirroring his own, filled with indomitable will. He could not abandon her. Absolutely not. Cancel the jump, Harry shouted hoarsely, a flicker of frenzied determination igniting in his eyes, transmitting all his energy, all of it, to her. Immediately. Warning. Overloading energy transfer will severely compromise your physical and spiritual stability and may result in temporary dormancy of the Ark's core. Confirm? Confirm. Execute. Harry hesitated not for an instant, pressing his hands tighter against the light core, embracing a resolve akin to mutual destruction. He roared, "Give it all to her. Then tell her to run fast." Command confirmed. Overload transfer initiated. Boom! Harry felt an indescribable, colossal surge of energy, potent enough to rend him asunder. Flooding from his hands, washing through every vein, every cell, and then, through that mysterious mental link, unreservedly, it surged toward Lily in the distance. Ah! Harry emitted a scream of excruciating pain, feeling as though his very soul was being torn apart, evaporating. Blood began to pour from his eyes, ears, nose, and mouth. His vision instantly turning crimson. Simultaneously, at the external cave entrance, Lily experienced an unprecedented torrent of overwhelming energy surging into her being, a force far beyond her capacity to endure, causing her wand to become searing hot, every cell in her body screaming in agony. Yet accompanying this was a piercing clarity, imbued with profound anguish and resolute intent, indelibly imprinted upon her mind. Run. It was the voice of that child. In an instant, Lily comprehended the gravity of the situation. He had chosen to sacrifice himself, bestowing upon her the final vestiges of the Ark's strength, creating an opportunity for her escape. Tears blurred Lily's vision as an overwhelming tide of heartache and fury surged within her. She could not betray this act of selflessness. "You wretched scum!" Lily unleashed an enraged roar, a manifestation of her pent-up fury, channeling the vast, impending energy surging through her body with unrestrained ferocity through her wand. Hurling it forward with tremendous force, she uttered no specific incantations, but instead released the most primal and unrefined torrent of magic. A colossal beam of energy, a potent amalgamation of silvery white and deep crimson, seemed to embody the very essence of time and fury, surged forth like an enraged dragon, instantly obliterating the eroded defenses of the entrance, mercilessly engulfing the three spell-casting hounds. The hounds had no time to even scream. Their bodies were instantaneously vaporized in the wake of this overwhelming deluge of power, leaving not a speck of dust in their absence. The dark golden compass they held emitted a mournful wail, shattering into the most fundamental of particles. The energy beam, undeterred, pierced through the mountainside, soaring into the night sky, tearing apart the thick clouds above, gradually dissipating after creating a gaping rift. The force of that single strike was terrifying indeed. What had become of that child? But at that moment, the silver ring upon her wrist, having endured the recent surge of energy, revealed intricate, previously concealed engravings on its surface. At this moment, those engravings began to emit a faint, ethereal blue glow, and they grew increasingly warm to the touch. A cold, mechanical voice, one that Lily recognized all too well, emanated from a now heated silver ring, resonating throughout the suddenly silent cavern. Emergency notification, an anomaly in the Ark's heart energy output detected. Collective disappearance of life signals from the hounds confirmed. According to Protocol 739, Executor Lily E. Potter is deemed to have encountered uncontrollable risks or defection. Directive: immediately terminate observer privileges. Initiate highest priority retrieval protocol. Dispatch Scavenger Squad 0. Estimated time of arrival, 5 minutes. En recommendation, Executor Lily E. Potter. Please remain on site immediately for inspection. Repeat, remain on site immediately. Scavenger Squad 0. She muttered in a daze, as a glimmer of near-collapse terror flickered in her emerald eyes. How could it be 0? Mother, you grant me no opportunity for explanation? She abruptly lifted her gaze towards the Ark, then to the silver ring on her wrist. Akin to a death knell, her eyes brimming with immense sorrow, struggle, and a trace of utter despair. In 5 minutes, Scavenger Squad 0 would arrive. A truly merciless and relentless harbinger of destruction, utterly beyond her capacity to combat. What was she to do? That child remained within the Ark, his fate uncertain. And she herself was about to be ruthlessly purged by the highest forces of her own home. She slowly and tremulously raised her wand, its tip not aimed at any foe, but rather directed at her own temple. Tears, reminiscent of emeralds, finally cascaded silently from her eyes, mingling with blood and grime. I am sorry, Harry. No matter who you are, I am sorry. Chapter 30. A Mother's Choice and Team Zero. The sorrowful, desperate apology of Lily Evans Potter pierced Harry's consciousness like a cold dagger, even through the thick hull of the Ark and the vast distance that separated them. What was her mother contemplating? Was she about to take her own life? To avoid falling into the clutches of the so-called Team Zero? To protect him, who might still be aboard the Ark? No, absolutely not. Desperately, Harry pressed against the cold core of light, utilizing the last vestiges of his will to scream. Blood seeping from his 7 orifices, staining the dark golden control panel in a blinding red. The Ark prevented her from doing anything. His consciousness rapidly blurred amidst the overwhelming backlash of energy and excruciating pain, his vision shrouded in crimson, barely able to discern the trembling figure of Lily. With her wand aimed at her temple on the external monitoring screen. Energy critically low, core will soon enter hibernation, unable to execute external intervention. The Ark's alerts sounded intermittently, akin to a radio losing power. Warning, Captain's vital signs are plummeting, soul wavelength continuously diminishing. Immediate termination of energy output is recommended. Entering emergency state. Regardless of the consequences, Harry stubbornly repeated, in a haze, as his consciousness finally sank into an endless abyss. In a last moment before losing consciousness, he sensed a faint tremor beneath the control panel, where his bloodied right hand rested against the core, as if a delicate, previously unseen azure arc flickered through. Outside the arc, Lily closed her eyes, tears mingling with the blood and dirt on her face. The cold touch of her wand's tip pressed against the searing scar on her temple. She could feel the silver ring growing hotter, the deathly aura of Team Zero drawing near, lingering at the tip of her nose. I am sorry, James. I am sorry, my true little Harry. I'm sorry, child of another timeline. Her fingers gradually tightened, magical energy beginning to coalesce at the tip of her wand. At that critical moment, a minuscule yet lightning-fast azure ray shot forth unexpectedly from a concealed launch point on the hull of the Eternal Stag, striking precisely at the tip of Lily's wand. With a soft crack, Lily's wand snapped in two. The tip fell to the ground, and the magic that had begun to gather instantly dissipated. The enormous arc remained silently suspended in place, devoid of any other movement, as if the prior event had merely been a figment of her imagination. Yet the broken wand in her hand and the charred tip on the ground clearly indicated that it was no illusion. Was it the Ark? Was it that child? Had he intervened at the last moment? Why? Why not allow her release? After a brief moment of shock, deeper despair and urgency set in. Team Zero was almost upon them. Devoid of a wand, she found herself bereft of even the slightest chance for resistance. Awaiting her and the child was a fate more dreadful than death itself. She could not fall into the hands of Team Zero. Absolutely not. Lily's gaze swept across the desolate cavern, finally settling upon a half-buried shard of dark golden metal, eroded by the magical waves unleashed by the hunting hounds, its edges razor-sharp. Was it a fragment of the Ark's hull? A more resolute thought surged within her. Without a wand, there were alternative means. She lunged forward, seizing the arm length. Sharp, dark, golden metal shard, gripping it tightly like a short sword. She lifted her gaze once more, casting a deep, remorseful look at the silent Ark. Her eyes filled with infinite regret and determination. Then, she raised the sharp metal shard high, this time not aimed at her temple, but directed toward her heart. If magic could not liberate her, then she would resort to physical means. She would not allow herself to become a tool for Team Zero to track, threaten, or even harm those she held dear. However, just as the sharp tip was about to pierce through the fabric of her chest, already feeling the sting against her skin, the silver ring on her wrist, which had been radiating heat and pulsating with an ethereal blue light, suddenly erupted in an unprecedented blaze of brilliance. A powerful, irresistible force of spatial distortion erupted from the silver ring. Lily felt the surroundings blur, elongate, and twist in an instant. A wave of intense dizziness and tearing sensation overwhelmed her. No, Lily let out a cry of defiance, attempting to discard the metal shard, striving against this force. But all was in vain. In the next moment, crack, a sharp explosion resonated as the space warped violently. The figure of Lily Evans Potter, along with the sharp, dark, golden metal shard in her hand, vanished instantaneously from the desolate silence of the cavern. Only the half-broken wand remained on the ground, accompanied by a lingering wave of despair in the air. The cavern descended into an utter silence. Only the surface runes of the suspended Eternal Stag flickered slowly, their light fluctuating like the labored breath of a grievously wounded beast. A few minutes later, crack, crack, crack. 3 extremely faint, yet chillingly orderly bursts echoed at the entrance of the cavern. 3 figures emerged like phantoms, clad in peculiar, matte black combat suits that seemed to absorb light, their faces obscured by streamlined black helmets revealing only cold, electronic eyes, devoid of any insignia or superfluous features. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, without a hint of error, dispersing into a tactical formation the moment they appeared, wielding not wands but sleek, metallic, long-rod weapons radiating a dangerous blue light, instantly locking onto every possible hiding spot for enemies within the cavern, without any communication or examination of the companions. Those hounds that had been obliterated by Lily, they scarcely glanced at the conspicuous arc radiating ancient energy. Their electronic eyes swiftly scanned the surroundings, ultimately honing in on the fractured wand segment on the ground and the location where Lily had vanished. One individual crouched down, delicately pinching the wand fragment with gloved fingers and placing it into a sealed container with remarkable precision. Another directed a metallic rod towards the spot of Lily's disappearance, projecting a fan-shaped beam of blue scanning light. Within the beam, faint remnants of rapidly dissipating temporal energy trajectories were discernible. The final member stood like a frigid statue, their electronic eyes fixated on the vessel known as the Eternal Stag, weapons slightly raised, seemingly conducting a profound scan and analysis. The entire process was silent, efficient, and chillingly suffocating. This was Team Zero. Approximately 30 seconds later, the scanning concluded. The 3 members of Team Zero reconvened, their electronic eyes meeting in a semblance of silent communication. One, appearing to be the leader, raised his wrist, adorned with a similar, yet more intricate silver ring device. In a voice devoid of inflection, reminiscent of electronic synthesis, he reported in an exceedingly rapid, streamlined coded language. Target Lily E. Potter has been transferred via emergency key. Coordinates recorded. The Eternal Stag has been detected, currently in a low-power dormant state. Minor external damage noted. Residual high-energy explosion traces and confirmation of 3 hound life signals disappearance detected. No other life signals found. Requesting further instructions. Should we recover or destroy the Eternal Stag? A brief silence ensued, seemingly awaiting directives. Moments later, the leader's electronic eye flickered. Instructions confirmed. Priority is to track target Lily E. Potter. The Eternal Stag is to be marked for observation, with no contact permitted to avoid triggering uncontrollable temporal paradoxes. Cleanse the scene of all traces. Withdraw. With the command issued, the trio sprang into action. They retrieved several compact devices emitting low-frequency vibrations, meticulously absorbing every trace of blood, dust, and even magical residue from the ground, erasing even the faintest marks left by Lily's fallen wand. Having completed their task, they once again converge at the entrance of the cavern like phantoms. No gestures, no words exchanged. Pop, pop, pop. 3 soft detonations sounded, and the members of Team Zero vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. The cavern returned to its profound silence, with only the silent arc and the overly pristine ground, as if nothing had transpired, bearing witness to the previous harrowing events. Chapter 31. Crimson Memory. The sharp pain on his tongue and the metallic sweetness of blood ignited Harry's nearly numbed nerves. He fixated on the crude, yet profoundly significant blood-red symbol left by Lily on the console, a fire of almost obsessive determination burning in his eyes. Regardless of what this symbol signifies, it stands as his sole clue, the only connection to the woman who may be his mother. He craves strength to decipher it, to pursue it. With a sudden surge, the blood coursing through his veins, enriched by the Potter lineage, splattered against the cold, dim core. Akin to the final offering that awakens a slumbering beast. That faint yet steady crimson glow, like a spark reignited in the darkness, heralded the hope of life. High-purity temporal bloodline energy infusion detected. Energy level, 1112, gradually rising. Core vital system power enhancement repair program accelerating. He greedily absorbed this vitality earned through his own blood, unwilling to squander a single drop. The cerebral sealing technique instinctively activated, isolating all pain and distractions, leaving only the core will to interpret the symbol. Find Lily. His gaze was riveted upon that sanguine symbol, his mind racing at an unprecedented speed, feverishly sifting through all relevant fragments of information contained within Tempest E.T. Sang. A circular cross-coordinate hourglass. Could this be a marker on a map? Or perhaps a simplified representation of a temporal waypoint? The cross coordinates typically denote location. The hourglass indicates time, while the circle suggests closure, concealment, or protection. Was this a hidden sanctuary located at a specific time and place? Or a teleportation point? Was Lily desperately trying to convey the location of a safe house to him at the last moment? Harry's heart raced with excitement. The likelihood seemed substantial, but the questions loomed. Where was this place? What was the time? He scrutinized the cross coordinates intently. The ratio of the horizontal and vertical axes felt oddly familiar, reminiscent of the coordinates on a magical map of London. No, it felt older, akin to the ancient grid mapping used during the founding era of Hogwarts by the four founders. And that hourglass, its tilted angle, hinted at a specific time. Midnight? The anniversary of a historical event? The information was scant. The interpretation was fraught with challenges. Just as Harry was exerting every ounce of mental energy, nearly depleting the fragile reserves he had just regained, a warning echoed. Warning. Unknown high-frequency energy fluctuations detected attempting to link to the Ark's external communication interface. Fluctuation characteristics match. Observer's silver ring, but the signal source is exceedingly chaotic, accompanied by intense agony and a soul-rending response. The Ark's intermittent alert tone suddenly resonated, laced with an unusual uncertainty. Startled, Harry quickly lifted his gaze to the still indistinct monitoring screen. There, at the desolate entrance of the stone cavern, the air began to warp. This was not a stable spatial transition akin to a key, but rather an exceedingly unstable and agonizing distortion. Crack! A sound reminiscent of shattering glass rang out. A narrow, irregular rift in space was forcefully torn open. A pale, blood-soaked hand, trembling violently, emerged from the fissure. Desperately clutching the edge, the fingers twisted white from exertion, nails cracked and bloodied. Following closely, a weak face, marred by tears and smeared with blood, struggled to push through the rift. It was Lily. Her appearance was utterly dreadful, her gaze vacant, filled with profound agony and struggle, as if she were enduring some unspeakable torment. Her lips moved, seemingly attempting to scream something desperately, yet no sound escaped her. What incredible willpower, and what utter despair! Harry's heart tightened in an instant, and he cried out in horror, "Lily!" as if she had heard Harry's call, or perhaps sensed the faint essence of Ark. Lily's unfocused gaze suddenly sharpened for a moment, precisely directing itself toward Ark's direction. With the last remnants of her strength, she extended her other bloodied hand through the crevice. As if clutching something tightly within it, she silently made a throwing motion toward Ark, desperately and without sound. A small object, shimmering with a faint milky glow, slipped from her hand, traversed the spatial rift, and traced a delicate arc before landing with a soft clink at the entrance of the cave. No! Harry let out a heart-wrenching roar, helplessly watching the rift close swiftly after her disappearance. The entrance fell once again into an eerie silence. Yet Harry knew it was not over. On the ground lay the small object that Lily had thrown with all her might, glimmering with a milky light. What was it? Ark, zoom in. Identify what that is. Harry shouted urgently at the core, disregarding his injuries as he strained to lift his body. Energy insufficient. Optical sensor resolution limited. Analyzing. Object form. Suspected memory crystal or information storage device. Energy signature. Contains a faint but pure soul energy imprint highly matching that of Lily Evans Potter. What was stored inside? Was it the message she wished to convey to him? An interpretation of that symbol? Or the truth regarding her own plight? It was imperative to acquire it. Ark, is there enough energy to open a passage? Even the smallest one. Teleport me to the entrance. Or bring that crystal to me. Harry inquired urgently, his gaze fixed intently on the faint light on the screen. Energy level, 15. Insufficient to support any form of personnel teleportation. Attempting low-power localized spatial distortion to extract small object. Calculation in progress. Calculation complete. Requires 10 energy. Success rate 73. Execution will reduce energy to 0.5. Core life support system may degrade again. Confirm execution? The energy consumption was immense, and it could place him in peril once more. Harry's gaze darted rapidly between the crystal on the screen and his weakened body. Without hesitation, confirm execution. Immediately, Harry declared decisively. Even if there was but a sliver of hope, he must obtain that crystal. It was a life purchased by Lily. Command confirmed. Beginning localized spatial extraction. The Ark's hull trembled slightly, emitting a deep hum. The crimson glow of the core dimmed noticeably. The space at the entrance began to warp again, as an invisible force enveloped the memory crystal. The crystal wobbled slightly, then vanished in an instant. The next second, a soft thud. A gentle sound resonated as the memory crystal, still tainted with Lily's blood, gracefully fell upon the control panel before Harry. Success. Harry, suppressing his excitement and bodily weakness, extended his trembling hand to cautiously retrieve the crystal. It felt warm to the touch, emanating a faint, soothing glow, yet still marked with dark red, fresh blood. A sight both striking and alarming. He could distinctly sense a familiar, warm wave of soul energy contained within the crystal, belonging to Lily. What secrets lay hidden within? Chapter 32. The Collapsing Sanctuary. Harry inhaled deeply, no longer hesitating. He concentrated the small reserve of mental strength he had just regained and slowly reached out towards the memory crystal. Just as his mental energy was about to make contact with the crystal, a sudden change occurred. The silver ring resting quietly on his chest, now dimmed, abruptly flared to an intense heat, more searing than ever before, as if it were to sear into his very heart. Simultaneously, the memory crystal in his hand seemed to respond to some unseen force, its milky light becoming blindingly bright. Two forces, originating from the same source yet seemingly at odds, collided violently through Harry's body as a medium. Harry felt as though his head might explode, his vision filled with dazzling golden flashes. In the vision, a stark, cold room filled with intricate magical instruments and screens, all cloaked in pure white. A middle-aged woman, elegantly clothed in a white robe, her hair meticulously arranged, bore a striking resemblance to Lily, yet her demeanor was as frigid and severe as a marble statue. She stood with her back to the scene. Lily, appearing younger, perhaps in her early 20s, knelt on the floor, her face streaked with tears and desperation. "Mother, please, do not erase him. He's my son, your own grandson." The woman, referred to as Mother, slowly turned, holding a syringe-like magical instrument glowing ominously red. Her gaze was cold and unfeeling. "Lily, you have greatly disappointed me. This paradox, born from a flawed timeline, is a blemish on our family's perfect record. His very existence threatens the absolute sequence of time. To erase him, to correct the error, is your duty and your honor. No, he is not a mistake. He is Harry. He is my son," Lily screamed, lunging forward to seize the instrument. The mother effortlessly subdued her, the instrument piercing Lily's temple without hesitation. Lily emitted a scream of unimaginable anguish, her body convulsing violently, her eyes filled with endless pain and disbelief. The mother, expressionless, pressed the instrument, a torrent of red light flooding into Lily's mind. "Forget this error. Forget this child. You shall return to purity and continue your role as an observer. This is the essence of your existence." Lily's gaze gradually turned hollow, bewildered, until she ultimately lost all semblance of life, resembling a finely crafted doll stripped of its memories. The scene froze on the mother's emotionless eyes, resembling glass beads. Boom! It was as though countless thunders erupted within his mind. Harry found himself completely paralyzed, as if his very blood had frozen in an instant. The woman referred to as his mother had erased Lily's memories pertaining to him, or rather, the infant Harry. Was Lily an observer? Was the Potter family safeguarding the so-called absolute timeline, even at the cost of erasing their own kin? And what of himself? This Harry Potter, hailing from a flawed timeline, must surely be considered a paradox that required elimination by this merciless family. A tremendous shock, mingled with anger, fear, and an icy chill, surged through Harry like a tidal wave. He felt utterly cold, trembling uncontrollably. So this was the truth? So frigid. It was no wonder that Lily had appeared so astonished and bewildered upon seeing his scar. Her memories had been partially obliterated. It was no wonder she possessed such formidable power and combat skills. For she was anything but an ordinary housewife. She was a cultivated observer and executor of the cold laws of time, shaped by her family. At the very moment when Harry was overwhelmed by this brutal revelation, the memory crystal in his hand, strained by the violent clash with the silver ring's power and his own emotional upheaval, finally succumbed to the pressure. Crack! A faint fissure appeared on the surface of the crystal. A torrent of chaotic emotions, laden with the excruciating pain of Lily's erased memories, surged forth from the crack like a deluge, utterly dismantling Harry's fragile mental defenses and engulfing him entirely. Harry clutched his head, which felt as if it might split apart, emitting an agonizing scream as he curled up before the control console, convulsing violently. The forcibly erased fragments of memory, intertwined with Lily's despair and suffering, cut through his soul like the sharpest of blades. Warning: severe impact detected on the captain's mental sea. Soul stability plummeting. Warning: External energy fluctuations. High-intensity spatial lock detected. Warning. Unknown fleet jump signal. Quantity 3. Designation. Scavenger mother ship. Estimated arrival time 3 minutes. The Ark's piercing alarm blared, intertwining with the searing pain and chaos in Harry's mind. Misfortune compounded. They needed to depart immediately. Yet, Harry had descended into a semi-conscious state, tormented by Lily's painful memories, rendering him incapable of thought or action. Emergency protocol initiated, ignoring the captain's current state as per highest priority survival directive. Commencing execution of preset jump plan. Target coordinates locked to the most intense residual soul wave from the captain's memory crystal, depleting all remaining energy. Initiating time-space jump. The core light of the Ark emitted one final, reluctant hum, instantaneously draining its last vestiges of energy. The entire vessel trembled violently, while the surrounding screens displayed clocks and star trails spinning at an unprecedented speed. A vast, distorted temporal vortex was forcibly ripped open before the Arkansas. Jump initiated. Whoosh! The eternal stag transformed into a streamlined silver streak and plunged violently into the ferocious vortex of time and space, vanishing from sight. Barely 10 seconds after the vessel's disappearance, a thunderous sound erupted. Boom! 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 3 colossal, menacing warships, forged entirely from matte black metal and resembling icy arrowheads, emerged as if they were leviathans surfacing from the abyss, materializing above the northern sea mountains. A vast shadow enveloped the forest below. The largest of the ships emitted a tremendous, dark purple scanning beam from its underside, encompassing the entire area. Scan complete. The eternal stag has escaped. Residual traces of temporal displacement detected. Analyzing displacement trajectory. Trajectory points to the mountainous region near Fort William, Scotland. Faint fluctuations of a magical safety barrier detected. Suspected illegal sanctuary established by observer Lily E. Potter. Command. Fleet to transition to the target area above. Deploy breach bombs. Completely obliterate the target area. Ensure no information remains. The frigid orders were transmitted silently among the fleet. The 3 warships generated ripples of spatial transition once more and vanished in an instant. Moments later, they reappeared above a remote mountainous region near Fort William, Scotland. The warships adjusted their cold cannon muzzles downward, locking onto a valley that appeared utterly unremarkable below. One of the warships opened a hatch in its belly, and a bizarre, metallic bomb entwined with unstable black energy was slowly released. The bomb fell silently, striking precisely at the center of the valley. At the moment of contact with the ground, a massive, completely silent orb of black energy violently expanded, instantaneously engulfing the entire valley. Everything within the sphere, trees, rocks, streams, animals, even light and magical barriers, was instantaneously disintegrated into the most primitive, information-less, fundamental particles. There was no explosion, no sound, only utter, absolute annihilation. Seconds later, the black energy orb dissipated. The original valley had vanished, leaving behind an impeccably smooth, perfectly hemispherical pit, plunging 100 meters deep, as though a colossal, invisible spoon had ruthlessly scooped out a section. The cold scanning beam of the cleansing mothership swept across the pit once more. Target area has been purified. No life remains. No information remains. Withdraw. The 3 warships transitioned away once again, as if they had never existed. All that remained was the vast, smooth pit exuding an aura of death, silently attesting to the merciless obliteration that had just transpired. Meanwhile, within the chaotic currents of unknown time and space, the eternal stag was violently jolting, as though it might disintegrate at any moment. Harry remained curled up before the control panel, his consciousness adrift amidst Lily's agonizing memories and the searing pain of his own soul's fragmentation. Just before he completely lost consciousness, he seemed to hear the faintest of alerts from the vessel. Warning, unknown deviation in transition endpoint coordinates, detected strong temporal turbulence and spatial folds. We are heading towards an unknown quadrant of time and space. Estimated arrival coordinates. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Temporal anchor point. Error unrecognized. Hogwarts. A final flicker of thought flashed through Harry's mind before being engulfed entirely by darkness. The Ark bore him forth like a leaf caught in a tempest, plummeting into an utterly unfamiliar and erroneous time and place. Chapter 33. Dislocated time and space. Darkness. Turbulence. His soul felt as if it had been cast into a rapidly spinning, shattered washing machine, shredded and tugged by countless chaotic fragments of time. Harry drifted amidst an endless sea of pain and chaos. The forcibly erased, despair-laden memories of Lily intertwining with his own excruciating agony, relentlessly tormenting his nearly fractured nerves. Paradoxical taint eradicated. Mother, why? Harry, my son. Those cold words and heart-wrenching cries gnawed at his consciousness like a relentless parasite. Time slipped away, and gradually, the violent tumult and the sensation of being torn through time and space began to wane. The eternal stag seemed to have burst free from that ferocious temporal maelstrom, its hull growing steadier, yet still plummeting with an alarming velocity. Warning: severe deviation in transition endpoint coordinates. Exited predetermined course into unknown quadrant of time and space. Final coordinates locked. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Black Lake region, altitude rapidly descending. 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet. Impact warning. The Ark's cold, intermittent alarm echoed like a final death knell, jolting Harry from his semi-conscious state. Hogwarts? Black Lake? Collision. He opened his stinging eyes wide, peering through the main viewport, now splintered with web-like cracks. The image flickering erratically, revealing a heart-stopping sight. Below, bathed in dim moonlight, lay a vast expanse of water, a colossal black mirror, the Black Lake. Further afield, on the opposite shore, the silhouette of a grand, familiar yet subtly distorted castle loomed in the night. That was Hogwarts. But the Ark was hurtling downwards at an astonishing speed, like a meteor towards the shore of the Black Lake. At this angle and velocity, they were bound to collide with the rocky shoreline or the castle's outer wall, shattering upon impact. Pull up, Ark, pull up, Harry rasped, desperately attempting to rise and take control, but his body remained weak, and he had no knowledge of how to maneuver the vessel. Energy depleted, control systems failure. Unavoidable inertial descent. The Ark's voice was nearly inaudible. In this critical moment, the scorching silver ring around Harry's chest and the cracked memory crystal in his hand seemed to resonate with the familiar surroundings, the powerful ancient magical field of Hogwarts. Inexplicably flickering once more, two faint forces intertwined again, but this time, not in conflict, but in a peculiar resonance. A faint, ethereal wave of protective magic, imbued with Lily's soul mark and intertwined with the ancient covenant power resonating with Hogwarts Castle, suddenly emanated from Harry, enveloping the plummeting vessel like a fragile buffer bubble. A deafening crash resonated, shaking the very earth. Harry was violently hurled upwards and then slammed back onto the control panel, nearly losing consciousness once more. The vessel did not shatter upon impact. Instead, at the last moment, it was cushioned by the protective force and, in a relatively gentle manner, plunged into the depths of a dense, untouched ancient forest by the shores of the Black Lake. The tremendous force, however, still obliterated countless ancient trees along its path, carving a deep trench into the ground, until the bow of the vessel became firmly embedded in an earthen slope, finally coming to a halt. Inside the ship, chaos reigned, sparks flying as the last few screens extinguished, plunging everything into complete darkness. Only the memory crystal in Harry's hand continued to emit a faint, intermittent milky glow, illuminating his pale and terrified face. Impact survival system fully offline, entering deep sleep mode. The vessel left behind its final fragmented message before falling silent. An oppressive stillness enveloped the scene, broken only by the occasional creak of breaking trees outside and the gentle lapping of the Black Lake against the shore. Harry lay beside the cold, deformed control panel, gasping for breath, his body aching as if it had been shattered. Yet a sense of gratitude for surviving this ordeal surged within him. He was alive for now. Was this truly Hogwarts? Struggling, he relied on the faint light of the memory crystal to crawl towards a twisted observation window in the wall, peering through the thick, dirt-streaked, cracked glass. Outside lay a tangle of dense, gnarled tree vines, nearly burying the vessel. Further afield, through the gaps in the foliage, the shimmering surface of the Black Lake was visible, alongside the familiar outline of the castle across the water. Yes, it was indeed Hogwarts, with its towering spires and familiar layout. But why did it feel somewhat different? It was nighttime, and most of the castle's windows were dark, with only a few sporadic lights glowing. This in itself was insignificant. Yet Harry sensed a heavier atmosphere enveloping the castle. Moreover, the shapes of some towers bore subtle differences from his memories. Was this merely an illusion caused by a bump to the head, or a consequence of temporal dislocation? At which point in time was he now? The crimson symbol left by Lily had yet to be deciphered, yet he found himself inexplicably falling into Hogwarts. What was to be done next? Could this vessel be repaired? Would the scavengers track him down here? Countless questions plagued him. The immediate priority was to escape the vessel, find a place to hide, assess his injuries, and then plan his next move. The noise of the vessel's descent was monumental, sure to attract attention. He had to leave before anyone discovered him. Enduring the pain, Harry groped through the darkness. Fortunately, at the moment of the final impact, it seemed that an emergency hatch had been jarred open. He forcefully pushed aside the warped door, and a rush of cold, damp air from the Scottish night, laden with the earthy scent of mud and lake water, surged in, invigorating him. He needed to escape this place post-haste. Harry briefly oriented himself and staggered toward the general direction of the castle. He needed to find a location with people to ascertain the precise circumstances. He had not ventured far when the sound of footsteps and voices reached his ears, accompanied by the flickering glow of wands being waved. Were they professors from Hogwarts, or perhaps the caretaker, Filch? They had arrived swiftly, but it was too late. They had evidently spotted him as well. Who goes there? A youthful voice, cold and vigilant, tinged with an undeniable authority, rang out, the wand's light immediately locking onto him. Almost instantaneously, two figures emerged from the trees, appearing before Harry. The foremost individual, wand raised, was tall and slender, clad in a black Hogwarts professor's robe. Greasy black hair clung to his pale, gaunt face, and a prominent hawk-like nose lent him an especially sinister aspect. His eyes resembled dark tunnels, now sharp and filled with suspicion as they bore into Harry. The wand unwaveringly aimed at him. Upon seeing that face, Harry's heart nearly ceased to beat. Severus Snape. He was indeed at Hogwarts. Yet, the Snape before him appeared younger than Harry remembered from their encounter in his first year, perhaps in his early 20s. His complexion was even more pallid and gloomy, the paranoia and sharpness in his gaze more pronounced, imbued with a nearly neurotic vigilance and hostility unsoftened by the passage of time. What sent a chill through Harry was that behind Snape trailed a similarly wand-wielding, stout boy, Filch, whose expression was one of nervous curiosity. Filch appeared younger as well, cradling a bony Mrs. Norris, who was hissing menacingly at Harry. Snape and Filch patrolling together at night? This combination seemed peculiar, and Snape looked far too youthful. Chapter 34. The Potion's Master's Malice. A student? Snape's icy gaze swept over Harry, his brow furrowing tightly, his voice slithering like a venomous snake. What curious attire are you wearing at this hour and in this location? Harry was still clad in the foul-smelling crew jacket. State your name and house. At once. Harry's mind raced. He could not reveal his true name. At this moment, Harry Potter should still be an infant, or perhaps not even born yet, depending on the exact time. I am Harry, he stammered, scrambling to concoct a name. But he suddenly noticed Snape's expression sharpening with increasing astonishment, even horror. Snape's gaze was fixed intently on Harry's face, especially his striking emerald green eyes, which remained vividly discernible in the darkness, and the glaring lightning-shaped scar on his forehead, freshly oozing blood from the earlier impact. Snape's pupils suddenly constricted to the size of the most perilous needlepoint. His breath seemed to momentarily halt, his complexion turning even paler than before, with a ghostly incredulity etched across his features. Impossible, Snape murmured almost in a whisper, his mind adrift as he uttered those few words. A tumult of complex emotions roiled in his dark eyes. Shock, skepticism, fear, and a deep-seated, yet abruptly stirred, agony. He recognized those eyes. He identified that scar. Regardless of the dislocation in time or the disbelief that engulfed him, some imprints indelibly etched within the depths of his soul could never be mistaken. Professor? The nearby Filch seemed taken aback by Snape's intense reaction, cautiously inquiring, "What is it? Is there a problem with this student?" Ignoring Filch, Snape's gaze transformed into the coldest of probes, as if he sought to penetrate Harry's very essence. He raised his wand higher, its tip glinting with a perilous light, his voice chillingly frigid, laced with an undeniable murderous intent. "Who are you? Who sent you? Reveal your purpose. Otherwise," he advanced a step closer, his wand nearly touching Harry's forehead. "I would not hesitate to employ more direct methods to procure answers." A palpable pressure of magic enveloped Harry like a tangible shroud, rendering him almost breathless. In this moment, Snape appeared more dangerous and terrifying than he had ever recalled. The unmasked suspicion and hostility radiated from him, as though he were poised to unleash a curse that would pierce to the very marrow or even take a life. Why? Why did Snape harbor such animosity toward him? Did he perceive a threat because of the resemblance of his eyes to Lily's? Or was this particular Snape ensnared in a state of extreme duress? I I do not know what you are talking about. Harry instinctively retreated, his mind racing to conceal any emotional turbulence, his voice hoarse with fear. I merely got lost. Lost. Snape interjected with a cold, mocking scoff, though his vigilance and murderous intent remained undiminished. Lost to the point of being bloodied? Lost to the epicenter of a recent surge of magical disturbance? Lost while bearing a face that ought not to exist. His wand thrust forward sharply, nearly grazing Harry's skin one last time. Your name, your purpose. Just as Harry believed his demise was imminent, a serious yet slightly anxious female voice emerged from behind. Severus. Filch, what is happening? I heard a tremendous noise. Accompanied by hurried footsteps, another figure appeared, wand in hand, with an impeccably arranged bun and square glasses. Her expression was grave. It was Professor Minerva McGonagall. At that moment, she appeared slightly younger than Harry remembered, yet the essence of her stern and just demeanor was undeniably present. Upon seeing McGonagall, Snape's murderous glare softened marginally, though it remained icily resolute, his wand still poised. Professor McGonagall, your timing is impeccable. I have encountered a suspicious intruder of unknown identity. He has emerged at the core of an extraordinary magical disturbance, and his gaze once again sharpened as it swept over Harry's face, his tone grave. He attempts to masquerade as a student. Professor McGonagall adjusted her glasses, scrutinizing Harry with heightened attention. Upon noticing his striking green eyes, she hesitated briefly, sensing a semblance of familiarity, though her reaction was not as intense as Snape's. Her primary concern lay with Harry's injuries and his ill-fitting clothing. An intruder? He appeared gravely wounded. McGonagall's tone bore a hint of sympathy and caution, regardless of his identity. He should be taken to Madame Pomfrey. Until his origins were ascertained, he could not be moved elsewhere. Snape interjected sharply, his voice laced with urgency. The events of the night were far from trivial. I suspect dark magic is involved. An interrogation must commence immediately. Interrogation also necessitates ensuring his safety. Severus. McGonagall argued resolutely. He merely appears to be a child. Moreover, Professor Dumbledore will arrive shortly. Precisely because Dumbledore is coming, it is imperative to clarify matters beforehand. Snape's tone grew increasingly impatient and irrationally paranoid. He seemed most unwilling to allow Dumbledore to encounter the boy at once. Filch, seize him. Take him to my office. Filch hesitated, glancing between McGonagall and Snape, seemingly torn, yet ultimately relinquished Madame Loris, producing a rope and approaching Harry. Alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. He could not afford to go with Snape. At this juncture, falling into the hands of the hostile Snape was scarcely preferable to ending up with Peeves. Instinctively, he recoiled, his anxious gaze darting around for any possible means of escape. His eyes suddenly caught the glint of the silver serpent emblem of Slytherin on Snape's robe, its eyes seemingly flickering with a faint, ominous red light. This was not the Hogwarts he recognized. The atmosphere here felt wrong. Even the house emblem exuded an eerie quality. He had to flee immediately. Just as Filch's hand was about to grasp him, Harry summoned every ounce of his remaining mental strength, pouring it desperately into the cracked memory crystal in his hand. Lily, help me, he silently implored in despair. Ahem. The light emitted was not an attack, but rather formed a potent mental shockwave, intermingled with Lily's lingering protective will and profound emotions, expanding violently. The first to be affected, both Snape and Professor McGonagall were jolted, particularly Snape, who seemed to be triggered by some deeply painful memory, letting out a muffled groan as a momentary haze of agony clouded his eyes. Filch was knocked back, stumbling to the ground, while Madame Laura screamed in fright and fled in a frenzy. Now's my chance. Seizing this precious moment, Harry pivoted sharply, summoning all his strength to sprint towards the direction of the Black Lake, into the depths of the dark forest. Stop! Snape was the first to regain his composure, the pain in his eyes swiftly replaced by an overwhelming fury and murderous intent. Without a moment's thought, he raised his hand, casting a swift and vicious curse aimed at Harry's back. Severus! No! McGonagall cried out, attempting to intervene, but she was a moment too late. The emerald green spell sliced through the darkness like a venomous serpent. Harry sensed a lethal danger approaching from behind, yet he had no time to evade it. At that critical moment, the book he had kept closely guarded, wrapped in oilcloth, Tempest E.T. sang, seemed to be stirred by the intense malicious magic from the outside and his own instinctual dread. The pages began to flutter inexplicably. Suddenly, a bookmark, crafted from an unknown metal and bearing an ancient design, slipped from between the pages and slid out through the seam of the oilcloth. In that fleeting moment, The bookmark ignited a remarkably intricate and instantaneous protective rune. With a resounding crack, the malevolent curse cast by Snape, resembling a powerful binding spell imbued with dark energy, struck Harry's back, only to be partially deflected by the ephemeral shield formed by the bookmark. Though the protection shattered immediately and the bookmark disintegrated into dust, the curse's potency was significantly diminished. Coughing violently, Harry sputtered several mouthfuls of water, the frigid lake water aggravating his wounds, yet momentarily jolting him into clarity. Driven by the primal instinct for survival, he struggled desperately toward the center of the lake, plunging into its deeper, darker depths. Damn it! From the shore, Snape's furious curses and footsteps echoed, revealing his intent to pursue, even threatening to cast spells upon the lake. Severus Snape, enough! Professor McGonagall's stern voice rang out, seemingly using her wand to restrain him. You will kill him. Stop this at once. He cannot escape. The tracking spell has marked him. Snape's voice was laced with bitterness and cold resolve. He must be captured. He must. Their quarrel faded into the distance, becoming a mere murmur. Harry disregarded the searing pain in his back and the icy water enveloping him, focusing solely on swimming away from the shore of the malevolent presence of Snape. He swam for what felt like an eternity until his strength waned, and his lungs burned fiercely. At last, he managed to grasp a smooth, black rock that jutted from the water, gasping for breath. Was he safe for the moment? The frigid lake water soaked his wounds, sending sharp chills and agony through him. Soaked to the bone, he trembled uncontrollably, fear and loneliness enveloping him once more. That bookmark, had it saved his life? What was it? He had never noticed it before. Just as Harry's mind swirled with confusion and dread, the smooth black rock he clung to suddenly shifted. Then, two enormous eyes, resembling yellow lanterns, burst open on its surface. Beneath those eyes, a fissure slowly widened, revealing a cavernous mouth lined with massive fangs. A deep, slow roar, mingling with the sound of rushing water, echoed directly in Harry's ear. Who dares disturb the rest of Gryffindor? Chapter 35, The Chamber of the Lionheart. Who dares disturb the rest of Gryffindor? The low, deliberate growl, reminiscent of stone grinding against water, reverberated through Harry, causing his eardrums to hum and sending ripples across the icy lake. Harry stood frozen in place, as if his blood had turned to ice. He slowly and laboriously lifted his head, locking eyes with two enormous orbs that glowed like yellow searchlights. This was no mere rock. It was the colossal head of a statue, half submerged in the dark lake, belonging to Gryffindor. How had he swum to the statue of Gryffindor? Moreover, this statue was alive. It could speak. A profound terror gripped Harry, nearly suffocating him. His mind went blank, leaving him devoid of the strength to flee. The massive stone head gradually lowered, the lantern-like eyes drawing closer to Harry, as if scrutinizing this diminutive, unwelcome intruder that dared disturb its tranquility. Its breath carried the scent of millennia-old lakebed silt and algae, cold and damp. The voice of the diminutive statue was slow and perplexed, imbued with an ancient accent, tinged with an odd, wounded scent of blood. Its gaze lingered on Harry's face, particularly fixating on his verdant eyes and the still bleeding scar upon his forehead. The enormous stone brow, if one could indeed call it a brow, appeared to furrow in confusion. Time has knotted itself around you, the small statue murmured, its voice akin to distant thunder. Harry's heart raced. Amidst his fear, he surprisingly sensed no direct malice. This immense statue seemed more perplexed and curious than anything else. Summoning his courage, he spoke in a trembling voice. Esteemed Gryffindor, I did not mean to disturb you. I'm being pursued. Pursued? The statue's voice elevated slightly, piquing its interest. Who dares to chase a child at Hogwarts? What are the professors doing now? Its colossal eyes shifted, seemingly casting a glance towards the castle, tinged with a hint of displeasure. It leaned closer to Harry once more, its nose, a mere stone protrusion, twitching as if to catch a scent. You bear blood, but not entirely your own. There's another scent, older, more akin to us. The statue's tone shifted subtly, laced with a hint of inquiry and perhaps expectation. Little one, what is your name? A name. Harry once again confronted this question. Before the statue of Gryffindor, could he dare to lie? After a brief hesitation, he resolved to take the risk of revealing his true first name while concealing his surname. Harry. I'm called Harry. Harry, the statue echoed, seemingly rummaging through the depths of its memory. A fine name, simple yet powerful. So, Harry, its enormous eyes narrowed slightly, revealing an extraordinarily human-like cunning. Tell me, why do you know of me? Ordinarily, My little statue ought to remain idle in the headmaster's office. A jolt ran through Harry. Indeed, how could the statue of Gryffindor be aware that it had been sculpted into a likeness, and that it resided in the headmaster's office? Unless an astonishing hypothesis surged into his mind. The statue before him was not a mere magical construct. It might harbor a fragment of Godric Gryffindor's will or a shard of memory. It possessed knowledge of events that transpired in later generations. Books? The statue erupted into a thunderous laughter, sending ripples across the lake. Does the current literature still remember old Godric? Certainly. The voice suddenly lowered, imbued with an air of mystery. Harry, would you be willing to assist old Godric? Assist? Assist the founder of Gryffindor? Harry was taken aback, utterly unprepared for this turn of events. Please go on. I sense that something is amiss within the castle. The statue's tone turned grave, a flicker of concern flashing in its large yellow eyes. The balance has been disrupted, and a sinister darkness is burgeoning. I find myself ensnared in this lake, unable to move. I require eyes and feet to investigate. A completely safe hiding place. This was undeniably the greatest temptation for Harry at that moment. Yet, he did not acquiesce immediately. The mention of the disturbances and dark entities by Gryffindor evoked thoughts of the castle's eerie atmosphere and Snape's unsettling malevolence. Was there a connection? What do you mean by dark entities? Harry could not help but inquire. The statue paused, slowly shaking its head. Unclear, merely a sensation. Akin to the scent of snakes, but different, colder, more hollow. It lurks in the shadows, influencing many, including the professor who pursues you. Was Snape's abnormality a consequence of this dark influence? Harry's mind teetered on uncertainty. What now, little one? The statue urged, its voice tinged with a barely perceptible urgency. Time is of the essence. Your pursuer may soon discover this body of water. Taking a deep breath, Harry recognized he had no better options. Remaining in the lake would lead to either freezing to death or being found by Snape. Rather than that, he resolved to place his trust in this founder. If only for once. I will assist you, my Lord Gryffindor, Harry declared solemnly. Good child. The statue seemed pleased, erupting into a thunderous laugh. Then hold on tightly. No sooner had the words left its mouth than the statue abruptly opened its cavernous maw. A powerful suction instantly emanated from within, pulling Harry, along with a torrent of lake water, deep into its throat. Harry managed but a brief exclamation before being entirely engulfed by the frigid water and darkness. He felt as though he were traversing a colossal, smooth stone slide, hurtling downward with great speed. Surrounding him was an abyss of darkness, save for the sound of rushing water. After a descent lasting several seconds, he plunged into a relatively calm pool, the water barely reaching his chest. All around was utter blackness, devoid of light. The air was thick with an ancient, dusty aroma mixed with humidity, along with a faint, peculiar scent of metal and magical spices. Struggling to ascend the shores of the pool, seemingly constructed of stone, Harry was soaked to the bone, his teeth chattering from the cold. Instinctively, he reached for his chest. The tome Tempest E.T. sang was still there, wrapped in oilcloth. Though damp, it appeared unharmed. The crystal containing Lily's memories was firmly grasped in his palm, emanating a gentle, reassuring glow. Chapter 36. The Trial of the Lion's Courage. Guided by this faint light, Harry managed to discern his surroundings. He found himself in a vast, circular stone chamber. The surrounding walls appeared to be natural rock, polished to an exquisite smoothness, adorned with an array of ancient, powerful runes and totems, roaring lions, blazing swords, and the emblem of Gryffindor. At the center of the stone chamber lay a pool from which he had just emerged, its waters seemingly connected to the Black Lake. On the opposite end of the chamber, a wide stone staircase ascended into the darkness, leading to an unknown destination. Was this truly the sanctuary that Gryffindor had spoken of? It resembled a clandestine base or hidden room. Harry felt a slight sense of relief. At least he was safe for the moment. He wrung out his drenched clothing, attempting to warm himself while carefully scrutinizing the stone chamber. His gaze was soon drawn to the intricate carvings on the walls, particularly the Gryffindor emblem, which was exquisitely detailed. The lion's eyes appeared to be inlaid with some form of red gemstone, subtly reflecting light in the dim glow of the memory crystal. However, as he observed further, a frown gradually creased Harry's brow. Something felt amiss. The expressions of these carved lions seemed overly fierce, diverging subtly from his recollection of Gryffindor's brave, yet somewhat impulsive nature. In their gaze, he sensed an undercurrent of ferocity and oppression. Was it merely the dim light playing tricks on him? He then turned his attention to the runes. Having begun his studies of ancient languages like runes, he could discern a few. Most of the inscriptions spoke of courage, strength, protection, and justice, aligning with Gryffindor's ethos. Yet, when he glimpsed the largest and most intricate runes at the center of the chamber's dome, his heart skipped a beat. The meanings of these runes were purification, conquest, and glory at the cost of life. This did not resonate with the Gryffindor he understood. Rather, it seemed to echo certain principles of Slytherin, or perhaps an extreme interpretation of justice. A profound unease surged within him. This hidden chamber appeared far less luminous and secure than it first seemed. Suppressing his doubts, he resolved to explore further. Cautiously, he ascended the spiraling staircase, flanked by walls still covered in runes and murals. The murals depicted scenes of Gryffindor collaborating with the other 3 founders to construct Hogwarts, or battling malevolent creatures and dark wizards. The imagery was dynamic and powerful, yet vividly gruesome. The portrayal of Gryffindor wielding his sword to behead foes was rendered with alarming realism, almost as if deliberately emphasized. The more he gazed, the more his heart raced with trepidation. At last, he reached the top of the staircase, where a colossal door crafted from a dark, golden-hued metal loomed before him. The door bore no visible keyholes, only a massive lion's head-shaped knocker, requiring both hands to grasp. The lion's eyes, also inlaid with that same red gemstone, coldly regarded Harry. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and grasped the icy knocker. At the instant he held it, a low hum resonated as the lion's eyes blazed alive with a crimson glow. A cold, mechanical, emotionless voice resonated directly within Harry's mind, detecting unknown bloodline scan. Bloodline components complex, containing Potter lineage, temporal pollution, and unknown higher-dimensional factors. Determination non pourrait dire. Bloodline purity insufficient. Security clearance validation failed. Access to the Lionheart Hall is forbidden. Harry's heart sank. Was it truly impossible? The chamber left by Gryffindor appeared to impose stringent bloodline access restrictions. However, just as he was about to relinquish hope, the memory crystal belonging to Lily, tightly clutched in his hand, seemed to be awakened by the energy of the door's ring, glowing softly with a milky white light once more. Simultaneously, the tome Tempest E.T. sang nestled in his arms suddenly became scalding hot. The pages began to turn furiously, defying the absence of wind, until they finally settled on a particular page. This page illustrated a complex pattern composed of a lion, a sword, and an hourglass. With a line of fine print below, previously overlooked by Harry, the key of the Lionheart can be unlocked not merely by bloodline. The heart of the brave, confronting the truth, may also knock upon the door. The heart of the brave, confronting the truth? What could this mean? Before Harry could ponder further, the frigid mechanical voice echoed once more, albeit this time laced with an eerie, coaxing tone, detecting alternative validation protocol initiating the trial of the brave. Trial content. Confront your innermost fears and display unwavering courage. Do you accept the trial? Warning. Failure to complete the trial will result in mental backlash. Success will grant temporary access privileges. The trial of the brave? Confronting the deepest fears within. Harry gazed at the tightly shut metal door, seemingly concealing countless secrets, and recalled the admonitions of the Gryffindor statue along with the ominous shadows lurking within the castle. It appeared he had no retreat. I accept. Harry inhaled deeply, speaking resolutely. Trial commencing. The red light of the lion's ring surged suddenly, enveloping Harry entirely. He felt a flash before his eyes, and the surroundings transformed instantaneously. He was no longer standing on the stone steps, but in a space both familiar and strange. The living room of number 4, Privet Drive. Yet this was no longer the oppressive and mundane environment of the Dursleys. The walls were adorned with dark red, vein-like patterns, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of blood and rust. Vernon, Petunia, and Dudley were present, yet they appeared grotesquely abnormal. Their skin was a deathly gray, their eyes entirely black, devoid of whites, and their faces contorted with a twisted, ghastly grin. Their bodies moved in unnaturally angular motions, as if manipulated by strings, slowly, clickingly encroaching upon Harry. Join us, Harry, the Eternal Order, they rasped in a hoarse, overlapping, inhuman whisper. A wave of nausea and dread washed over Harry, but he understood this was an illusion. It was the trial. Get away, he shouted, striving to maintain his mental barriers, attempting to dispel the phantasm. Before Harry stood the Dursleys, unleashing a mocking, shrill laughter, their forms swirling and coalescing into a monstrous entity, grotesquely twisted and composed of countless limbs, charging towards him. In sheer terror, Harry stumbled backward, only to collide with the cold, unyielding wall behind him. There was no escape. Chapter 37. The Confused Legacy. Just as the creature was about to pounce, the scene shifted once more. He found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness. Before him, a middle-aged woman clad in a white robe, her countenance icy, the mother from Lily's memories, slowly materialized, wielding a memory-erasing device that radiated an ominous crimson glow. Her hollow gaze fixed upon him. The paradoxical entity must be purified. She raised the device, advancing step by step. An overwhelming dread seized Harry once again. More than the Dursley's monstrosity, this woman embodied a deeper terror within him. The chilling fear of being denied existence, of being utterly obliterated as an error. Harry felt his courage swiftly ebbing away, his mental defenses crumbling. At that moment, the memory crystal in his grasp began to heat up, and Lily's pained, yet resolute green eyes flickered through his mind. No, he could not succumb here. Lily was waiting for him somewhere. He had to uncover the truth. I'm not an error. Harry let out a soul-stirring cry, resolutely lifting his gaze to meet his mother's frigid stare. A sound akin to shattering glass echoed. The figure of his mother and the terrifying device vanished in an instant. Darkness receded like a tide. Courage validated. Temporary access granted. Welcome, trialist. A thunderous rumble resounded. The heavy metal door slowly and silently creaked open a narrow gap. An ancient, potent aroma, mingling dust, magical spices, and a faint hint of blood, rushed forth from the opening. Harry's heart raced, a mixture of relief at passing the trial and anxiety about the unknown beyond the door. He inhaled deeply and pushed the door open with all his might. The sight that greeted him took his breath away, his pupils dilating in shock. This was not the glorious display of Gryffindor honor or a study he had envisioned. Instead, it was a vast, circular hall resembling an evil altar. The walls of the hall were constructed of pitch-black stone, adorned with gruesome murals depicting battles, conquests, and sacrifices, their style wild and sinister, starkly contrasting with the stone chamber at the entrance. At the center of the hall stood a colossal, intricately designed star map constructed of dark red crystal, slowly rotating, dotted with countless points of light, many of which flickered with ominous black or blood-red hues. What sent chills down Harry's spine and rendered him icy all over was the sight surrounding the hall. Against the walls stood lifelike suits of armor. These armors were ancient and ornate, yet their design was grotesque, embellished with spikes and fangs, their eye sockets glowing with a sinister crimson light. In their grasp lay an array of formidable weapons, exuding a terrifying aura of magical potency, akin to the most loyal yet merciless guardians safeguarding this realm. Each suit of armor bore a distinct emblem upon its chest, the Lion of Gryffindor. Yet here, the lion's insignia was marked by bared fangs and ferocious eyes, brimming with aggression and a lust for conquest. This was hardly the Gryffindor's secret chamber. It resembled a war command center or an altar for conquerors. Harry was so overwhelmed by the oppressive and malevolent ambience that he stumbled backward, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. He was mistaken, utterly mistaken. Gryffindor was not the noble warrior depicted in history books. Or perhaps, that was merely one facet of the truth. This chamber unveiled a deeper, darker aspect of him. Just as Harry was reeling from the shock of the scene before him, the dark red crystal star map in the center of the hall seemed to sense his intrusion, abruptly accelerating its rotation. Within the star map, a previously faint point of light suddenly flared to life, becoming extraordinarily radiant. That point corresponded ominously with the Slytherin dungeon beneath Hogwarts. High-priority temporal anomaly detected near the entrance of the Slytherin chamber. Anomalous feature, highly consistent with the dark legacy marked as Salazar Slytherin. Alert: the Eye of the Serpent may have been activated or tainted. According to Clause 7 of the Honor Protocol, any dark legacy posing a threat to the equilibrium of Hogwarts must be retrieved or destroyed. Directive: all Lionheart Guardians are to act immediately to eliminate the anomaly and seize or obliterate the Eye of the Serpent. Pause. With the issuance of this command, those statuesque guardians, their eyes aglow with a sinister crimson light, sprang to life. They turned their heads with a stiff, creaking motion, their scarlet gazes fixating on Harry, who stood frozen in the doorway, aghast. Their weapons were raised, aimed directly at him, radiating lethal magical energy. Unknown intruder detected within the directive zone. Assessment, possibly related to the temporal anomaly. Secondary directive, eliminate all potential threats without mercy. Harry was paralyzed with dread. He realized that the temporal anomaly and dark legacy detected by the star map did not refer to the Slytherin chamber at all. Instead, it pointed to him, a paradoxical being fallen from another timeline. The dark legacy of Gryffindor had deemed him an anomaly that must be eradicated, and by some twist of fate, He had unwittingly unlocked this Pandora's box filled with instruments of slaughter, leading himself to a dead end. No, wait. He was not Harry attempting to explain. But the activated Lionheart Guardians would heed him not. The foremost 2 suits of armor had already begun to advance, hefting massive swords wreathed in magical flames and axes spewing frost, charging toward him at an astonishing speed. But just as he turned to flee, he caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, a seemingly inconspicuous control panel in the corner of the hall, upon which rested an object. In that moment, a surge of blood rushed to his head, and his pupils dilated to their fullest extent. Before him lay a tattered and filthy ragdoll, a small lion patched with numerous stitches. He recognized that doll all too well. It was his most cherished toy from his previous life, lovingly sewn by his mother for his 4th birthday. It had been lost during a move, leaving him heartbroken for an eternity. How could this toy, which existed solely in the memories of his past life and was never meant to appear in the magical realm, be here, in this ancient, dark chamber of Gryffindor from millennium ago? The overwhelming shock momentarily eclipsed his fear. Harry's mind went blank. In that fleeting moment of distraction, a cold, deathly chained scythe, like a venomous serpent, shot forth from the hand of suit of armor, instantly wrapping around his ankle. A tremendous force yanked him to the ground, dragging him toward the oncoming wave of merciless, icy, armored figures. No! Harry let out a desperate scream. Chapter 38, The Time Prisoner. The frigid chains tightened around his ankle, the immense pulling force brutally drawing him toward the group of armored figures, their eyes glinting with a sinister crimson light as they wielded lethal weapons. The shadow of death descended upon him like a tangible presence. No! Harry screamed in despair, his mind a void, consumed by the primal instinct for survival. Just as he teetered on the brink of annihilation, the book he held, Tempest E.T. sang, which had been radiating warmth, seemed to be activated by the imminent threat of death, erupting in an unprecedented blinding silver light. The pages flipped wildly, finally resting on an exceedingly intricate, multidimensional time geometry that he had previously been unable to comprehend. The lines and symbols on the diagram seemed to come alive, detaching from the page and embedding themselves deep within Harry's mind. Simultaneously, the memory crystal of Lily in his hand resonated, releasing a final soft, milky glow that intertwined with the silver light, forming a peculiar, stable, and resilient energy field, temporarily countering the chilling, deathly magic of the chains. A crystal-clear thought, not born of his own consciousness, infused his soul as if awakening him. Time is not linear, it is a circle. Find the anchor point to break the cycle. Time is not linear, it is a circle? Break the cycle? What does this mean? Harry's thoughts raced at an unprecedented speed. In this life and death moment, the barriers of his mind and the potential of his dual souls were pushed to their limits. An anchor point? What could it be? That ragdoll. Was it the key to connecting 2 different timelines? The key to breaking free from cycle? How to escape? He had no time to ponder. The suit of armor wielding a fiery greatsword was already upon him, the sword slicing through the air with a deafening roar as it descended toward his head. There was no evading it, no blocking it. Just as Harry believed his demise was inevitable, he followed that instinctual thought, not to resist, but to channel all his mental energy frantically into the glowing ancient tome and the memory crystal. Simultaneously, his gaze fixated on the tattered lion plush toy nestled in the corner, serving as his sole focal point of concentration. Tom would bear witness. This object would be his anchor. Take me away from here, he roared with the strength of his very soul. Buzz! The intertwining radiance of silver and pearlescent white surged explosively, engulfing Harry's form. He experienced an overwhelming sensation, distinct from a key and the temporal leap, a disorienting twist. It felt as if the entire world was forcibly folded and then violently unfurled. The scene before him shattered like a broken mirror, spinning and then reassembling. The howling of a great sword cleaving through the air, the heavy footfalls of armor, the dragging sensation of chains, all vanished in an instant. A powerful wave of dizziness and weightlessness washed over him. Thud! He landed heavily on the cold, damp grass, coughing uncontrollably. Fresh air, imbued with the essence of the night's dew, flooded his lungs, and from afar, he heard the familiar sound of the Black Lake's waves gently lapping at the shore. Disoriented, Harry lifted his head and surveyed his surroundings. Bathed in moonlight, he found himself lying at the edge of the ancient woods bordering the Black Lake. Not far behind, the chaotic remnants of the Eternal Stag's descent lay scattered, the massive hull of the Ark still half hidden among the vines and trees. How is this possible? He abruptly glanced at his ankle, pristine and smooth, devoid of any marks of chain entanglement. Although his clothes remained soaked and tattered, there were no new wounds. The terrifying ordeal seemed merely a vividly realistic nightmare. No, not a dream. Harry quickly reached into his pocket, where Tempest E.T. Sang lay quietly, its cover still radiating a faint warmth. The memory crystal of Lily was also in his palm, yet its brilliance had completely dimmed, its surface marred by fine cracks, as if it might shatter at any moment. Moreover, the vividly clear notion of the nonlinear temporal ring and the intricate geometric diagram of time in his mind unmistakably confirmed that what he had just experienced was real. The cost had been the near total depletion of the tome and crystal. Harry's heart raced. A mixture of dread and an indescribable thrill surged within him. It seemed he had touched upon the deeper, more forbidden realms of temporal magic. But now was not the time for deep reflection. The danger had not yet passed. Snape and McGonagall could arrive at any moment, alerted by the commotion of the Arch's fall. He had to leave immediately. Almost as soon as this thought crossed his mind, a familiar, cold, and alert voice of the young Snape echoed from not far in the woods. "Who is there?" The light of a wand rapidly approached. History seemed to be repeating itself. Harry froze, but this time he hesitated not at all. Drawing from his previous experience, he did not wait for Snape and Filch to come too close. Instead, he turned and, using the last remnants of his regained strength, sprinted along the lake shore, towards the Forbidden Forest, in the opposite direction of last time. "Stop!" Snape's sharp reprimand and the sound of his footsteps surged forward, more rapid and furious than before. He recalled the last encounter, when Snape had cast a spell and claimed to have placed a tracking charm on him. This time, he had to escape more swiftly and decisively. Indeed, the sharp whistle of a spell slicing through the air echoed behind him once more. Without hesitation, Snape unleashed another attack. Yet this time, Harry was prepared. The moment he heard the sound, he lunged forward in a desperate leap. A ghostly green spell grazed his back, striking a large tree ahead and exploding into a shower of splinters. That was close. Harry tumbled awkwardly to the ground, ignoring the pain, and scrambled to continue running. "You cannot escape." Snape's cold voice, like a relentless parasite, pursued him closely, the distance seemingly narrowing. This was untenable. Snape was faster than he. He would soon be caught again. A solution had to be found. Harry's anxious gaze darted around, surveying the terrain. Ahead lay the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the trees grew denser and the landscape became more intricate. Perhaps he could utilize the forest geography to elude him? Just as Harry was about to plunge into the forest, his ankle was suddenly ensnared by something cold, slick, and tenacious. Chapter 39. The cycle begins. Harry cried out, losing his balance once more and crashing heavily to the ground. Looking down, his face paled instantly. What had ensnared his ankle was not roots or vines, but several pale, swollen arms emitting the fetid stench of decaying water plants. Arms emerging from the muddy shallows of the lake. It was a Grindylow. The Grindylows from the Black Lake had been drawn to the commotion. More pale arms reached out from the mire, grasping at his legs, attempting to drag him into the frigid waters. With the Forbidden Forest ahead, Snape behind, and now entangled by the Grindylows, his misfortune seemed boundless. "Oof. You brought this upon yourself." Snape's footsteps halted a few paces away, his voice cold, tinged with mockery and satisfaction. He seemed in no rush to capture Harry immediately, relishing the despair of his prey like a cat toying with a mouse. The light of his wand illuminated Harry's pale face and the terrifying Grindylow arms. Harry struggled desperately, but those arms were immensely strong, slick and cold, rendering escape impossible. Instead, he was being dragged inch by inch toward the lake. Despair surged anew. Had he just escaped one deadlock only to meet his end at the hands of the Grindylows? No, absolutely not. A glint of madness flickered in Harry's eyes. He extended his hand, not to pry at the arms, but to seize the moist mud at the shore with fierce determination. Then, with his muddy fingers, he swiftly smeared the muck across the lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. He recalled a particularly obscure passage in Tempest E.T. Sang that mentioned certain unique bodily marks, especially those linked to intense magical events, which under specific conditions could temporarily serve as micro-conduits of energy or sources of interference. He did not know if it would work, but he had no choice but to grasp at straws. The moment the mud covered the scar, an extraordinary transformation occurred. It was as if Harry had suddenly transformed into something they utterly loathed or feared. Astonishingly effective. The realization filled Harry with both surprise and joy, leaving him no time to ponder the underlying principle. He scrambled to escape. using hands and feet to dash toward the forbidden forest, which loomed perilously close. Behind him, Snape was evidently taken aback by this turn of events, letting out a suspicious, cold grunt, curious little brat. Nevertheless, he did not relent in his pursuit, raising his wand once more. Yet, just as Snape prepared to cast another spell, Professor McGonagall's urgent and serious voice rang out from deeper within the woods, closer to the crash site of the Ark. Severus. Filch, over here. I've discovered something of greater importance. This time, it seemed that McGonagall had found the wreckage of the Ark much sooner than before. Snape's movements abruptly halted, a flicker of intense, internal conflict flashing across his face. He glanced at Harry, who was on the verge of escaping into the forbidden forest, then at the direction from which McGonagall's voice emanated. Ultimately, it appeared that the more pressing matter took precedence. Consider yourself fortunate, Snape icily remarked to Harry's retreating silhouette before decisively turning away and hastening toward McGonagall. Harry could even hear Filch's labored breaths as he hurried to keep pace with Snape. Was the crisis averted once more? Harry dared not linger for a moment longer, plunging into the dense, dark embrace of the forbidden forest, desperately running deeper until he could no longer hear any sounds behind him. Only then did he allow himself to lean against a massive, moss-covered ancient tree, collapsing and gasping for breath. He had survived yet again. However, this time, the experience differed vastly from the last. His distinct choices, fleeing earlier, opting for a different direction, and inadvertently forcing Snape back with the water demon and mud, had led to McGonagall discovering the Ark sooner, drawing Snape away. The timeline had indeed shifted. He had escaped the previous cycle of death and entered a branch of alternate possibilities. The accounts in Tempest E.T. saying were undeniably true. Time could indeed unfold like a ring, giving rise to various branches through different choices at crucial junctures. A profound shock and clarity surged through Harry's mind. Yet, he immediately compelled himself to regain composure. Now was not the time for reflections. He was still in the forbidden forest and far from safe. He needed to find a genuine refuge quickly to tend to his wounds and recuperate. After resting for a moment, he struggled to rise, intending to search for a dry hollow in a tree or a cave within the forest. Just as he was about to depart, his gaze inadvertently swept across the trunk of the ancient tree he had been leaning against. To his astonishment, he noticed that the rough, moss-covered bark bore a small, crooked inscription, seemingly etched by a sharp object. The writing appeared fresh, as if inscribed only moments ago. Intrigued, Harry moved closer for a better look. When he finally discerned the content of the inscription, a chill coursed through his veins, freezing the very blood within him, as a wave of dread surged from his feet to the crown of his head. The inscription read, text missing. Beneath the script, there was a rudimentary depiction of a crying little lion. The tone of the writing was unmistakable. Harry trembled as he extended his hand to trace the words etched into the bark. The scratches still bore the faint scent of fresh wood shavings. This was undoubtedly inscribed not long ago. Who could it be? Who knew his name? Who was issuing this warning? Was it referring to the Gryffindor statue? Or the darkness that loomed within the castle? Had someone else, before him, traversed a similar cycle and left behind this caution? Or was it possible that he himself had inscribed it during a prior iteration? A more chilling thought slithered into his mind like a venomous serpent. Was this truly his first escape from the cycle? Could it be that he had struggled within this bizarre temporal loop countless times, and that each cycle concluded with death? Was this why someone, or perhaps he himself, had left such a warning? Did the tome, Tempest E.T. saying, and Lily's crystal not aid him in breaking free from the cycle, but rather grant him the faint memories and experiences accumulated through his repeated iterations? Was this the reason he possessed that instinctive insight into using the boggart and the sludge? Was the non-linear time chronicled in that book merely a desperate trap? If he could never find a true anchor, never completely shatter this cycle, would he remain eternally ensnared within this night, ceaselessly hunted by Snape, endlessly facing various fatal outcomes until his soul was utterly obliterated? An endless chill and despair enveloped him like the icy waters of a lake, submerging Harry in an instant. He leaned against the ancient tree, slowly sinking to the ground, his body cold and trembling uncontrollably. It became clear that he had not escaped by mere fortune. Rather, he had fallen into a more terrifying, infinite prison of time. In the depths of darkness, deep within the forbidden forest, it seemed he could hear the countless echoes of himself, voicing silent wails of despair and defiance from a multitude of cycles in which he had perished. Crouched beneath the ancient tree, Harry clutched the nearly shattered memory crystal and the searing tome, his eyes revealing a profound desperation that bordered on collapse. What must he do to break free from this accursed cycle? Chapter 40. The Imprint of the Cycle. The inscription on the ancient tree, seemingly left as a final warning with the last vestiges of strength, acted like the coldest of spells, freezing Harry's blood and shattering the flicker of hope he had just ignited regarding his escape from the cycle. An infinite loop of death. A message of despair left for himself? This conjecture was so horrifying that it could shatter anyone's sanity. Harry huddled beneath the frigid tree, allowing the biting cold and despair to consume him completely, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. He could even envision himself struggling and dying time and again in countless cycles, ultimately carving a warning into the tree with his last ounce of strength, attempting to save the next iteration of himself. That sense of helplessness and despair threatened to engulf him. No, this cannot be. Harry suddenly lifted his head, a flicker of mad, defiant fire igniting in his eyes. He bit down hard on the tip of his tongue, the excruciating pain temporarily suppressing the overwhelming fear that threatened to engulf him. Even if this was indeed a cycle, he could not yield. Each iteration, even if it yielded but a fragment of information or a minuscule step forward, was infinitely preferable to inaction. Lily was waiting for him somewhere. The truth of the Potter family remained shrouded in mystery. He could not falter here. He cast his gaze once more at the inscription. Who was it deceiving him about? The Gryffindor statue? This was the most direct suspect. The statue appeared benign, yet it had led him into a deadly chamber filled with murderous armor. But was it possible that it referred not to the statue itself? Might it allude to something else? The darkness influencing the castle? Or some other, more insidious presence he had yet to perceive? The clues were scant. He needed more information. Harry mustered the strength to rise, his sharp gaze sweeping through the surrounding darkness of the Forbidden Forest. If his former self could leave a warning here, then perhaps other clues remained, overlooked in previous cycles. He resolved to cease his aimless wandering and to center his search around the ancient tree with the inscription. Meticulously exploring the nearby area, enduring the pain and fatigue, he relied on the faint, flickering light of the memory crystal, which could extinguish at any moment. As he scoured the ground for traces, the carved marks on the bark, and even the crevices of the rocks, time slipped by, marked only by the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind and the distant howls of nocturnal creatures. Cold and hunger relentlessly assailed his body, and a sense of despair began to creep in. Was there truly only that one warning? Just as he was on the verge of succumbing to hopelessness once more, his fingers brushed against some uneven markings on the back of an unassuming black rock, half buried beneath moss. A chill ran through him as he quickly cleared away the moss and brought the crystal closer. There, on the rock's reverse side, were etched lines of scraggly, fragmented script, as if the engraver had been in extreme agony or haste. Cycle 17. The statue is untrustworthy. The chamber is a trap. Anchor is not an object illegible. Searching for mother. Writing interrupted. Cycle 17? Had there truly been at least 17 iterations? Perhaps even more. The question mark denoting uncertainty. Harry's heart lurched violently. His previous speculations were validated. This was indeed a merciless temporal prison. The statue was untrustworthy, and the chamber a trap, confirming his prior experience. Most crucially, the latter two phrases, the anchor is not an object, was his earlier assumption regarding the doll erroneous? Or perhaps only partially correct? The latter part was obscured, seemingly containing vital information that had been deliberately or regrettably erased. The final phrase, searching for mother, was also interrupted. What is mother? Her tears? Her memories? Her relics? Lily Evans Potter? Or the cold mother? This clue appeared to point towards Lily. Could the key to breaking the cycle lie within her? Harry's spirit soared. Regardless of whom this mother refers to, it undeniably provides a clear direction. He meticulously committed the engravings on the stone to memory and continued his search. Soon, within a narrow crevice formed by the intertwining roots of another nearby tree, he made a remarkable discovery. Concealed within that crevice was a small scroll wrapped in waterproof oilcloth, containing extremely ancient parchment. Its hidden placement indicated it had been painstakingly left by someone in the past. Harry's heart raced as he cautiously retrieved the parchment and unfurled it. The parchment bore no words, merely depicting a rudimentary yet profoundly meaningful schematic. At the center of the illustration was a simplistic figure, representing Harry, ensnared within a colossal, looping serpent, symbolizing the cycle. In the figure's grasp was a luminous crystal, representing Lily's memory crystal, its radiance pointing towards a specific point outside the serpent's body. The location of that point was illustrated in the shape of a droplet of tear. Beside the tear, in minuscule lettering, was inscribed, the true tear of the lake's reflection. Furthermore, beneath the schematic was an even smaller annotation, almost indecipherable. Beware, The Reaper also dwells within the cycle. Boom! Like countless bolts of lightning exploding in his mind. Harry instantly comprehended. The anchor point to break the cycle was not a tangible object, but rather the genuine tears of Lily. Tears she shed at a specific moment and place, imbued with the most profound emotions and memories. Those tears, due to some potent magic or extreme sentiment, had transformed into a singular point capable of anchoring time and disrupting the cycle. And that place was at the heart of the Black Lake. Was it necessary to find it through some form of reflection? The final warning sent chills down his spine. The Reaper, those heartless Zero Squads, or similar entities, were also aware of the cycle's existence, and might even be exploiting it to pursue him. He was not the only player accumulating experience within the cycle. The volume of information was immense, yet the direction was unprecedentedly clear. He must journey to the heart of the Black Lake and locate that genuine tear. But how could he reach the heart of the lake? He was currently drained of magical energy and physically weak, making it impossible to swim for long or conjure a boat. Moreover, the lake harbored water spirits and other unknown creatures. What did reflection refer to? How could he find the tear through reflection? Harry furrowed his brow, striving to think. His gaze returned to the schematic, focusing on the symbol representing Lily's tears. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. Reflection of tears. Chapter 41. The Tear Stone of the Mother. Harry abruptly recalled the silver ring on his chest. The surface of the silver ring had always been remarkably smooth, capable of vaguely reflecting images, akin to a miniature mirror. Could it be that reflection referred to observing the heart of the lake through this silver ring? And perhaps the heart of the lake did not denote its geographical center, but rather a focal point of magical significance? A bold plan rapidly formed in Harry's mind. He took a deep breath, clutched the nearly shattered memory crystal and the warm, ancient tome, and made his way towards the shores of the Black Lake. Under the moonlight, the Black Lake remained as tranquil as an immense obsidian mirror, its depths unfathomable, concealing countless secrets and perils. He carefully infused these intense emotions into the silver ring nestled against his chest. The ring began to emit a gentle warmth, its surface becoming increasingly smooth and reflective. Then, Harry slowly aligned the mirror-like surface of the ring with the placid lake below. He was not merely gazing at the lake through the ring. Rather, he sought to use it as a conduit to connect his spirit and emotions with the ancient, enchanted waters of the lake, hoping to sense the potential existence of a tear of truth hidden within some temporal rift. This was an extraordinarily perilous endeavor, entirely grounded in conjecture and intuition. As moments ticked by, the lake's surface remained unchanged. Harry's mental fortitude waned rapidly. Cold sweat beaded on his forehead, and his body trembled slightly from weakness and tension. Had he failed? Just as he was on the verge of losing hope, a sudden transformation occurred. The memory crystal in his hand, already riddled with cracks, seemed to resonate with his fervent intent and the ring's guidance, emitting a final faint hum, akin to a sigh, before shattering completely. Yet, the shattered crystal did not disintegrate into dust. Instead, it transformed into a pure, soft, milky white mist, slowly descending and merging into the mirror surface of the silver ring. The ring blazed alive. The mirror no longer reflected the lake's surface, but revealed a strange vision. The Black Lake remained, yet its waters deepened in hue, as if mirroring the starry sky. At the heart of the lake, beneath its surface, a faint yet distinctly clear blue light flickered, reminiscent of stars plunging to the lake's depths. That was the location of the Tear of Truth. Simultaneously, Harry sensed a wondrous connection forming between himself and the area at the lake's heart. It felt as if an invisible pathway, forged from emotion, linked him to that tear. He had succeeded. An overwhelming joy surged within Harry as he endeavored to commit that location to memory. Suddenly, through that intangible emotional channel, a surge of cold, chaotic fragments of memories, saturated with profound agony and despair, rushed upward, flooding his mind. They were Lily's memories, yet they were clearer and more harrowing than before. A frigid white room, his mother advancing step by step with that dreadful apparatus, for the purity of the family, for the absolute timeline. This was the necessary sacrifice. The excruciating pain as the instrument pierced his temple, the torment of memories being forcibly torn away, shattered, and obliterated, and just before consciousness faded into oblivion, Lily glimpsed through the reinforced glass of the laboratory window at the scene outside, a full moon suspended above the heart of the Black Lake, and beneath the moonlight, a crystalline tear uncontrollably slipped from her eye, cascading onto the cold instrument, evaporating in an instant. Yet, the immense sorrow and unwillingness encapsulated within that tear seemed to transcend the barriers of time and space, miraculously imprinting itself upon the waters of the lake's heart. It turned out that this tear of truth was shed by Lily at the moment of excruciating anguish when she was forcibly stripped of her memories of her son. Its location corresponded precisely with the moonlight illuminating the heart of the lake at that time. The tear that fell from her eye was an eternal scar, a poignant testament to the profound love and anguish she felt when forcibly stripped of her son. It served as the pivotal emotional anchor that shattered the cycle of time. Mother Harry murmured to herself, her heart aching to the point of near suffocation, her vision blurred by tears. He finally comprehended the weight of that tear. Yet, at that moment, when he was engulfed by the brutal truth, a chilling voice belonging to his mother pierced the silence. "What is the status of the Cradle-S operation?" Another voice, respectful and electronic in tone, responded, "The cradle is functioning stably. The seed has been implanted in cycle segment 17. The scavenger units are in position, awaiting final instructions." The mother's voice replied, "Excellent. Ensure that the paradox entity undergoes thorough refinement within the cycle. His soul's wavelength is the optimal key to activating the legacy. When the door opens, that will be the moment." The conversation abruptly ceased, leaving the subsequent content shrouded in obscurity. Yet, these fragments alone struck Harry like a thunderbolt, leaving him icy with dread. The cradle? Does it refer to this time loop? The seed? Refinement? The scavenger units are in place? Is the soul's wavelength truly the ideal key to activating a legacy? Could it be that this is an immense conspiracy? This time loop was not a mere accident, but a deliberate construct of that ruthless mother and the forces behind her, designed to refine him, to use his soul as the key to activate some legacy. The scavengers are not pursuers, but overseers ensuring the refinement process runs smoothly. And what of Lily? What role does she play in this conspiracy? Was her suffering and tears merely a component of their scheme? A tidal wave of fury and betrayal engulfed Harry in an instant. He felt like a pitiful pawn, manipulated at will. Just as his emotions surged dangerously close to being uncontrollable, a chilling rush of air heralded the arrival of three silent, shadowy figures, appearing like phantoms from three directions, completely sealing off all avenues of escape. They were the scavengers, three clad in full coverage helmets and matte black combat suits, wielding blue energy weapons. They had indeed been watching, lurking within the cycle. Just as he uncovered a crucial clue and lost emotional composure, they emerged. Chapter 42. Reunion. Their electronic eyes coldly fixed on Harry, weapons raised, energy beginning to coalesce. There was no warning, no idle chatter, only the chilling command for slaughter. Harry's pupils constricted, despair flooding his heart once more. He had just discovered the truth, and now he was to be silenced. Run. He must flee to the heart of the lake. That was his only hope. Harry abruptly turned, intent on leaping into the black lake. But it was too late. The scavenger directly before him unleashed a blinding blue light from its energy weapon. A beam of energy potent enough to obliterate a soul shot forth, aimed straight at his heart. The speed was overwhelming. There was no time to evade. Harry could even feel the searing heat of that destructive energy and the breath of death upon him. It was over. This time, he was truly going to die. In that final moment of despair, the silver ring resting upon Harry's chest, which had only just settled into a state of calm, now stirred with a subtle tremor, as if awakened by an enigmatic force. The remnants of the shattered memory crystal in his hand, once a mere assortment of lifeless fragments, now pulsed with a newfound vitality, emitting a faint glimmer of light. These two seemingly unrelated objects seemed to resonate in a profound synchronicity, responding simultaneously to the lethal, hostile energy that shared their origin. A delicate connection appeared to bind them, transcending the mundane realm of matter. As the malevolent energy drew nearer, the resonance between the silver ring and the memory crystal intensified, ultimately erupting into a final thread of feeble energy, as if provoked to retaliate. Although this energy was faint, it brimmed with an indomitable spirit and a will to resist, as though declaring war against the encroaching hostility. This resonance manifested not merely as a shield, but as an extraordinarily peculiar and transient distortion of space-time. The air around Harry warped violently. The blue energy beam, aimed at his heart, experienced a minute deviation due to this sudden disruption. With a soft thud, the energy beam missed its intended target and grazed his left arm instead. A pained grunt escaped Harry's lips as an indescribable agony, akin to the tearing of his very soul, surged through his left arm. He could even see his skin and muscle becoming translucent, ephemeral where the energy had passed. Yet, no blood flowed. Only a chilling sense of absolute void remained. Simultaneously, the energy beam struck the surface of the lake behind him. Boom! Instead of a massive splash, a dark vortex of swirling nothingness erupted at the point of impact, expanding with an overwhelming gravitational pull. The three scavengers seemed equally taken aback by this turn of events, their electronic eyes flickering as they paused momentarily. Now was the moment. Clenching his teeth, cold sweat beaded on Harry's brow, as the pain radiating from his left arm felt like thousands of ants gnawing at him, an unbearable torment. Yet, he refused to succumb to this bizarre and intense suffering. Instead, he summoned every ounce of his willpower to endure the agonizing pain. With the last vestiges of strength, he propelled himself backward with a sudden leap. This leap was swift as an arrow, launching him towards the powerful gravitational force. He did not aim to jump into the lake. Rather, he sought to plunge into the perilous, unknown vortex of time and space. Faced with the choice of being captured or killed by the scavengers, he opted to take a chance. Perhaps within the vortex lay a glimmer of hope. Stop him! One of the scavengers bellowed with a synthetic electronic voice, attempting to surge forward. But it was too late. Harry's body was swiftly engulfed by the dark vortex of time and space. In the final moment before his complete disappearance, the last sight to meet his eyes was the cold, triumphant gleam flickering in the electronic eyes of the three scavengers. Upon his left arm, which had become semi-transparent, an inconspicuous mark, previously concealed by his sleeve, emerged, a faint imprint resembling an intricate interplay of gears and eyes, radiating a ghostly blue luminescence. What could it be? Before he could fathom its significance, an overwhelming darkness and a powerful force of tearing consumed his consciousness entirely. With a thud, Harry fell heavily onto the cold, unforgiving ground, the sharp pain nearly rendering him unconscious. He struggled to open his eyes, and the intense dizziness took considerable time before he could discern his surroundings. It appeared he was in a cramped, windowless stone chamber. The air was thick with the potent scents of potions and dust. Where was this? What place had the temporal vortex cast him into? He glanced down at his left arm, where profound, ethereal pain persisted. His entire arm felt as though it had lost much of its sensation, the skin taking on an unhealthy, semi-translucent gray hue, fragile as if it might shatter with the lightest touch. The bizarre imprint of the gear and eye had vanished. He then felt in his pocket, reassuringly discovering that Tempest E.T. Sang remained, though its cover had turned completely dull and cold, resembling a genuine ancient tome. The memory crystal of Lily had entirely disappeared, leaving only a residue of powder. The price had been steep, yet he had survived. Harry strained to sit up, seeking to survey his surroundings and locate an exit. At that moment, the door of the stone chamber swung open abruptly. A tall, thin man clad in a black Hogwarts professor's robe, his pallid complexion shadowed with gloom, entered, holding a bubbling vial of a potion that exuded a noxious odor. Upon noticing Harry, who had awakened and was attempting to rise, he visibly froze for an instant. Then his dark eyes filled with an overwhelming shock, disbelief, and a profound, unshakable hostility. It was Severus Snape. Harry's heart plummeted to the depths of despair. Just escaping the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's jaws? It appeared he had directly tumbled into Snape's private potion laboratory. Snape fixated on Harry, particularly his green eyes and disheveled black hair, his lips moving as if witnessing an impossibility. The potion vial in his hand clinked softly as it trembled. After a few suffocating minutes of confrontation, Snape slowly placed the potion vial on a nearby table, his movements excruciatingly deliberate, as if suppressing a tempest of emotions. Then, he gradually advanced toward Harry, his wand having somehow slipped into his hand, its tip slightly raised and aimed at Harry. His voice, low and hoarse, brimmed with an uncontainable cold malice and a nearly frenzied curiosity, inquired, "What exactly are you?" Chapter 43. The Potion's Master's Prisoner. A surge of pain. It felt as if his entire left arm had been plunged into liquid nitrogen at absolute zero, instantly freezing, only to be subsequently shattered by a heavy hammer. This agonizing torment surged through Harry's mind, nearly causing him to lose consciousness once more. He crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground, dust and a peculiar melange of herbal scent flooding into his nostrils. The sensation of vertigo washed over him like a relentless tide, rendering his surroundings a blur. He could barely discern that he was in an exceedingly dim and confined space, with rough stone walls encircling him. It was cold, silent, and suffocatingly enclosed. Where was this place? What cursed realm had that wretched time vortex cast him into? He gasped for breath, his right hand pressing against the searing pain in his left arm. The eerie sense of emptiness and chill lingered. His arm appeared unsettlingly translucent and grayish-white, as if it belonged to someone else. Even the slightest movement tugged at the very depths of his soul with agonizing pain. The flickering light of the cold, electronic eye of the Reaper, seemingly triumphant, haunted his mind like a persistent nightmare. And what of that abruptly appearing and vanishing gear-like eye imprint? The schemes of his mother, the alchemical trials of his cradle, the destiny of the key. Fragments of information swirled within his mind like boiling magma, threatening to incinerate his sanity. He forced himself to regain composure. He had to ascertain his circumstances. Surveying his surroundings, he found himself in an almost entirely sealed stone chamber, devoid of windows. With only a heavy, seemingly indestructible wooden door, the air was thick with the suffocating scent of potions intermingled with the musty dust and a faint, chilling aura of dark magic. Against the walls stood several tall shelves, laden with an assortment of glass jars containing bizarre animal organs and plant roots. A sturdy wooden table bore a scattered collection of mortars, scales, silver knives, and crucibles bubbling with faintly effervescent concoctions. Was this a potion laboratory? Or perhaps a storeroom? Did such places exist within Hogwarts? Or had he been cast far from Hogwarts entirely? As he endured the excruciating pain, striving to sit up in search of any potential clues, a soft click echoed from beyond the door. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. His muscles tensed, and instinctively, his right hand sought his waist, only to find his wand lost to him. This was disastrous. The heavy wooden door creaked open ever so slightly, revealing a gaunt figure clad in the black robes of a Hogwarts professor, his pallid visage reminiscent of wax. He carried a vial emitting a noxious purple vapor and stepped inside with a grace that suggested a bat-like glide. It was Severus Snape. Harry's heart plummeted into an unfathomable abyss. A chill more piercing than the cold of his arm swept through him. Just as he had escaped the deadly pursuit of the Reaper, he had stumbled into the lair of the professor most despised by all of Hogwarts. By Merlin's beard. This was scarcely better than falling into the hands of the Reaper. It could well be worse. Snape seemed poised to place the potion vial upon the table when his peripheral vision caught sight of the struggling figure on the floor. Suddenly, his movements froze, as if struck by the most malevolent, petrifying curse, solidifying him in place. His eyes, perpetually hollow and indifferent, resembled the depths of a pitch-black tunnel, incredulously fixated upon Harry's face, more precisely, upon his disheveled black hair, strikingly prominent even in the dim light, and those wide, emerald-green eyes, which reflected pain and terror. Clatter. The precious vial of potion, evidently crafted with meticulous care, slipped from Snape's grasp, crashing against the unforgiving stone floor and shattering instantaneously. Viscous, bubbling purple liquid splattered forth, releasing an even more pungent, acrid aroma that corroded the ground, emitting a faint hissing sound. Yet, he paid no heed to this chaos. His lips trembled slightly, his pallid visage drained of color, only to be swiftly overtaken by an abnormal, twisted flush. The expression upon his face was a complex tapestry of shock, horror, skepticism, an almost frenzied curiosity, and the deepest, nearly palpable hostility and anguish that threatened to erupt. The air was oppressively silent, save for the faint sound of the potion eating away at the floor and Harry's own heavy, labored breaths. He did not even glance at the ruined potion on the ground. The corners of his black robe swept over the floor like silent bat wings. Slowly, step by step, he advanced toward Harry, his movements imbued with a deliberate restraint, as if poised to pounce and tear apart at any moment. His wand had somehow slipped into his hand, its dark tip raised slightly, aimed steadily and accurately at the center of Harry's forehead, unwavering. A chilling intent to kill pierced through the air, pricking at Harry's skin with a painful sting. Forced to tilt his head back against the cold stone wall, Harry trembled uncontrollably from pain and fear. He could vividly see the swirling black tempest in Snape's eyes. He had no doubt that in the next moment, a lethal green light or some dreadful dark magic would erupt from that wand tip, obliterating him entirely. Snape halted just a step away from Harry, looming over him with an oppressive shadow that enveloped him entirely. His voice was low and hauntingly hoarse, as though each word had been squeezed from between clenched teeth, laden with a multitude of suppressed, nearly uncontrollable emotions. What on earth are you? The question emerged. It was almost an exact replica of the previous cycle's opening. Harry's mind raced with unprecedented speed. Last time, he had attempted to defend himself, only to be ruthlessly attacked. This time, he could not afford to repeat that mistake. Snape's emotions were evidently more volatile. His hostility intensified. A reason must be provided, one that would momentarily halt his aggression. A reason he could not dismiss. What could that be? What would Snape absolutely care about? Lily. It had to be Lily. And this damned cycle. Harry, suppressing the dryness in his throat and the searing pain in his left arm, summoned all his strength and nearly screamed the words that had formed in his mind in an instant. His voice sharp and fractured with urgency and weakness. I am not a thing. I am Harry Potter. I come from a future. Or rather, I am trapped in time. Someone wants to kill me. It's my mother. And the Reaper. They've set a trap. A cycle called the Cradle. Lily Evans is in peril. Her memories are fragmented, and he speaks in a disjointed manner, deliberately intertwining the most crucial fragments of information with an overwhelming sense of dread. Particularly the name Lily Evans and the word danger. Chapter 44. The Bloodline of a Mother. Indeed, the moment Lily Evans' name escaped his lips, Snape's body convulsed violently, as if struck by an invisible bolt of lightning. His black eyes, which were fixed intently on Harry, suddenly narrowed to pinpricks. The swirling malice and hostility interrupted and disturbed by an instantaneous wave of profound shock and disbelief. The tip of his wand trembled ever so slightly. What did you say? Snape's voice grew hoarse, laced with an imperceptible tremor he himself did not recognize. The muscles of his face contorted as he struggled to maintain a facade of coldness. Yet the tremendous impact had already revealed cracks in his composure. A loop, a time loop. Harry gasped for breath, seizing this fleeting opportunity to continue. His gaze unwavering against Snape's stare. I have experienced it more than once. I have died countless times. Someone is orchestrating all of this from the shadows, targeting me and everything related to my mother. I just escaped from the Black Lake. I was struck in the arm by a weapon of blue energy. He struggled to lift his translucent arm, radiating an ominous aura. Look, this is no ordinary wound. It's caused by time-space energy. The armored sentinels of Hogwarts are hunting down students. The castle is behaving strangely. You must believe me. Otherwise, we may all perish. The next loop will reset everything. But you will not remember. The peculiar activity of the armored sentinels, the castle's transformation, these seem to align with subtle signs he had previously discerned. But most crucially, a time loop? Lily is in danger? His rational mind insisted that this was utterly ludicrous. How could a first-year student possibly grasp the mysteries of time? This was likely yet another insidious trap set by the Dark Lord or some other foe, a scheme. Yet his emotions, a name buried deep within, the source of his lifelong nightmares and obsessions, were unleashed as this boy, possessing eyes so reminiscent of hers, shouted in desperation, intertwining words like danger and memories like a poisoned dagger, striking precisely at his most vulnerable, unguarded corners. He loathed that face, those eyes, for they belonged to that arrogant Potter. Yet he could not resist those eyes, for they were too much like Lily's. At this moment, those eyes, so similar to Lily's, were filled with genuine pain, terror, and a profound despair and madness that no 11-year-old child should endure after countless deaths. This contradiction threatened to tear him apart. Snape's face was like a mask of ice, but beneath that mask raged a tempest of turmoil. He remained silent for a good 10 seconds, his wand still aimed at Harry, yet the murderous intent seemed temporarily supplanted by an extreme caution and inquiry. Absurd beyond belief. He finally spoke again, his voice as frigid as the air around them, each word sharp as an icicle. Potter, if you believe that fabricating such a crude and insane tale could absolve you of your illegal intrusion into my private storeroom, where you destroyed my precious potions, and even attempt to manipulate emotions beyond your comprehension. He leaned forward slightly, his face dangerously close, those dark eyes resembling a bottomless abyss, seeking to consume every subtle reaction from Harry. Then you shall soon experience what true regret feels like. Though his words remained laden with menace, Harry keenly perceived a shift in the other's demeanor, transitioning from lethal intent to a probing inquiry fraught with skepticism. An opportunity. He had managed to secure a precious chance. I am not lying. Harry met that suffocating gaze without flinching, his green eyes glistening with urgency and genuine emotion. You can inspect my arm. You may check whether the Gryffindor statue on the 8th floor of the castle is problematic. Look at those armors. Are they not filled with aggression? You can even use Veritaserum on me, if you have it. He had thrown caution to the wind, though Veritaserum was perilous. It was far preferable to being met with the killing curse or handed over to any potential enforcers lurking outside. At the mention of Veritaserum, Snape's brow flickered slightly. He fixed his gaze on Harry, seemingly searching for even the faintest hint of deceit or guilt in his eyes. The chamber was once again enveloped in a stifling silence, punctuated only by their uneven breaths. After a protracted moment, Snape's wand moved ever so slowly, and with great reluctance, it lowered slightly. No longer aimed at Harry's forehead, but directed towards his semi-translucent left arm. His lips pressed into a thin, pale line. "Be silent, Potter," he commanded coldly, his voice tinged with suppressed irritation. "Before I ascertain the nature of your disgusting new trick, if you utter another word, especially that name." He did not finish his sentence, yet the icy threat loomed large once more. Harry promptly sealed his lips, though his heart raced wildly in his chest. He had succeeded. For now, he had stabilized the situation. Snape pointed his wand at Harry's left arm, the tip emitting a minuscule, almost imperceptible silver light, like a probe, cautiously attempting to discern the source of the injury. His expression was intense and grave, his brow furrowing deeper. Clearly, the complexity and peculiarity of this injury surpassed his previous knowledge. The peculiar residue of space-time energy does not resemble any known curse or spell. Signs of soul-level detachment, he murmured softly, as if analyzing an exceedingly rare potion ingredient, yet his tone grew increasingly laden with doubt. Just as his magical essence delicately touched the void of the wound's depths, an anomaly erupted beneath the translucent skin of Harry's arm, without any forewarning. The eerie blue imprint of interwoven gears and eyes suddenly emerged. It flickered ominously, a chilling, chaotic pulse of energy, suffused with an intense sense of repulsion, erupted violently from the mark, instantly rebounding along the magical currents that Severus Snape was probing. For the first time, genuine astonishment and disbelief flickered across his face. This power was inconceivable. He could only whisper in stunned tones, glancing at the mark on Harry's arm, which was slowly fading, as if witnessing the most extraordinary phenomenon in existence. Chapter 45, Eruption. In that very moment when Snape's magic clashed violently with the mark's power, Harry felt the ancient tome, Tempus et Sang, which had always radiated warmth and maintained a tenuous connection with him, suddenly activated by some shared force, becoming extraordinarily hot. A resonant hum filled the air as an ancient and vast bloodline power surged forth unreservedly from the tome, instantly enveloping the entire cramped stone chamber. The glass jars on the shelves buzzed, and the instruments on the table trembled slightly. This power was so pure, so unmistakably belonging to the Potter lineage. Just as Snape regained his composure from the backlash of the mark, he was again overwhelmed by this sudden, formidable, and ancient surge of bloodline energy. He turned sharply to gaze at the glowing tome in Harry's arms, his pupils constricting once more in shock. Yet this was far from a conclusion. In the very next instant, as the bloodline power of the Potter family was invoked, the silver ring resting quietly on Harry's chest seemed to respond to a higher authority, trembling violently as if under absolute command. The surface of the ring, cold and adorned with the hourglass and sword symbol representing his mother and the court of time, suddenly became vividly clear, emanating a faint, submissive glow that signified allegiance. It was as if it proclaimed Harry Potter's ownership to some supreme entity. Three distinct yet eerily intertwined powers: the dark, enigmatic cyclical mark, the ancient and warm Potter bloodline, and the coldly controlling silver ring of the court of time, erupted simultaneously, with unreserved intensity, from Harry under the stimulation of Snape's magic and the mysterious tome. Snape stood frozen, his face a canvas of shock, doubt, threat, and horror, all emotions utterly shattered by this successive series of increasingly astonishing revelations. He glanced at Harry's peculiar arm mark, then at the glowing tome exuding the pure essence of the Potter bloodline, and finally fixed his gaze upon the silver ring, which represented a cold power he might know or perhaps fear. His mind struggled to process the scene that defied logic, a contradiction of the most extreme kind. What was this boy? Was he the heir of the Potter family? How could he possess such an ancient and pure bloodline power? Was he a mere pawn in some dark conspiracy? What of the bizarre mark and the temporal wounds? Or was he, in fact, the property of that cold, mysterious, and fearsome court of time? That silver ring was no forgery. Lily's eyes, the dangers she might face, countless clues, doubts, fears, and obsessions erupted in a cataclysmic explosion at this moment. Snape's complexion turned ashen, only to flush crimson in an instant. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails nearly embedded themselves into his palms. The mask of cold indifference and scorn that he always wore shattered completely, revealing a tumultuous and chaotic abyss beneath. He opened his mouth as if to utter something, yet no sound escaped his lips. Ultimately, he cast a gaze upon Harry that was steeped in the absurdity, terror, and incomprehensibility of existence, a look filled with profound dread. With a sudden pivot, he stumbled and fled the stone chamber in a near panic. Bang! The heavy wooden door slammed shut with force, followed by the jarring sound of a key being turned violently in the lock, and the hurried footsteps of Snape, tinged with confusion and anxiety, receded into the distance. Inside the stone chamber, silence descended once more. Only Harry remained, slumped against the cold ground, cradling the ancient tome whose brilliance was fading, gazing at the sealed door that confined him, acutely aware of the persistent, bizarre agony in his left arm, his mind a whirlwind of chaos. He had exposed far too much. Almost all his cards were laid bare before Snape. What did that final, almost terrified look from Snape signify? Had he believed? Or did he consider Harry to be a more perilous creature, one to report to Dumbledore? Or perhaps to his mother? What was that unspoken thought he left hanging? Did he recognize the power of the mark? Why the bloodline strength of the Potter family erupted so suddenly? What had prompted the reaction of the silver ring in the time chamber? A multitude of questions swirled around Harry like a vortex, ensnaring him tightly. Yet, in this moment, he could ascertain at least one fact. He was momentarily safe. Snape would likely refrain from taking his life or handing him over to anyone until he unraveled the enormous enigma surrounding him. He had gained a fleeting respite. Leaning against the frigid wall, Harry wearily closed his eyes, his frantic heartbeat gradually calming. The sharp pain in his left arm continued to throb, a constant reminder of his perilous predicament and physical frailty. He needed to utilize this time to regain some strength and magical energy, devise a way to tend to his arm's injury, and contemplate his next course of action. Snape's reaction was a significant variable, yet perhaps it might also serve as a breakthrough. Just as Harry's thoughts spiraled, a faint, almost excruciatingly subtle sound, akin to the grinding of stone from within the wall, unexpectedly reached his ears. Harry's eyes snapped open, and he turned his gaze warily towards the source of the sound, a seemingly unremarkable smooth stone wall to his right. Under his scrutiny, one of the impeccably fitted stones began to sink inward, slowly and silently, revealing a dark, fist-sized secret aperture behind it. Harry's heart raced. What was this? Another mechanism of Snape's? Or perhaps he held his breath, fixating intently on the sudden appearance of the black void. Moments later, a small, somewhat grimy hand, trembling with anxiety, cautiously emerged from the dark void. In the palm of that tiny hand lay a crumpled piece of parchment, along with a small, seemingly hard and unappetizing slice of pumpkin pie. A voice, barely audible and imbued with a distinct tone of despair and profound fear, trembled from outside the darkness. Please eat. Don't end up starving here like you did. In the dim light, the crumpled parchment and the hard, uninviting pie radiated an almost redemptive glow. The haunting words of the girl echoed in his mind. Don't end up starving here. Starving here. Those words pierced Harry's heart like an icicle, sending a chilling wave through his entire being. Had someone truly perished from hunger in this cold stone chamber? The notion that Snape could allow someone to starve in his private storage was horrifyingly plausible, especially in light of Snape's earlier, unmasked hostility and icy demeanor. Overwhelmed by a surge of terror and an instinctual will to survive, Harry instinctively seized the hard pie and the parchment with his still-functioning right hand. The silence returned, as if the preceding moments had merely been a figment of his pain and hunger-fueled imagination. Yet the rough texture of the pie and the faint scent of food grease wafting to his nostrils assured him of reality. Someone, another soul, equally trapped and terrified, had risked everything to deliver sustenance and information to him. His heart raced wildly at this unexpected, enigmatic assistance. First, he cast a wary glance at the locked door, straining to listen for any signs of life beyond, and upon confirming the absence of sound, eagerly turned his attention to the items in his grasp. He first examined the pumpkin pie. It appeared to have been sitting for quite some time, its edges dry and darkened, presenting a most unappealing visage. However, the gnawing hunger gripped his stomach like a vice, compelling him to overlook its unappetizing appearance. Cautiously, he broke off a small piece and placed it in his mouth. The taste was far from delightful, bearing a somewhat stale flavor, yet it was edible and, notably, devoid of any apparent poison, though he had never truly sampled poison to compare. He devoured the modest slice with urgency, the rough food sliding down his throat, momentarily alleviating the searing hunger that tormented him, and providing a flicker of strength to his chilled body. With the immediate threat of starvation momentarily abated, his focus shifted entirely to the small piece of parchment. What secrets might it hold? A map? An escape route? Insights into Snape's mysteries? Or perhaps revelations about the soul who had perished in this very place? He took a deep breath, his fingers trembling slightly as he carefully unfurled the crumpled parchment. The parchment was small, and the handwriting was even smaller and more haphazard, as if the writer had penned it in a state of extreme haste and fear, using a faint ink that was nearly faded, requiring utmost scrutiny to decipher. Beware of Snape. He is only safe when he is not present. A crooked line was drawn beneath this sentence. He has confined you here to conduct prior observations. He is searching for something he stole from your mother and has since lost. This sentence was heavily underlined, nearly tearing through the parchment. The third brick in the water wall's lower left corner occasionally seeps. Lick it to survive a little longer. The handwriting became exceedingly blurred here. Do not fully trust the silver ring. It can protect you, but also... The subsequent words were marred by a dark red stain, resembling dried blood, rendering them indecipherable. If you manage to escape, tell Mom Annie did not steal the cookies. The handwriting abruptly ceased here, leaving only a few meaningless, trembling ink blotches. The amount of information was staggering. It exploded in Harry's mind like a bomb. Each piece of information sent shivers down his spine. Snape had imprisoned him to conduct prior observations, like observing a frog awaiting dissection. This was far more chilling than simply killing him. Snape had stolen something from Lily and lost it. Now he was searching for it? What could it be? Did this have anything to do with his peculiar obsession with Lily? The wall seemed could seep water? Was this the experience purchased with the life of the previous captive? Was the little girl named Annie, who signed the note, the same one who had just delivered it? Or was she the one who had perished here? The plea to tell Mom that Annie did not steal the cookies radiated a sense of childish grievance and despair, causing Harry's heart to clench painfully. The final warning about the silver ring sent a chill down his spine. The silver ring could protect, but also, what? Monitor? Control? Betray? Was that dark red stained blood? The blood of the warning sender? All these fragments of information intertwined and collided wildly with his previous experiences and conjectures. Snape's hostility, the potential danger surrounding Lily, his mother's schemes, the relentless pursuit by the eraser, the trap of the time loop, the lineage of the Potter family. The silver ring of the time court now also included a starved prisoner, a mysterious and fearful little girl named Annie, and a crucial item stolen by Snape from Lily. It was chaos, utter chaos. Yet he forced himself to calm down. His brain, driven by an instinct for survival, analyzed and integrated the information at an unprecedented speed. Moreover, he needed to find water. Following the clues, he immediately crawled to the wall, carefully probing the lower left corner of the third brick. Indeed, the junction of the stones seemed somewhat unnatural, and he could faintly sense a trace of moisture. Cautiously, he licked with the tip of his tongue, and indeed, a barely perceptible dampness, tinged with the earthy and stony taste, reached him. This might not quench his thirst, but it could at least sustain his life. The writer of this message possessed an incredibly formidable will to survive and terrifying experience. Then, two crucial elements that Snape was searching for emerged: the item he had stolen from Lily, which he subsequently lost, and the warning from the silver ring. That item was of utmost importance. It could potentially unlock the enigma surrounding Snape's obsession with Lily, and may even bear significance to her current situation. It must be found, or, at the very least, its nature must be discerned. As Harry lowered his gaze to the cold silver ring at his chest, he recalled how it had once protected him during critical moments, yet had also reacted uncontrollably on numerous occasions, particularly when the power of the time chamber manifested. The unfinished warning loomed over him like the sword of Damocles. Should he trust this warning? Who had sent the note? Was it friend or foe? Could it be yet another trap? At this moment, however, he had no alternative. He had to take risks and explore every possibility. Perhaps there were other means? Blood? The bloodline of the Potter family? Or emotions? Strong, targeted emotions? He remembered the clues regarding his mother mentioned on the parchment. Snape had stolen something from Lily. A bold thought flashed through his mind like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 47, Mother's Relic. Harry closed his eyes once more, striving to ignore the searing pain in his left arm and the weakness that enveloped his body, focusing all his mental energy. Seek. The item stolen by Snape, belonging to Lily Evans, Potter. Where is it? What is it? He propelled this powerful thought, brimming with inquiry and desire, like a spear aimed directly at the silver ring on his chest. He did not wield an ounce of his own magical power, relying solely on pure mental strength and intent. This was an exceedingly perilous endeavor, grounded in the fragment of a warning and the ring's previous reactions to intense emotions. Just as he concentrated his thoughts, a resonant hum emanated from the ring. It suddenly grew fiercely warm again, but But this time, no map or image appeared. Instead, there was an extraordinarily peculiar and subtle sense of resonance guiding him. It felt as if a minuscule compass needle within the ring had been briefly activated by his intent, desperately attempting to point towards a specific direction. That direction unmistakably led to a spot not far from him, the very place where Snape had accidentally shattered a potion bottle, with its remnants hissing and corroding the ground. Harry's eyes flew open in disbelief as he gazed at the chaotic scene on the floor. Could it be that the item Snape had stolen was right here in this storeroom? Perhaps even near the shattered potion bottle? How could this be? Yet, the ring's strong and precise resonant guidance was irrefutable. A surge of excitement and curiosity overwhelmed Harry in an instant. Ignoring the pain, he scrambled toward the debris of shattered glass and viscous liquid. He carefully avoided the corrosive potion remnants, his gaze scanning the ground with the intensity of a searchlight. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to an unassuming black pebble half buried beneath the thick liquid at the edge of the potion spill. The stone, no larger than a fingernail, is entirely black with a smooth surface, resembling an ordinary cobblestone and blending inconspicuously among shards of broken glass. Yet, the resonance emanating from the silver ring reached its zenith the moment Harry's gaze fixated upon this unremarkable little stone. It began to tremble and heat up violently, even exuding a faint sense of longing, or perhaps a fervent desire to consume or merge. It is it, this seemingly ordinary little black stone, stolen by Snape from Lily. Harry held his breath, gingerly pinching the edges with 2 fingers, lifting the small stone from the viscous remnants of potion. The stone felt icy to the touch, devoid of any extraordinary sensation. He placed it in the palm of his hand, scrutinizing it closely. Apart from its black hue and smoothness, it revealed no peculiarities. What could this be? Why did Lily possess it? Why did Snape steal it? And why was it left here? What purpose does it serve? A torrent of questions flooded his mind. He attempted to concentrate once more, using the silver ring to sense the small black stone. This time, the resonance was clearer, even transmitting some exceedingly vague, fragmented sensations. Protect hidden emotional anchor. Lily's tears, Snape's painful theft, part of the key. The information remained fragmented, yet the phrases emotional anchor and Lily's tears instantaneously conjured the image of that genuine tear from the heart of the Black Lake. Could this small black stone be related to Lily's tears? A crystallization of some emotion? Is that why Snape yearned for it so desperately? Because it encapsulates Lily's feelings? The conjecture regarding it being part of a key quickened his heartbeat. Could the key to breaking the cycle lie not only in the tears of the lake, but also in this object? Just as he endeavored to probe further, a soft sound, akin to a droplet of water falling, suddenly emanated from the direction of the concealed compartment in the wall that had previously delivered pies and notes. Harry jolted with surprise, clutching the small black stone tightly in his palm, casting a wary glance in that direction. He waited several seconds, yet no further sounds emerged, nor did he witness any movement of the stone bricks. An ominous premonition crept into his heart. Initially, there was only a profound silence. Gradually, he discerned some exceedingly faint, indistinct sounds filtering through the wall from the other side. They seemed to be suppressed, intermittent sobs, accompanied by a deliberately lowered, cold voice belonging to an adult male. That voice was certainly not Snape's. It bore a flatter, more merciless tone. Harry's heart ceased to beat for an instant. Was it the cleaners? Had they found their way here? Were they on the other side of the wall? The chilling fear seized him instantly. He could hear the cold male voice seemingly repeating a phrase, but due to the wall's obstruction, it was indistinct, allowing him to capture only fragmented words. Violation of regulations. Memory erasure cost. Then, the small girl's muffled cries, laden with fear, suddenly crescendoed for a moment before being abruptly silenced as if a force had clamped over her mouth. Following this, a faint sound of something being dragged across the ground emerged, and ultimately, all returned to an oppressive silence, one that was utterly despairing. Harry, feeling cold as ice, pressed against the wall, clutching the frigid black stone in his palm, his heart pounding wildly within his chest. Had Annie been discovered, captured by the scavenger, or worse, perhaps eliminated, all for delivering food and information to herself? A tumultuous wave of guilt and rage surged within him like a volcano. In that bone-chilling cold, the scavenger had infiltrated Hogwarts with such ease, perhaps even striking just beside Snape's domain. To what extent had their influence penetrated? In the midst of this profound despair and chaos, a distinct, heart-stopping click resonated from outside the door, the unmistakable sound of a key inserting into the lock, followed by the metallic turning. His hand trembled with anxiety. His mind raced, contemplating how to respond. He must not allow Snape to discover that he had received water and food, nor could he let him find that stone. The door swung open. Snape's towering figure reappeared in the doorway, blocking the faint light from outside. His complexion seemed even more pallid than before, his gaze deeper and more inscrutable, as he held another bubbling vial of a bizarre potion. His eyes, like cold searchlights, swept across the room before finally resting on Harry, who was curled in the corner, feigning weakness, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of panic. Snape's nostrils flared slightly, as if he had caught a whiff of the barely dissipated, faint aroma of pumpkin pie lingering in the air, alongside the unmistakable signs of disturbance near the shattered remnants of the potion. His expression sharpened with sudden intensity as he approached Harry, each footfall resonating heavily in the silent stone chamber, exuding an atmosphere of suffocating pressure. He paused before Harry, slowly crouching down, his black eyes fixated on him with an unwavering intensity, his voice low and menacing, reminiscent of a serpent poised to strike. "Tell me." Potter's gaze, laden with implication, swept over the bare stone wall behind Harry, which revealed no anomalies. Chapter 48. The Resonance of Tear Stones. Snape's voice was deep and perilous, akin to a serpent sliding through the darkness, each word enveloped in a chilling scrutiny and unabashed threat. Those unfathomable black eyes locked onto Harry, as if intending to penetrate his skull and extract every flickering thought within his mind. The insinuating glance cast over the stark stone wall behind him sent Harry's heart racing, nearly threatening to burst from his chest. He knew. He must have sensed something. Was it the faint trace of pumpkin pie lingering in the air? Or perhaps the panic that he had failed to entirely mask on his face? Or did he inherently understand the secret of that wall? A profound sense of crisis washed over Harry like a bucket of ice-cold water, snapping him to attention. Confession? Absolutely out of the question. Such actions would only bring harm to N, who may have already met with misfortune, and would undoubtedly plunge oneself into an abyss from which there is no return. Severus Snape would never tolerate anyone engaging in subterfuge within his domain. It was imperative to deceive. One must feign ignorance, weakness, and fear, embodying the essence of a true 11-year-old child. Voices? No, Professor, I heard nothing. He fervently shook his head, as if rendered incoherent by terror. My arm hurts, I feel so cold, I'm so hungry am I. Am I going to die? He paused at just the right moment, lifting his tear-filled green eyes to gaze at Snape in fear, as if he had inadvertently spoken out of turn and dared not continue. He perfectly portrayed the image of a pitiable prisoner, dazed by pain and fear, uttering nonsensical words. Snape's brow furrowed instantly, a fleeting expression of extreme disgust and impatience crossing his face. Yet Harry's masterful performance and his mention of death seemed to momentarily overshadow his suspicions. What concerned Snape more was the potential revelation in Harry's words regarding the history of this room. What do you mean, Potter? Snape's voice turned even colder as he stepped closer, casting a shadow over Harry. Speak clearly. Who told you something? Or what have you remembered? He deliberately emphasized the word remembered, as if testing whether Harry truly possessed memories that he should not have due to the time loop. A chill gripped Harry's heart. He understood that the critical moment had arrived. He continued his act, shaking his head vigorously, tears falling at opportune moments, partly acting, partly due to the genuine agony in his left arm. No one told me. I'm just scared. It is so dark and cold here. Will I die silently like those classmates slain by monsters? Professor, what exactly is happening outside? Why are those armors attacking us? He cleverly redirected the conversation towards the castle's anomalies and his own fears, steering clear of sensitive topics concerning the stone walls and starvation, while reiterating his position as a victim, utterly oblivious. Snape stared intently at him, seemingly weighing the truthfulness of his words. After several seconds of oppressive silence, the suffocating pressure slightly eased. He snorted coldly and straightened his posture. Silence, Potter. Your ignorance and foolishness may yet spare your life for the time being. He averted his gaze in disgust, as if even a single glance at Harry was unbearable, and roughly thrust a vial of peculiar potion into Harry's arms. Drink it, unless you wish for that arm to rot away completely, or your mind to be rendered a fool by that strange temporal energy. Harry looked down at the potion vial in his arms. The liquid inside was a murky, bubbling gray-green, emitting a nauseating odor that was indescribable. A foul mixture of decayed herbs and rusted metal. To drink the potion provided by Snape, the risks were tremendous. Who knew what was contained within? Perhaps it was poison? A truth serum? Or something even more dreadful, capable of manipulating one's mind? Yet, The consequences of abstaining could be far graver. The excruciating pain in his left arm was indeed steadily eroding his will, and disobeying Snape's command would immediately invite more direct punishment. At the very moment of his hesitation, the hand tucked in his trouser pocket was tightly grasping the frigid little black stone, the tear of Lily. It seemed to sense his overwhelming resistance and the impending threat, as well as the complex malice emanating from Snape, who was so near. Suddenly, the long-dormant tear vibrated imperceptibly. A faint, cool wave, imbued with subtle sorrow, quietly radiated from the stone, seeping through the fabric of the pocket and silently melding into Harry's hand. Simultaneously, a faint warmth began to awaken in the silver ring upon his chest. In an instant of clarity, Harry understood. This potion might be dubious. Yet the tear of Lily and the silver ring from the time chamber appeared capable of helping him navigate or at least sense the lurking danger. Taking a gamble, a look of extreme reluctance and fear adorned Harry's face as he tremulously grasped the vial of potion, holding his breath, and, under Snape's icy gaze, tilted his head back to gulp down the horrifyingly foul liquid in one go. The moment the potion entered his mouth, an indescribable taste, akin to swallowing a burning iron mixed with putrid sludge, assaulted him, nearly provoking an immediate retch. But then, a more terrifying sensation ensued. The potion seemed alive, transforming into countless icy, spiky streams that surged wildly towards his limbs, especially his injured left arm. Wherever it coursed, his blood felt nearly frozen, accompanied by a stabbing pain. Simultaneously, another obscure energy, seeking to penetrate his temple, was clearly perceived by Harry. A truth serum. Snape had indeed augmented it. In this perilous moment, the tear in his pocket vibrated once more, the cool, sorrowful wave intensifying abruptly, racing up his arm's meridians. Like a gentle, yet sorrowful mother softly caressing the places injured by the icy stabs of the potion. Where it passed, the piercing potency of the potion was oddly neutralized, providing a degree of solace. Though the pain remained, it was no longer overwhelmingly destructive. The silver ring upon his chest also began to warm, emanating a minuscule yet profoundly orderly force that precisely blocked the chilling energy attempting to invade his mind, silently consuming and dissolving it. Harry let out a muffled groan as his body shook violently from the potion's onslaught and the interference of the two external forces. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. His complexion turned as pale as parchment. He retched, expelling a small mouthful of darkened, icy blood, collapsing against the wall, gasping for air. His demeanor a portrait of utter despair and agony. Snape observed Harry's pained reactions with cold detachment, a flicker of barely perceptible confusion and scrutiny passing through his gaze. Harry's responses aligned with what one would expect from a potent potion combined with a trace of truth serum. Yet something seemed amiss. The color of the expelled blood appeared excessively dark, and his resistance to the potion seemed shorter than anticipated. Was it the wretched constitution of the Potter lineage? Is it still the peculiar nature of the temporal energy wound? It seems your monstrous physique has some utility, Potter. Snape remarked with a tone that remained icy, temporarily unable to perish. Now, close your mouth and remain silent. Should you make even the slightest noise, I would not hesitate to let you experience something far more delectable. With that threat, he appeared to have momentarily lost interest in further interrogation. Or perhaps he needed to attend to other more pressing matters, such as the subtle disturbances occurring next door, which he might have sensed. He cast another cold, warning glance at Harry, then abruptly turned and strode out of the storeroom. Bang! The door slammed shut once more. The sound of the lock clicking resounded clearly. Harry slumped in the corner, continuing to feign pain and weakness until Snape's footsteps faded completely down the corridor. He exhaled a deep breath, as if emerging from water, drenched in cold sweat. That was close, truly perilous. Had it not been for Lily's tear stone and the temporal courtyard's silver ring resonating in a remarkable manner at a critical moment, neutralizing the potion's most lethal effects and blocking the Veritaserum, he would have most likely been exposed or rendered a fool. Snape's cruelty and caution were beyond imagination. He slowly opened his tightly clenched right hand, the palm marked with deep crescent-shaped imprints from his nails due to tension. The small black stone, Lily's tear stone, lay quietly in his palm, its hue seemingly deeper than before, its surface still cool to the touch. Yet upon closer inspection, he could detect a faint, warm vitality coursing within. It was this stone that had emitted that cool, sorrowful wave, protecting him. What then? Was its connection to that drop of true terror in the heart of the lake? Were they both manifestations of Lily's emotions? Different fragments of the key to breaking the cycle? and the silver ring seemed to resonate with this tear stone in a peculiar way. Why would the creation of the temporal courtyard resonate with Lily's emotional artifact? Did Lily have a connection to the temporal courtyard as well? Countless questions surged once more. Chapter 49. Snape's Curse. Harry crawled once again to the wall, cautiously licking the faint moisture seeping from the crevice to soothe his parched, smoke-filled throat. Then, he retrieved the tear stone once more, focusing intently, attempting again to perceive it through the silver ring. With the shared experience of combating the potion earlier, this time the sensation felt clearer and more accessible. The silver ring warmed slightly, while the tear stone emanated a gentle coolness. It seemed as though an invisible bridge was forming between the two. More fragmented pieces of information began to flow intermittently. Lily's protection against theft, Snape's painful remorse stored, anchoring temporal fragments, resonance guiding towards the heart of the lake. The information remained fragmented, yet its direction was becoming more defined. This tear stone, a protective artifact crafted by Lily, appeared to be intended to counteract something, most likely the temporal courtyard or her mother's control, but it had been taken by Snape, driven by some complex emotions of pain and regret, and he had kept it hidden close to him. Its purpose likely lies in anchoring fragments of time, aligning perfectly with the key to breaking the cycle of time. Most importantly, it resonates with that genuine tear in the heart of the lake, providing guidance. Harry's heart raced with excitement. Hope. He beheld true hope. He grasped the tear stone tightly, feeling the faint coolness permeate through his skin into his body, alleviating the void-like agony in his left arm ever so slightly. He must escape. He must reach the heart of the Black Lake. But how to flee? The door was securely locked, and outside lurked either Snape or, worse still, the dreadful Keeper. His gaze shifted once more to the stone wall concealing the hidden compartment. The horrific dragging sound of Annie, the Keeper, echoed in his mind. A bold, almost mad plan began to take shape within his thoughts. Perhaps beyond this wall lay not a dead end. The Keeper could traverse freely from there, suggesting a probable secret passage. Though immensely perilous, it might be his only avenue for survival. He stifled the pain in his left arm and began to explore the bare wall with his right hand, tapping and searching for any potential mechanisms or hollow spots. Time slipped away, his fingers grew rough from constant probing, his mind was on high alert, and beads of sweat trickled down his forehead. With each attempt, disappointment ensued. The wall seemed as one solid entity, devoid of any seams or loose sections. Could the mechanism be on the other side? Or did it require specific magic or a key to unlock? Just as despair threatened to overcome him once more, his right hand grazed an inconspicuous stone block, slightly darker than the others, near the ground, and to his astonishment, the tear stone in his pocket and the silver ring on his chest both responded faintly at the same moment. The tear stone emitted an urging vibration, while the silver ring provided a subtle directional resonance, both pointing to the stone block his finger touched. This is it. Elation surged within Harry as he focused intently on this stone block. He pressed, pulled, and attempted to rotate it. When he positioned his fingertip against the lower right corner of the stone block and pressed firmly downwards to the left, a faint click, barely perceptible, echoed from within the block. Instantly, the stone block, just like before, slowly and silently recessed inward, revealing a dark, fist-sized opening. Success. Harry's heart leapt to his throat. Excitement, fear, and anticipation intertwined. He held his breath, cautiously leaning closer to the black void, striving to discern the conditions within. It was pitch black, exuding a cold, damp air tinged with a faint mustiness and a subtle, almost imperceptible metallic scent of rust. What lay at the other end of the passage? Freedom? Or yet another snare? Was the Keeper lying in wait on the other side? What had become of Annie? That chilling voice. Yet at this moment, he had no retreat. Remaining here meant only a dead end. To take a risk might still yield a chance for survival. He took a deep breath, no longer hesitating, and began to attempt to enlarge the aperture. The fact that the bricks could be moved suggested that there was likely a more expansive area surrounding them. He exerted force against the other stones bordering the hole. Indeed, with his efforts, an area composed of approximately 3 or 4 stones began to slowly rotate inward around the small opening, emitting a heavy, teeth-grating sound of friction. Before him appeared an entrance to a narrow, pitch-black passage, barely wide enough for a person to crawl through. A chilling wind blew from the depths of the passage, carrying with it the ominous scent of rust and deathly silence. Harry gazed into the unfathomable darkness, swallowed hard, and a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. The passage was even narrower and longer than he had imagined, and it was exceptionally cold, The rough stone walls scraped against his skin and wounds, inflicting a searing pain. He could only rely on the strength of his right arm and legs, laboriously inching forward. In the darkness, the only sounds were his heavy breaths and the rustling of his body against the stone walls. After what felt like an eternity of crawling, the darkness ahead remained impenetrable. Just as he was on the verge of exhausting his strength and doubting whether he had chosen the right path, his right hand suddenly met emptiness. Had he reached a slightly more spacious area? He cautiously peered forward. It seemed to be a larger, equally dark space, the air more frigid and the sweet, metallic scent of rust intensified to a nauseating degree. Instinctively, he reached out to feel ahead. In the next moment, his fingers brushed against something cold, rigid, and slightly sticky. It appeared to be a human hand, ice cold. Trembling, he retrieved Lily's tear stone from his pocket. Illuminated by the faint, sorrowful glow of the tear stone, he discerned the scene before him. It seemed to be a larger cell or an intersection of abandoned pipes. Directly in front of him, a small girl, clad in a tattered dress, sat motionless in a corner, her back turned to him. The cold hand he had just touched belonged to her. Annie? Harry's voice emerged hoarse and dry with fear. The girl showed no reaction. A wave of intense unease surged within him, and trembling, he slowly circled to face the girl, aided by the dim light of the tear stone. In the next instant, he beheld a sight he would never forget, one that chilled him to the core. The girl's face was as pale as paper, her eyes wide with terror, pupils completely dilated, devoid of any spark. Dry blood, dark red, lingered at the corners of her mouth. A gaping, grotesque wound marred her chest, the fabric of her tattered dress torn open. The edges of the wound exhibited an unnaturally charred blackness, as if seared by extreme heat, with no blood flowing forth, only a rich, sweet metallic scent mingling with the smell of burnt flesh emanating from it. Beside her hand, on the ground, a dark red liquid had been used to scrawl an unfinished word. Chapter 50, Desperate Escape. M. The unfinished letter inscribed with blood loomed like a frigid tombstone, encapsulating the final, unuttered warning or name of Annie, and solidifying the very essence of Harry's being. He stood frozen, his pupils dilated in the throes of sheer terror, as turmoil churned violently within his stomach, threatening to expel its contents. Annie was truly gone, murdered in the most brutal fashion by the scavenger, just a wall away, all for delivering herself a morsel of food, a slip of paper. The sweet, metallic tang of rust mingled with the acrid scent of char, intertwining with the dank, moldy air of the dungeon, wrapping around his nostrils like the tendrils of death, choking his breath. A frigid rage and overwhelming guilt surged within him like molten lava, seething and burning, yet stifled by a deeper chill that rendered his body uncontrollably tremulous. Scavenger, temporal court, mother. They regarded human life as mere fodder. They were omnipresent. He had to escape this place immediately. Though it too was a cage, at least Snape would not directly slay him here. Remaining meant he would be the next to become a lifeless corpse, his chest hollowed by a charred void. Suddenly, two silent, shadowy figures materialized like phantoms at the exits of this frigid cell. Besides the passage Harry had come through, another entrance loomed across. Their matte black helmets reflected a chilling sheen under the dim glow of the tear stone, and their electronic eyes flickered with an emotionless crimson light, precisely locking on to Harry as he prepared to flee. A cold, unwavering synthetic voice echoed within the confined space, pronouncing the sentence of death. They'd been lying in wait. They anticipated his emergence from this passage. Annie's corpse was not merely a warning, but a bait. Harry's blood turned to ice, without a moment's hesitation, without the luxury of thought. The scavenger nearest to him had already raised its arm, the lethal weapon, pulsating with an ethereal blue energy, aimed directly at him. With a near-desperate howl, Harry summoned every ounce of strength, bursting forth from the passage and lunging towards the unknown, unguarded darkness of the opposite tunnel. In that instant of his leap, whoosh, a beam of ghostly blue energy grazed his back, slamming into the very entrance he had just vacated. There was no thunderous noise, only a disconcerting sound of space being forcibly obliterated. The hard stone threshold vanished in an instant, as if erased by an eraser, revealing a twisted, kaleidoscopic void beyond. Harry could even feel the horrific suction and the sensation of space tearing apart behind him. Pursue. The chilling electronic command and swift yet composed footsteps echoed behind him. This new passage was not only narrower than the previous one, but its internal structure was bewilderingly intricate, resembling an immense labyrinth that defied comprehension. The myriad of forks in the passage was dizzying, and a moment's inattention could lead one astray. The air seemed ensnared by the intricate passage. suffused with a pungent odor of mildew, the scent of decay that had settled over the years. The stench emanating from the stagnant water wrapped around each individual who entered the corridor like an invisible force, inducing a sense of suffocation. The ground beneath was exceedingly slippery, as if shrouded in a thick layer of viscous slime. With each step, one had to tread carefully to avoid a fall, while the mysterious, soft entities lurking about instilled a sense of unease, leaving one uncertain of their nature and potential peril. Harry, akin to a headless fly, was oblivious to whether he was running in the right direction. A singular thought consumed him: run forward. His left arm felt as though it were being torn apart, a searing pain coursing through him. With every stride, that agony surged like a relentless tide, battering against his nerves. He sensed his body nearing its breaking point, the world around him becoming increasingly blurred, as if he were on the verge of fainting. Yet, Harry did not succumb to despair. He clenched his jaw, even biting through his lip, allowing the metallic tang of blood to permeate his mouth. The potent aroma of his own blood, coupled with an intense desire for survival, fueled his determination to persevere. His legs felt as heavy as lead, yet he gritted his teeth and moved forward, step by arduous step. He was uncertain how much longer he could endure or what awaited him ahead, but he was acutely aware that stopping now would only invite death. The silver ring upon his chest vibrated with alarming intensity, reacting to both his frantic sprint and the imminent danger he faced, issuing a potent warning. In his right hand, he clutched the tear of Lily, its cool, sorrowful energy quickening, as if silently urging him onward, guiding him. Guidance? Yes. The tear could resonate and direct him. As he raced, Harry concentrated fiercely, channeling the last vestiges of his mental strength into the tear. Run. Safe passage. Guide me, he shouted in desperation. The tear quivered violently. A cooler sensation, even clearer than before, surged into his mind. Not a distinct image, but rather a strong, instinctual sense of direction. To the left. The next fork leads left. Without hesitation, Harry pivoted sharply at the next barely discernible junction. Almost instantaneously, a beam of ethereal blue energy swept past him along his previous path, obliterating a vast gap in the rock wall to his right. That was close. Right? Another turn to the right. The tear's guidance came again. Harry, like a marionette, placed his complete trust in this mournful direction from his mother, fleeing through the dark labyrinth. The footsteps behind him, accompanied by the crack of energy weapons, clung to him like a persistent pest. The pursuers moved with astonishing speed, coordinating their efforts to block his escape and constrict the noose around him. This approach was unsustainable. His strength was waning rapidly. He would soon be cornered. He needed a strategy to counterattack or find a hiding place. Chapter 51. Freedom Within Reach. Harry's frantic gaze scanned the dark corridor's sides. Debris. Here lies a desolate realm. A hybrid of abandoned pipelines and storage areas, flanked by heaps of discarded tables and chairs, shattered armor, and cabinets cloaked in a thick layer of dust. A serendipitous moment arises. After a right turn guided by a tearstone, Harry lunges towards a precariously tilted mound of debris, comprised of dilapidated furniture and several empty boxes. Desperately curling his slender form within and shrouding himself with a tattered canvas exuding an odd odor, he clamps his mouth shut, holding his breath, the sound of his heartbeat reverberating in his ears. Almost the instant he conceals himself, two figures of the cleaners sweep past the corner like a whirlwind of darkness. Their footsteps remain unperturbed, electronic eyes scanning the cluttered sides of the passage, red lights flickering ominously. The chilling electronic voice resonates sharply in the stillness of the corridor. Harry's heart leaps to his throat. They can scan. He perceives an invisible wave sweeping over the heap of debris. It's over. He will be discovered. In this critical moment, the tearstone of Lily he clutches in his hand begins to vibrate violently and spontaneously once more. A wave of even more profound and sorrowful tranquility blooms forth, akin to a gentle yet resolute embrace, enveloping him entirely. Almost simultaneously, the silver ring upon his chest emanates a forceful wave of cold, orderly energy representing the temporal court. These two forces, inherently distinct and even contradictory, intertwine bizarrely at this moment, united by the common goal of safeguarding Harry, forming an extraordinary and distorted shielding field. The scanning wave that passed over Harry's hiding spot becomes disordered and misjudged upon contact with this peculiar shield. Scan interrupted. Detecting bottom-level permission conflict. Temporal Court Insignia Level 7 Unknown Guardian Power Priority. Signal determination. Ambiguous. Suspected residual energy of discarded items. Prioritize tracking main passage energy traces. Proceed forward. The frigid electronic voice renders its judgment. Without a moment's hesitation, the two cleaners continue down the main passage. Their footsteps fade rapidly. Beneath the heap of debris, Harry nearly ceases to breathe, his body drenched in cold sweat, incredulous that he has narrowly escaped peril. The powers of Lily's Tearstone and the Temporal Court's Silver Ring can indeed influence one another, disrupting the cleaner's judgment? Is it because the Tearstone harbors Lily's essence, and Lily is likely connected to the Temporal Court? Or does the Silver Ring symbolize ownership, causing confusion in authority for the cleaners? The information is too scant to ascertain. Yet, regardless, he has survived. A wave of exhaustion crashes over him, the agony in his left arm and the fatigue of his body nearly overwhelming. He leans against the cold, damp wall, gasping for breath, his heart still racing. He must find the exit swiftly. He tightens his grip on the Tearstone, focusing his thoughts. Exit. Leave the dungeon. Guide me. The Tearstone once again imparts a clear sense of direction, pointing deeper into the corridor. Harry clenched his teeth, dragging his weary, pain-ridden body forward, guided by an instinct to persevere. This time, the corridor began to incline upward, the musty scent in the air gradually diminishing, and at times, he could even sense a faint whisper of fresh air. Hope surged within him. His spirits lifted slightly, prompting him to quicken his pace. After navigating several turns and passing through a cluttered storeroom filled with old brooms and buckets, a dim light flickered ahead. It was no longer a magical glow, but rather the soft luminescence of the moon, and there stood an ancient, rusted iron gate. An exit, truly an exit. The gate appeared dilapidated, with two of its bars bent and twisted, revealing a gap through which a slender frame could easily slip. Beyond the gap lay the familiar, desolate grasslands surrounding Hogwarts Castle. In the distance, the black lake shimmered under the moonlight, casting tranquil reflections. Freedom, so tantalizingly close. Ecstasy overwhelmed Harry. He nearly rushed toward the cold, rusted gate with tears welling in his eyes, just as his hand was about to touch the chilling metal. The Lily's Tearstone he clutched in his right hand began to vibrate violently without warning, emanating a searing heat and an urgent, frantic warning. Simultaneously, the silver ring on his chest vibrated with a fervent intensity, transmitting a dire sense of danger. No, something is amiss. There's peril. Harry's movements abruptly froze. Halting mere inches from the exit, he gazed fearfully beyond the gate. The moonlit grasslands were eerily silent, the black lake undisturbed in the distance, appearing utterly normal. Yet the warnings from the Tearstone and the silver ring had never been so emphatic. A trap. It must be a trap. How could the scavengers allow him to reach the exit so easily? They must be lying in wait outside. Harry stumbled back 2 steps, pressing his back against the cold, damp wall, his heart racing from the near escape. That was close. He had almost walked into a snare. He found himself in a desperate impasse. Just as he was engulfed in anxiety and uncertainty, the searing Tearstone in his hand conveyed a sudden shift in its energy. Instinctively, Harry lifted his gaze toward the left wall of the dead-end corridor. There was nothing there, only a bare, ancient stone wall slick with damp moss. Mother, wielding that dreadful device, advancing step by step, for the purity of our lineage, for the absolute timeline. The excruciating pain as the device pierced his temple, the anguish of memories being forcibly stripped away, shattered, obliterated. A fierce headache struck him once more, as if steel needles were stirring within his brain. In agony, Harry cradled his head, crouching down. At that moment, the Tearstone in his grasp seemed to absorb the mental energy and fragments of memory that had escaped him in his suffering, radiating with newfound brilliance. The cool, sorrowful power surged with unprecedented intensity, even temporarily suppressing the chilling vibrations of the silver ring. Chapter 52, Whispers of Mother. A faint yet distinct, translucent female apparition, shimmering with gentle tears, gradually emerged from the Tearstone, resembling a sorrowful specter. The figure was obscured and indistinct, rendering her features unrecognizable. Yet Harry's heart twisted painfully. Could it be Lily? The sensation of his mother overwhelmed him. The ethereal figure of Lily floated above, slowly raising her hand to point towards the barren, moss-covered wall. Then, a voice, feeble yet echoing across the vastness of time and space, imbued with profound sorrow and exhaustion, resonated deep within Harry's mind, akin to a sigh. Child, time is fleeting. Touch the forgotten with authenticity. The path I concealed leads to the fissures of the past. In that instant, Lily's apparition dissipated like a bubble, and the glow of the Tearstone swiftly dimmed, becoming even darker than before. as if it had exhausted its final strength. Authenticity? Touching the forgotten? The path concealed by Lily? Was it possible that this seemingly empty wall was the true exit? A secret passageway forged by Lily long ago. One that even the timekeepers and the reapers might remain oblivious to? And was the key to unlocking it to touch the forgotten with authenticity? What did this mean? What did authenticity refer to? Was it the tear stone of Lily? Or the drop of true tears from the heart of the lake? Or perhaps some genuine emotion? And what of the forgotten? Did it signify the wall itself, representing oblivion? Or was it the memories of Lily that had been erased? Harry gazed at the dimly glowing tear stone in his hand, and then at the moss-covered wall, his mind racing to decipher this riddle-like guidance. He needed to comprehend quickly. The Reaper could arrive at any moment. Authentic emotions, Lily's painful memories, the wall of oblivion. Suddenly, a thought struck him like lightning. He vividly recalled the information about the tear stone conveyed by the silver ring, emotional anchor, and the drop of tear from the heart of the lake. True tear. What had been erased from Lily was, indeed, her memories and emotions. Understand. A light of clarity ignited in Harry's eyes. No longer hesitating, he struggled to rise. His left hand enduring excruciating pain, while his right hand firmly grasped the tear stone, imbued with Lily's most genuine emotions and sorrow. As he walked step by step toward the moss-covered wall, he concentrated all his spirit, all his thoughts, on his mother Lily's anguish, his longing, and the fervent desire to unveil the truth. Then he solemnly pressed the cold little stone against the ancient, damp wall, which seemed to have forgotten everything. With authentic emotion, he whispered hoarsely, as if performing an ancient ritual to touch the forgotten past. "Please, open the path for me, Mother." At the moment his fingers pressed the tear stone onto the moss, an abrupt transformation occurred. The entire wall, centered around the tear stone, rippled violently, sending forth a wave of silver-blue ripples. Countless ancient and intricate magical runes, which had previously existed only in myth, flickered to life upon the stone wall like awakened fireflies, radiating a profound and sorrowful, yet indomitable surge of magical energy. As he pressed against the tear stone, the wall transformed into a viscous, mercury-like substance, a twisted passageway, shimmering with an unstable azure light and barely wide enough for a single person to traverse, slowly materialized before him. He had succeeded. A hidden path truly existed. A wave of exhilaration and hope surged within Harry's heart. However, just as he prepared to step into the unknown corridor, whoosh, 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 behind him, urgent sounds of slicing air and a chilling intent to kill rushed forth like a tsunami. The three cleansers had returned. They had evidently sensed the extraordinary surge of magical energy emanating from this location. Detection of an ultra-high intensity, illegal temporal spatial passage activation. Priority alert. Prevent his escape. The cold electronic voice resonated with an unprecedented urgency. 3 beams of ghostly azure energy, akin to the scythes of death, tore through the darkness, sealing all possible escape routes for Harry with pinpoint precision, aimed directly at his back. The speed was overwhelming. The distance was too close. There was no time to retreat into the passageway. Ahead lay the unknown corridor, and behind him, a lethal pursuit, a true deadlock. Within Harry's pupils, the swirling, distorted blue passageway reflected the imminent, devastating azure light approaching from behind. The scent of death was uncommonly potent. In that infinitesimal moment before oblivion, Harry instinctively executed an action that even he could scarcely comprehend. Rather than attempting to evade the inescapable energy beams, he forcefully swung his left arm, translucent, weakened, and eroded by temporal energy, backward, as if to use this useless limb to shield against the fatal assault. Simultaneously, with the last vestiges of his strength, his right foot propelled him forward, lunging desperately toward the mercury-like entrance of the passageway. In the next heartbeat, hiss, 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 the 3 beams of azure energy, like scorching blades slicing through butter, penetrated Harry's half-translucent, ethereal left arm without resistance. There was no blood, no sound of shattering bones, only a more bizarre and terrifying spectacle. His left arm, pierced by the energy beams, erupted in a blinding azure glow from the point of impact, as if it were a bubble burst or a shattered mirror. Then, under the gaze of the cleansers, whose electronic eyes seemed to momentarily falter, as well as Harry's incredulous stare, the entire arm shattered into countless twinkling fragments of ghostly blue light, akin to stardust, violently exploding backward. An indescribable, soul-wrenching agony engulfed Harry's consciousness in an instant. Ah! He let out a scream, so piercing it transcended the bounds of humanity. However, concurrently, those three lethal energy beams appear to be disrupted, deflected, and even partially absorbed by the powerful, chaotic temporal energy turbulence emanating from the bizarre, shattering, and eruption of his left arm. Although some residual energy still struck his back, inflicting excruciating pain akin to being torn apart, it was no longer sufficient to be instantly fatal. With the momentum of this force and his own push against the ground, Harry successfully reached the entrance of the mercury-like passage. The entrance seemed to possess a life of its own, instantly engulfing his body. No, behind him, there arose a rare tremor of urgency in the cold electronic voice of the cleansers. But it was already too late. Harry's consciousness rapidly sank into an endless darkness under the agonizing torment of his soul being torn apart and the immense temporal rift of the passage. In the final fleeting second before complete unconsciousness, his last vague perception was that he had not fully entered the passage. His body felt as though it were caught in a viscous barrier of bizarre temporal flow at the entrance. A cold, furious, yet incredulously bewildered voice of a familiar man seemed to penetrate the barriers of time and space, faintly reaching his eardrum. "Potter, where the hell are you?" Chapter 53, Temporal Rift. The agony of a soul being torn apart surged into him like countless glowing steel needles from the void of his left arm's rupture, instantaneously obliterating all of Harry's consciousness. Darkness, boundless, icy darkness, as if even time itself had solidified. He felt like a feather, yet also like a heavy stone, floating and tumbling in an indescribable, strange torrent. There was no up or down, no past or future, only fragmented perception and eternal descent. Time passed, perhaps a moment, perhaps an eternity. A faint glimmer of light pierced through this eternal darkness like the tip of a needle. Accompanying it was a voice, indistinct and distorted, as if filtered through layers of thick water, intermittently drilling into his nearly shattered mind. "Bob, where the hell are you?" The voice was cold, angry, urgent, laced with an exceedingly rare, uncontrollable incredulity. Was it Snape? How could he be here? No, that voice seemed to come from an incredibly distant place, penetrating layers of barriers, distorted, yet still imbued with a palpable sense of agitation and disbelief. Next came an even colder, more inhuman electronic synthesized voice, equally vague and distorted, yet carrying an undeniable tone of command. "Warning, temporal structure unstable. High-value key fragments detected. Priority recovery initiated. Eliminate all interference." The cleansers, they were nearby. A profound sense of crisis jolted Harry's waning consciousness, like a shot of adrenaline. He could not succumb to slumber. He could not falter. He would be captured. He would be eradicated. The primal instinct for survival surged forth with its final strength, propelling his nearly insubstantial limbs towards that faint glimmer of light, struggling desperately, writhing. Each movement brought forth a soul-wrenching, suffocating agony, as though each struggle tore him into even smaller fragments. The light expanded. The distorted sounds gradually became clearer. Snape's roar resonated with greater intensity, even allowing him to hear a fierce, explosive clash of spells. Was he engaged in combat with the Hunters? Get out of Hogwarts. This is not a place for your rampancy. Interference with the temporal court's enforcement is not tolerated. The brilliance of magic clashed violently with the ethereal blue energy beams at the entrance of the passage, annihilating in a brilliant display. Clearly, Snape had inexplicably appeared nearby and was clashing with the pursuing Hunters. It was this sudden battle, along with the peculiar temporal energy turbulence caused by the shattering of Harry's left arm, that severely disrupted the already unstable secret passage, leading to bizarre wrinkles and delays in the temporal structure at the entrance, trapping Harry in this limbo between life and death. Harry struggled forward with all his might, the mercury-like, viscous barrier of the passage enveloping him tightly, each millimeter of advance proving to be immensely arduous. He could sense that the right side of his body seemed to have breached into a relatively stable space on the other side of the passage, bringing with it a sensation of dry, frigid air. However, the left side of his body, particularly the utterly vanished left shoulder, which continuously emitted ethereal blue sparks and soul-wrenching pain, remained exposed near the entrance of the passage, enduring the impact of the energy released from the battle behind him and the tearing of the temporal turbulence. He could even vaguely see beyond the entrance, the magical green and red lights intertwining wildly with the Hunter's ethereal blue energy beams, illuminating Snape's pale, contorted face, filled with fury and a resolute intent to kill. Alongside the cold, unfeeling helmet of the Hunter, both sides were attempting to break through each other's blockade, yet their targets converged upon him, trapped in the middle of the passage. Regardless of which side succeeded, a dead end awaited him. He had to fully enter the passage. Immediately, Harry let out a silent scream, igniting the last vestiges of his soul's power, recklessly charging forward. At that moment, a thunderous explosion erupted at the entrance of the passage. It seemed to be the most violent collision between a powerful dark spell cast by Snape and some energy weapon wielded by the hunters. A terrifying magical storm and temporal ripples surged outward, violently impacting Harry, who was caught at the entrance of the passage. Thud! Harry felt as though his soul had been struck by a heavy blow, violently spewing forth a void-like blood that shimmered with starlight, his consciousness blurring to an extreme. Yet, fortune and misfortune are intertwined. This tremendous shockwave acted like an invisible hand, forcefully pushing him forward. A sound akin to fabric being completely torn asunder echoed. Harry felt a lightness envelop him, as the viscous barrier of the passage was finally breached. His body had completely lost control, akin to a kite severed from its string, violently cast away and plummeting into the unknown, arid, and frigid world on the other side of the passage. In the final moment, before he was entirely severed from the passage, the last sight that met his gaze was the mercury-like ripples at the entrance of the passage, violently oscillating and rapidly constricting, as if on the verge of complete closure. Snape, enduring an onslaught of cerulean energy, bore the attack resolutely, his black robe's shoulder instantaneously reduced to ash, revealing the charred flesh beneath, as he desperately reached toward the closing entrance. His black eyes brimming with a fury, resentment, and a trace of maddened obsession that Harry could not comprehend. Meanwhile, the arm of a clearing agent had transformed into a colossal, metallic gleaming energy claw, shattering Snape's magical barrier while simultaneously reaching for Harry. Their hands nearly touched at the same moment, brushing against the hem of Harry's floating garment. Then buzz! The entrance of the passage flickered wearily before abruptly sealing shut, vanishing entirely, as if it had never existed. Snape's furious roar, the cold electronic voice of the clearing agent, and the cacophony of battle were all severed, disappearing without a trace. Thud! Harry crashed heavily onto the cold, hard ground, the immense impact forcing him to expel another mouthful of blood, shimmering with cerulean fragments. The agonizing pain of his soul nearly rendering him unconscious. He lay sprawled on the ground like a fish out of water, reduced to instinctive, feeble twitches and gasps. After what felt like an eternity, the overwhelming agony gradually receded like a tide, allowing him to regain a semblance of hazy consciousness. Had he survived? Chapter 54. Snape's Gaze. Harry struggled to lift his heavy eyelids, gazing around in bewilderment. This place appeared to be an exceedingly ancient, vast, and abandoned hall. The air was cold and arid, saturated with the heavy scent of dust and the decay of weathered stone. The ground was laid with enormous, similarly worn stone slabs, their crevices thickly coated with dust. This was certainly not any part of Hogwarts as he knew it. It bore no resemblance to architecture from this era. Where had Lily's secret passage transported him? To a rift in the past? Could it be that this was truly some forgotten fragment of Hogwarts' ancient timeline? Struggling to sit up, he suddenly jolted his left shoulder wound. An indescribable, hollow agony surged through him. He laboriously turned his head to inspect his left shoulder, only to find it utterly vacant. Where his left arm should have been, there was nothing. The severed end was horrifyingly smooth, devoid of blood or remnants of muscle and bone. Only a continuously rippling, translucent void of energy, shimmering with faint cerulean starlight, as if an unstable spatial rift had been forcibly sewn onto his shoulder. The intense, soul-wrenching pain emanated from that void, a stark reminder of his horrific loss. His left arm had truly vanished without a trace, annihilated by the energy weapon of the cleaner. He became a fragment of the turbulent fabric of time and space. A profound sense of desolation and despair instantly engulfed Harry. Although his arm had long been eroded by temporal energy, causing him excruciating pain and rendering it nearly useless, the true loss of it instilled within him an indescribable feeling of incompleteness and terror. Losing his left arm felt akin to, no, this was not the moment for sorrow. He violently shook his head, forcibly suppressing the tumultuous emotions surging within him. He was still alive, and that was his greatest fortune. He needed to swiftly comprehend the situation, tend to his wounds, and find a way out. With his remaining right hand, he struggled to support his body against a cold stone pillar, gasping for breath. Upon assessing his condition, he found it utterly deplorable. His body was exceedingly weak, his soul damaged, his left arm completely vanished, and a relentless agony and sense of void emanated from the severed stump. His robe was tattered, smeared with dust and some peculiar, shimmering blood that sparkled like starlight. Fortunately, it seemed he had temporarily evaded Snape and the cleaner. Moreover, he patted his pocket. The tearstone of Lily was still there. Although its radiance had dimmed, as if much of its power had been expended, it still emitted a faint, reassuring coolness. The ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, remained nestled against him, its cover icy and unresponsive. The silver ring at his chest lay dormant, no longer warm. He exhaled slightly. At least the most crucial items were intact. He scrutinized the vast hall once more. It was eerily silent, a silence so profound that it was unsettling, interrupted only by his own feeble breaths and heartbeat. Time here seemed to have come to a standstill, imparting an oppressive sense of dread. His gaze swept over the indistinct murals adorning the walls. Most of the murals' content was obscured, but he could faintly discern some stars, clocks, long rivers, and figures clad in ancient robes, their movements seemingly partaking in a solemn ritual. Among them, one comparatively intact mural caught his attention. It depicted a massive, intricately structured door, seemingly composed of countless gears and luminous rings. Before the door stood a diminutive silhouette, arms outstretched, as if welcoming something. Surrounding the door were numerous twisted, shadow-like monsters attempting to thwart the figure. Below the mural, an inscription in an ancient script, reminiscent of runes, was carved. Harry leaned in to decipher it. Aided by the fragmented knowledge from Dudley's discarded textbooks and his suddenly awakened linguistic aptitude, he barely managed to comprehend its meaning. To traverse the ultimate gate, one must pay the price of time and embrace eternal solitude. The ultimate gate? The price of time? Eternal solitude? These did not bode well. A veil of unease shrouded Harry's heart. He continued to shift his gaze, and suddenly, at the farthest wall of the hall, he beheld a true door. It was a colossal door, forged from some dark, heavy metal, its surface marred by patches of rust and the scars of time, embodying an ancient and formidable design. The door stood firmly shut, sealed as if it had never been opened. At its center, a familiar emblem was embedded, a design of an hourglass intertwined with a longsword. The insignia of the Order of Time. Harry's heart sank abruptly. Should he approach? The risk was monumental. Yet, surveying his surroundings, it seemed that this vast hall offered no other exit. The passage he had arrived through had vanished, leaving the only possible route of escape as that great metallic door adorned with the emblem of the Order of Time. He had no choice. Clenching his jaw, Harry supported himself against a stone pillar and struggled to rise. With every movement, a searing pain radiated from the void of his left shoulder, rendering his vision momentarily dark. He advanced, step by painstaking step, towards the imposing metal door. The closer he drew, the more he could sense its enormity and oppressive presence. The emblem of the Order of Time appeared as a cold eye, indifferently observing his insignificance. Standing before the colossal door, he lifted his gaze, feeling like an ant. There were no visible keyholes or handles, only that frigid emblem. How could it be opened? He attempted to push with his right hand. The metal door remained immovable, heavier than he could have imagined. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved Lily's tearstone. Since this place was guided by Lily, perhaps the tearstone was the key? He brought the tearstone close to the emblem of the Order of Time. No reaction ensued. The tearstone remained dull, the emblem still cold. Did he need the silver ring of the Order of Time? He then tried to touch the emblem with the silver ring resting against his chest. Still, there was no response. The silver ring lay silent, akin to an inanimate object. Just as despair began to creep in, the void in his left shoulder, shimmering with a ghostly azure light, seemed to respond peculiarly to the proximity of the door. The flickering frequency of the azure light intensified, mingling the soul-wrenching agony with an odd allure and resonance. It felt as if something beyond the door was beckoning to his body, ravaged and incomplete from the energies of time and space. Harry gazed in astonishment at his wounded shoulder, then at the door. A bold, reckless thought surged through his mind. Could the price of time refer to those like him, harmed by the energies of time and space, who had sacrificed limbs or even souls? What did embracing eternal solitude mean? Did this door require a key that had been scarred by temporal wounds to be opened? Hesitating, trembling, he slowly raised the flickering azure light of his voided left shoulder, inching it towards the cold emblem of the Order of Time. Just as his wound was about to make contact with the emblem, an unexpected transformation occurred. The ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, which had lain dormant in his arms, suddenly became searing hot. An ancient and furious bloodline power erupted from the tome like a waking lion, manifesting as a tangible golden-red halo that forcefully pushed Harry away. As if to prevent him from committing some blasphemous act of contact, Harry was caught off guard, pushed back by an overwhelming force that nearly caused him to stumble once more. Almost simultaneously, the massive metallic door before him seemed to be stirred by the potent bloodline of the Potter family, as the emblem of the Time Court suddenly illuminated with a chilling blue glow. Unauthorized bloodline fluctuation detected. High-level temporal damage individual detected. Key fragment resonance detected. Conditions met for temporary activation of the ultimate gate. Welcome to the Interstice of Time. The Lost Offering. Chapter 55. The Interstice of Time. Welcome to the Interstice of Time. The Lost Offering. The combination of Interstice of Time and Offering radiated an ominous aura, causing Harry's blood to run cold. He staggered to steady himself, gazing in horror at the colossal metallic door. The emblem of the Time Court emitted a frigid blue light, resembling a great eye slowly opening, cold and indifferent, scrutinizing him as a mere, unwelcome offering. The ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, still burned in his embrace. The golden-red crest of the Potter family gradually dimming, yet emanating an angry and restless vibration, as if warning him to steer clear of that door. The ethereal blue star at the jagged edge of his left shoulder flickered violently due to the recent upheaval, waves of soul-rending agony crashing over him, reminding him of the heavy price he had paid. Guided here by Lily's tear stone, he felt the strong rejection of his bloodline. While the Time Court referred to him as an offering, the immense contradiction and chaos nearly overwhelmed Harry's already battered mind. Just as he stood bewildered and at a loss, the once sealed metallic door, accompanied by the deep, ancient groan of mechanisms long dormant, slowly creaked open a narrow gap. No light seeped through from beyond, only a frigid, arid breeze, imbued with a peculiar static sensation and the decaying essence of time, surged forth from the crack, rustling the edges of Harry's tattered robe. The door opened by itself? Was it because of the phrase conditions met? Because of his high-level temporal damage and the so-called resonance of the key fragment? Harry's heart raced, fear intertwining with intense curiosity. Should he step inside? What awaited him beyond the door? A trap set by the Time Court? Or the true path left by Lily? Or perhaps what the mechanical voice referred to as the ultimate gate? With no retreat and no other options, Harry inhaled the bone-chilling air, suppressing the suffocating pain in his left shoulder, a flicker of determination flashing in his eyes. He clutched the tear stone tightly in his right hand, holding the still warm tome close to his chest, and with great difficulty, he approached the opening door. The closer he got, the more intense the strange static sensation became, as if countless tiny needles were gently pricking the surface of his skin. In the air, minuscule fragments of time and space began to emerge, drifting like jellyfish and shimmering with a faint phosphorescence. They twirled and reflected bizarre, incomprehensible distorted images. Harry cautiously sidled through the narrow gap of the door. The scene beyond the threshold momentarily stole his breath away, his pupils dilating in shock. What lay beyond was not another room or corridor, but a bizarre realm that utterly overturned his understanding. There was no sky, no ground, nor any conventional distinction between up and down. All he could see was an endless expanse of swirling void composed of countless shades of gray and silver. Amidst this void floated enormous, fragmented remnants of structures that seemed to hail from various epochs and worlds. Gothic spires, Roman arcades, shards of modern glass facades, and even colossal stones reminiscent of pyramids. They drifted silently like the corpses of drowned souls, colliding slowly before separating in silence. Further afield, immense rivers, as dazzling as a galaxy, yet exuding an icy aura, meandered through the void. These were not true streams of water, but a river of time, composed of countless densely shimmering clock symbols, images of gears, phantoms of hourglasses, and incomprehensible geometric light patterns. Shadows of equally dilapidated, ancient vessels floated uncertainly in this river of time, devoid of any crew. The entire space was enveloped in an absolute silence, a dead calm that could drive one to madness. Only the sound of Harry's own rapid heartbeat and labored breaths punctuated the eerie void, making him feel particularly insignificant and out of place. Was this the Interstice of Time? A refuse dump teeming with the remnants of countless temporal fragments? A graveyard? The cold, mechanical voice referred to it as the Interstice of Time. And he was a lost offering. An offering to whom? To this vast emptiness? Or to the river of time? A profound sense of loneliness and insignificance washed over Harry like a cold tide, engulfing him instantly. He felt like a trivial speck of dust, forgotten at the edge of time. He stood on a floating, relatively stable black stone platform at the door's threshold, hesitant to take a step forward. Below lay an endless void, shimmering with the dangerous turbulence of time and space, a fall from which could yield unimaginable consequences. Where was he to go? There appeared to be no escape. As he gazed around in confusion, the lily's tear gem in his right hand reacted once more. It seemed to emit some form of signal, or sense something. Concurrently, a strange sensation, not purely one of pain, emanated from the void at his left shoulder, as if resonating with this vast interstitial realm in a disquieting manner. The ancient tome he held, Tempest et sang, also warmed in his embrace, its pages stirring of their own accord, rustling until they settled on a particular page. Instinctively, Harry lowered his gaze to see. On that page, there were no intricate words, only a rudimentary diagram depicting a serpentine river of time, formed by clock symbols. At the riverbank stood a simple figure, symbolizing Harry, who held a glowing point representing the tear stone. From the luminous point in his hand, a dashed line extended towards an indistinct point upstream of the river, marked as Echo. Below the diagram, an ancient inscription resembling cuneiform read, "This is utterly insane. The energy fluctuations emanating from the river of time are terrifying beyond measure." He had no doubt that drawing near would lead to his complete disintegration or assimilation. Yet, the flicker of the tear stone, the guidance of the ancient texts, and the faint stirrings of his own bloodline seemed to validate this mad endeavor. Was the path left by Lily meant to lead him into the river of time? Just as Harry wrestled fiercely with his inner turmoil and indecision, a sudden hum reverberated. The temporal silver ring upon his chest activated spontaneously, without warning. The surface of the ring, marked with a sandglass and sword emblem, emitted a chilling blue light, casting a small yet exceptionally clear hologram that hovered before him. The hologram displayed a complex, ever-changing map of temporal energy distribution, akin to a radar scan. In one edge of the energy map, a blinding red point flickered rapidly, accompanied by a line of frigid numbers and symbols. Scavenger tracking coordinates, 97 match rate, estimated arrival time, T1 73 units, temporal fluctuation. Harry's heart momentarily stilled. The scavengers, they had tracked him here. Moreover, the estimated arrival time was a negative value. What did this imply? It indicated that they might have locked onto this coordinate from the past or the future, poised to descend at any moment. A profound sense of crisis pierced through all his hesitation and fear like an icy spear. There was no time to waver. Action was imperative. Entering the river of time was a perilous gamble, but remaining in place to await the scavengers was a certain death. He had no choice but to risk it. Harry managed to force out 2 words through clenched teeth, his green eyes igniting with a frenzied determination. How to proceed? This void was untraversable. He concentrated, envisioning himself moving forward. A miracle occurred. Chapter 56, Echoes of a Mother. The instant Harry conceived the thought of advancing, the massive black stone beneath his feet stirred ever so slightly, like a compliant surfboard, gliding him gently towards the river of time. In this realm, thought could influence movement. The closer he drew to the river, the more potent the terrifying force of temporal distortion became. Countless clock symbols and gears whirled around him, inducing a profound sense of vertigo and disorientation. The agony in the severed edge of his left shoulder intensified once more, as if innumerable hands were clawing at his soul from that void. He gritted his teeth and held firm. At last, he reached the riverbank of the time stream, a realm composed of distorted light and the ceaseless ebb and flow of temporal runes, devoid of any tangible boundary. The immense black boulder beneath him trembled violently, seemingly unable to advance any further. This is it. Harry gazed upon the resplendent yet perilous silver river before him, a flicker of determination igniting in his eyes. In the name of Potter, in the name of Lily's tears, guide me. Upstream, ego. He let out a hoarse cry. Buzz. At that moment, the tear stone burst forth with an unprecedented, gentle yet immensely resilient milky light. The radiance enveloped Harry and the boulder beneath him like a colossal cocoon. Now is the time. Harry, commanding the boulder shrouded in the milky light, plunged fiercely into the upstream waterway. As he entered the channel, an indescribable force of immense resistance pressed in from all sides. It felt as though he was swimming against the entire current of time itself. The light cocoon twisted and flickered violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain. Harry felt as though every bone in his body was on the verge of being crushed, his soul seemingly ground beneath the relentless wheels of time. He clung desperately to the boulder, relying on the tearstone's glow and his own indomitable will to persist. The scene before him began to morph wildly. shimmering and flowing backward. He beheld countless blurred fragments of images, shattered and from different eras, racing by like a kaleidoscope. He witnessed Hogwarts Castle engulfed in flames, collapsing, only to see it painstakingly reconstructed brick by brick. He saw the Black Lake dry up, revealing its bed, then watched as rainwater filled it anew, and familiar yet unfamiliar student faces flashed by, clad in the uniforms of various times. He even glimpsed a young witch with flowing crimson hair and emerald green eyes, cradling an infant in her arms, smiling gently at him. It was Lily, exactly as she appeared in his fragmented memories. "Mother," Harry murmured unconsciously, tears blurring his vision. The current's speed intensified, and the tearstone's glow began to dim at a visible rate, clearly indicating the colossal toll of such an audacious endeavor. Harry gritted his teeth against the pain, striving to perceive the guidance emanating from the tearstone and his own bloodline. Here it comes, just ahead, at a sharp bend in the river of time. The waters appeared particularly turbulent and chaotic, countless fragments of time and space swirling as if boiling, among which seemed to be a faint yet profoundly familiar energy signature. In the final second before the tearstone's light extinguished, he successfully burst forth from the upstream waterway, crashing into the boiling vortex of time and space. Boom! It felt as though he had shattered an invisible membrane. All pressure, tugging force, and surreal images vanished in an instant. Harry, along with the boulder beneath him, was violently thrown out, landing heavily upon a cold, hard, familiar ground. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of starry blood, feeling as if his entire skeletal structure were on the verge of disintegration, a wave of weakness washing over his soul, while the agony in his left shoulder peaked. He collapsed to the ground, his vision blurred, gasping for breath with great difficulty. After what felt like an eternity, his sight gradually began to clear. He found himself seemingly confined within a cramped, windowless broom cupboard. The air was thick with dust, disinfectant, and a faint, cloying scent reminiscent of candy. Where exactly was this place? Struggling to sit up, he leaned against the cold wall of the cupboard, which was cluttered with various cleaning supplies. Wait, why did this scene feel inexplicably familiar? He instinctively glanced toward the cupboard door. Just then, a series of clear footsteps echoed from outside, growing ever closer, accompanied by two unexpectedly familiar voices engaged in conversation. One voice, bright and resonant, tinged with curiosity and a hint of arrogance, declared, "I bet Severus is hiding in here, practicing his peculiar potions again. Mum says he always does this. We need to keep an eye on him, lest he stray down a dark path." The other voice, darker and impatient, yet laced with barely perceptible tension, retorted, "Be quiet. Petunia, how many times must I tell you not to follow me? And do not call me Severus. Only my mother is permitted to address me in that manner." Harry felt as though struck by a bolt of lightning. Frozen in place, his blood seemingly congealed. Petunia? Severus? Was that Petunia Evans and a young Severus Snape outside the door? Could it be that the tears of Lily and the ancient texts had guided him to a time long past, to an era when Lily, Petunia, and Severus were still children? A profound shock engulfed Harry like a tsunami. What unnerved him more, nearly driving him to scream, was the fact that the footsteps had come to a halt right outside the broom cupboard where he was concealed. A hand grasped the doorknob. The next moment, with a click, the cupboard door was yanked open from the outside. Brilliant light flooded into the cramped space, blinding him. Instinctively, he raised his right hand to shield his eyes, peering through his fingers in terror at the outside world. Standing there were two figures. One was a tall, slender girl clad in a brightly colored yet somewhat worn dress, her hair meticulously groomed, her face adorned with a scrutinizing and curious expression. None other than young Petunia Evans. Beside her stood a pale, sullen boy clad in ill-fitting, tattered clothing, his greasy black hair framing a face marked by weariness and gloom. Who but the young Severus Snape? At that moment, Snape's dark eyes, sharp as the coldest of blades, were filled with astonishment, vigilance, and palpable hostility as they locked onto the battered and bloodied stranger who had suddenly materialized in their broom cupboard, missing an arm. Their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze. Young Snape's lips moved, his future eyes, which would later carry the weight of coldness and sarcasm, were now filled with sheer shock and confusion. He nearly blurted out, his voice high-pitched with incredulity. "Who are you? How did you end up in my family's broom cupboard?" Chapter 0, a meaningless Chapter 2. At the end of the passage lies a vast underground chamber. The ceiling of the chamber is adorned with numerous stalactites, resembling sharp swords poised to fall at any moment. In the center of the chamber stands an enormous stone table, its surface intricately carved with complex patterns. These designs depict bizarre scenes, featuring dragons soaring through the skies, unicorns galloping on the ground, and deities of peculiar forms. Beside the stone table, a grand bookshelf filled with ancient tomes looms. The covers of these books are worn and tattered, the inscriptions faded, yet as one draws near, a palpable aura of formidable magic emanates from their pages. Gently lifting one, the pages whisper softly in hand, as if revealing the hidden secrets contained within. Suddenly, a gentle breeze stirs, and a faint sound emerges from the corner of the chamber. Turning towards the noise, a tiny bat flits out from the shadows, its wings fluttering in the darkness with a soft whoosh, shattering the stillness of the underground sanctuary. The bat circles the chamber several times before vanishing into the gloom, leaving behind a delicate shadow that ignites the imagination about this enigmatic place. Cautiously squeezing through the narrow entrance of the cave, one is met with a damp, musty scent that envelopes the air. The interior of the cave is not particularly spacious, with the surrounding stone walls flickering with a ghostly green luminescence, emitted by an unknown moss that casts an ethereal glow in the darkness. Resembling countless tiny eyes that have ceased to blink, a colossal sarcophagus lies still, its surface intricately carved with exquisite motifs, showcasing soaring dragons, majestic phoenixes, and mysterious runes, as if guarding the secrets within. Surrounding the sarcophagus are several ancient oil lamps, their feeble flames dancing in the air, adding an eerie ambience to this foreboding chamber. As one approaches the sarcophagus, an icy breath seems to emanate, as if an unseen force is warding off intruders. Attempting to push the lid, it creaks in protest, as though objecting to the disturbance. As the lid slowly opens, a pungent odor wafts forth, compelling one to cover their mouth and nose. Inside lies a body adorned in splendid attire, remarkably preserved, wearing a mysterious smile. This figure is bedecked with precious jewels, glimmering necklaces, resplendent rings, and a jade pendant that radiates an otherworldly glow. In a distant and mysterious realm, the sky is perpetually shrouded in a vibrant, ever-changing halo. This halo dances lightly like ethereal ribbons at times, while at others, it descends like a heavy curtain. Against the backdrop of this fantastical sky, the landscape presents an extraordinary spectacle. Upon the ground flourished a peculiar species of plant, whose stems resembled transparent glass tubes, within which flowed a myriad of vibrant liquids, occasionally glimmering with a faint luminescence. The leaves of these plants exhibited diverse forms. Some were slender and feather-like, gently swaying in the breeze, producing a soft, rustling sound, while others resembled enormous hands, seemingly reaching skyward in an attempt to touch the enigmatic glow above. At the heart of this realm stood a towering castle, its walls constructed from a unique crystal that, under the sun's embrace, refracted a kaleidoscope of colors akin to dreamlike gems. Atop the castle soared a grand spire, adorned with a gem radiating an aura of mystery, said to possess boundless power. Within the castle's interior lay a captivating spectacle. The grand hall was lined with lofty stone columns, each embellished with intricate carvings, some depicting fantastical creatures, others inscribed with cryptic symbols. The floor, paved with smooth marble, reflected the surrounding light, as if one had entered a fantastical world. Deep within the castle resided a mysterious chamber. Inside, a vast table was laden with an array of peculiar tomes and documents. The pages of these books were crafted from an unusual material, the writing resembling tadpoles, rendering comprehension a daunting task. One day, a young adventurer arrived in this realm, captivated by its extraordinary sights, and resolved to delve deeper into the castle's secrets. He cautiously traversed the hall and stepped into the enigmatic room. Upon encountering the books and documents upon the table, curiosity surged within him. He picked up a tome, striving to decipher the indecipherable script, yet found himself at a loss. Suddenly, a low growl resonated from the corner of the room, startling the adventurer. He swiftly turned, only to behold a colossal beast emerging from the shadows. This creature was immense, its body cloaked in tough scales, with eyes glinting with a fierce light. Though fear gripped his heart, the adventurer did not falter. Clutching his weapon tightly, he braced himself for a fierce battle against the beast. The creature unleashed a thunderous roar and lunged at him. The adventurer nimbly evaded its assault and retaliated swiftly. His weapon carved deep gashes into the beast's hide. Yet it remained undeterred, continuing its relentless onslaught. The struggle endured for what felt like an eternity, and the adventurer gradually sensed his strength waning. Just as he neared the brink of surrender, his gaze fell upon a gem upon the table. A spark of inspiration ignited within him as he seized the gem and hurled it at the beast. It emitted a blinding radiance, enveloping the creature, which let out a lamenting cry, before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 57. The Prisoner of Spider's Tail Alley. Who are you? How did you end up in my broom cupboard? The youthful voice of Severus Snape was sharp, brimming with astonishment, caution, and a sense of territorial hostility. His still youthful black eyes, not entirely dulled by the passage of time, widened in shock, fixating intently on this unexpected, disheveled intruder that had appeared within the confines of his cupboard. Standing beside him, Petunia Evans was equally startled, emitting a sharp gasp and instinctively taking a small step back. Her hand covering her mouth, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and intense curiosity as she scrutinized Harry. Harry's mind was a blank slate, as if struck by the most malevolent of petrifying curses. The soul-rending agony at the severed edge of his left shoulder, coupled with an overwhelming sense of weakness and the surreal scene before him, made him question whether his grievous injuries had induced a near-death hallucination. Yet, the vividly real visage of a youthful Severus Snape, with his greasy black hair, Petunia's characteristic gaze filled with critical curiosity, and the peculiar scent of dust mingled with disinfectant and overly sweet candies pervading the cramped broom cupboard, relentlessly confirmed the authenticity of his circumstances. He needed to react immediately. The consequences of an action were too grave to contemplate. Despite Snape's youthful appearance, he was still Snape, and Petunia was destined to become Mrs. Dursley. Harry's throat felt as dry as sandpaper, his voice hoarse and faint. He swiftly churned his nearly incapacitated brain, striving to fabricate a plausible explanation. However, his appearance was strikingly disconcerting. His tattered robe, smeared with bizarre, starry bloodstains, his face pale as parchment, drenched in cold sweat and etched with pain, and particularly the vacant, flickering azure glow emanating from his severed shoulder, all spoke volumes of his abnormality and peril. Snape's gaze, cold as a probing needle, swiftly traversed Harry's grotesque injury, his eyes revealing a deepening suspicion, even tinged with an almost imperceptible curiosity. He evidently discerned that this injury was far from the result of ordinary magic. "You are injured?" The young Snape interjected, his tone still laced with caution, though tinged slightly by a curiosity sparked by encountering a rare case. He instinctively leaned forward, as if observing an exotic magical creature, pondering if this peculiar wound had been inflicted by some potent dark magic or temporal sorcery. A jolt of alarm coursed through Harry. Was Snape's insight so keen even in his youth? He must seize the initiative immediately. "Please, please," Harry inhaled sharply, striving to render his voice more frail, pitiable, and helpless. His green eyes quickly welling with physiological tears, not entirely feigned, as the pain and weakness made him prone to weeping. He turned towards Petunia, who appeared slightly more benevolent. "Help me. I was chased by bad people. They killed my entire family. I barely escaped and hid here, but I don't know where this is." Indeed, upon hearing that his family had been murdered, Petunia's face exhibited a clear expression of shock and a hint of sympathy, her hand lowering from her mouth. Meanwhile, Snape's brow furrowed even deeper, clearly skeptical of Harry's narrative, yet the boy's wretched appearance and bizarre injury rendered him unable to make an immediate judgment. His gaze swept over Harry's severed arm once more, his expression flickering with uncertainty. "Chased? Bad people?" Snape's voice remained somber. "What manner of villain? How did you sustain such an injury? And how did you suddenly materialize in our cupboard? Through apparition? You are mistaken. You are not of age, and there should indeed be a trace left behind." The inquiries, one sharper than the last, strike at the very essence of the matter. He intentionally delineates the characteristics of the scavenger, which paradoxically lends an air of authenticity to his account, as such descriptions transcend the comprehension of an ordinary young wizard. As for how I arrived here, Harry's expression shifted to one of greater bewilderment and anguish. "I cannot fathom it. I was on the brink of death, merely seeking a refuge. And then I felt a dizzying sensation, only to awaken within this cupboard. Perhaps it was a random portkey, or a magical surge in my dying moments." He attributes everything to the unknown and coincidence, the most unfalsifiable of excuses. Snape pressed his lips tightly together, his dark eyes still brimming with skepticism. Yet for the time being, he could not identify any apparent fallacies. The sudden emergence of a gravely injured young wizard of uncertain origins, potentially entangled with formidable, unknown adversaries, surpassed his usual experience in handling such matters. Meanwhile, Petunia seemed to have fully embraced Harry's narrative. Or perhaps she was simply more inclined to believe the tale of this boy who appeared even more pitiable than her own brother, had she had one. She cautiously stepped forward, whispering to Snape, "Severus, he looks as though he might perish. Should we not?" "Be silent, Petunia." Snape interrupted impatiently. his gaze still fixated on Harry. We cannot harbor him. He poses a danger, and who knows if those pursuing him might track him here. It could implicate us. His tone was frigid and pragmatic, imbued with a caution and coldness unbefitting his years. Harry's heart sank. Indeed, it was exceedingly difficult to elicit any compassion from Snape. Yet at that moment, Petunia appeared to be provoked by Snape's demeanor, perhaps yielding to her limited sympathy and overwhelming curiosity. But if he goes out like this, he will die. Petunia's voice rose slightly, tinged with youthful obstinacy. And this is my home, she emphasized deliberately. At the very least, we should consult Mother. Or perhaps, we could hide him first. A palpable expression of extreme reluctance and distaste crossed Snape's face, as if he were vehemently opposed to informing the family, especially Petunia's mother, about this matter. Harry keenly sensed this. Was Snape particularly concerned about Petunia's mother's opinion? Or did he simply wish to avoid trouble? Seizing the opportunity, he summoned his remaining strength, gazing at Petunia, his voice frail, as if it might falter at any moment. Thank you, miss. You are truly kind, like an angel. I merely need a brief respite to tend to my wounds, and I shall leave without causing you any trouble. He retreated in order to advance, reiterating his harmlessness and the brevity of his stay. Petunia, flattered by his reference to her as an angel, felt a slight blush rise to her cheeks. Her vanity momentarily satisfied, and her resolve solidified. Ignoring Snape's murderous glare, she reached out to assist Harry. Come out. Hiding in the cupboard is absurd. There's a storage room downstairs where no one goes. You could take refuge there for now. Snape, infuriated, turned pale, forcefully grasping Petunia's hand and hissing in a low voice, Petunia Evans, are you out of your mind? Do you understand what you're doing? He's a stranger. I know, she retorted. Penny also became irate. Her neck stiffened, but he was injured. Moreover, he did not appear to be a villain. Severus Snape, if you dare to inform my mother or expel him, I shall dispose of all those repugnant specimens of beetles and toads that you have secretly collected. It seemed that Penny had seized upon some weakness of Snape. Chapter 58, The Sister's Doubt. Snape's face turned ashen in an instant. His lips trembled with fury, glaring at Penny. Then casting a venomous glance at Harry, the malice in his gaze almost palpable. Ultimately, he appeared to relent with great reluctance, gritting his teeth as he squeezed out a frigid tone. Just for one night. Before dawn tomorrow, he must be gone. And if anything transpires, Penny Evans, it is entirely your responsibility. It has nothing to do with me. With that, he whirled around abruptly, storming away with swift strides, the sound of his tattered black robes echoing down the staircase. Penny made a face at his retreating figure before turning back, laboriously assisting Harry, who could scarcely stand on his own. Ignore him. That's just how he is, peculiar and morose, Penny murmured softly, supporting Harry as they cautiously avoided the direction of the living room, making their way down a narrow back staircase with great difficulty. Harry, enduring excruciating pain and dizziness, leaned on Penny's limited support, observing his surroundings. This place appeared to be an old house in Spinner's End, its interior more dilapidated and dim than he had imagined, with peeling wallpaper exuding a musty odor, barely masked by an overpowering scent of disinfectant and air freshener. It was evident that Snape's domestic environment was far from pleasant. Penny struggled to open a nondescript small door in the corner of the kitchen, revealing an even smaller storage room cluttered with various discarded items and cleaning supplies, with only a tall, dusty window allowing a faint glimmer of light to seep in. You must remain here, absolutely silent. Penny guided Harry inside, letting him lean against an old cushion, nervously instructing him, I'll wait until Mother is asleep and see if I can secretly bring you some food and clean water. Your wound. She glanced at Harry's arm, which was shimmering with stars, her expression a mix of fear and curiosity. Thank you, Harry weakly expressed his gratitude. Mustering a faint smile, I'm Harry. The wound is painful, but for now, I want to perish. Penny nodded, anxiously glancing outside before swiftly closing the storage room door. The faint sound of a latch clicking into place from the outside. Leaning against the cold wall, Harry finally exhaled a slight sigh of relief. Temporarily safe? Although he had become a prisoner in Spinner's End, he had at least evaded the immediate pursuit of the scavenger, gaining a moment to breathe. Yet, the crisis was far from over. Snape's hostility was glaringly evident. He could easily renege or betray him at any moment. How long Penny's goodwill would last was also uncertain. Most importantly, his injuries were exceedingly severe and required urgent attention. The sensation of his soul being torn apart at the severed left shoulder grew increasingly intense. If this continued, he might indeed succumb to the exhaustion of his very essence. Struggling to sit upright, he began to assess his condition. He first attempted to summon the faint remnants of magical energy within him, only to despairingly discover that due to the severe damage to his soul, his magical reserves were nearly depleted, rendering him incapable of even the simplest flicker of light. Modern magic appeared to offer no salvation. His gaze fell upon the ancient tome. Tempest E.T. sang, cradled in his arms. At that moment, the book had returned to its frigid state, devoid of any response. He attempted to flip its pages, only to find them extraordinarily heavy, impossible to turn in his current state, as if requiring a specific bloodline magic or incantation to unlock its secrets. His last glimmer of hope seemed to hinge upon Lily's tear stone and the silver ring from the temporal court. He retrieved the dimly glowing tear stone, which still emitted a faint chill, yet it seemed to have exhausted its potential due to the prior turmoil of the River of Time, offering no further assistance. He then turned his attention to the silver ring upon his chest. The ring remained silent, its cold emblem of the temporal court lacking any luster. Was there truly no way out? Just as despair began to envelop him once more, Harry suddenly felt a peculiar sensation emanating from the void at his left shoulder, a pulsation that was not purely agonizing. It was as though the flickering azure starlight contained a remnant of spatial energy, not yet entirely obliterated. A wild thought flashed through his mind like lightning. The energy weapons of the scavengers were composed of high-purity temporal energy. They had annihilated his arm. Yet it seemed that a minute trace of the most refined energy had lingered, merging bizarrely with the fragments of his shattered soul, creating this continuously shimmering void. Could that temporal energy be guided and harnessed? Even if only the tiniest fraction? For instance, to invigorate the silver ring of the temporal court upon his chest? As a creation of time and space, perhaps it could absorb energy of the same origin, though the risk was immense and could potentially lead to further damage to his soul or unpredictable consequences. He had no alternative. A glint of mad determination flickered in Harry's eyes. He took a deep breath, concentrating all of his remaining mental strength, no longer attempting to suppress the excruciating pain of his severed shoulder or the enigmatic pulsation of energy. Instead, he cautiously endeavored to communicate with and guide the shimmering azure starlight within the void. The process was excruciating, as if he were using the finest needles of his mental energy to prod at the wounds of his soul. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. A minuscule, yet extraordinarily pure, icy blue energy, imbued with an aura of cold order, was finally pried from the void with great difficulty, flowing gently toward the silver ring on his chest. The moment that trace of azure energy made contact with the ring, buzz, the once dormant silver ring suddenly blazed to life. The surface emblem of the temporal court radiated a chilling blue luminescence. It was as if a famished traveler had stumbled upon a spring, eagerly and greedily beginning to absorb that trace of spatial energy from Harry's severed essence. The ring quickly grew scorching hot. Simultaneously, a minuscule, frigid blue projection emanated once more from the silver ring, hovering before Harry. The display no longer exhibited tracking coordinates. Instead, it swiftly flickered through an array of intricate runes and data streams that Harry could not comprehend. Ultimately, the data flow ceased, revealing several clear options on the screen. Detected trace amounts of homologous temporal energy injection, temporary restoration of low-level permissions, available options. 1 basic physical state scan, energy consumption, extremely low. 2 temporal marker recording, current coordinates recorded, energy consumption, low. 3 low-level pain shielding, duration, limited, energy consumption, medium. 4 send emergency distress signal, target, nearest temporal court unit, energy, consumption, high, warning, may expose location. A solution had emerged. A surge of elation filled Harry's heart. Though the energy was limited and permissions minimal, a glimmer of hope had been kindled. Without hesitation, he focused his thoughts and selected 3 low-level pain shielding. What he urgently required was relief from the excruciating agony that threatened to overwhelm him, allowing him the clarity to contemplate his next move. Upon confirming the selection, the silver ring vibrated gently once more, and a cold, numbing energy stream surged forth, swiftly enveloping the severed area of his left shoulder. The soul-rending agony, akin to a switch being abruptly turned off, lessened significantly, while a dull, hollow pain and foreign sensation still lingered. It was a mere shadow of the torturous torment he had endured previously, like a glimpse of paradise. Harry exhaled deeply, nearly collapsing in exhaustion, his robes soaked with cold sweat. For now he had survived. Leaning against the wall, he wearily closed his eyes, savoring the fleeting tranquility that he had fought so hard to attain. Just as he began to relax, A faint rustling sound of footsteps echoed from outside the storage room. It was not Petunia. Her footsteps lacked such stealth, such carefulness, imbued with an air of trepidation and hesitation. Moreover, a subtle waft of sunshine and fresh grass, utterly incongruous with the confines of this house, permeated the air. Instantly, Harry's senses heightened, his muscles tensed, and his right hand stealthily reached for a discarded mop handle nearby. His heart racing once more. Who could it be? Had Snape returned, or was it another occupant of this house? The footsteps paused momentarily at the storage room door. Then, a delicate sound, as if fingertips were grazing the wooden door, followed. Soon after, a soft, curious, and slightly timid voice, one Harry had never heard before, drifted in through the crack beneath the door. "Hello? Is anyone in there? Are you all right? Petunia said you were hurt? Seriously? I secretly brought some white fresh essence. Am I help you? Thank you for Hedwig's gift, Harry. Thank you." Chapter 59, White Fresh Essence. The voice was bright, imbued with the unique softness and slight timidity of a young girl, gently brushing against Harry's taut nerves like a feather. It was neither Petunia nor Snape. Moreover, she mentioned the essence of white fresh. How could a little girl residing in a place like Spinner's Inn be aware of and possess potion ingredients? Unless... Harry's heart raced violently, an incredulous conjecture surging to the forefront of his mind, causing his breath to momentarily falter. The voice outside appeared to exhale in relief, tinged with hesitation. "Is it true? Your hand. Aunt Petunia said it looked quite dreadful. I secretly took a little essence of white fresh from my mother's medicine cabinet. I wonder if it is sufficient." Accompanied by a rustling sound, a small glass vial containing a vibrant green liquid was cautiously slipped through the narrow crack beneath the door by a delicate, fair hand. Impeccably manicured, Harry's gaze fixated on that hand, then slowly ascended. Through the minuscule aperture, he glimpsed a fragment of the girl's attire, a pale yellow dress, washed out yet pristine, alongside a cascade of deep crimson curls, reminiscent of flames in their brilliance. Boom! Like thunder exploding in his mind, Harry froze instantaneously, blood rushing to his head only to chill in an instant. Red hair, emerald green eyes. He could almost envision the color of those eyes beyond the door. Knowledge of the essence of white fresh. Residing near Spinner's End, the figure outside was Lily Evans, his mother, whom he had desperately sought, glimpsed countless times in fragmented memories. Young Lily, a tsunami of profound shock, exhilaration, sorrow, and an ineffable sense of longing engulfed Harry in an instant. His eyes reddened instantly, tears uncontrollably welling up. His throat constricted as if choked by an unseen force, rendering him voiceless. He had never imagined encountering his mother in such circumstances, in such a manner, in his most vulnerable, desperate state, hiding like a thief in the darkness of a cupboard, while outside stood his young, kind-hearted, naive mother. He extended his trembling right hand, cautiously retrieving the vial of essence of white fresh that still bore the warmth of the little girl. The cold glass felt as though it weighed 1,000 pounds, searing his palm with its heat. This was the medicine his mother had given him in his moment of near death. "No need to thank me." Lily outside seemed a bit bashful, her voice softening. "You're not a bad person, are you? Severus said you might be dangerous, but I don't think you are." A pang struck Harry's heart. Snape had indeed been suspicious and vigilant. "I'm not a bad person." Harry's voice emerged, low and sincere, imbued with an emotion he could scarcely articulate. "I have merely encountered something horrific, lost many important people, and now I only wish to survive." Lily outside fell silent for a few moments, seemingly weighing his words. Her kind nature appeared to compel her to trust him. "Well, I believe you." Lily's voice softened. "Then you rest well. I will find a way to bring you some food. Aunt Petunia, she isn't truly unkind, just a bit frightened of the unfamiliar." "Thank you, Lily," Harry nearly blurted, his voice laden with an unmistakable complexity of emotions. A momentarily startled voice emerged from outside the door, exclaiming, "Oh? How do you know my name?" Harry's heart skipped a beat in alarm. Oh no, he had let it slip. His mind raced as he hastily concocted an explanation. "I just heard Miss Petunia mention your name during an argument with Mr. Severus." The justification was tenuous at best. Following this, faint footsteps retreated into the distance. Leaning against the door, Harry listened as the sound faded away, feeling utterly drained as he slid to the ground. His right hand clutching the vial of white essence tightly, his heart still pounding furiously, tears silently cascading down his cheeks. His mother, young, vibrant, and so close. The experience was overwhelmingly profound, yet brutally cruel. The one person he longed to connect with was separated by the barriers of time and space. Unable to recognize him, or even see him. After a long while, he gradually calmed himself. Now is not the time to wallow in emotions. He needed to seize this precious moment. He looked at the vial of white essence. It was merely a standard, basic potion, effective for physical wounds. Yet its efficacy on injuries involving the soul and the fabric of time and space was likely minimal, if not entirely ineffective. Nevertheless, it was a token of his mother's intent. He cautiously removed the cork, and a fresh, herbal aroma filled the air, tinged with a characteristic bitterness. After a moment of hesitation, he let a few drops of the emerald liquid fall onto the flickering void on his left shoulder. Upon contact, it emitted a faint sizzling sound and released a wisp of white smoke. The numbing pain seemed to subside slightly, yet the ethereal blue glimmer and sense of void at the wound remained unchanged. Indeed, for injuries of a spiritual and temporal nature, ordinary potions had little effect. Still, a warmth surged within Harry's heart. At least the pain had lessened. He tucked away the vial and redirected his focus to the silver ring resting against his chest. The ring, having absorbed a fragment of the temporal energy emanating from his wound, temporarily regained some functionality. The pain shield was still active, granting him precious time. He once more activated the silver ring with his thoughts, summoning the cold blue screen. With energy running low, he needed to proceed with caution. Send distress signal was akin to walking into a trap? Absolutely not. Temporal marker had been recorded. No need to address it for now. His gaze settled on basic physical condition scan. Perhaps he could ascertain the specifics of his physical state, see if there was still a possibility for salvation. Chapter 60, Lily's Tearstone. Gritting his teeth, Harry selected one basic physical condition scan. The ring vibrated slightly, drawing away another portion of energy. Data once again flickered rapidly across the screen. Moments later, the scanning results were revealed. Scan subject: human male, childhood, vital signs, weak, soul integrity 72, continuously declining. Magical energy depleted, severe injuries. Left arm missing, temporal energy annihilation damage, soul link point torn, high risk. Temporal energy residue, unstable, energy level, extremely low, estimated survival time, current condition 73 hours, time fluctuating. Recommendation: immediate high-level soul restoration and temporal energy stabilization treatment. Warning: any conventional magical healing may exacerbate soul tear risk. A soul integrity of 72, continuously declining, with an estimated survival time of less than 3 days. The chilling figure struck Harry's heart like a cruel sentence, extinguishing the flicker of warmth that had briefly ignited within him, leaving him feeling as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. His soul was gradually dissipating due to the tear. In no more than 3 days, he would succumb to the complete exhaustion of his soul. Where could he possibly find high-level soul restoration and temporal energy stabilization? Despair coiled around his heart like a venomous serpent. No, it was impossible. There had to be a way. He must find it. Yet, trapped in this storage room, how could he seek help? In the midst of his frantic thoughts, the ancient tome Tempest E.T. Sang nestled in his arms suddenly became excruciatingly warm without warning. The book levitated from his embrace, its pages flipping furiously until it came to rest on a particular page. Harry, suppressing his excitement, focused intently. The core medium of the ritual was none other than tears imbued with profound emotion, or a similar emotional condensation. Lily's Tearstone. In that instant, comprehension dawned upon Harry. This was his lifeline. The flame of hope rekindled within him. Without hesitation, he began to prepare according to the instructions inscribed on the page. Struggling to move, he cleared a small patch of space amidst the clutter. He placed the tome, radiating a golden-red glow at the center. Then, solemnly, he positioned Lily's Tearstone atop the book's cover. As he chanted, his blood seemed to ignite, emanating a faint golden-red luminescence that intertwined with the glow of the tome and the Tearstone, forming a delicate yet stable triangular light array. Buzz! Responding to his call, the Tearstone resting upon the tome erupted with an unprecedented, gentle, yet powerful milky white radiance. This light was no longer frigid. Instead, it radiated warmth, akin to a mother's embrace. Simultaneously, the entire storage room, and indeed the very old house of Spinner's End, seemed to tremble softly. Countless minuscule particles of dust, nearly invisible to the naked eye and shimmering with a myriad of soft points of light, began to seep from the walls, floor, and air, flocking towards the triangular light array as if summoned like fireflies. These luminous points harbored incredibly faint yet profoundly real fragments of memories and emotions. Harry seemed to hear the melodious laughter of a little girl and witnessed her secretly planting a small daisy in the yard. He saw her shed tears in silence due to Petunia's mockery and the astonishment on her face when she first discovered her ability to make flowers bloom. He observed her encounter with a brooding, dark-haired boy by the riverbank, sharing the wonders of the magical world. These luminous points, brimming with vitality and beautiful emotions, flowed into the milky light array like a sweet spring, gradually and gently infusing Harry's being through the connection of tears and bloodlines, merging into the ever-waning fragments of his soul. The sensation of his soul's rending weakness and decline seemed to be slowly halted, though far from being restored. At least no longer worsened. Harry's spirit was momentarily uplifted. The light of the tear stone suddenly flickered. In Chapter 61, Snape's Fury, among the converging points of light, deeper and more somber fragments began to intermingle. These fragments brought not joy and warmth, but rather fear, confusion, sorrow, and a profound sense of helplessness. Harry seemed to glimpse young Lily, fearfully watching her intoxicated father roar and shatter objects. He saw her hiding under the covers, silently weeping due to her parents' quarrels. He witnessed her being mocked by other children for wearing Petunia's old clothes due to their family's financial struggles. He could see the fleeting glimmers of confusion in her emerald green eyes, a yearning for a distant, unknown world. A woman clad in an eccentric black robe, her features indistinct, was it his mother, suddenly appeared at the doorstep, engaged in a serious conversation with Lily's mother. Lily, hiding behind the door, listened with a face full of fear and confusion. Several individuals, also dressed in black robes adorned with an hourglass and sword insignia, timekeepers, visited quietly in the dead of night, scanning the slumbering Lily with a glowing instrument. Following this, Lily's mother wept for a long time, then began to insist more sternly that Lily conceal her true self and avoid being different from others. Just as Harry was shaken by these revelations, the light of the tear stone shifted once more. It began to flicker violently, the frequency escalating rapidly. The converging memories became chaotic and frantic. The scene before Harry transformed entirely. The perspective belonged to none other than Lily Evans. She appeared slightly older, around 7 or 8 years of age. She was hiding in the wardrobe of the master bedroom on the second floor, peering through the cracks in terror at the outside. In the room, Lily's mother sat on the floor, silently weeping, her face etched with despair. Meanwhile, the woman referred to as Mother, her features cold and indistinct, stood in the center of the room. At her feet lay a comatose boy, dressed in ill-fitting old clothes, Severus Snape. In the mother's hand was an instrument that sent shivers of dread through Harry's soul. It was the horrific device used to erase Lily's memories. A familiar object from the fragments of memory. The tip of the device was stained with a trace of blood. A cold, emotionless voice emerged from the mother. Forgetting is a mercy. Knowing too much is a disaster. For him, for you all. Remember your promise, Mrs. Evans. Watch over your daughter. Her gifts belong to a higher order, untainted and unspent. As for that boy, he has eavesdropped on matters beyond his understanding, coveting knowledge that is not his. This serves as but a minor warning. Should he attempt to approach Lily again, seeking to delve into areas he ought not to know, the memories erased next time will not be as trivial as will be lost tonight. Having spoken, the mother cast a cold glance toward the wardrobe, Lily's hiding place, as if she had long been aware yet remained indifferent. With a wave of her hand, she led the unconscious Severus and several other cloaked figures, vanishing like phantoms into the shadows of the room, leaving only Lily's mother, who remained despondently weeping. Hiding within the wardrobe, Harry, felt a chill envelop her, pressing her hands tightly over her mouth. Her emerald eyes brimmed with profound terror, anger, and a deep sense of helplessness and betrayal. The perspective gradually descended to her clenched palms. Within them lay a small, smooth, jet-black stone, the very tear stone that Severus would later steal and misplace. At this moment, the stone was stained with a few drops of warm tears that had just fallen, embodying all of Lily's intense emotions. The tears merged with the stone, as if bestowing it with a semblance of life and power. Power, I need power. Protect, mother. Protect Severus. Escape, I must escape from here. Remember, no matter what, remember, to my future self. If you can hear me, go to the deepest trapdoor of the shrieking shack. I have hidden my earliest and most profound echoes there. There lie fragments of truth and the final piece of the key. Seek it out. The internal monologue abruptly ceased. All visions receded like an ebbing tide. He understood. Everything became clear. Lily's tear stone was not merely an emotional artifact. It was a vessel of memory, a message in a bottle for her future self. It chronicled her childhood's deepest fears and most fervent desires. The most critical message was that she had hidden something pertaining to the truth and the ultimate key beneath the deepest trapdoor of the Shrieking Shack. I must go to the Shrieking Shack. Just as Harry, exhilarated by this significant revelation, began to contemplate how to escape and head towards the Shrieking Shack, a loud crash resounded. The pantry door was forcefully kicked open from the outside. Blinding light flooded in, illuminating the air, where remnants of memories still danced like fireflies, and revealing the figure in the doorway, pale, with a face set in furious determination. It was Severus Snape returned. He had evidently sensed the peculiar magical fluctuations and the gathering of energy within the room. His gaze sliced through the pantry like the coldest of blades, sweeping over the entire space before fixing with deadly intensity on the lingering, milky white aura resonating with Lily's essence, centered around the ancient tome and the tearstone. A fleeting expression of utter astonishment and disbelief flitted across Snape's face, as if he had witnessed the most inconceivable event in existence. This shock swiftly morphed into a profound sense of betrayal, an uncontrollable rage that bordered on madness, coupled with a deep-seated jealousy and resentment that struck at his very core. As if his most cherished possession had been violated. He recognized that stone. He absolutely recognized it. It was something he had stolen and subsequently lost, belonging to Lily. And now, this unknown, cursed intruder not only lurked within his home, but was also, by means unknown to him, siphoning off Lily's power and memories. You thief, liar, filthy parasite. Snape's voice trembled and contorted with rage as he abruptly raised his makeshift wand, worn and clearly handcrafted, the tip emanating a dangerous and unstable green glow, aimed squarely at Harry, his eyes brimming with unabashed, raw murderous intent. How dare you soil her belongings with your filthy hands? I demand you return it at once. Then get out of here, or else. Chapter 62, Stolen Memories. Snape's roar echoed like the cry of a wounded beast, filled with rage and a near-mad jealousy. The unstable green light emanating from the tip of his tattered wand appeared particularly glaring and perilous in the dimly lit storage room. Murderous intent. Unconcealed, blatant murderous intent. Severus, calm down. Let me explain. Harry shouted urgently, instinctively retreating, his right hand protectively shielding the flickering light array and the tear stone belonging to Lily, insisting, "This is not theft. It is what Lily herself left behind. Silence. How dare you utter her name?" Snape, resembling a cat whose tail had been stepped on, grew even more enraged, thrusting his wand forward with a violent motion. The green light, flickering ominously, "Return her belongings to me. That is mine," he screamed, his gaze obsessive and frenzied, as if Harry had taken the only treasure in his life. Harry's heart sank. The possessiveness and obsession Snape had for Lily in his youth were already disturbingly pathological. Communication was utterly impossible. He could not relinquish the tear stone. It was his only hope for survival and for uncovering the truth. Moreover, Snape's claim of ownership made Harry feel a wave of disgust and anger. This was undoubtedly his mother's possession. This does not belong to you. Harry's own anger flared, his voice weak yet unwaveringly resolute. This is Lily Evans's. It is meant for those who need it. He nearly let slip that it was meant for the future me. His reasoning had been entirely consumed by obsession and fury. Unable to accept any explanation, he advanced step by step, his wand firmly trained on Harry. Harry's mind raced furiously. A direct confrontation was out of the question. He was so weak he could barely stand, while Snape, despite his youth, possessed an extraordinary talent for dark magic, and a strike fueled by such rage would be insurmountable. He had to outsmart him. He had to exploit the information gap, just as Snape's wand was about to press against his forehead. With the perilous green light nearly scorching his skin, Harry abruptly raised his head, his emerald green eyes unwavering as they met Severus Snape's menacing black gaze. With remarkable swiftness and clarity, he unleashed a bombshell of information. I know what transpired that fateful night. I am aware of the woman clad in black robes. I know that Mr. Snape was rendered unconscious and had his memories erased. I understand the secrets behind it all, like the shock of the iciest water cascading over him. Snape's forward motion and the fury etched on his face instantly froze. His pupils contracted sharply, as if he had just heard the most improbable and terrifying revelation. Even his wand hand trembled slightly, and the color drained from his face. "What are you babbling about?" His voice bore a subtle tremor of fear. His gaze filled with incredulity. The memories of that night were evidently a source of immense terror, and a taboo he preferred to avoid discussing. Not only do I know what happened that evening, Harry seized the moment of Snape's disconcertion, pressing on with increased urgency, but I also know the name of that organization. The Timekeepers. I am aware they are monitoring Lily. I know they warned you to stay away from her. Each word struck like a hammer, forcefully battering against Snape's defenses. His breathing quickened, and the murderous intent in his eyes was replaced by overwhelming shock and confusion, causing his wand to lower involuntarily. No, it cannot be. Who are you? Snape's voice was laced with chaos and fear. Did they send you? No. If you were one of the timekeepers, you wouldn't be in such a disarray. I am not one of the timekeepers. I am their adversary, Harry declared firmly, striving to project sincerity intermingled with hatred. Like you, I despise them. My family was also victimized by their machinations. These injuries I bear are their doing, he half-truthfully shouted, crafting himself into a vengeful figure similarly persecuted by the timekeepers. Aiming to evoke Snape's empathy, Snape's gaze bore into him, his dark eyes rife with intense struggle and doubt. The magnitude of Harry's revelations was staggering, thoroughly disorienting his thoughts. Then how do you know these things, and what about this stone? Snape's voice remained cautious, yet the murderous intent had considerably waned, replaced by profound confusion and curiosity. He attributed it to some arcane talent, the most unassailable of excuses. The elements of hatred towards the timekeepers, coupled with the similarity to Lily's gift and the ensuing persecution, seemed to coalesce into a tenuously coherent narrative. Snape's wand finally drooped completely, though the vigilance in his eyes had not entirely dissipated. Even if what you say is true, he intoned darkly, that stone must be returned to me. It is of great significance to me. His tone carried a barely perceptible note of pleading and reluctance. I cannot give it to you, Harry. He shook his head, his demeanor resolute. It is the only thing that can suppress my injuries and assist me in finding a way to combat the timekeepers. Without it, I will soon perish. If I die, the timekeepers will only rejoice. He paused, observing Snape's reaction, then shifted the conversation, presenting a condition for exchange. However, if I happen to uncover any information related to the memories you lost that night during my use of it, I shall share it with you. Indeed, Snape's eyes brightened momentarily, though he quickly masked it, yet Harry keenly sensed the flicker of emotion. Can you truly find it? Snape's voice carried an undercurrent of suppressed urgency. He adroitly reframed the value of the Tear Stone from possession to a source of information. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the storeroom grew so tense that it felt almost palpable. Harry's heart raced. He was uncertain of what choice this paranoid and sensitive boy would ultimately make. At last, Snape slowly lifted his head, his black eyes shimmering with a complex array of emotions, defiance, wariness, but predominantly a sense of helpless compromise and profound yearning. Very well, he managed to squeeze out through clenched teeth, his voice dry. The stone shall temporarily remain with you. However, his tone abruptly sharpened. If you dare deceive me or attempt to use it for anything detrimental to Lily, I swear, even if the time tribunal takes no action, I shall personally kill you. That icy intent flashed once more, leaving Harry with no doubt of his sincerity. Deal. Harry exhaled discreetly, nodding. The immediate crisis seemed to have been averted. Yet, at that moment, a series of sharp clicks echoed from above, accompanied by a weary call from an adult woman. Snape's expression shifted drastically, instantly concealing all emotion, reverting to his customary gloom and indifference. He shot Harry a fierce glare and quickly whispered a warning. Hide. Make no sound. If Mrs. Evans discovers us, we are finished. With that, he turned abruptly, gliding out of the storeroom like a specter, gently closing the door behind him, this time without locking it. Leaning against the wall, Harry let out a sigh of relief, his back drenched in cold sweat. Engaging with the young Snape was perilous, akin to facing a reaper. He dared not delay and promptly began to tidy up. He cautiously picked up the now dimmed Lily's Tear Stone and concealed it close to him. The ancient tome, Tempest et sang, had regained its chill and was tucked back into his embrace. The ethereal glimmers of memories had completely dissipated, as if everything that had just transpired was but a figment of imagination. Chapter 63. The Secret of the Shrieked House. He must reach there post-haste. But how to escape Spinner's End? How to make his way to the Shrieked House in Hogsmeade? Given his current state, it seemed an absurdity. He needed assistance. Snape? No. He could not entrust this secret to that suspicious and paranoid boy. Petunia? She may possess sympathy, but she lacked the capability to aid him in such a perilous endeavor. Thus, only one possibility remained. Harry's gaze turned toward the high, dust-laden window of the storeroom. Nightfall. The alley of Spinner's End had fallen into a profound silence, punctuated only by the occasional barking of a dog and the faint murmur of a distant river. Harry estimated that the Evans family and Snape must be fast asleep by now. He struggled to rise, the agony in his left shoulder resurfacing as the energy from the silver ring had depleted. yet he persevered. He laboriously shifted several old crates piled together, clambering unsteadily atop them to barely reach the latch of the high window. The latch, rusted from years of neglect, was stubbornly stuck. With every ounce of strength, Harry exerted himself, indifferent to the cuts from the rust on his right hand. At last, with a grating sound that made his teeth ache, the latch was released. He cautiously pushed open the window, a blast of cold, river-scented night air flooding in, invigorating him. Outside lay the dark, desolate back street of Spinner's End, with the indistinct outlines of fields and forests in the distance. Freedom was tantalizingly close, yet it also heralded the unknown dangers that lurked ahead. In his current state, traversing the wilderness alone to reach Hogsmeade would be tantamount to suicide. He took a deep breath and withdrew the silver ring of the time turner from his pocket. The energy had been exhausted, rendering it devoid of any functionality. However, perhaps, pain surged anew, but he gritted his teeth and endured. A thread of icy temporal energy, finer than a hair, was painstakingly drawn forth and infused into the silver ring. The ring vibrated slightly, the time-turner emblem flickering imperceptibly before falling silent once more. The energy was too feeble to activate any function. Yet, in that fleeting moment of infusion, Harry seemed to perceive, through the ring, an extremely vague direction, resonating faintly with the tear stone in his hand. That direction pointed northeast, seemingly towards Hogsmeade, the location of the shrieking shack. Moreover, this resonance appeared not only to indicate a place, but also hinted at an individual with a similar resonance. Harry's heart raced. He recalled the earlier scan results of the time turner, which mentioned unstable remnants of temporal energy. Could it be that the destruction of his left arm by the scavenger's temporal energy weapon had left behind such remnants, allowing him to combine them with the silver ring and tear stone, thus acquiring a peculiar ability to vaguely sense other temporal anomalies or energies of a similar origin? And the Shrieking Shack, as one of the most renowned unstable locations near Hogwarts, perpetually suffused with a lingering aura of temporal magic and curses, was itself a colossal temporal anomaly. Was this why it could be vaguely sensed? But what about the resonance of that individual? Who would resonate with him? With Lily's tear stone and with temporal energy? A name flashed through Harry's mind. His future self? Or another time traveler? Perhaps someone profoundly connected to both Lily and the time turner? The information was too scant to determine. Nevertheless, this offered him a vague direction and a glimmer of hope. No longer hesitating, he summoned his last reserves of strength and clambered clumsily through the high window, landing heavily on the cold ground outside. He disregarded the pain, struggling to rise, discerning the northeastern direction, and then plunged into the enveloping darkness, stumbling towards the distant Hogsmeade. With each step, a piercing agony radiated from his left shoulder, and the frailty of his spirit gnawed at his resolve like a relentless parasite. The night air was frigid, the wilderness desolate. Only his solitary figure navigated the obscurity, akin to a specter approaching an uncertain fate. It was unclear how long he had traversed. His consciousness began to wane, his strength utterly depleted, nearly dragging his legs forward by sheer instinct. Just as he teetered on the brink of collapse, about to succumb to the ground, suddenly, the Lily tear stone upon his chest, without forewarning, regained warmth. It began to flicker with a frantic luminosity, simultaneously a potent, yet not purely agonizing pulsation emanated from the void where his left shoulder had been severed. It felt as though something or someone was stirring the fabric of space-time nearby, resonating intensely with him. Harry abruptly lifted his gaze, his murky vision scanning ahead. At that moment, a faint glimmer of dawn began to emerge on the horizon. Utilizing this meager light, he realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had arrived at the edge of a sparse grove. Beyond the trees, a colossal, crooked silhouette loomed, a sinister, shrieking shack. He had truly reached this place through the haze of instinct and determination. However, the unusual reactions of the tear stone and the severed shoulder did not stem from the shack itself, but from the shadows nearby, cloaking a thicket. Harry's heart raced. He halted, breath held, and concealed himself behind a large tree, cautiously peering forth. In that shadowed area, the very fabric of space appeared to distort slightly, emitting a temporal fluctuation reminiscent of a portkey, yet subtly different. Soon after, a diminutive figure, clad in ill-fitting robes, stumbled forth from the warped light, as though it too had just undergone a harrowing spatial transit, collapsing heavily to the ground. The individuals struggled to lift their head, seemingly bewildered as they surveyed the surroundings. The faint morning light outlined their profile, greasy black hair, pallid skin, and the nascent form of an aquiline nose. Harry's pupils dilated sharply, breath momentarily suspended. The figure was none other than Severus Snape. Yet, this was not the youthful Snape he had encountered mere hours ago. This Snape appeared slightly older, perhaps around 15 or 16, his countenance marked with greater gloom and hostility, his robes stained with traces of blood and potion residue, his gaze vigilant and icy, as though he had just emerged from a fierce struggle or flight. Why had an older Snape manifested? Where'd he come from? Was he also traversing time? At that moment, Harry was engulfed in shock beyond measure. The older Snape, who had just fallen for the temporal disturbance, seemed to sense something instantly. He abruptly turned his head, his cold, sharp black eyes piercing like the most precise spotlight, locking onto the direction of the tree where Harry was concealed. His gaze penetrated the sparse branches, landing directly on Harry's wide, emerald green eyes, which were opened in sheer astonishment. Their eyes met, and time appeared to freeze once more. A look of utter disbelief and shock flickered across the older Snape's face, as if he had witnessed an utterly impossible apparition. His lips moved instinctively, uttering in a voice laced with incredulity, "Potter, what are you doing here in your eyes?" The voice was deeper, colder, and more resonant than the one Harry had heard just hours prior. Imbued with the characteristic rasp of adolescence, yet unmistakably familiar, it was Snape's voice, albeit belonging to a version 5 or 6 years older. His words struck Harry's disordered mind like ice shards. "Potter? He called me Potter. He recognizes me, and he is surprised by my eyes? How can this be? How could Snape from this timeline possibly know future Harry Potter? Unless..." A ludicrous yet singularly plausible hypothesis sliced through Harry's thoughts like lightning. This older Snape was not a native of this timeline. He was likely, like Harry, a time traveler from a future point, and possibly one who had a profoundly antagonistic relationship with Harry Potter. The terror of temporal paradoxes seized Harry in an instant. The encounter of two time travelers from disparate eras could unleash unfathomable consequences. Almost instinctively, Harry recoiled, attempting to hide himself entirely behind a tree, his heart racing as if it might burst. Yet this evasive action seemed only to provoke the older Snape further. The teenage Snape's expression darkened, his vigilance heightening. Without hesitation, he swiftly raised his wand, a much more official-looking wand, not a makeshift one. The tip erupted with a dangerous, steady green light. "Stop! Don't move!" The older Snape's voice was ice-cold, laden with an unmistakable command and palpable hostility. "Come out from behind that tree now. Otherwise, I won't hesitate to let you experience the taste of excruciating pain." Excruciating pain. He was ready to use an unforgivable curse without a moment's thought. A chill coursed through Harry's veins. This future Snape was more perilous and ruthless than any version he had ever known. To run? In his current state, he would never outrun a healthy, magically potent teenage Snape. To fight? That would lead to certain doom. What to do? At this critical juncture, in another direction, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed, accompanied by a voice unmistakably belonging to Snape, yet more youthful and piercing, filled with a blend of anger and fear. "Who are you? What do you want with him? Let him go." There, unexpectedly, stood a young Severus Snape, around 11 or 12 years of age, clad in oversized, tattered clothing. Having appeared near the shrieking shack, perhaps he had stealthily followed, worried that Harry might escape or cause mischief. At that moment, he rushed out from behind another tree, his face pale, brandishing his makeshift wand, astonished and furious as he confronted his older self, who he evidently did not recognize. The scene instantly grew exceedingly bizarre and chaotic. Two Severus Snapes of differing ages faced each other, one wielding a proper wand threatening Harry, the other with a homemade wand ostensibly defending Harry, both perceiving the other as an unwelcome and hostile intruder. The older Snape, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of his younger self, turned sharply, and upon seeing the shabby, young Severus holding his ludicrous wand, he seemed as if struck by the most malevolent Petri ficus totalis, frozen in place. "You." The older Snape's lips trembled, struggling to articulate a complete sentence. Despite his future mastery of the mind-blocking arts, he could not suppress the vivid expressions flitting across his face at that moment. "Disarm you." A feeble red light shot forth from the tip of his shabby wand, wobbling as it flew towards his older self. The older Snape did not even flinch. Instinctively, with a dismissive flick of his wand, he countered. With a resounding crack, the young Snape's pathetic, disarming charm failed to approach, dissipating as if colliding with an invisible wall, while his makeshift wand was knocked from his grasp, tumbling far into the grass. The disparity in power was like a chasm. The young Snape's face drained of color, a flicker of terror and defiance flashing in his eyes. Yet he stubbornly stood his ground, positioning himself protectively in front of the tree where Harry was concealed, shouting defiantly, "You shall not harm him." The older Snape regarded the foolish and obstinate visage of his younger self, a muscle twitching in his face as a complex array of emotions flickered in his eyes, only to be swiftly replaced by a deeper coldness and irritation. "Foolish," he muttered under his breath, unsure whether he was reproaching his younger self or the chaotic situation at hand. His gaze sharpened as it swept back towards the tree where Harry was hiding, momentarily disregarding the obstructive presence of his younger self. He raised his wand once more. "I shall say this one last time, Potter, come out. My patience is wearing thin." Harry, pressed against the rough bark of the tree, felt cold sweat trickling down his brow. He was caught between two forces, with no means of escape. Moreover, the murderous intent of the older Snape was palpable. It was now or never. He could only exploit the disparity in information once more. Just as the older Snape's wand was poised to unleash another burst of green light, Harry suddenly emerged from behind the tree. Using all his strength to shout at the older Snape, a bold conjecture rooted in limited knowledge, yet striking at the very core. "Professor Snape, if you kill me, who will save Lily Evans?" The title of professor was bestowed upon him based on an estimation of the other's age and demeanor. "Save Lily Evans," he declared, casting forth his most enticing bait and protective charm. He wagered that this future Snape harbored an unwavering obsession for Lily. Indeed, this proclamation struck like the most potent freezing spell, instantly immobilizing all of the older Snape's movements and murderous intent. He became rigid once more, his wand held aloft, his expression of coldness and malice shattering like a mask, revealing an underlying shock and even a hint of panic. "What did you say?" His voice quivered for the first time, his dark eyes fixated on Harry as if seeking to devour him whole. "What has happened to Lily? How would you possibly know? Who are you?" His reaction was so vehement that he temporarily overlooked the puzzlement regarding the title of professor. Wholly consumed by the alarming news of Lily's peril, Harry felt a measure of reassurance, yet dared not relax. "I say, Lily Evans will face a life-threatening danger in the future." He spoke swiftly, his tone grave and serious. "A monumental conspiracy is unfolding around her, and I may be the only one capable of thwarting it and saving her. Should you take my life now, you would be sealing her fate." He intertwined the fate of Lily with his own existence, half-truths mingling with his earnest plea, aware of her impending demise. The older Snape's complexion paled dramatically, his breath quickened, and his eyes brimmed with intense struggle and dread. Lily was his Achilles' heel, his solitary vulnerability. A conspiracy? What conspiracy? Who was behind it? He pressed urgently, unconsciously lowering his wand slightly. "I cannot divulge that here. The walls have ears." Harry scanned the surroundings warily, particularly glancing at the young Snape, who remained bewildered and oblivious to their conversation. "Moreover, I need to acquire a certain object, a crucial item that can save her. It is hidden within the Shrieking Shack." He deftly redirected the focus towards the Shrieking Shack, aiming to transform the older Snape into a temporary ally, or at the very least, a means to an end. The Shrieking Shack? The older Snape's brow furrowed tightly, suspicion rekindling in his gaze. "That is a haunted place. How could anything that could save Lily be concealed there? Potter, if you dare deceive me, I am not deceiving you." Harry interjected, his tone urgent and sincere, or at least it seemed so. "It is a message left by Lily herself. It guided me here. Look at this." He cautiously produced the Tear Stone, which he had clutched tightly in his hand. The moment the Tear Stone was revealed, the older Snape's gaze was instantly entranced. Chapter 65, The Paradox of Time. Snape's pupils constricted once more, a myriad of complex emotions flitting across his face. Longing, nostalgia, anguish, and perhaps an almost imperceptible hint of guilt. He recognized this stone, and the emotions it stirred were profoundly intricate. "This is," he murmured, instinctively taking a small step forward. "This belongs to Lily. You know that, don't you?" Harry seized the opportunity. "It contains Lily's essence and message. It was this that guided me here. It informed me that only by acquiring the object within the shack could one hope to save her in the future." The elder Snape fixated intently on the Tear Stone, glancing again at Harry's eyes, which bore a striking resemblance to Lily's vibrant green orbs. This seemingly enhanced the credibility of his words. The struggle etched on his face became increasingly apparent. Evidently, Lily's safety outweighed all else for him, even if there existed but a minuscule chance. He could not afford to take risks. Meanwhile, the younger Snape, though unable to grasp the majority of the dialogue, was stirred by the words Lily, danger, and save her. revealing a look of anxiety and concern that temporarily overshadowed his fear of the older Snape. At long last, after what felt like a century of silence, the elder Snape slowly lowered his wand, yet his gaze remained frigid and laden with warning. "Very well," he rasped, each syllable seemingly forced through clenched teeth. "I shall momentarily entertain your fanciful tale. Lead on to procure the object you speak of. However, Potter, heed my words closely." He leaned in abruptly, his black eyes resembling an abyss, ensnaring Harry's gaze while his lowered voice brimmed with a chilling threat. "If you are deceiving me, or if I detect even the slightest hint of malice towards Lily, I assure you, you will regret ever entering this world. I shall make you endure a torment 1,000 times worse than death. Do you comprehend?" The palpable malice hung thickly in the air, sending shivers down Harry's spine. He had no doubt regarding the truth of this declaration. A temporary, fragile, and perilous alliance was thus forged. The elder Snape let out a disdainful huff, averting his gaze from Harry to cast a frosty glare upon his younger self, who stood there in a daze. A fleeting expression of profound impatience flashed across his face. The younger Snape, intimidated by the weight of that hostile and oppressive stare, took a small step back, yet his stubborn nature prevented him from retreating entirely. Instead, he cautiously inquired, "Who are you? Do you know Lily? Why do you wish to save her?" A flicker of extreme annoyance crossed the elder Snape's features, as though he had no desire to engage further with this foolish vestige of his past. Having spoken, he disregarded his younger self and turned his attention back to Harry. Impatiently gesturing his wand towards the direction of the shrieking shack, "Lead the way, Potter. Do not squander my time." Harry cast a glance at the pale, conflicted countenance of the younger Snape, who stood frozen in uncertainty and sighed inwardly, yet he had no time to dwell on it. He turned away, enduring the searing pain and weakness, taking measured steps toward the shack, which loomed increasingly ominous through the morning mist. The elder Snape followed silently, like a chilling specter, maintaining a distance of a few paces, his wand lowered, yet his vigilance unwavering, pushing open the creaking, dilapidated wooden door that seemed on the verge of collapse. A nauseating wave of dust, mildew, and the unmistakable stench of some beast's lair assaulted his senses. The interior of the shack appeared even more dilapidated and shadowy than its exterior. Beams of light filtered through the gaps in the wooden walls, creating dim shafts that illuminated the swirling dust motes and the ubiquitous spider webs hanging in the air. The furniture lay in disarray, marred by claw marks, as if ravaged by some colossal beast. "You should hasten to find that which you spoke of, Potter." The voice of the elder Snape resonated with a chilling gravity in the desolate shed. "My patience is waning." Upon entering the shed, the tearstone began to emanate a faint warmth once more, the sensation at its fracture becoming increasingly vivid. He followed the intangible guidance, laboriously traversing the cluttered living room towards the darker, more foreboding staircase leading to the basement. The elder Snape frowned, seemingly repulsed by the filth and gloom of the place. Yet he trailed behind. The basement was even more damp, the air saturated with an indescribable, peculiar scent, a blend of blood and potion ingredients. In the furthest corner of the basement, the sensations of the tearstone and the fracture peaked. There lay a heap of dilapidated furniture and debris, appearing quite ordinary. "Here," Harry declared with certainty, beginning to shift the heavy clutter. The elder Snape crossed his arms, observing with a cold detachment, offering no assistance. Gritting his teeth, Harry strained with his remaining right hand, laboriously pushing aside a heavy, broken cabinet. Behind it, revealed a nondescript, dust-covered trapdoor, resembling the entrance to a cellar, concealed beneath a layer of moss. The door bore no lock, only a rusted iron ring. Found it, the place where Lily concealed her treasures. Harry's heart raced with exhilaration. He inhaled deeply, grasping the cold iron ring with his right hand, yanking it upward with all his might. The trapdoor was heavier than anticipated, yet he summoned his last reserves of strength and will, forcefully wrenching it open. A chillier gust, imbued with the scent of aged earth and metallic rust, surged forth from the inky abyss below. Eagerly, Harry leaned forward to peer down. With the faint light filtering through the staircase, he discerned a minuscule, dungeon-like space beneath the trapdoor, seemingly containing but a single object. It was a small, antiquated jewelry box, crafted from a silvery metal. The surface of the box appeared to be engraved with indistinct patterns. A swell of excitement and anticipation surged within Harry as he reached out to grasp the box. However, just as his fingers were about to make contact, the elder Snape, who had been trailing him, seemed to catch sight of the box as well, his expression shifting abruptly. It was as if he had encountered something utterly astonishing, even impossible. He lunged forward, roughly shoving Harry aside. "Wait, do not touch it." Snape's voice was laced with an unprecedented urgency, almost tinged with fear. "That pattern is—" Before he could finish his sentence, Harry, caught off guard by the shove, stumbled over the debris, falling backward, his right hand instinctively flailing in the air, landing upon a protruding, sharp stone on the wall, resembling a claw mark. With a sudden gasp, blood gushed from his palm. A few warm droplets splattered onto the cold, metallic jewelry box below, sizzling as they made contact. As blood made contact with the box, it was as if cold water had plunged into boiling oil, producing a jarring, peculiar sound that grated on the teeth. The ancient floral patterns adorning the box suddenly ignited with a blinding, ominous crimson glow. The entire shrieking shack quaked violently, as if an ancient curse, long dormant for centuries, had been inadvertently awakened by Harry's blood. "Damn it, you foolish Potter!" the elder Snape exclaimed, his voice a mixture of fury and astonishment, his complexion turning ashen in an instant. Meanwhile, Harry collapsed to the ground, gazing in horror and confusion at the box emitting the sinister bloodlight, and the shack that seemed to come alive with its roaring tremors. What was happening? Chapter 66, The Blood Curse Box. The elder Snape's furious shout was drowned out by the sudden eruption of the shrieking shack, which trembled violently as if a multitude of wild beasts were roaring in unison. The shack appeared to be gripped by an invisible giant hand, shaking and twisting uncontrollably. The wooden boards of the walls groaned under the strain, emitting sounds of splintering and breaking, while dust and debris cascaded from above like a torrential downpour. The dilapidated furniture and clutter on the floor were tossed about chaotically, colliding with one another, producing a cacophony of cracking noises. At the deepest part of the basement, the jewelry box, activated by Harry's blood, became the epicenter of all the disturbances. It hovered in mid-air, its ancient patterns glowing like a searing brand, emanating a blinding, ominous blood-red light. This luminescence was not static. It writhed and twisted as if alive, forming countless grotesque, screaming visages that howled in torment. A colossal, chaotic surge of dark energy, imbued with profound malice and a sense of annihilation, erupted from the box, sweeping through the entire basement like a flood unleashed. Harry was violently hurled back by the terrifying wave of energy, his back crashing heavily against the cold stone wall, rendering his vision black as he nearly lost consciousness. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder, where the wound had opened, flared up anew from the sudden impact, nearly suffocating him. The elder Snape fared slightly better, his experience allowing him to cast a protective charm in the nick of time. Yet, the crimson energy seemed to possess a penetrating and corrosive nature. His protective spell flickered violently, shattering after only 2 seconds. He let out a muffled grunt, staggering backward and knocking over a decaying wooden rack, his pallor deepening as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His gaze towards the levitating blood box was filled with unprecedented terror and a hint of dread. "It's the blood curse box. Merlin above. How could this abomination still exist? And hidden here?" Snape's voice trembled slightly, shaken by both shock and the energy's impact, as he seemed to recognize the box's sinister origin. But there was no time for explanations. The blood curse box, after unleashing a surge of energy, did not cease its onslaught. Instead, it began to ravenously absorb all surrounding energy like a awakened, famished demon. At the forefront of the chaos was Harry, who, being the closest to it, had unwittingly activated the blood curse with his own blood. Terror gripped him as he sensed the meager remnants of his magical essence, including his very soul, being uncontrollably drawn toward the ominous blood curse box, akin to rivers rushing into the sea. Even more alarming was the flickering azure radiance emanating from the severed wound on his left shoulder, which appeared to possess an even stronger allure for the cursed box. Hissing sounds filled the air as countless strands of ethereal blue energy were forcibly extracted from his wound, creating a sound that sent shivers down one's spine, merging into the crimson glow. With a heart-wrenching scream, Harry cried out in agony. The torment of having his soul's essence forcibly wrenched away was 100-fold more dreadful than any physical pain. He felt his consciousness being torn asunder, consumed by an insatiable force. "Fool! Suppress your energy. Sever the connection." Senior Snape bellowed in desperate anger, attempting to raise his wand to intervene. However, the chaotic energy surrounding them severely compromised the stability of his spells, and the incantations he cast were swiftly devoured by the bloodlight, vanishing without a trace. As the blood curse box absorbed the temporal energy from Harry's wound, it underwent an even more bizarre transformation. The sanguine glow on its surface began to intertwine with the azure energy, merging in a volatile dance, becoming increasingly unstable. It flickered and warped wildly, while the box itself emitted a cacophony of cracking sounds, revealing countless fine fissures across its surface. It seemed unable to withstand the cataclysmic clash of these two immensely powerful energies on the brink of catastrophic rupture. The consequences of an explosion from such a cursed artifact, brimming with terrifying energy, were unfathomable. The entire Screaming Shack and its surrounding vicinity would likely face utter annihilation. No, it is about to spiral out of control. Senior Snape's expression shifted dramatically, determination flashing in his eyes as he appeared poised to unleash some exorbitantly costly spell to forcibly contain the chaos. But in that critical moment, an unforeseen transformation occurred. The ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, which had remained dormant in Harry's possession, seemed to respond to the dual stimuli of the cursed box's energy and Harry's perilous state, erupting back to life. This time, it did not radiate the warm, golden-red glow of the Potter lineage. Instead, the silver ring emblem of the Temporal Garden on its spine blazed forth with an icy blue light. The tome levitated before Harry, its pages flipping feverishly on their own accord. At last, the pages halted upon a highly intricate illustration composed of countless gears, luminous circles, and peculiar symbols, an image strikingly reminiscent of the ultimate gate depicted in the mural Harry glimpsed within the temporal rift. With a resonating hum, a surge of silver energy, far more vast and ancient than before, emanated from the tome. This energy did not assail the blood-cursed box. Rather, it coalesced into a colossal, spinning silver gear that enveloped the impending explosion of the cursed box and the surrounding tumultuous blend of crimson and azure energies. It was as if time itself had been suspended. The furious energy of the blood-cursed box and its imminent collapse was abruptly frozen and confined by the sudden emergence of the silver gear phantom. However, this confinement appeared exceedingly tenuous, as the silver gear phantom itself trembled violently, emitting groans of unbearable strain, clearly unable to endure for long. Was this a temporal and spatial confinement? The elder Snape, upon witnessing the silver gear phantom, was once again struck with profound astonishment, seemingly recognizing this higher-level power. What on earth is this book? Yet he had no time for contemplation. This fleeting confinement granted him one final opportunity. "Potter, listen!" Snape exclaimed sharply to the nearly unconscious Harry, his words tumbling forth with astonishing speed. "This box is a blood-cursed box crafted by ancient dark wizards. It can absorb and amplify the blood and energy of its contact, triggering a malicious curse explosion. Now, having absorbed unstable temporal energy and being forcibly confined by this book, it has formed an exceedingly unstable temporal bomb. It will soon spiral completely out of control. The only solution is to guide its explosion direction using a stronger temporal energy before it detonates, casting it into the chaotic currents of time and space. I need your cooperation. The residual temporal energy at your severed arm is the catalyst. Concentrate all your thoughts, envisioning the box being pushed away. Propel it into the void. Hurry!" Snape's voice bore an undeniable urgency and command. At that moment, Harry was utterly frail, his consciousness fading, sustained solely by a primal instinct for survival. He heard Snape's words and, almost instinctively, struggled to concentrate the last remnants of his mental strength, fervently imagining and shouting, "Get out! Roll out!" As if sensing his will, the faint azure starlight remaining at the severed edge of his left shoulder flickered violently, resonating in a peculiar manner with the silver gear phantom. Meanwhile, the ancient tome, seemingly drained of its final strength, caused the silver gear phantom on its pages to suddenly retract inward. Boom! A silent yet far more terrifying explosion erupted within the silver gear phantom. There was no deafening roar, only a bizarre sensation of space being utterly torn apart and laws being forcibly distorted. A pitch-black, ever-expanding vortex of time and space, emanating an infinite gravitational pull, suddenly emerged at the original position of the blood-curse box. The terrifying suction surged forth instantly. All items, dust, and even light in the basement were frantically drawn toward the gaping maw of the vortex. "Grab something." Snape's face paled as he lunged towards a sturdy iron pipe embedded in the wall, clinging to it with all his might. Harry, too, was being pulled toward the vortex by the immense force. Desperately, he extended his right hand, attempting to grasp something, yet finding nothing to hold on to. Just as he was on the brink of being consumed by the vortex capable of tearing everything apart, in this final moment, the once luminescent yet now dimmed Tempus Et Sang, seemingly reduced to an ordinary book, was swept up by the gravitational pull, flying directly to Harry's side. Acting on instinct, Harry clutched it tightly. Chapter 67. Temporal Dislocation. The instant Harry grasped the ancient tome, another transformation occurred. His right palm, previously lacerated by a stone, oozed fresh blood anew, staining the frigid cover of the ancient tome. Simultaneously, the last vestige of ethereal blue temporal energy at the severed edge of his left shoulder was utterly awakened by the perilous encounter with the book, flickering faintly. Blood, temporal energy, and the enigmatic manuscript sparked an unforeseen chemical reaction under the lethal threat of the temporal vortex. This luminescence did not attempt to resist the vortex. Rather, it shone like a precise scalpel, illuminating the edge of the swirling chaos before Harry with acute intensity. With a sudden hiss, the temporal structure at the vortex's periphery was momentarily and tenuously torn asunder by the radiance, which coalesced the last remnants of the Potter lineage's blood and temporal energy, creating a narrow, flickering, and highly unstable rift. On the other side of this rift was not nothingness, but a blurred panorama of bizarre and rapidly shifting imagery, akin to a tunnel traversing through time and space. Now, jump in. Snape's voice resonated again, filled with an urgency born of newfound hope. As the book had ripped open a temporary passage. Hurry! To leap into such a freshly formed, exceedingly unstable temporal fissure seemed tantamount to an act of suicide. Yet, to refrain would mean immediate annihilation at the hands of the voracious vortex behind him. Time for hesitation was fleeting. Harry gazed at the flickering rift, its instability threatening to collapse at any moment, and a glint of mad determination flashed in his eyes. Summoning his last reserves of strength, he propelled himself toward the rift with fervor. The elder Snape clung desperately to the iron pipe, resisting the pull, his obsidian eyes fixed intently on Harry. His expression a tumult of shock, confusion, lingering hostility, and an indescribable hint of bewilderment, as if he glimpsed some trajectory of fate. At the staircase leading to the basement, the younger Snape returned, horror-stricken as he beheld the apocalyptic scene, watching Harry, who was about to vanish into the rift. In an instant, Harry's consciousness was engulfed by an infinite maelstrom of vibrant colors and a sensation of being torn through time and space. With a thud, Harry crashed onto the cold, hard ground, the immense impact rendering him momentarily blind, as if his very bones had shattered. The excruciating pain in his left shoulder and the profound weakness of his spirit washed over him like a relentless tide. He coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of blood flecked with starlight, his awareness teetering on the brink of darkness. After what felt like an eternity, the debilitating dizziness and sensation of being torn apart gradually subsided. Was he still alive? With great difficulty, he opened his eyelids, which felt as if they bore the weight of 1,000 stones, and looked around in bewilderment. This place appeared to be an even older, more dilapidated chamber, steeped in a dense aura of dark magic and the stench of blood. Yet, it was not the basement of the Shrieked Shack. The walls were constructed of enormous, rough-hewn black stones, adorned with dark, incomprehensible carvings and splattered with dried, dark brown blood. The air was thick with a nauseating stench, an abhorrent blend of aged blood, decaying bones, and a potent, corrosive potion. In the distance, a collection of rusted, grotesque instruments of torture lay piled in a corner, alongside several massive, bubbling black cauldrons, simmering with unspeakable horrors that resembled biological organs. This place resembled a dreadful laboratory of a medieval sorcerer or a tortured dungeon. Or it had been cast by that erratic rift in time, when Harry struggled to rise, only to discover he was so feeble that he lacked the strength to lift a finger. This temporal journey seemed to have drained his last vestiges of vitality. The sensation of his soul's fragility was unprecedented, and his vision began to blur and darken. He felt as though he was on the brink of death. Just as his consciousness began to wane, teetering on the edge of complete darkness, his right hand remained tightly clenched around the ancient tome, Tempus et sang. The cover of the tome grew faintly warm once more, seemingly invigorated by a fresh infusion of his blood, or perhaps by the stimulus of time travel, as it regained a sliver of its exceedingly feeble energy. Ultimately, the glow of the silver ring insignia slightly prevailed, casting forth a cold blue luminescence. The projection flickered erratically, barely revealing a few fragmented lines of information. Warning: User S life signs critically weak. Soul integrity below 60. Imminent exhaustion. Current coordinates detected. Temporal coordinates in disarray. Attempting to realign. Location failure. Error. Surrounding environment scanned. excessive concentrations of dark magical energy, and residual curses detected. Era analysis. Magical emblem style and energy residue characteristics match. Match result. Suspected late medieval period, circa 14th-15th century, of rampant dark magic. Medieval. 1415th century? In the final moments of the projection, after a violent flicker, the last message emerged with great difficulty, plunging Harry into despair. Final warning. User's life force is about to extinguish. Estimated time of survival, less than 1 hour. All restoration methods require resources unattainable in the current era. Final recommendation. Seek the pure fountain of life or the complement of the kindred soul, or else. The pure fountain of life? The complement of the kindred soul? What arcane relics or forbidden spells might these be? Their names alone suggested they were indeed legendary artifacts. In this dark medieval realm, where could he possibly find them? Less than an hour. He had scarcely that much time left. An overwhelming sense of despair and helplessness engulfed him like the coldest waters of a lake, rendering him utterly paralyzed. Was this how it would end? Perishing in this forgotten, dark, and filthy ancient dungeon, his consciousness began to fade, and darkness steadily consumed his vision. Just as he was about to slip into oblivion, the heavy iron door of the dungeon, adorned with spikes, suddenly creaked ominously, as if someone from the outside was slowly pushing it open. A narrow, piercing beam of light penetrated the darkness, illuminating the swirling dust and gruesome particles suspended in the air. A tall, gaunt figure, clad in an ancient black wizard's robe and exuding a potent stench of blood and an overwhelming aura of dark magic, slowly stepped through the doorway. Backlit, Harry was unable to discern the man as features, only catching a glimpse of a hazy outline topped with a tall hat and the ominous wand in his hand, adorned with a skull that emitted a sinister black glow. Upon entering the dungeon, the figure appeared oblivious to the feeble Harry lurking in the corner, instead striding directly toward several bubbling black cauldrons, stirring their contents with his wand while emitting a deep, satisfied laugh reminiscent of a night owl. He seemed poised to commence a dark ritual, gradually turning around. His gaze finally swept over the corner where Harry lay. The figure's movements abruptly halted. Clearly, he had detected the uninvited, near-death intruder. A chilling, cruel aura, brimming with an insatiable curiosity, enveloped Harry in an instant. The towering shadow uttered a hoarse voice, as if long and used to speech, tinged with astonishment and a malevolent interest. A lost little lamb, ensnared in the time trap? He advanced toward Harry, step by step, his boots thudding heavily upon the bloodstained ground, each sound resonating with a heart-stopping intensity. As he drew nearer, the light gradually illuminated his face. It was an exceedingly pale, emaciated visage, resembling a mere skeleton, marred by dark magical tattoos and grotesque scars. His eyes, deeply set in their sockets, glimmered with a greedy and cruel, ghostly green light akin to will-o'-the-wisps. He fixed his gaze intently upon the barely conscious Harry, particularly captivated by Harry's striking emerald eyes, which shone even in the dim light, flickering with a bizarre ecstasy and greed, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary treasure. Suddenly, he crouched down, a hand as cold as a skeleton with long, pointed nails roughly grasped Harry's chin, forcing him to lift his head. The hoarse voice, laced with a chilling excitement and fervor, echoed in Harry's ear. What perfect eyes! What a pure yet cursed soul, tainted by the curse of time and space. Wonderful! This is truly the most perfect vessel and key bestowed upon me by Merlin. Little one, tell me, do you wish to live? Chapter 68. The Dark Wizard's Bargain. Do you wish to live? The instinct for survival, like the last ember in a pile of ashes, was suddenly stirred by those words. Harry's unfocused pupils struggled to converge, locking onto the greed-filled, ghostly green eyes mere inches away. Live? Of course, he wanted to. He had too much left to accomplish, too many mysteries to unravel. He could not perish here, in this dark and filthy medieval dungeon. Yet, his remaining rationality screamed in warning. The dark wizard before him, radiating an aura of terror, could not possibly intend to save him out of goodwill. The so-called opportunity to live would undoubtedly come at an unimaginable cost and abyss. What a stubborn gaze. It truly is a delightful material. The dark sorcerer emitted a low, haunting laugh reminiscent of an owl, as if he relished the ignorance of his captive. With a casual flick of the skeletal wand in his other hand, an invisible yet bone-chilling force seized Harry by the throat, lifting him off the ground and slamming him harshly against the cold stone wall behind him. A pained groan escaped Harry's lips as his feet dangled, the sensation of suffocation crashing over him like a relentless tide, his already blurred consciousness beginning to fade into darkness. Experience the exquisite taste of your life ebbing away. The dark sorcerer observed with delight, his cruel green eyes alight with sadistic pleasure. Your soul flickers like a candle in the wind, and in no more than half an hour, it shall extinguish with a mere puff. Releasing his grip of magic, Harry fell to the ground once more. Coughing up more blood, his vision now entirely cloaked in darkness, leaving only his hearing to function, albeit feebly. In that moment, the sorcerer's voice slithered closer. Akin to a demonic whisper, "Only I can save you. I possess knowledge of an ancient secret that can temporarily mend your shattered soul, even reconstruct an arm capable of bearing your temporal essence." Harry's heart skipped a beat. Reconstructing an arm? Mending his soul? Such promises ignited a desperate yearning within him. Yet, he mustered the last of his strength to rasp, "What is the cost?" The dark sorcerer seemed elated that Harry had finally broached the pivotal inquiry, his voice brimming with a gluttonous eagerness. "It is quite simple. First, I have taken quite a liking to your beautiful eyes, for they harbor a unique potential, serving as exquisite catalysts for a grand experiment of mine. In exchange, I could offer you a pair of equally functional. How about the eyes of a werewolf? Freshly extracted from a disobedient specimen." A wave of chill and revulsion washed over Harry. This was no mere transaction. It was a diabolical pact intent on draining his body and soul completely. A cold despair gripped Harry anew. Choose A, to have his eyes gouged out, to be possessed, and to live a fate worse than death. Choose B, to succumb to death in half an hour. This was no choice at all. Just as Harry felt on the brink of being engulfed by utter hopelessness, the ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, which he clutched tightly in his right palm, seemed to respond to his fervent will to survive, rekindling a faint yet markedly different reaction. No longer was it the icy blue glow of silver rings, but rather a nearly imperceptible, warm, golden red light. Simultaneously, the tear stone from Lily nestled in his left pocket seemed to resonate with this shared bloodline glow, emitting a faint, cool wave of sorrowful energy. The vibrations of the tear stone and the tome's flicker converged for a fleeting moment upon Harry's near-lifeless form. In that instant, Harry's almost extinguished hearing, rendered nearly mute by suffocation and weakness, was magnified infinitely. He distinctly heard a sound not from the outside world, but from the depths of his mind and soul, a feeble yet profoundly urgent sigh, imbued with maternal concern and longing. "Child, hold on. Do not abandon hope. Feel the guidance of your bloodline. Time is running short." This voice resonated like the most potent stimulant, surging into Harry's waning heart. The sense of guidance did not lead towards the exit of the dungeon, but rather deeper into its abyss. It directed him towards a seemingly unremarkable wall, adorned with dark reliefs and traces of blood. There was something there, something that could save him. Was it the pure spring of life, or the completion of a kindred spirit? Perhaps it was a contingency left by the ancestors of the Potter family, or another path illuminated by Lily. Though hope flickered as faintly as a candle in the wind, it remained the sole beacon of light. A final glimmer of madness ignited in Harry's eyes. No longer hesitating, he summoned the last remnants of strength awakened by his mother-esque call, lifted his head defiantly, and, addressing the increasingly impatient dark wizard awaiting his response, shouted hoarsely, "I choose death." Without waiting for the dark wizard's reaction, he unleashed an unforeseen surge of power, lunging towards the right, not towards the dungeon's entrance, which was undoubtedly sealed, but towards the wall indicated by his bloodline, covered in intricate reliefs. Seeking death, the dark wizard, taken aback by the audacity of this nearly lifeless child to resist, felt his eyes blaze with green fury as he raised his skeletal wand, unleashing a deadly, twisted bolt of black lightning aimed at Harry's back. Yet, Harry's movement took him by surprise. He did not crash into the wall. Instead, at the moment he reached its edge, he raised the ancient tome, Tempus Et Sang, gripped tightly in his right hand, and forcefully pressed it against a specific relief depicting a blurred clock, obscured by layers of dark runes. Uncertain if this would yield any result, he acted solely on the instinctual guidance of his bloodline. At the instant the tome's cover met the clock relief, a transformation occurred. The once dim ancient book seemed to connect with a genuine source of power, erupting in an unprecedented, pure, and vast golden red radiance. This light was warm, ancient, and carried an undeniable majesty, akin to a slumbering lion awakening at last. As the dark runes on the wall's clock relief came into contact with this pure essence of the Potter bloodline, they melted away like snow under the sun. Boom! The entire wall trembled violently. Centered around the clock relief, the wall caved inward, as if it were a melting wax figure, revealing a secret staircase that descended, exuding an aura of ancient and pure magic, just wide enough for a single person to pass through. A rush of fresh, life-infused air burst forth from the entrance, instantly dispelling the dungeon's stench of blood and decay. Meanwhile, the black lightning aimed at Harry's back, upon encountering this golden-red radiance, was purified and vanished without a trace. What? This is impossible. The malevolence and avarice etched upon the face of the dark sorcerer were abruptly supplanted by sheer astonishment and disbelief. The entrance to the sanctuary of the Potter family. It was right here, beneath my laboratory. How could this be possible? He was evidently aware of the entrance's existence, and had perhaps sought it for a considerable time. Yet he never anticipated that it would be unveiled in such a manner, by a desperate, near-death Potter boy. At the instant the entrance was revealed, Harry was drawn in by a gentle yet irresistible force, rolling down the staircase. No, that belongs to me. The dark sorcerer snapped back to reality, unleashing a thunderous roar filled with rage and greed, akin to a black whirlwind rushing towards the entrance. However, just as he was about to charge through, the golden-red radiance surrounding the entrance flared intensely, forming a resilient barrier that forcefully repelled him. Simultaneously, the melting wall began to heal rapidly, sealing off the portal. Damn the bloodline seal. The dark sorcerer was driven nearly to madness, frantically casting powerful dark spells with his wand, bombarding the swiftly closing entrance and the radiant barrier, causing the golden light to quiver. Yet he was unable to impede its closure. "You cannot escape, little rat," he shrieked at Harry, who had rolled down the stairs and vanished from sight. "I shall guard this place. Await your emergence, or until I shatter this accursed seal. You and whatever lies within belong to me." Ultimately, the wall completely healed, returning to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Harry tumbled down the steep staircase, accumulating countless scrapes and bruises, until he finally landed heavily on the flat ground. The anticipated hard impact did not come. Instead, he felt a peculiar softness and elasticity beneath him, as if he had fallen upon a thick layer of moss. An overwhelmingly fresh warmth, imbued with vibrant life energy, enveloped him instantly. He inhaled the life-filled air greedily, struggling to lift his head and survey his surroundings. Then, he was taken aback. Below the staircase was not another grim dungeon or secret chamber, but an astonishing, dreamlike natural cavern concealed deep underground. The cavern was not particularly vast, yet every inch radiated a gentle and pure white luminescence. This light emanated from countless peculiar crystals embedded in the ceiling and walls, glowing softly like stars. In the center of the cavern was a small, crystal-clear spring, its water exuding an indescribable, life-affirming milky hue, shrouded in a faint, ethereal mist that emanated a life energy far denser than that of the surrounding air. Beside the spring grew an unusual silver tree, about the height of a person. The tree bore no leaves, yet was entwined with tendrils resembling bands of light, adorned with several crystalline silver fruits that appeared to be composed of radiance. The entire cavern was tranquil, serene, and suffused with a sacred and ancient aura, forming a stark contrast to the bloody darkness of the dungeon above, akin to a division between heaven and hell. Is this the sanctum of the Potter family? Could the pure spring of life, spoken of by that dark wizard, refer to this very pool? A surge of immense excitement and hope welled up within Harry. He struggled to crawl towards the shimmering waters. Yet at that moment, his gaze was drawn to another presence beside the pool. Beneath a silver sapling sat a figure, its back turned toward him, clad in an ancient and unfamiliar wizard's robe, with long, deep crimson hair that resembled flickering flames. Harry's heart abruptly halted, his breath caught in his throat. This silhouette, this fiery mane, could it be? As if sensing his arrival, the figure slowly turned around. A gentle radiance illuminated her profile, revealing a familiar outline, imbued with a soft yet sorrowful aura. When she fully faced Harry, her eyes, as pure as the most exquisite emerald, shone brightly. He had glimpsed them countless times within the fragments of his memories. Time seemed to freeze in that moment. Harry lay on the ground, his pupils dilated in utter shock, his mind a blank canvas, merely staring in disbelief at the face he recognized so well, a visage that had appeared repeatedly in his dreams and fragmented memories. The face of Lily Evans Potter, youthful and vibrant, as if she were merely resting in this place. Lily gazed at Harry, who lay bloodied, disheveled, and missing an arm, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. Within her beautiful emerald gaze flickered a complex array of emotions, concern, sorrow, understanding, and a tender warmth. As if she had been waiting for this moment for an eternity. She gradually rose and walked towards Harry, her steps light, as if she were not of this earthly realm. She knelt before him, extending her fair hand, seemingly yearning to caress his cheek, her eyes brimming with boundless love and compassion. Her lips moved slightly, and a voice, soft as a dream yet strikingly clear, whispered in Harry's ear, "I have finally waited for you, my dear child. I am sorry for the suffering you have endured. Welcome home, Harry." Chapter 70, Echoes of the Future. Hogwarts a decade later. Barty Crouch's cold and urgent words struck Harry's heart like a final verdict, leaving him breathless. A decade later, they were to leap into a future 10 years hence. A place where all timelines converge, where no secrets remain hidden, and the ultimate battle is destined to unfold? Why there? What transpired in that decade? Would the final confrontation be with the Time Court, or with that golden-haired man wielding the scepter of time? Or perhaps with the chilling, eerie reflection of the future he glimpsed in the mirror? Countless questions and overwhelming dread surged within him. A tempest of icy water mingling with molten lava in his chest. He was utterly unprepared to confront an entirely unknown future, one inevitably fraught with devastation. "No, we cannot." Harry instinctively wished to protest, his voice hoarse from terror. "We have no choice, Potter." Snape interrupted sharply, his voice tinged with an irrefutable urgency, as though he foresaw a dreadful conclusion. "The time bug has been activated. The time soldiers outside are merely the vanguard. Soon, the entire fleet of the Temporal Court will lock onto this location. If we remain here, we shall be crushed like insects. By leaping into the future, we may at least salvage a thread of order from this chaotic tapestry of time." His tone conveyed a rare, almost desperate fury, as if he were being forced down a path he dreaded, yet could not escape. Dumbledore's expression mirrored the gravity of the situation. He swiftly waved his elder wand, causing the runic crystal instruments around the room to emit a sudden surge of luminescence, resonating with a deep hum. A complex, golden sigil began to spin rapidly on the floor. Barty stabilized the output. Severus locked the coordinates. "Harry, step into the center of the sigil. Quickly." Dumbledore's voice brooked no dissent, for the barrier was on the verge of shattering. As if to validate his words, a more violent explosion erupted from beyond the door of the room of requirement. The entire chamber trembled violently, spiderweb-like cracks appearing on the walls, and the crystal instruments flickered wildly, threatening to overload and explode. On the crystal board held by Crouch, countless red warning runes pulsated frantically. Veins bulged on his forehead as he bellowed, "It's too late. The barrier's energy is nearly exhausted. They are employing some form of temporal resonance weapon. 30 seconds. At most, 30 seconds. In my name, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore. Tear asunder the veil of time, with eternal ice flames as the guide, with the tears of the phoenix as the coordinates. Open the path to the destined future." The Elder Wand erupted with a dazzling, sun-like crimson glow, fervently channeling energy into the sigil. 2007. The ruins of Hogwarts. The astronomical tower's remnants. Harry's heart convulsed. Hogwarts had been destroyed, reduced to ruins. Before he could process this horrifying revelation, Crouch slammed the glowing, rune-etched crystal board onto the sigil, unleashing its final power. Temporal engine overload. The brilliance of the sigil surged to its zenith, engulfing the four within the chamber. A terrifying energy storm swept through, as if it aimed to rend their very souls to shreds. Harry felt his body and consciousness once more hurled into a frenzied, kaleidoscopic vortex of time and space. The sensation of being torn apart was more intense and agonizing than any he had experienced before. He beheld the ruins of Hogwarts Castle, collapsing amidst a cacophony of fire and eerie silver beams of energy. Familiar classmates, clad in tattered robes, struggled against the relentless onslaught of cold temporal automatons. He witnessed Hagrid's hut engulfed in flames, accompanied by the heart-wrenching wails of Fawn. Professor McGonagall brandished her wand, valiantly defending the last of her students, only to be struck by a silver light, transforming her into a cold, unyielding statue. He saw Hermione and Ron fighting back to back, their faces smeared with blood and exhaustion, yet their resolve unwavering. He even glimpsed a shadowy figure cloaked in black, standing upon a fractured bridge, wildly wielding a time scepter. Guiding the silver torrent, a man with golden hair. Countless visions assaulted Harry's senses like a nightmare. Then, abruptly, all images collapsed inward, vanishing. Thud, 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 thud. 4 heavy thuds resonated simultaneously. A violent wave of dizziness and nausea surged over him, Harry sank to the ground, retching for what felt like an eternity before he could lift his head, gazing vacantly around him. Upon opening his eyes, he was met with a dull, gray sky, perpetually shrouded in gloom. This sky held no vitality, devoid of any trace of sunlight, only an endless expanse of gray that felt oppressive and suffocating. The air was thick with a peculiar amalgam of scents, including dust, remnants of potions, and an indescribable, metallic rust-like odor. These aromas intermingled, creating a nauseating atmosphere, as if the entire world was saturated with this repugnant stench. Then he beheld the ruins, an endless expanse of cold, desolate debris stretching to the horizon. Once majestic statues now lay shattered into countless fragments, scattered upon the ground, stripped of their former grandeur. Books that had once been neatly arranged on the shelves were now strewn about, as if swept by a tempest, their pages fluttering like ghosts, recounting tales of former glory and present desolation. Glass shards sparkled faintly in the light, yet could not conceal the deathly silence and decay of this wasteland. They found themselves in a relatively open area, reminiscent of a grand hall-esque remnants. The floor beneath them was uneven, marred by cracks and stains. Chapter 71, The Prelude to Ruin. Was this the Hogwarts of 10 years hence? The castle, once brimming with magic and hope, had been reduced to this? An overwhelming sense of sorrow and rage engulfed Harry. Cough, cough. A frail cough emanated from beside him. Albus Dumbledore, leaning on his ancient wand, slowly rising to his feet. His azure eyes, which had always sparkled with wisdom, now brimmed with profound sorrow and fatigue as they swept over the desolation, silently mourning. Severus Snape struggled to stand as well, his complexion paler than ever, his dark eyes resembling deep pools, intently fixated on the scene before him. His lips pressed together in a thin line, betraying no emotion, yet his clenched fists revealed the tumultuous turmoil within. Crouch was the quickest to react, springing up almost instantly upon landing, his gaze alertly scanning the surroundings, a more compact metallic device in his hand, continuously surveying the environment. The safety perimeter is temporarily secure, Crouch stated swiftly, though his tone bore a weight of unease. The temporal coordinates are fundamentally accurate, with an acceptable margin of error. However, the space-time structure here is exceedingly unstable, rife with chaotic remnants of energy and fissures. We cannot linger in open areas for long. Fissures? Harry inquired instinctively, his voice raspy from inhaling dust. Wounds that remain unhealed after time and space have been forcibly torn apart, Dumbledore explained in a somber tone, gesturing with his ancient wand towards a nearby expanse of air. Following his direction, Harry observed that the space appeared to shimmer slightly, as if viewed through flickering flames, occasionally revealing fragmented, incomprehensible shadows that exuded a disquieting, unstable aura. Approaching those fissures is exceedingly perilous. One could be randomly thrust into another timeline or directly torn apart by the chaotic energies of space-time, Dumbledore added, his expression gravely serious. A chill washed over Harry. This future was even more treacherous and desolate than he had envisioned. The immediate priority was to find sanctuary. Crouch stowed away the device and turned to Dumbledore. According to the last transmissions from the Resistance, they should have established a temporary underground base beneath this ruin. We must make contact with them as swiftly as possible. The Resistance? Are there still survivors fighting? A flicker of hope ignited within Harry's heart. Which direction? Dumbledore inquired succinctly. Crouch surveyed the surrounding terrain, pointing toward a particular direction within the ruins. We should head that way, near the original kitchen passage. However, the entrance is surely concealed and fortified. Let us proceed. Stay vigilant, Dumbledore said, taking a deep breath and leading the way in the direction Crouch indicated. His strides remained steady, yet his silhouette bore an extraordinary heaviness. Snape followed silently, wand firmly grasped, his sharp gaze scanning every shadow and corner. Struggling to rise, Harry endured his aching body and discomfort trailing behind them. As they traversed the familiar ruins of the castle, each sight of devastation pierced Harry's heart like a dagger. They passed the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, now a heap of charred stones, the wall that once bore the portrait of Sir Cadogan, now nothing but a blank, damaged expanse, and the fragmented doors of the Great Hall, revealing overturned long tables and scattered, decaying food. Silence enveloped them, aside from the wind and the sound of their footsteps. A suffocating stillness prevailed, as if the entire world consisted solely of the four of them. This absolute quietude was more haunting than any terrifying noise. Suddenly, Crouch, leading the way, abruptly raised his hand, signaling for silence. The device in his hand emitted a faint, sharp beeping sound. There is an energy response. It's very close. It's not a fissure, but rather a signal of some activity. Crouch whispered urgently, his expression tense. In an instant, the hearts of everyone present raced with trepidation. Wands were raised, aimed at an immense pile of rubble formed by a recent collapse. Was it an energy reaction? The resistance? Or perhaps a patrol from a time court? Or some unfathomable, terrifying entity dwelling within this desolate ruin? From behind the debris, an exceedingly faint rustling sound emerged, as if something was stirring in the shadows. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged a wary glance. Silently, Snape advanced a step, the tip of his wand gathering a menacing dark energy, seemingly preparing to strike preemptively. Harry held his breath, instinctively raising his left hand slightly, the gears of the brand beneath his skin beginning to warm, sensing the spatial fluctuations ahead. The rustling grew ever nearer, more distinct. Then, under the intense scrutiny of all, a frail little girl, clad in tattered, ill-fitting robes. Her hair a tangled mess resembling dry grass, and her face smeared with dirt, cautiously poked her head through a gap in the rubble. She appeared to be merely 8 or 9 years old, her oversized, malnourished eyes wide with fear and caution, gazing timidly at the sudden appearance of these unfamiliar visitors. Like a startled fawn, she was neither a soldier of the time court nor a creature of malice, simply a pitiably thin little girl. Harry felt a slight relief, yet his heart swelled with questions. How could such a young child be alone in this perilous wasteland? Dumbledore's gaze softened somewhat. He gradually lowered his elder wand, striving to ensure his voice sounded gentle and harmless. Child, do not be afraid. We mean you no harm. We're here to find someone. Do you know where the shelter is? Or where the other adults might be? The little girl remained silent, her large eyes scrutinizing them with heightened vigilance, particularly fixating on the wands they held, her body subtly recoiling as if prepared to flee at any moment. Snape furrowed his brow in impatience, evidently finding Dumbledore's approach ineffective. Just as the atmosphere grew tense, the remnants of the ancient tome, Tempus et Sang, which had been reduced to mere ash and devoid of magical resonance in Harry's pocket, seemed to resonate once more, perhaps drawn by the proximity of this era or the presence of the girl. A faint, nearly imperceptible ripple, akin to the lingering warmth of ashes, emanated forth, carrying a trace of the Potter family's bloodline. The previously silent and wary girl, upon sensing this subtle essence, suddenly widened her eyes in astonishment. In her terrified gaze, an overwhelming mixture of disbelief, shock, and indescribable excitement, as if she had glimpsed something legendary, ignited within her. No longer did she look at Dumbledore, nor at Snape or Crouch. Her gaze was fiercely locked onto Harry. She trembled, cautiously emerging from the crevices of rubble, even daring to stagger a few steps forward, pointing her grimy little finger at Harry. Her voice, quivering with excitement and disbelief, became a high-pitched whisper. You have that scent, just like the brother hidden in the frame with Mother. Are you Harry Potter? Chapter 72, The Sanctuary's Phantasm. That gentle voice, akin to the softest feather, brushed against Harry's nearly still heart, stirring a tempest within the depths of his soul. She called me Harry. She knows my name. Could she truly be my mother? A living, youthful mother? A torrent of emotions, shock, ecstasy, sorrow, and countless grievances crashed through Harry's mental defenses like a floodgate burst open. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, blurring his already hazy vision. He opened his mouth, but his throat felt as though it were choked by something, allowing only a broken, choked sound to escape. And Mother? Is it really you? Am I not dreaming? He struggled to raise his right hand, yearning to touch the figure before him, terrified that this was merely a beautiful illusion born of near death, fragile and ephemeral. Lily, or rather, this being so reminiscent of Lily, gazed at him, a profound sadness and compassion flickering in her eyes. Slowly, she extended her hand, her fingertips gently brushing against Harry's blood-streaked and tear-stained cheek. The sensation was not entirely of flesh and blood. It bore a coolness, ethereal like an energy form, yet it conveyed an unmistakable warmth and familiar maternal love. Harry's heart sank slightly, the fervent emotions cooling momentarily, as an overwhelming sense of loss surged forth. So it was not truly his mother resurrected, but merely a ghostly presence? She paused, her gaze sweeping over the hollow, still shimmering with a ghostly blue light, severed left shoulder of Harry, her eyes filled with pain. Time is short, my child. Your soul is gravely wounded. The energy of the sanctuary can only offer temporary stability. We must complete the restoration swiftly. Restoration? Reunification of the soul? Harry recalled the final warning of the silver ring. What must we do? He asked eagerly, his voice still weak. This is the heart spring, she explained softly. Not mere ordinary water. but a miraculous fusion of the Potter family bloodline will and the life energy of the earth. It nourishes the soul and repairs fundamental damage. Then she pointed to a peculiar silver tree nearby, adorned with luminous fruits. This is the Tree of Time. Its fruits contain fragments of pure temporal laws, capable of stabilizing the chaotic temporal energy within you, and perhaps even remaking your lost limbs. Heartspring, Tree of Time. Is this the essence of pure life and the key to resolving the temporal energy crisis? Hope ignited once more within Harry's heart. However, Lily's tone shifted, becoming grave. Both the heartspring and the fruits of the tree possess immense and pure power. In your current state, teetering on the brink of collapse, direct contact with them would not only fail to absorb their essence, but could lead to assimilation or explosion. Harry's heart sank again. What then shall be done? Lily's specter refocused her gaze upon Harry, her emerald green eyes shimmering with a gentle yet resolute light. Thus, a bridge is required, a vessel that necessitates a shared bloodline and the strength of the soul to guide and buffer. She slowly raised her hands. Those ethereal, translucent appendages composed of energy began to emanate a warm, platinum glow. A tender yet poignant smile graced Lily's phantom visage, reminiscent of the last smile she bestowed upon Harry in the fragments of his memory. To see you once more, to aid you with my own hands, is the greatest boon bestowed upon me by Merlin. Tears glistened in her eyes as her energy-formed body grew brighter and more ephemeral. Do not grieve, Harry. My love has never departed from you. It flows within your veins, etched into your very soul. Now close your eyes, relax your body and mind, and accept this gift. Then carry forth the hopes of James and me, and live boldly, unraveling the truth and shattering fate. Lily's voice grew increasingly ethereal, her form gradually dissolving into countless warm, platinum-hued particles, fluttering like fireflies, before splitting into two streams. One flowed gently like a serene brook, merging slowly into the heart's spring. The milky spring water seemed infused with life, instantly bubbling with a radiant and warm vitality. The other stream, akin to a delicate ribbon, entwined around the Tree of Time. The crystalline fruits of light upon the tree ripened swiftly, detaching and hovering in midair, exuding a pure silver luminescence that mingled with the light particles formed from Lily. Ultimately, a column of light, interwoven with the essence of boundless life, energy, and the laws of time, a blend of milky white and silver radiance, enveloped Harry tenderly and steadfastly, akin to a mother's embrace. Mother! Harry cried out in a heart-wrenching wail, tears streaming forth, yet he could not hinder the warm light from flowing into his being. He felt as though his soul, parched like arid land, was meeting a nourishing rain, with each fissure being gently smoothed and mended. The cold void and tearing pain from his left shoulder dissipated swiftly, replaced by a tingling warmth akin to rebirth, as if something were burgeoning anew from the abyss. His depleted magical reservoir began to surge once more, even purer and more potent than before. His consciousness felt as though it had been cleansed, becoming unprecedentedly clear and serene. His mother's gentle whispers and selfless love enveloped his soul like the warmest of currents, soothing all his wounds, fears, and anxieties. This process seemed to stretch on for an eternity, yet also felt like a fleeting moment. As the final stream of light melded within Harry, he sensed a profound transformation within himself. The frailty and agony of his soul vanished entirely, replaced by a sense of fullness and strength. The emptiness in his left shoulder also disappeared, and he instinctively turned to look. There he beheld a brand new left arm, its skin fair and seemingly more youthful and vibrant than his right. It had grown perfectly, moving freely and brimming with power. In his embrace, the ancient tome, Tempest et sang, seemed to have absorbed some of the dissipated energy, its cover becoming warm and exuding a semblance of renewed vitality. The tearstone of Lily lay quietly beside it, its radiance subdued, yet seemingly more profound. The brilliance of the sanctuary appeared to dim slightly. The water level of the heart spring had receded considerably, and the Tree of Time had taken on a wilted demeanor. Mother Harry knelt by the spring, caressing the still warm surface of the water, tears falling silently, her heart brimming with boundless gratitude and sorrow. Even though his mother had long since departed, she transcended the barriers of time and space to save him in this manner. He could not betray this sacrifice. Wiping away his tears, his gaze transformed into one of unprecedented determination. He rose, feeling the nascent power coursing through him and the restoration of his soul. Approaching the Tree of Time, he noticed a single, diminutive fruit remaining, its glow somewhat dim. He carefully plucked it and tucked it securely away, for it might prove useful in the future. He filled a bottle with water from the heart spring. Finally, he gathered the ancient tome and the tear stone, casting a deep glance back at the sanctuary that had granted him rebirth, before turning towards the staircase leading to the upper realms. It was time to depart. It was time to confront the Dark Wizard and continue his unfinished mission. Chapter 73. The Gift of a Mother. Boy, have you finally mustered the courage to emerge. How was it? Have you enjoyed the blessings of the Potter's Sanctuary? Hand over what you found inside. I might consider granting you a swift end. He slowly pushed open the half-locked dark door and stepped outside. In the dungeon, the Dark Wizard remained steadfast, and upon seeing him emerge unscathed, even with a regrown arm, an eruption of greed and astonishment ignited in his eyes. You not only restored your soul, but also reshaped your body. The heart spring and the fruits of time are truly as legendary as claimed. The Dark Wizard's voice trembled with excitement. Hand them over. Immediately, Harry regarded him with calmness, slowly raising his right hand, not clenched in a fist nor brandishing a wand, for he bore none, but with his palm open and slightly cupped. With his will, a pure and formidable surge of magic coalesced instantaneously in his palm. Unlike any previous occasion, this invocation of magic was fluid and magnificent, as if an extension of his very being. It even bore a hint of the heart spring's life essence and the faint glow of the fruits of time. More importantly, his newly restored left arm, reshaped by the energies of the fruits of time and the heart spring, seemed innately attuned to the fabric of space itself, allowing him to faintly perceive the subtle fluctuations around him. The items are on my person, Harry spoke, his voice steady yet imbued with undeniable power. If you have the capability, come and take them yourself. Arrogant boy, do you believe that a mere restoration of power equips you to challenge me? The Dark Wizard, enraged by Harry's demeanor, swung his skeletal wand with fervor. Let me show you the true taste of dark magic. Heartrend, a twisted, heart-stopping beam of crimson and black light, infused with malicious intent, shot towards Harry. However, Harry did not even flinch. With a mere flicker of thought, his newly formed left arm instinctively swiped forward. A sharp sound echoed as the space before him seemed to be rent asunder by an invisible blade, creating a slender, distorted rift. That deadly, piercing curse was consumed by the fissure, vanishing without a trace. What? The malevolent grin on the Dark Wizard's face froze, replaced by sheer astonishment. Manipulating space? This is impossible. You have only just reformed your arm. How could you wield such power? Even Harry felt a twinge of surprise. He had acted purely on instinct, never anticipating such an astonishing result. The reborn arm was indeed extraordinary. Bolstered by newfound confidence, Harry ceased to hesitate and launched an offensive. Though he lacked a wand, he possessed magic and a temporal arm. With both hands poised, potent magic surged forth, empowered by the essence of the heart spring, transforming into blazing white arrows of light that shot towards the Dark Wizard like a tempest. Simultaneously, his left arm moved with purpose, crafting tiny yet lethal spatial rifts to disrupt and devour the wizard's retaliatory spells. In an instant, the dungeon was ablaze with light, spells flying chaotically. The sounds of explosions and the Dark Wizard's furious roars echoed relentlessly. Having lived for countless ages, the Dark Wizard quickly recovered from his initial shock, drawing upon a wealth of battle experience to unleash a barrage of insidious dark magic. Corrosive green beams, summoned shadow creatures, and soul-piercing wails that struck with ferocity. Despite Harry's augmented strength, his combat skills and experience paled in comparison. Relying solely on the bizarre abilities of his temporal arm and the powerful self-healing and purifying properties of the heart spring to barely hold his ground, he found himself embroiled in a strenuous fight, sustaining numerous wounds that rapidly healed under the heart spring's influence. Useless. Boy, your power is intriguing, but still too immature. The Dark Wizard cackled with delight, awaiting the moment your magic wanes. It will be your end. I shall extract your soul and study your perfect body at my leisure. As the battle stretched on, Harry's heart raced with urgency. This stalemate was untenable. He needed an unexpected strategy. His gaze swept across the dungeon, taking in the bubbling black cauldrons and scattered dark materials, when a wild idea surged forth. He feigned weakness, deliberately allowing a lapse in his movements. The Dark Wizard took the bait, unleashing a lethal Avada Kedavra that shot straight for his heart. Now's the moment. A glint of madness sparkled in Harry's eyes as he lunged forward with his left arm. This time, he did not tear through space, but forcibly distorted the temporal flow of a small area in front of him. The green light's velocity slowed to a crawl, Simultaneously, Harry swung his right hand fiercely, unleashing a torrent of magic that toppled a nearby cauldron brewing a deadly potion. Scalding, toxic, and viscous liquid poured forth like a waterfall, cascading over the dark wizard, who was now hindered by the temporal distortion. A piercing scream, inhuman and harrowing, reverberated through the dungeon. The potion evidently possessed a terrifying corrosive and toxic nature. The dark wizard's robe instantaneously transformed into black smoke, while his skin and muscles melted away like wax, revealing his ghastly white bones. He writhed on the ground in agony, emitting a desperate howl. An opportunity. Harry, enduring the numbing pain surging through his left arm from forcibly distorting time and space, felt a flash of cold light in his eyes as he ruthlessly raised his hands once more. A tremendous surge of magic, intertwined with a hint of the spatial power of the Fruit of Time, coalesced into a colossal sword forged purely of energy, shimmering with a fierce white and silver glow, aimed mercilessly at the writhing, screaming dark wizard below. No! The dark wizard let out one final scream, filled with unwillingness and terror. Boom! A searing light consumed everything. When the radiance dissipated, all that remained on the ground was a dark, hissing stain that continued to expand, along with a few tattered fragments of the black robe and a wand embedded with a skull. The fearsome dark wizard, along with his ambitions, was utterly obliterated. Breathing heavily, Harry gazed at the stain on the ground, feeling little joy, only a profound exhaustion and gravity from surviving the ordeal. He approached cautiously, using magic to delicately retrieve the skull wand. It felt icy in his grip, exuding a potent aura of darkness, yet he could sense the immense power contained within. Although he lacked his own wand, this one might serve its purpose. He dared not linger. He needed to depart swiftly. Once more, he cast a glance at the wall concealing the entrance to the sanctuary, knelt, and respectfully bowed 3 times. "Thank you, Mother. I shall not disappoint you," he whispered, his eyes filled with resolve. Rising, he turned without hesitation and made his way toward the dungeon exit. Pushing open the heavy iron door, he was met with a dimly lit stone staircase leading upward. At the top of the stairs, there was a slightly ajar wooden door. A faint light and a cacophony of voices seeped through the crack. Harry cautiously slowed his pace, stealthily approaching the doorway to peer outside. Beyond the door lay what appeared to be a medieval-style tavern hall. The light was dim, the air thick with the pungent melons of ale, tobacco, and sweat. Several men, clad in tattered leather armor or coarse robes akin to mercenaries and wandering wizards, were gathered around a rough wooden table, loudly drinking and animatedly discussing something. What they were talking about struck Harry like a thunderbolt, causing his blood to freeze in his veins as he prepared to push the door open. A burly mercenary, his face flushed and adorned with a thick beard, excitedly shouted in a raspy voice, "Hey, have you heard? The lady from Thornbrar Castle to the north just gave birth to a boy a few days ago. They say the child is born with a prodigious omen. On the day he was born, the clocks in the castle went haywire. Some even claim to have seen that the child has one normal blue eye and the other shaped like an hourglass. It even glows. Rumor has it that the child is surely a cursed abomination of time, or perhaps the reincarnation of some ancient temporal deity. Even the church and the Wizarding Council have been stirred up. They've dispatched many to investigate, uncertain whether to protect the child or to indulge in darker desires." Harry stood rigidly behind the door, a chill surging from his spine to the crown of his head. The Blackthorn Castle? An innate phenomenon? Clocks spinning madly? Hourglass-shaped eyes? These attributes bore an uncanny resemblance to the childhood legends of his mother, cold, ruthless, and a master of the temporal court. Was it possible that he had found himself in the very era of her birth? Chapter 74, Crossroads of Fate. The hourglass-shaped eyes, the reincarnation of the time-space demigod. The crass yet profoundly informative words from the tavern mercenary pierced Harry's heart like the coldest of poisoned daggers, instantly freezing his blood and thoughts. The newborn boy at Blackthorn Castle, the clock-like anomaly, the hourglass-shaped eyes, all these features converged towards a possibility that sent shivers through his very soul. The infant, newly arrived in this world and caught in the eye of the storm, could very well be the future embodiment of the merciless mother who would wield power over the temporal court, inflicting upon him boundless suffering and despair. A wave of shock, absurdity, and an indescribable, frigid sensation, akin to being toyed with by fate, washed over Harry. His hand trembled against the doorframe, nails nearly digging into the wood. To kill her? A maddening yet enticing thought emerged from the depths of his mind, akin to a devil's whisper, uncontrollably surfacing. Act now, while she remains an innocent, defenseless infant, before any tragedy unfolds. with a wand in his hand, the very one that had just claimed the life of a dark wizard. He could easily eradicate this source of future nightmares. Avenge Lily. Avenge himself. Avenge all those persecuted by the temporal court. This notion, steeped in fervent vengeance and temptation, assaulted Harry's reason with wild ferocity. All he had to do was push open this door, locate Blackthorn Castle, and utter a simple killing curse. Everything would end. Just as his murderous intent reached its zenith, the ancient tome, Tempest Et Sang, nestled in his arms, trembled slightly, emanating a gentle yet resolute warmth, as if soothing his restless soul. Following this, the tearstone from Lily, positioned close to him, sent forth a wave of cool, melancholic energy. His mother's tender and steadfast visage seemed to resurface, her emerald eyes filled with disapproval and concern. A shiver coursed through Harry, as if doused with icy water, abruptly awakening him from his murderous frenzy. What was he contemplating? The thought of killing a newborn infant? Regardless of how terrifying this child might become in the future, at this moment, she was innocent, unstained by any blood. If he were to carry out such an act, what would distinguish him from the ruthless enforcers of the temporal court, who regarded human life as mere fodder, or from the dark wizard he had just slain? He would utterly betray Lily's sacrifice, forsake his principles, and plunge into true darkness. Cold sweat drenched Harry's back. He felt a profound sense of dread and deep shame for the fleeting moment of madness that had just crossed his mind. The murderous intent faded, yet an overwhelming confusion and disorientation surged forth. What could he possibly do without resorting to violence? Should he merely stand by and watch the rise of his future Dark Lord? Should he allow time and space to unfold along their original, painful trajectory? What was the purpose of his time travel? Just as Harry grappled with these tumultuous thoughts, lost in turmoil, the conversations within the tavern continued, revealing new information. A thin man, seemingly a vagrant wizard, lowered his voice and spoke mysteriously. I have heard an even more alarming insider report. It is said that when that child was born, he was tightly grasping something. Grasping something? Though it was uncommon for a newborn to hold onto an object, it was not entirely extraordinary, as someone nearby scoffed. Hey, if it were an ordinary object, it wouldn't be surprising. The thin wizard's voice grew even more sinister. But whispers suggest that the child was grasping a broken clockwork piece, still ticking. Moreover, that piece bore strange symbols resembling eyes and gears, unlike anything ever seen before. Clockwork piece. Symbols of eyes and gears. Harry's heart seized once more. Those symbols bore an uncanny resemblance to the bizarre mark that had once manifested on his left arm. Was the child's mother inherently marked by the temporal court? And there was something even more sinister. The thin wizard seemed to revel in the astonishment of those around him. Continuing, why are the church and the wizarding council so agitated? It is not merely due to those anomalies. It is said that the first group they sent to approach the child's cradle experienced bizarre transformations. What transformations? Some aged instantaneously, as if their lifespans had been drained. Others rejuvenated, reverting to helpless infants who could not even speak. And some simply vanished, as if erased from the timeline entirely. A collective gasp swept through the tavern. Now, Blackthorn Castle had been completely sealed off. The outside was surrounded by holy knights from the church and high-ranking wizards from the council, leaving no room for escape. Those inside could not emerge, and those outside could not enter. Both sides were locked in a stalemate, reportedly awaiting the arrival of higher-ups to make a decision. One could only wonder whether the child would be regarded as a miracle or a demon. The revelations grew increasingly astonishing. Born with the mark of the temporal court, possessing a terrifying temporal field, surrounded by two formidable forces, Harry immediately recognized that the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined, even if he wished to take action at this moment. His current state rendered any attempt to breach the dual blockade of the church and the wizarding council to approach the child a mere fantasy. Furthermore, the child himself appeared to be extraordinarily perilous. A strong sense of helplessness enveloped Harry once more. Yet at that moment, the thin wizard seemed to recall something else, and added, however, a couple of days ago, while I was lurking near the castle in hopes of scoring a benefit, I stumbled upon a particularly suspicious group of individuals. What made them suspicious? They passed through without anyone stopping them. What is peculiar is precisely this. The paladins and wizards appeared utterly oblivious to their presence, allowing them to enter unimpeded. Shortly after their entrance, a peculiar silver-blue beam of light erupted from the castle's bell tower, illuminating the sky in a dazzling display. Yet it vanished just as swiftly, and thereafter, the group was never seen again. Gray cloaks, ignoring barriers, The silver blue beam. A sudden realization struck Harry. This description bore an uncanny resemblance to the cleaners of the temporal court, or perhaps their predecessors. Had they existed in this era all along? Furthermore, could they truly disregard barriers to gain entry into the castle? Were they there to protect the infant, or to seize control? Countless questions and speculations surged wildly through Harry's mind. Chapter 75. The Mother of the Infant. Harry recognized that lingering in the tavern for fragmented information had become futile. He must venture near Blackthorn Castle to witness the situation firsthand. Even if he could not enter, a more direct understanding might unveil additional clues. Resolute, Harry hesitated no longer. He inhaled deeply, adjusted his expression, and pushed open the creaking wooden door, stooping his head to enter the bustling tavern hall discreetly. The patrons within were mostly inebriated or engrossed in their conversations, scarcely noticing the peculiar, ragged-robed youth who had suddenly emerged from the back door. Lowering his voice, Harry purchased the most rudimentary map of the area and some provisions from the bartender, then departed the tavern swiftly, blending in as an ordinary, silent traveler. According to the map and the directions he gathered, Blackthorn Castle lay about 10 miles north of the town on a hill. He dared not delay and set forth immediately. The further north he traveled, the more the atmosphere thickened with tension and unease. The number of passers-by dwindled, and those he encountered were hurried farmers, worry etched on their faces, or armed patrols with vigilant expressions. As he drew closer to the foreboding black hill shrouded in a gloomy sky, he could distinctly see the base surrounded by a dense cluster of tents and makeshift barriers. The church paladins clad in gleaming armor and members of the Wizarding Council in various robes occupied their designated areas, with palpable barriers of separation and suspicion between them. An invisible, potent magical barrier intertwined with the power of sacred prayers tightly encased the entire hill, along with the castle that loomed like a black behemoth atop it. The energy emanating from the barrier was so formidable that it made Harry's heart race. With his current strength, there was no way he could breach it. Finding a secluded thicket, he concealed himself and observed from a distance. Just as he had overheard in the tavern, the blockade was exceedingly tight. Even a fly would struggle to penetrate it. The castle lay in eerie silence, resembling a vast grave devoid of any signs of activity. What of the mysterious gray-cloaked figures? Had they truly entered and never emerged again? What connection did they share with the mother inside the castle? Harry furrowed his brow, increasingly perplexed by the unfolding enigma. As time passed by, the sky gradually darkened. Just as Harry pondered whether to risk approaching or find a way to capture a lone guard to gather information, an unexpected event unfolded. The highest clock tower of the castle atop the mountain erupted without warning, unleashing a bizarre silver-blue beam of light that soared into the heavens. This beam starkly contrasted with the fading rays of the setting sun, emanating a chilling and potent wave of temporal energy. An attack. Alert! All hands on deck. What is that? It is neither magic nor divine might. It is some form of unknown energy. The camp below erupted in chaos. The paladins raised their shields and holy emblems, while the priests began fervently praying, as waves of sacred light surged forth. The wizards swiftly wielded their wands, unleashing a frenzy of detection and protective spells. Yet, the silver-blue beam seemed completely indifferent to their reactions. After lingering for several seconds, it began to slowly shrink and transform. Ultimately, it coalesced high in the sky into an immense and strikingly clear emblem composed of light and energy. It depicted a pattern intertwining an hourglass and a longsword, the emblem of the Court of Time. It boldly manifested in the medieval firmament. The holy light projectiles from the paladins and the spells from the wizards rained down upon the emblem, yet they passed through as if it were an illusion, leaving no impact whatsoever. The emblem appeared to be a cold, spectral declaration of existence. Chaos and panic reigned in the camp below. Meanwhile, hidden within the underbrush, Harry felt a chill coursing through him, his heart racing. The Court of Time. They audaciously proclaimed their existence to the local powers in this manner during this era. Such arrogance, such unyielding dominance. What were their intentions? Just as everyone was captivated by the emblem in the sky, lost in confusion, Harry keenly observed a relatively weak point in the barrier at the foot of the mountain, near the cliff, where the space seemed to slightly distort. Following that, several figures cloaked in gray, their forms indistinct, silently emerged from within the barrier like phantoms. Their movements were exceptionally swift, seemingly employing some sophisticated illusion spell, rendering them nearly undetectable to ordinary guards. However, Harry, with his newly heightened sensitivity to spatial anomalies in his left arm and the energy of the fruit of time within him, distinctly perceived the faint temporal fluctuations in their whereabouts. It was that group of gray-cloaked figures. They had emerged, and Harry's pupils dilated in shock. He saw clearly that the leading figure cradled something wrapped in soft silver fabric, seemingly a swaddled infant. Within the swaddle, a sleeping baby's face could be faintly discerned, along with a rare, silvery white tuft of hair reminiscent of moonlight. That baby was the mother. The Court of Time intended to take him away. They planned to forcibly remove that infant before the eyes of so many from the Church and the Council of Wizards. Harry's breath caught in his throat. His mind went blank. What should he do? Stop them? He couldn't. Sound the alarm? The chaos at the foot of the mountain had reached a crescendo, with no one paying heed to this secluded corner. Should he merely stand by and watch as they absconded with the source of all evil for the future? Just as Harry found himself in a state of frantic anxiety, caught in a dilemma, the group of gray-cloaked figures swiftly departed the confines of the barrier. The leader gestured, seemingly preparing for some form of collective teleportation. However, at the very moment the light of teleportation was about to ignite, an unforeseen event transpired. The infant cradled in arms suddenly opened its eyes without warning. They were eyes of extraordinary peculiarity, one resembling a normal sapphire blue, while the other bore the unmistakable shape of an hourglass, which was eerily flowing and emanating a chilling, silver-blue luminescence. The infant appeared disturbed by the energy of the teleportation, emitting a faint, discontented wail. At the same time, the hourglass-shaped eye flared brightly. An invisible yet immensely powerful temporal force field erupted from the infant, radiating outward. The leader of the gray-cloaked figures was the first to be affected, letting out a muffled grunt as the arm holding the infant visibly began to wither and age at an alarming rate. His companions were not spared either. Some became sluggish, as if time had slowed for them, while others convulsed and aged rapidly, as if time had been hastened upon them. Their collective teleportation was abruptly interrupted, the light dissipating instantaneously. Contain it, quickly, the leader rasped, struggling against the agony of aging as he commanded his companions. Two others, seemingly less affected, rushed forward, brandishing a metallic instrument adorned with flickering runes, aiming it at the infant in an attempt to stabilize the rampaging temporal force field. In that fleeting moment of chaos and stalemate, Harry noticed, perhaps due to the disruption of the temporal field, a corner of the silver swaddling that enveloped the infant suddenly slipped away, revealing the infant's tiny fist tightly grasping something. Just as the rumors had suggested, within that diminutive hand lay a broken, ancient clockwork gear. On the surface of that cold metallic component, Harry could see clearly. Chapter 76, The Emblematic Enigma. Inscribed upon the clockwork piece, clutched tightly by the newborn destined to become a cold-hearted mother. How could this be? A profound sense of absurdity and shock engulfed Harry like a tsunami, leaving his mind in a tumult, struggling to process this overwhelmingly shocking revelation. How could the Potter family possibly be connected to the temporal court and his mother? Was it mere coincidence? A malevolent imitation? Or did this indicate some profoundly deep, perhaps even blood-related connection between the Potter family and the temporal court, of which he was utterly unaware? Countless questions and terrifying speculations, like rampant vines, ensnared Harry's heart, inducing a suffocating fear and bewilderment. If, indeed, his mother shared a bloodline with the Potter family, what then did that make him in relation to her? He had been fighting against his own blood relatives? No, this is absolutely impossible. Just as Harry's mind was shaken and he was on the verge of losing his composure, a sudden turn of events occurred at the edge of the cliff below. The time force field unleashed by the infant, though powerful, was evidently unstable and difficult to control. Under the suppression of the peculiar metallic instruments held by the two gray-cloaked figures, the terrifying force field began to gradually weaken and contract. The leader, whose arms had become withered and aged, seemed to exhale in relief, yet his tone remained urgent and cold. Quick! The stabilizer. Highest concentration. We must complete the transfer before the force field erupts again. One gray-cloaked figure immediately retrieved a slender metallic tube from his waist, aiming it at the infant's neck, seemingly preparing to inject something. Meanwhile, another began to prepare for a group teleportation, distorting the surrounding space as silvery blue light flickered to life once more. They were still intent on taking the infant. In an instant, Harry made a decisive choice. While he may not be able to confront these evidently well-trained and well-equipped early members of the temporal court head-on, he could create chaos. He could draw the attention of those from the church and the council below. As long as the blockade was broken and confusion ensued, he would have the opportunity to act amidst the turmoil, or, at the very least, gather more information. With that thought, Harry hesitated no longer. He suddenly sprang up from the underbrush, raising the sea's black wizard's skeletal wand in his hand, pouring the surging magical energy from his heart into it. Aiming at the chaotic camp below, and with all his might, unleashed the most expansive and powerful spell he could currently cast. Flames roared. Maximum power. Boom! A massive pillar of fire, thick and infused with the vitality of his heart, yet still searingly intense, erupted from the tip of Harry's wand like a roaring fire dragon. Not directed at the gray-cloaked figures at the cliff's edge, but instead tearing through the dim night sky, crashing fiercely into the center of the camp below, in the clearing that marked the boundary between the church and the Wizarding Council's influence. The tremendous explosion reverberated through the valley. Flames and smoke billowed into the sky. Enemy attack. Rear enemy attack. Protect the Cardinal. Wizarding Regiment. Défensive Formation. Was that silvery blue energy? No, it was a fire spell. A very powerful fire spell. The already tense nerves of the camp below, strained by the aerial insignia, were ignited in an instant, plunging into utter chaos. Holy light and the brilliance of spells flickered erratically. Shouts, footsteps, and roars melded into a cacophony. Many people's gazes and attacks instinctively veered toward the direction of the fire pillar, which was roughly where Harry was situated. Meanwhile, the gray-cloaked figures at the cliff's edge, poised for teleportation, were caught off guard by this sudden assault and the rapidly escalating chaos below. Their teleportation light was once again interrupted. What is happening? Who is it? It is not the church or council's people. The energy signature is incorrect. The leader, cradling an infant, glared furiously in Harry's direction. Despite the distance and dim lighting, the ominous black magic radiating from the skull wand in Harry's hand, along with the formidable flame spell he had just cast, led to a grave misjudgment. Was he a dark wizard? A threat to the holy infant? The leader swiftly commanded his two subordinates to eliminate the threat and prioritize the infant's relocation. The two figures cloaked in gray immediately turned, their peculiar metallic devices shifting modes to target Harry. The tips of the instruments glowed with a perilous blue light, resembling the nascent form of a future energy weapon. With a swift whoosh, two beams of eerie blue energy, akin to the gaze of death itself, traversed hundreds of meters in an instant, accurately aimed at Harry. The speed was astonishing, far exceeding that of ordinary spells. Alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. He had been vigilant for such an assault. Armor, he bellowed, unleashing a torrent of powerful magical energy that coalesced into a solid, milky white shield before him. Yet, the ethereal blue energy beams seemed to possess a formidable penetrating power against magical defenses. With a sharp crack, the shield barely held for a moment before it was torn apart. Although the energy was significantly weakened, it still collided violently with Harry's hastily raised left arm. He let out a muffled grunt as he was propelled backward, crashing against the trunk of a tree. A chilling, corrosive energy surged into his left arm, clashing violently with the gentle energy of the time fruit within him. His arm instantly felt both icy and fiery, teetering on the brink of numbness. Beneath the skin, the peculiar imprint of interlocking gears and eyes flickered ominously, as if on the verge of explosion. What a terrifying power! Was this the might of the temporal court's weapon? Fortunately, perhaps due to the revitalizing force of his magical essence and the unique nature of the time fruit energy, his arm did not suffer the complete obliteration it had in the past. Instead, it barely withstood the residual energy's onslaught. Furthermore, Harry's daring actions achieved a portion of their aim. The clergy and council members in the camp below, initially captivated by the flame spell, immediately recognized a third party was engaged in battle when the two distinct blue energy beams shot towards the mountainside. There were individuals atop the mountain. That blue energy, it bore the same origin as the earlier emblematic energy. Had they turned on each other? Swiftly, they dispatched a team of elite paladins and several high-ranking wizards toward the skirmish between Harry and the gray-cloaked figures. On the cliff's edge, the leader of the gray-cloaked figures grew visibly agitated. Damn, those meddling intruders, he muttered under his breath, realizing the urgency of the situation. He dismissed Harry, the dark wizard, as an obstacle and barked at his subordinate responsible for the teleportation. Initiate the short-range jump immediately. Target, Safe House 3. Now. But Commander, the force field isn't fully stabilized. A forced jump might cause irreversible harm to the infant. His subordinate hesitated. Execute the command. The cost is acceptable. The leader's tone brooked no argument. The subordinate ceased his chatter, and the instrument in his hand emitted a more blinding silver-blue light, enveloping the cloaked figures and the infant within its luminous grasp. The surrounding space began to warp violently, accompanied by the unbearable sound of cracking under pressure. Chapter 77. A Desperate Chase. They must flee. Despite the excruciating pain and numbness in his left arm, Harry felt a surge of urgency at this sight. He raised his wand once more, recklessly attempting to disrupt the enemy's teleportation. Meanwhile, the church and council squads were rapidly approaching from the mountainside. At this critical moment, the leader in the gray cloak, cradling the infant, appeared to be overwhelmed by the stress of forcibly initiating the teleportation, compounded by the previous erosion from the time field. His arm trembled uncontrollably. The infant, swathed in silver fabric, slipped from his grasp due to this sudden movement. No! The leader let out a terrified shriek, reaching out in a futile attempt to catch the child. But it was too late. The infant tumbled through the air, plummeting downward. Below lay the steep cliffside, littered with sharp rocks and thorns. In that instant, time seemed to stretch infinitely. Harry beheld the utmost terror etched on the leader's face. He witnessed the other two cloaked figures attempting to rescue the infant, but to no avail. He saw the astonished expressions of the church personnel rushing up the slope, and he glimpsed the infant, rolling in the air, grasping a clockwork piece inscribed with the Potter emblem, and the child's eyes, one blue, the other resembling an hourglass, reflecting the chaos of the world around them. His heart abruptly halted. There was no time for thought. Driven by instinct, perhaps stemming from the depths of his bloodline, or the kindness imparted by Lily, or merely compassion for an innocent child, Harry performed a reckless act. He lunged from behind the tree, disregarding the two azure energy beams aimed at him, pouring every ounce of magic, every shred of will, and all his hope into his left arm, which was caught in a battle of ice and fire. "Come here," he roared hoarsely, extending his left palm towards the falling infant. This time, it was not about tearing space or warping time, but rather executing a more precise and arduous spatial manipulation. The gear-shaped eye mark beneath his skin erupted with an unprecedented brilliance. The veins in his arm seemed on the verge of bursting. An invisible, potent force of space surged across the distance, like a gentle yet resolute giant hand, precisely cradling the falling infant swaddling, before yanking it back with great force. Whoosh! Simultaneously, the two energy beams, now devoid of a target, pierced through Harry's right shoulder and abdomen before he could evade. Ugh! Harry let out a cry of agony. Blood sprang forth. The immense impact propelled him backward, plunging him into darkness as searing pain and magical backlash swiftly claimed his consciousness. In the fleeting moment before total unconsciousness enveloped him, the last vestiges of his hazy perception revealed a heavy fall upon a thick bed of fallen leaves. Cradled in his arms was a frigid bundle, emanating a faint silver glow and ripples of temporal distortion. From afar echoed the furious and resentful roar of a cloaked figure, accompanied by the increasingly approaching shouts of ecclesiastical personnel. Additionally, the infant nestled in his embrace possessed peculiar, hourglass-shaped eyes that stared at him unblinkingly, coldly. Then, an interminable darkness fully consumed him. Time passed, though its measure was lost to him. Harry, amid violent jolts and an insistent chill, struggled to regain a semblance of clarity. Agony. His entire being was ablaze with pain. The areas where energy beams had pierced his right shoulder and lower abdomen were especially excruciating, engulfed in sensations of burning and icy erosion. He discerned that he was being transported on what appeared to be a makeshift stretcher, hastily moving through the shadows. Icy raindrops struck his face, mingling with the heavy scent of blood and earth. The cacophony of footsteps, the clanging of metal armor, and the stifled gasps and murmurs filled his ears. Hasten! Move faster! The pursuers are closing in. Damn it! Those hounds of the council! How audacious to launch a surprise attack! Well, the bishop, severely injured, yet his life remains intact. The holy light shall protect him. And the child? The boy discovered alongside the demon of time? Who is he? Has he been examined? The silver swaddling cloth contained nothing, just a piece of worthless scrap. The scene was too chaotic. We must evacuate and discuss later. It cannot fall into the hands of the council. Fragmented dialogues reached Harry's ears, disjointed, yet stirring a tempest within his heart. They referred to him as the boy. They questioned his identity, enduring the searing pain and dizziness. Harry struggled to pry his eyes open. In his blurred vision, he confirmed he lay upon a rudimentary stretcher, carried by two paladins clad in silver armor, racing along a muddy forest path. Surrounding him were numerous battered and injured ecclesiastics, evidently having recently endured a fierce battle and hasty retreat. Beside him, another stretcher bore an elderly man draped in opulent bishop robes, unconscious and pale. With great effort, He shifted his gaze downward, only to find his arms empty. The tattered, mud-stained, bloodied silver swaddling cloth lay loosely over him. The infant was truly gone. How could this be? Just moments ago, he had. As Harry grappled with shock and confusion, one of the paladins carrying him seemed to sense his stirring, glancing down just as Harry managed to open his eyes. The paladin paused momentarily, then his expression shifted to one of surprise mixed with caution, promptly calling out to his companion. "Hey, this lad has awakened." The pace of their retreat slackened slightly. A weary yet sharp-eyed middle-aged man, clad in priestly robes, approached swiftly, crouching down to scrutinize Harry closely. "Child, who are you?" The voice of the priest carried a cautious gentleness, inquiring whether it was you who thwarted those otherworldly demons from desecrating the holy infant. "Where's the holy infant now?" Harry opened his mouth, only to find his throat parched and unable to produce a sound. He could only weakly shake his head. How would he explain? He knew nothing. The priest furrowed his brow, seemingly recognizing Harry's grievous injuries that rendered him incapable of coherent communication. He extended his hand, as if intending to examine Harry's wounds or perhaps cast a healing spell. However, when his hand brushed against Harry's tattered, blood-stained robe, his motion abruptly halted. His gaze fixated intently on the chest area of Harry's robe. There, due to the prior battle and tumbling, the garment had loosened slightly, revealing something concealed within. It was a corner of the ancient tome, Tempus et Sang, along with the unmistakable emblem on its cover, composed of arrows and a clock. The priest's pupils dilated in the darkness, his face instantly filled with profound shock, disbelief, and a terror, as if he had glimpsed a forbidden existence. "Holy light, forgive us. This crest, this cannot be. He is the paradoxical child from the shattered time, foretold in Cassandra's prophecy." In a distant mist-shrouded valley, there stood a mysterious little cabin, emanating a faint glow. The walls of the cabin appeared woven by the hands of time, exuding an ancient yet profound texture, with each wooden plank seemingly narrating untold stories. In a yard before the cabin grew peculiar plants, their leaves resembling crescent moons or slender feathers, gently swaying in the breeze, producing a whispering sound that seemed to emanate from another world. Beside the cabin, a winding path meandered, flanked by a plethora of wildflowers. These wildflowers boasted vibrant hues, red as fire, pink as dawn, white as snow, emitting a subtle fragrance that beckoned small insects. The tiny creatures busily flitted among the blossoms, their wings shimmering with golden light in the sun, resembling a host of diminutive fairies. As one proceeded along the path, a dense forest emerged. The trees stood tall and proud, their branches intertwining to form a vast green barrier. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light and shadow. Deep within the forest lay a small lake, its surface as tranquil as a mirror, reflecting the surrounding trees and sky. Occasionally, a dragonfly would delicately alight upon the water, creating ripples that spread outward in small circles. In this enigmatic valley, time seemed to slow and blur. During the day, the sun illuminated everything with a warm glow, imparting an unparalleled sense of ease. At night, the stars twinkled brightly, resembling jewels embedded in a darkened canopy. Sometimes a gentle breeze would waft through, carrying the distant strains of a melodious flute, as if the music floated from another time and space, enchanting all who heard it, allowing them to forget their worries and sorrows. The inhabitants of the valley lead a life characterized by simplicity and tranquility. Each morning, they venture into their gardens to harvest fresh vegetables and fruits, subsequently settling into chairs before their wooden cottages to savor their breakfast at a leisurely pace. In the afternoons, they stroll through the forest, immersing themselves in the splendor of nature. As dusk falls, they gather around a bonfire, sharing tales and reflections from their day. Yet, this enigmatic valley is not perpetually serene. Occasionally, a sudden tempest descends. When a storm arrives, fierce winds howl and torrential rains pour, enveloping the valley in a shroud of darkness and chaos. Trees sway precariously, and the streams swell with tumultuous waters. However, once the storm passes, the valley regains its former tranquility, as if it has been renewed, appearing more vibrant and beautiful than before. In this mysterious and fantastical valley, each day unfolds with unique stories and surprises. It resembles a fairy tale world concealed within a corner of the earth, waiting to be discovered and explored. The residents here live their lives, both ordinary and extraordinary, within this enchanting realm. Chapter 78. The Paradox's Child. The Paradox's Child, the pastor's voice, sharp with horror and dread, pierced the cacophony of the rain-soaked night like a chilling alarm, abruptly breaking into Harry's muddled consciousness. The Paradox's Child? Was that a reference to him? The intense pain and significant loss of blood rendered Harry's thoughts as if ensnared in quicksand, making clarity elusive. He sensed the previously hurried yet orderly footsteps around him suddenly falter, all eyes from the congregation fixating upon him, like countless icy needles descending upon his being. Their gazes were fraught with an unprecedented complexity of emotions: shock, suspicion, fear, and even a tinge of revulsion akin to that reserved for a monster. Two paladins bearing a stretcher momentarily stiffened, nearly dropping their burden in instinctive reaction. "Pastor Fletcher, are you certain? Did you see clearly?" A knight, resembling a squad leader, demanded sharply, his hand poised on the hilt of his sword, eyeing Harry with trepidation. "Cassandra's prophecy? The apocalypse? The primordial curse? Monster?" A cascade of ominous words weighed heavily on Harry's heart. He attempted to struggle, to explain, but only rasping, meaningless sounds emerged from his throat, his body immobilized by pain and weakness. Yet, he had indeed safeguarded the holy child from those heretics, a younger knight hesitantly suggested. "Safeguard?" Pastor Fletcher interjected abruptly, his gaze sharpening with obsession. "How can you be certain that was not a meticulously orchestrated deception designed to earn our trust? The prophecy clearly states that the Paradox's child will weave lies into a facade of redemption. And where's the holy child now? Vanished, immediately after his contact. Is this not the most compelling evidence?" His words were incendiary, igniting a heightened vigilance and icy demeanor among the previously hesitant members of the congregation. "What shall we do now? Leave him here?" A suggestion was made, laced with palpable rejection and fear. The court, upon hearing this term, a fleeting shadow of dread passed across the faces of nearly all the church personnel, their gazes towards Harry tinged with a hint of pity, though it was swiftly replaced by wariness. Clearly, it was not a desirable destination. However, the young knight's injuries were severe as he gazed at Harry's continuously bleeding wounds. "A simple treatment with holy water will suffice. We must ensure he does not perish. Then, bind him with holy silver shackles for stringent supervision." The squad leader issued the command with a chilling demeanor. Soon, icy shackles, engraved with suppressive runes, clamped around Harry's wrists and ankles. The moment they locked into place, Harry felt a surge of potent, sanctified energy coursing through him, thoroughly suppressing the magical essence he had just begun to regain, making even the slightest movement of his fingers an arduous task. Following this, a coarse mixture of holy water and healing powder, imbued with a faint restorative yet intensely purifying effect, was brutally cast upon his wounds. Harry emitted an involuntary cry of anguish. The instant the holy water powder made contact with his wounds, corroded by temporal energy, it was as if cold water had splashed into boiling oil, producing a hissing sound of erosion and igniting an excruciating pain akin to being seared clean, especially the wounds on his right shoulder and lower abdomen, where the ethereal blue remnants of energy clashed violently with the power of the holy water, nearly tearing him apart. The church officials, evidently taken aback by his intense reaction, momentarily froze. His wounds harbor a significant amount of dark and foreign energy. Is the holy water being rejected? Priest Fletcher furrowed his brow as he inspected further, his expression growing more solemn. "Indeed, this is sinister. Increase the dosage. Bind it forcefully with blessed bandages. Suppress that malevolent energy." An even greater quantity of holy water powder and bandages radiating a potent sacred essence were employed, and Harry, in excruciating pain, felt himself on the brink of unconsciousness, his body drenched in cold sweat and rainwater. He could only grit his teeth, enduring this near torturous treatment. After much turmoil, his injuries were temporarily subdued by the overwhelming force of the holy light, halting the bleeding and energy erosion, but it merely sustained his life. The pain remained unabated, and the holy light clashed discordantly with the core magic of his heart and the energy of the time fruit, leaving him in profound discomfort. The group continued to advance in silence, yet the atmosphere had shifted entirely. Harry had transformed from a potential savior into a perilous prisoner, closely monitored amidst the ranks, each jolt bringing forth fresh agony. It was unclear how long he endured the darkness and torment, but eventually, the procession came to a halt. Before them lay a small, ancient monastery, hidden within a deep mountain gorge. The weathered exterior was cloaked in vines, yet emanated a long-standing, formidable sacred aura, clearly a covert stronghold of the church. The heavy iron gates swung open, and the group swiftly entered. Harry was roughly lifted from the stretcher and escorted deep into the monastery's interior. They did not confine him to a typical dungeon, but rather to a more suffocating locale. A special prayer chamber, its walls, ceiling, and floor intricately inscribed with a myriad of golden sacred words and confinement runes. At the center of the room stands a diminutive altar, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The atmosphere here is purer than any other, yet for Harry, whose internal powers are tumultuous and particularly tainted with the essence of time and heresy. Each breath feels akin to inhaling searing steel needles, causing a burning agony across every inch of his skin. He lies discarded upon the frigid floor, the heavy silver shackles clashing against stone with a sharp metallic sound. Keep a close watch on him. No one is to approach without orders. Once he regains a modicum of consciousness, immediately inform the esteemed judge. Thus commanded the squad leader to the two armed, expressionless paladins stationed at the entrance, before hastily departing with the others, seemingly to report the situation. The door to the prayer chamber was slammed shut, leaving only Harry and the two statuesque guards. Chapter 79. The Cage of Holy Light. Harry sprawled on the icy ground, the intense pain and the relentless oppression of the holy light environment rendering his mind hazy. Nearly beyond thought, time trickled by slowly, just as he felt on the verge of being completely consumed by this ceaseless agony and the despair of isolation. The ancient tome, Tempest E.T. sang, nestled in his arms, trembled once more. A wave of exceptionally faint yet remarkably resilient warmth struggled to penetrate the silver shackles and the potent holy light confinement surrounding him. Akin to a gentle current in the depths of winter, gradually infusing warmth into his nearly frozen heart. It was the bloodline power of the Potter family. It still resisted. Concurrently, the tearstone of Lily, kept close to him, emitted a wave of cool, sorrowful resonance, reminiscent of a mother's tender caress, soothing his tormented soul. With the feeble support of these two forces, Harry's consciousness finally regained a flicker of clarity. He could not surrender. He must survive. He must uncover the truth. He began to painstakingly and cautiously summon the severely suppressed heart spring magic within him. The magic, under the oppressive holy light, flowed sluggishly and obscurely, as though moving through viscous glue, each attempt sending sharp pangs of pain coursing through him. Yet he did not relent. Simultaneously, he began to more acutely perceive the silver shackles binding him and the confinement runes etched upon the surrounding walls. The power of these runes primarily targeted dark magic and foreign energies, while being compatible with pure holy light energy. His heart's spring magic, although repelled by the holy light, was fundamentally pure life energy, not of a dark nature. Perhaps there lay a chance? He ceased his attempts to combat the holy light and instead endeavored to mimic the heart's spring magic, disguising it as a frequency akin to that of holy light energy, cautiously seeping through the runic barriers of the shackles. This process was immensely arduous and slow, akin to sculpting glass with a strand of hair. Just as he focused intently on his endeavor, the door to the prayer chamber swung open. A youth, seemingly no older than 15 or 16, clad in a lowly deacon's robe, entered, bearing a cup of water and a piece of dark bread, his head bowed. The two guards inspected the food and water before permitting him entry. The young butler placed the items beside Harry, seemingly preparing to depart as part of his routine. Suddenly, the boy's actions came to an abrupt halt. A fleeting expression of sheer astonishment and disbelief crossed his face as he sharply lifted his gaze toward Harry. Instantly on guard, he braced himself for an anticipated outcry or the call for guards. However, unexpectedly, the young butler swiftly suppressed his astonishment, glanced furtively at the guards by the door, and then, with remarkable speed, silently mouthed 3 words to Harry, almost imperceptibly, "Don't believe." Then, as though fearing discovery, he immediately lowered his head and hurriedly exited the prayer room, as if everything that had transpired moments before had never occurred. Harry stood frozen in place, his mind swirling with greater tumult. Don't believe? Don't believe what? Don't believe the church? Don't believe that prophecy? Or don't believe anyone? It seemed that this abbey concealed even more secrets. Harry's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. However, before he could fully comprehend the warning from the young butler, a more significant upheaval occurred. Outside the abbey, a sudden, urgent, and mournful alarm bell rang out. Following that were the thunderous booms of magical explosions, the furious roars of paladins, and some extremely sharp, inhuman shrieks. An enemy attack. An enemy attack. It was those demons of time. They were in pursuit. Protect the abbey. Activate the highest defensive barrier. The shouts of panicked guards and the sounds of hurried footsteps echoed outside. Clearly, the gray-cloaked figures from the Kronos court had pursued them all the way to this hidden stronghold. The prayer room trembled violently, dust cascading from above. Harry's heart leapt into his throat. An opportunity. The chaos might provide a chance to escape. Yet, The silver shackles binding him and the surrounding confinement runes remained effective. Desperately, he accelerated the simulation of his heart spring magic, striving to penetrate the shackles. Just as the battle outside intensified, occasionally sending ghostly energy beams crashing against the walls of the prayer room, creating a shimmering golden light, now was the moment. He strained fiercely. Crack! A barely audible click echoed. The shackles on his right wrist had indeed been forced open slightly, though he could not fully extricate himself. At least his right hand gained a measure of mobility. He immediately reached with his liberated hand toward his chest, hoping to retrieve the ancient tome or the tear stone, in search of a way to further escape. However, just as his fingers were about to brush against the tome, the heavy door of the prayer room, inscribed with runes, suddenly burst open with a deafening explosion, propelled by a terrifying force that mingled ethereal blue temporal energy with dark, negative energy. A cold, blood-scented gale rushed into the room. Amidst the billowing smoke, a tall, twisted figure, exuding an aura of suffocating despair, slowly stepped through the breach. No longer were they the gray-cloaked members of the Chronos Court. Chapter 80, The Knight. The silhouette was clad in tattered, blood-stained armor of a church knight, marred by countless dark crimson splotches. Yet, the exposed skin bore an unhealthy hue, reminiscent of a corpse's ghastly gray. His eyes resembled two swirling, obsidian vortices, devoid of any sclera or pupil, only reflecting an abyss of insatiable hunger and consuming void. In his grasp, he dragged a colossal black sword, a grotesque manifestation of pure negative energy, perpetually writhing and wailing. What sent shivers down Harry's very soul was the energy emanating from this knight, a chilling temporal sensation familiar from the temporal court, intermingled with a profoundly malevolent curse. Derived from the sacred light of the church, yet utterly corrupted, it felt as though two fundamentally opposing forces were grotesquely intertwined by some dread means. What manner of being is this? The knight's abyssal, vortex-like eyes swiftly fixated on Harry, who lay struggling upon the ground. A grating laugh, akin to metal scraping against metal, escaped the knight's lips as he advanced, the dark sword trailing behind him, carving a deep, smoke-laden gash into the earth. "I have found you, Key." A frigid, overlapping voice, as if countless souls were simultaneously screaming, issued from the knight, proclaiming, "I offer you to the great." His intent was unmistakable. It was Harry. Harry's heart raced, a cacophony of alarms ringing within him as he desperately attempted to retreat, his left hand futilely striving to summon power, yet the shackle's oppressive weight remained. Just as the ominous black sword, radiating despair and malevolence, was poised to strike, a searing, radiant warhammer, composed entirely of sanctified light, plummeted from above like a meteor, crashing down upon the fallen knight's back. Boom! The clash of holy light against negative energy erupted violently, staggering the fallen knight, who let out an enraged roar. "In the name of holy light, begone, foul demon!" A resonant, furious voice, tinged with weariness, rang out. The previously unconscious bishop, now awakened, stood at the doorway of the prayer chamber, brandishing a magnificent staff. Though his complexion remained pallid, his gaze exuded undeniable authority and resolve. He radiated a formidable, sacred brilliance, evidently having tapped into some life-draining arcane power. "Lord Bishop Kane," cried the guard at the entrance, "hold the line. We must not allow any foul demon to desecrate the sanctum." Bishop Kane commanded sternly, as his staff glowed once more, unleashing another potent spell of holy light towards the fallen knight. The knight roared in defiance, pivoting to clash with Bishop Kane, their battle erupting into a frenzied turmoil of light and dark energies that shook the entire prayer chamber, as if it might collapse at any moment. Seizing the precious opportunity amidst the chaos, Harry, with his liberated right hand, finally drew forth the object from his bosom. Yet, it was not the ancient tome Tempest et sang, but rather the tear stone of Lily. The instant the tear stone was liberated from his embrace, exposed to the air, perhaps it was the profound impact of the malevolent energy from the outside world combined with the unwavering purity of Bishop Kane's holy light that caused the tear stone to erupt in an unprecedented, luminescent display of milky brilliance. This radiance, gentle yet resolute, instantly dispelled the malevolent aura surrounding Harry, even temporarily neutralizing a portion of the suppressive force of the holy silver shackles. Simultaneously, the light of the tear stone resonated in a peculiar harmony with Bishop Kane's holy light. When he beheld the tear stone, emanating a pure, sorrowful glow imbued with a sense of protection, a flicker of profound shock and realization flashed across his eyes. Was it the essence of the Virgin's tear? How could this be? The prophecy, he murmured, as though witnessing an utterly impossible miracle. At that moment, as Bishop Kane's distraction revealed a vulnerability, the fallen knight seized the opportunity, unleashing a triumphant roar. The black greatsword violently swept aside the bishop's staff, while a claw-like hand, steeped in malevolent energy, lunged toward the bishop's heart. "Watch out!" Harry exclaimed in alarm. Bishop Kane's expression shifted dramatically. It was too late for defense. Just as the bishop seemed destined to fall, no one noticed the young acolyte who had previously delivered food to Harry and issued warnings. Emerging like a specter from the shadows, his face bore an expression of resolute determination, an unwavering strength that belied his youth. He forcefully pushed the bishop aside, placing his own body as a shield against the wicked claw. The claw effortlessly pierced through the acolyte's frail chest. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. The young acolyte stiffened, glancing down at the claw that had impaled him. Yet his face bore little pain. Instead, a complex smile, reminiscent of relief, graced his lips. Summoning his last vestiges of strength, he turned to the horrified Harry and silently mouthed a few words. "The truth is..." Before he could finish, his gaze faded into darkness. "Eric, no!" Bishop Kane cried out in anguished fury. The fallen knight, seemingly empowered by the life and soul of the young acolyte, radiated an even more terrifying and unstable aura. He violently withdrew the claw, casting the acolyte's lifeless body aside like a rag doll, his obsidian vortex-like eyes locking onto Harry once more. Yet this time, his gaze was fixated upon the tear stone in Harry's grasp, still glowing with milky light. Disdain and a hint of greed flickered in his eyes. "That detestable light, yet it is sustenance," he roared, lunging at Harry again. Bishop Kane, suppressing his sorrow, endeavored to intervene, but was repelled once more by the overwhelming force emanating from the knight. Harry, in despair, gazed at the approaching figure of the fallen knight, exuding an aura of death, clutching Lily's tearstone tightly, his eyes filled with defiance. Was he truly to perish here? Just as the situation reached a critical climax, an unforeseen change began to unfold. Chapter 81. The Future Voldemort? In Harry's grasp, the tear stone seemed to resonate with the sacrifice of the young steward and Harry's despair, its radiance undergoing a remarkable transformation. The milky light began to converge inward, coalescing until it formed an exceedingly minute yet intricately complex shadow of a clockwork gear, composed entirely of light, hovering above the tear stone. The instant this gear shadow manifested, Harry's left arm, long restrained by the silver shackles and imbued with remnants of temporal energy and imprints, began to tremble uncontrollably and violently. Beneath the skin of his arm, the imprint of the gear and eye re-emerged, bursting forth with an ethereal blue light, creating a profound resonance with the gear shadow above the tear stone. A peculiar wave of energy, a blend of Lily's protective power, the life force of the heart spring, the essence of time, and Harry's own bloodline, erupted fiercely from the tear stone and his left arm, crashing into the advancing fallen knight. The knight, clearly taken aback by this unforeseen development, was struck squarely by this extraordinary amalgamation of forces that was neither pure holy light nor dark energy. A cry, laced with agony and confusion, escaped him as he was forcibly pushed back several steps. The chaotic energies of time and darkness surrounding him became exceedingly unstable, as if on the verge of collapse. Even Bishop Kane, standing nearby, displayed an expression of incredulous shock. Seizing this opportunity, Harry, with fervent determination, swiftly pressed his liberated right hand against the silver shackles on his left wrist, channeling the explosive mixed energy of the tear stone and his arm to assault the shackles' runes. Crack! Crack! Two sharp sounds echoed as the runes binding his left hand and feet were instantly shattered by this remarkable force, granting him complete freedom. The repulsed fallen knight, now thoroughly enraged, let out a deafening roar as his energy began to surge uncontrollably, evidently preparing to unleash a devastating strike. The entire prayer chamber began to collapse violently. "Child, come here!" Bishop Kane shouted anxiously at Harry, brandishing his staff in an attempt to construct a final defense. Struggling to rise, Harry glanced at the lifeless body of a young steward, Eric, who had perished in his defense, then cast a fleeting look at the fallen knight, who was brewing a horrific attack, a glimmer of resolve flashing in his eyes. He dashed toward Bishop Kane's direction. However, just as he was about to reach the bishop, his gaze inadvertently swept over a wall that had cracked open due to the battle and the collapse. Within the wall's crevice, a hidden, diminutive niche seemed to reveal itself. In this niche lay an exceedingly ancient tome, bound in some form of black metal, heavy and imposing. The cover bore no inscription, merely an alarming and striking design, a colossal, icy eye of a clock, gazing forward. Beside this metallic tome, several pages of parchment, seemingly hastily stuffed in and still damp with ink, were scattered. At the top of the draft, a clear inscription read, Interpretation and Feasibility Report on the Prophecies of Cassandra and the Paradoxical Sun. Tampering. A report? Harry's heart raced violently. His footsteps came to an abrupt halt. At that moment, the destructive energy of the fallen knight had accumulated to its zenith, poised to erupt. Bishop Kane suddenly seized the stunned Harry, shielding him resolutely, as his staff emitted a final burst of light, and he cried out hoarsely, Holy Light, please grant your protection. Before his prayer could conclude, the energy of the fallen knight, the tears of the stone, the uncontrollable surge of mixed energy from Harry's left arm, and the sacred light expended by Bishop Kane, intertwined with the very power of the prayer chamber laden with binding runes, all collided violently within the confined space. The disparate yet immensely potent energies clashed, compressed, and fused, ultimately spiraling completely out of control. Boom! An explosion of terrifying energy, far exceeding any previous occurrences and beyond the realm of description, erupted with the prayer chamber as its epicenter. The space shattered like glass. Time became chaotic and distorted. Harry felt an irresistible force, seemingly intent on tearing everything apart, slam into him. The body of Bishop Kane, shielding him, was instantly engulfed by the radiance. In the fleeting moment before losing consciousness, Harry summoned his last ounce of strength to fixate on the cracked wall, on the metal tome inscribed with the eye of the clock in the niche, and on the several pages of parchment bearing the word tampering. Then, his world was once again consumed by an endless, vibrant, and tumultuous maelstrom of time and space. Uncertain of how long he drifted through the chaotic continuum, when Harry regained a flicker of consciousness, he found himself lying on a cold, damp patch of grass. His body throbbed with pain. Yet it seemed the prior explosion had not claimed his life, but had instead cast him away from that moment in time. The sky loomed gray, with a chilling drizzle falling. He struggled to sit up, only to discover he was utterly weakened, finding even the slightest movement of a finger to be an immense challenge. He turned his eyes, surveying his surroundings in bewilderment. It appeared to be a desolate graveyard, tilted tombstones, withered trees, and a pervasive mist, all contributing to an atmosphere of gloom and decay. To what era or place had he traversed? Just as he endeavored to comprehend his situation, a faint, suppressed sobbing drifted from not far away, behind a massive angel statue severely eroded by the elements. Was that the weeping of a young girl? The voice resonated with helplessness, sorrow, and fear. Shortly thereafter, a deliberately lowered, cold, and impatient young male voice broke the silence. Stop crying. It's infuriating. If it weren't for your insistence on visiting this wretched graveyard, we wouldn't be lost. And in this ghastly weather. I'm sorry, Tom. I just wanted to see my mother. The girl replied through her sobs. Shut up. What good does that do now? Hurry up and find a way out. This place makes me feel very uneasy. Tom? Why does that name sound so familiar? A strange sensation surged within Harry. He struggled to maintain composure, moving his body with extreme slowness and caution, using a half-buried gravestone for cover as he gazed toward the source of the sound. Beneath the shadow of the angel statue stood two figures, a frail girl in a tattered, thin dress, her deep brown curls spilling over as she bowed her head to wipe away tears, and a tall, slender boy with his back to Harry, clad in ill-fitting old clothes. His meticulously combed black hair stark against his pale complexion. The boy seemed irritated by the girl's weeping and abruptly turned around. Cold raindrops cascaded down his pale, handsome face, marred by a distinct aura of gloom and hostility. In that moment, as Harry beheld the visage, he felt as though he had been struck by the most violent bolt of lightning. His blood surged to his head and then froze, breath and heartbeat halting abruptly. His pupils constricted to pinpricks from an indescribable shock and terror. The face, one he had seen in the mirror of erased and fragmented memories, and in countless nightmares, belonged to a younger Tom Riddle. The future of Voldemort. Chapter 82. The Cradle of the Dark Lord. Tom Riddle, that pale, handsome face, bearing a chilling coldness and malice that belied his youth, was seared into Harry's nearly frozen retina like the most profound nightmare. His heart felt as if clutched by an icy hand, pausing for a moment before racing uncontrollably, nearly bursting from his chest. Blood surged back to his head, inducing a violent dizziness and ringing in his ears. The cold rain upon his face offered no relief. Voldemort, the young Voldemort. How could he be here? At this time and place. An overwhelming shock, coupled with a deep-seated enmity transcending 2 lifetimes, erupted like a volcano, threatening to overwhelm Harry's remaining sanity. Kill him. Kill him now, while he is still young, before he becomes the fearsome Dark Lord. Avenge my parents. Avenge all those who perished by his hand. This thought was more maddening, more enticing, and more irresistible than when he faced the infant's mother. Harry's right hand clenched tightly, his nails nearly embedding into his palm, his body trembling slightly with intense excitement and hatred, his emerald green eyes suddenly bloodshot, fixed on the still youthful yet increasingly malevolent figure of the future Dark Wizard. Perhaps Harry's gaze was too sharp and filled with animosity, or perhaps his heavy breathing echoed too starkly in the silent graveyard. Tom Riddle, poised to scold his companion, suddenly sensed something, pausing in his actions, turning his head sharply with the vigilance of a striking serpent, his deep, fathomless black eyes locking onto Harry's concealed location behind the gravestone. Who was there? Riddle's voice was cold and sharp, imbued with a disquieting intensity and malice that seemed incongruous with his age and identity. His hand instinctively reached for his pocket, where his wand was evidently concealed, despite the fact that he had yet to officially enroll. Discovered. A jolt of alarm surged through Harry, as an overwhelming sense of lethal intent was swiftly subdued by an icy wave of peril. He was in a dire state, weak, his magic in disarray, while his adversary, though youthful, was destined to become the Dark Lord, possessing extraordinary talent and merciless cunning. In a direct confrontation, his chances of victory were virtually non-existent. Concealment was imperative. Calmness was essential. Harry abruptly lowered his head, curling his body as much as possible behind the gravestone, holding his breath and forcibly suppressing the nearly boiling hatred and murderous intent within him, as his mind raced with unprecedented speed. Meanwhile, the brown-haired girl, Merope Gaunt, was startled by Riddle's sharp command and the sudden tense atmosphere, ceasing her tears and anxiously glancing in Harry's direction, instinctively inching closer to Riddle. What's wrong? Tom? What's over there? Come out. Riddle's voice turned even colder, infused with an undeniable tone of command. I will count to 3. If I have to drag you out myself, you will regret it. In his hand was a wand that appeared somewhat aged, yet well-maintained. Harry's heart raced as cold sweat mingled with rainwater trickled down his brow. What to do? Run? In his current condition, escape was impossible. Fight? That would lead to certain demise. Just at that moment of utmost peril, the tear-stone of Lily in his embrace emanated a faint yet distinct cool vibration. Simultaneously, the ancient tome, Tempest Et sang, began to emit a slight warmth. The strength of his mother and the blood of his lineage provided him with a glimmer of guidance in his most desperate hour. A bold, audacious thought suddenly flashed through Harry's mind. Disguise. To exploit the information gap. Taking a deep breath, he decided not to hide any longer, but instead released a profoundly pained and feeble groan. Gathering every ounce of his strength, he slowly began to maneuver his body out from behind the gravestone like a wounded beast. Each movement was agonizing, as if his body no longer belonged to him. At last, he successfully rolled out from behind the gravestone, collapsing into the cold, muddy ground like a puddle of sludge. He raised his head, revealing a face pale from blood loss, anguish, and the relentless rain, his green eyes filled with just the right measure of terror, confusion, and frailty as he gazed at the approaching Riddle. With a hoarse, broken voice, he uttered, "Help me. There's a monster chasing me." He deliberately mimicked the state of extreme fright, his speech disjointed and erratic. Riddle abruptly halted, scrutinizing the suddenly appeared, injured, and seemingly near-death stranger from a superior vantage point, his demeanor intensely cautious. "Who are you?" Riddle's voice remained frigid, his wand still raised, now pointed directly at Harry. "What are you doing here? What kind of monster?" It was evident that he would not easily believe a stranger who had materialized in such a place. "My name is Harry," he continued to perform with a feeble voice, deliberately slurring his name. "I am uncertain about the attack on my family, engulfed in darkness, with terrifying knights clad in tattered armor." He vaguely described the features of a fallen knight, enhancing the authenticity of his tale. "They slaughtered everyone. I fled desperately and then fell here." He aptly conveyed immense sorrow and fear, his body trembling slightly, not entirely feigned, as his injuries and the chill rendered him shivering. Chapter 83. The Dark Lord Acceptance and the Pursuit of Dark Wizards. Mellop, upon hearing such a tragic account, especially the murder of his family, displayed immediate sympathy and compassion. Whispering to Riddle, "Tom, he looks so pitiable, so gravely injured." "Silence, Mellop." Riddle impatiently interrupted her, his gaze still coldly scrutinizing Harry. Knights in tattered armor? In a place like this? He clearly suspected Harry of either fabricating tales or concealing something. The tip of his wand emitted a faint glow, seemingly a precursor to some dark magic that could detect lies or probe thoughts. Alarm bells rang in Harry's mind. He must not allow the other to invade his thoughts. At this critical moment, Harry's new arm, sensitive to the nuances of space, seemed to detect the subtle, malevolent, and invasive magical waves emanating from Riddle. It spontaneously produced an extremely faint ripple of repulsion in the fabric of space. This ripple was silent, yet perfectly disrupted Riddle's nascent probing spell. Riddle's movements faltered slightly, a trace of surprise and confusion flickering across his face, as if he had not anticipated that his magic would be rendered ineffective by a seemingly feeble boy. This heightened his wariness towards Harry, yet temporarily quelled his inclination to unleash potent magic. Mellop's compassion evidently took precedence. Ignoring Riddle's warnings, she cautiously stepped forward, observing Harry's pallid face and the wounds that continued to bleed, expressing her concern. "You are gravely injured. Do you need assistance? We can take you to town to find a doctor." "Mellop," Riddle barked, his eyes flashing with irritation. "We can scarcely protect ourselves. Moreover, who knows if what he says is true?" Despite her fear of Riddle, Mellop persisted. Doesn't he seem like a bad person? And if his words hold truth, what if those monsters are pursuing him? Staying here is perilous. Her words seemed to awaken a realization in Riddle. He frowned again, surveying the eerie cemetery surrounding them, then glanced at the seemingly harmless Harry, a glimmer of calculation flickering in his eyes. Indeed, if this boy spoke truthfully, unknown dangers loomed. Remaining here would not be wise. Perhaps this injured boy could serve as a pawn for scouting, or at times as bait? A subtly cold and nearly imperceptible smirk curved at the corners of Riddle's lips. Very well. He seemed to have made a considerable concession, sheathing his wand. Yet the vigilance in his gaze remained undiminished. "We can accompany you," he offered, "but should you dare to play any tricks." He did not finish his sentence. Yet the chilling threat lingered unspoken. Harry expressed his gratitude with tearful eyes, though inwardly he felt a wave of relief. He had temporarily passed the first hurdle. With Mellop's assistance, Harry struggled to his feet, while Riddle walked ahead impassively, ever watchful of their surroundings. The three of them traversed the desolate paths of the cemetery in silence, the atmosphere heavy and eerie. As Harry moved with great difficulty, he discreetly observed the young Riddle and Mellop. Riddle had evidently begun to embody the future Dark Lord, exhibiting calmness, selfishness, suspicion, and cruelty, with an unmistakable impatience and disdain towards Mellop. Conversely, Mellop, the future mother of Voldemort, appeared timid, humble, and infatuated, yet still held a glimmer of kindness. Witnessing her almost subservient affection and fear towards Riddle stirred a tumult of emotions within Harry. These two individuals had forged Voldemort, inadvertently shaping his tragic childhood and fate. A wave of intense hatred surged once more, but he suppressed it forcefully. Now was not the time. He must seize this opportunity to glean more information, understand Riddle's past, learn about Mellop, and even uncover whether the so-called Cassandra prophecy and the Child of Paradox bore any relation to Riddle. Cautiously, he attempted to engage them in conversation, his voice feeble as he inquired, "Are you here to pay respects as well? It seems no one has visited for quite some time." After encountering a setback, Harry remained undeterred. He turned his gaze towards Mellop, striving to appear sincere and harmless. "Thank you for your help. My name is Harry. And you?" "Gunter." It was indeed the Gunter family, descendants of Slytherin. A jolt of realization struck Harry, though he maintained an impassive facade. "Gunter? I believe I've heard of that name. It's a rather ancient lineage, is it not?" At the mention of her family, a complex expression crossed Mellop's face, pride mixed with a deeper sense of inferiority and bitterness. Yes, but now." "Mellop," Riddle interrupted sharply, casting a warning glare at her, his disdain for such topics palpable. His heritage was the deepest source of his shame and vulnerability. Mellop immediately fell silent, intimidated. Harry refrained from pressing further to avoid raising suspicion. Yet his mind was in turmoil. He was nearly certain that Riddle was already aware of his Slytherin lineage and was grappling with the associated turmoil and agony. Just as he pondered how to extract more information, the lily's tear stone in his arms emitted a faint yet urgent wave of warning. Almost simultaneously, Riddle, who had been leading, abruptly halted, his entire being tense, peering warily into the misty woods ahead. "What is it, Tom?" Mellop asked fearfully. Harry focused intently, his heart sinking. He discerned, through the mist, several indistinct figures clad in dark cloaks. They stood silently, as if merging with the shadows, exuding a chilling and perilous aura. They are neither members of the church nor former members of the Grey Cloak Temporal Court. These individuals exude an aura of foreboding, resembling dark sorcerers more than anything else. Riddle's complexion soured dramatically as he slowly retreated a step, positioning Mellop and Harry, almost as if using them as a shield behind him. His voice, low and frigid, cut through the tension. "Who are you?" One figure, evidently the leader, gradually raised a hand, holding what appeared to be an instrument emitting a faint aura of black light, akin to a tracking device. The dark glow from the device distinctly and steadily pointed towards Harry Potter. In the next moment, a hoarse, sinister voice, rife with avarice and murderous intent, emerged from beneath the leader's hood, shattering the cemetery's eerie silence. "Found you, thief of our master's prized possession." Chapter 84, The Deathly Hallows. Thief of our master's prized possession. The hoarse, ominous voice slithered forth like a serpent's forked tongue, laden with unabashed greed and malice, piercing through the chilling curtain of rain, locking on a Harry with deadly precision. Harry's heart constricted violently. All his muscles tensed instantaneously. Were these unfamiliar dark sorcerers coming for him? Master? Prized possession? Or were they referring to Lily's tear stone? The ancient tome? Tempest E.T. sang? Or perhaps his arm, reshaped by the fruit of time? An avalanche of questions and an overwhelming sense of peril cascaded over him like icy water, jolting his mind, which had been dulled by blood loss, back to sharpness. He instinctively sought to retreat, only to realize that Riddle and Mellop behind him were equally engulfed in shock and trepidation. Riddle's face darkened, clearly unprepared for this unforeseen third party, whose intent was unmistakably aimed at the mysterious injured figure he had just taken in. The flicker of calculation and suspicion danced in his dark eyes, weighing the pros and cons, contemplating whether to cast aside this troublesome burden. Meanwhile, Mellop's face drained of color, her grip on Riddle's arm tightening as her body trembled incessantly. "You have mistaken the wrong person." Harry forced himself to remain calm, his voice hoarse as he attempted to argue. "I possess no treasures. I am merely a fugitive." The echoing stone? Were they referring to Lily's tear stone? Were these dark sorcerers here for it? Moreover, they seemed to refer to it as the treasure of death. Who, then, was the master they served? Beside him, Riddle's eyes glinted with a fleeting yet intense light upon hearing the terms deathly aura and treasure. His innate craving and greed for formidable power and dark magic surged forth. "Gentlemen," Riddle suddenly interjected, his tone intentionally laced with a semblance of youthful politeness and an imperceptible hint of provocation. "I believe there has been some misunderstanding. This Mr. Harry is my friend, who has just endured a misfortune and is gravely injured. He is unlikely to possess what you seek. Furthermore, it seems we are in the private cemetery of the Gaunt family, and your abrupt intrusion may not be entirely appropriate. Would it?" He skillfully bound himself temporarily to Harry, attempting to intimidate the adversary with the name of the Gaunt family, while probing the depths and intentions of these dark wizards. The wizard leading the Gaunt faction seemed momentarily taken aback, then let out a derisive sneer. "That family, which has fallen into utter decay, clinging to a meager lineage for survival, dares to speak before us? Boy, if you wish to avoid trouble, you should vacate immediately. Our target is solely him and what he possesses." The adversaries ruthlessly tore apart Riddle's disguise, even directly insulting his maternal lineage. Riddle's countenance darkened instantly, his black eyes igniting with a terrifying rage and murderous intent. The decline of the Gaunt family was the deepest thorn in his heart, and the insult had provoked him to a boiling point. However, the overwhelming number and formidable presence of his foes were clearly beyond his current capacity to confront directly. As Riddle grappled internally, pondering how to leverage the situation, the Lily's tear in Harry's arms emitted a faint yet urgent pulse once more. This time, the pulse directed towards a specific location deep within the cemetery, toward the oldest and most dilapidated Gaunt family mansion, overrun with withered vines. It seemed to urge him to go there. Simultaneously, the ancient tome Tempest E.T. sang began to emit a slight warmth, the spine adorned with the Potter family crest flickering, resonating with the tear, both pointing towards the same destination. Was there life there, or something capable of countering these dark wizards? Harry hesitated no longer. Seizing the moment while Riddle faced off against the dark wizards, his attention slightly diverted, he summoned the little strength he had regained, broke free from Merope's support, and stumbled towards the depths of the cemetery, racing towards the Gaunt mansion. Trying to flee, The leading dark wizard immediately sensed it, barking in order to seize him. A volley of cold curses, infused with dark corrosive power, shot towards Harry's back from various angles. Yet, he was gravely injured, his magical strength far from restored. The hastily conjured shield could hardly withstand the combined assault of multiple dark wizards. Bang! 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 The shield barely held for a moment before shattering spectacularly. The residual force of the curses slammed into his back. With a cough, Harry spat out blood, his body tumbling forward like a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily into the mud, his vision dimming as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness once more. Yet he knew he could not afford to halt. Gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain, he struggled to crawl through the mire, inching towards the haunted Gaunt mansion. Useless. Can't even catch an injured person. The leading dark wizard cursed in fury, swiftly pursuing him. Meanwhile, Riddle, witnessing Harry's sudden flight and the dark wizards pursuing without hesitation, felt a surge of intense anger and frustration. He sensed that Harry concealed secrets and formidable power. He must not let it fall into others' hands. Merope, is there anything within the mansion that can withstand them, or a secret passage? Riddle grasped the stunned Merope tightly, demanding in a sharp voice. I was bewildered, not knowing why my father never allowed me to enter Mellop. Riddle disdainfully cast her aside, his gaze fixated on the approaching dark wizard and the struggling Harry crawling toward the old mansion, a flicker of frenzied determination glinting in his eyes. Chapter 85. Fragments of the Future. The future Dark Lord abruptly raised his wand, not aimed at the dark wizard, but instead toward the ground just ahead of Harry. Uttering a vile curse, swamp spawn, a viscous, bubbling magical swamp instantly manifested in Harry's path, attempting to obstruct his advance. In that moment, the future Dark Lord chose to attack from both sides simultaneously, seeking to thwart the dark wizard's success while preventing Harry's easy escape, stirring the waters and seeking to profit from the flames. Harry's heart turned to ice. He had not anticipated Riddle's cruelty and decisiveness. With a magical swamp before him and pursuers behind, he seemed ensnared in a dire predicament. However, perhaps due to the malevolence and cursed power of Riddle's incantation, it unexpectedly invigorated the two items in Harry's possession related to the Potter family and Lily. The Tearstone of Lily erupted with a brilliant milky glow, emanating a sorrowful yet resilient protective force that forcibly purified a small area of the magical swamp. Meanwhile, the cover of the ancient tome, Tempest E.T. sang, bearing the Potter crest, illuminated once more, intertwining with the radiance of the Tearstone, forming a peculiar power that enveloped Harry, rendering him temporarily immune to the swamp's encroachment. Seizing this precious opportunity, Harry rolled and crawled through the swampy terrain, finally collapsing before the crooked, decayed, and worm-eaten wooden door of the Gunter mansion. He pushed with all his might. The door emitted a grating groan, surprisingly unlatched, yielding to him with a narrow opening. A more intense scent of decay, mingled with dust, mildew, remnants of dark magic, and a faint trace of blood, assailed his senses. Without hesitation, Harry squeezed through. Stop him! The lead dark wizard bellowed in exasperation, several lethal curses following in swift succession, crashing violently against the wooden door. Boom! The already rotten door shattered into splinters. Yet Harry had already tumbled into the dark corridor of the mansion. The dark wizards and Riddle immediately surged toward the mansion's entrance. However, as they attempted to burst inside, an unforeseen transformation occurred. On the dilapidated doorframe of the mansion, a previously unremarkable carving of a coiled, grotesque snake covered in grime suddenly had its eyes ignite with a crimson glow. A powerful magical barrier, ancient and chilling, imbued with madness and curses, was instantly activated. A translucent energy shield, flickering with dark green, sinister runes, erupted forth like a awakened serpent, sealing the mansion's entrance firmly shut. The two dark wizards at the forefront, caught off guard, crashed into the barrier. A piercing scream echoed instantly. The dark green runes, as if alive, ensnared their bodies, voraciously siphoning their life force and magical energy. Their skin withered and turned a ghastly gray at an alarming rate, their eyes bulging as if they had been instantaneously drained of life. In mere seconds, they transformed into two rigid corpses, cloaked in green moss, collapsing to the ground in shattered fragments. This horrifying spectacle left the advancing dark wizards and Riddle frozen in shock, their faces betraying sheer terror. It was the ancient blood curse barrier left by the Gaunt family. The leading dark wizard growled in a grim tone, stating that only those of their bloodline could pass through safely. Instantly, All gazes converged upon Melop Gaunt, the sole bearer of the Gaunt bloodline present at the scene. Terrified by the greedy and dangerous stares, Melop recoiled, her face as pale as parchment. Riddle's expression grew exceedingly complex. He glanced at the terrifying blood curse barrier, then at the dazed Melop, his eyes glimmering with a cold light, as if swiftly calculating how to exploit this woman. Meanwhile, Harry, who had tumbled into the dilapidated old house, had temporarily eluded the pursuit at the entrance, yet felt no sense of safety. The interior of the house appeared even more desolate and shrouded in darkness than it had from the outside. Light scarcely penetrated the filthy windows, casting only a few dim spots that created indistinct shadows upon the floor. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay, and a thick layer of dust blanketed everything, with cobwebs hanging like gray drapes. On either side of the corridor, walls adorned with grotesque, faded portraits seemed to silently observe the intruder with their lifeless eyes. Gritting his teeth against the pain and discomfort, Harry struggled to rise, leaning against the cold, damp wall, gasping for breath. The Tearstone, an ancient tome in his arms, continued to emit a faint glow, guiding him deeper into the recesses of the old house. What awaited him there? Clenching his jaw, he dragged his battered body step by step along the dark corridor. At the end of the passage lay a spacious yet extraordinarily chaotic hall. Furniture lay strewn askew as though it had endured a fierce battle. The walls were covered with various dark magical graffiti and the remnants of shattered magical circles. At the center of the hall, in the most prominent position, stood a massive object draped in black cloth, resembling an easel. The resonance of the Tearstone, an ancient tome, reached its zenith here. The direction of guidance pointed directly to the shrouded object. Harry's heart raced uncontrollably. Taking a deep breath, he slowly approached, and with trembling hands, he abruptly yanked away the dust-laden black cloth. Dust cascaded down. Beneath the cloth was not a painting, but a vast mirror set within a lavish yet damaged metallic frame, its surface marred by cracks. The mirror's design was remarkably archaic, its edges adorned with entwined serpents and skull motifs, emanating a potent aura of dark magic. As Harry's gaze fell upon the mirror's surface, he was struck as if by lightning, momentarily frozen in place, his pupils dilating in sheer astonishment. The mirror did not reflect his current disheveled form. Instead, it revealed a continuously flowing, ever-changing spectacle of bizarre and fantastical imagery. He beheld a brightly illuminated, yet chillingly cold, experimental laboratory. There, he observed a mother clad in a white lab coat, her visage stark and unyielding, wielding a terrifying instrument as she approached a red-haired woman named Lily, who was bound to a chair, writhing and weeping in distress. Outside the laboratory windows hung a full moon, suspended over the heart of a dark lake. Suddenly, the scene shifted dramatically. He saw himself in a room ablaze with fierce flames, engaged in a fierce battle with a figure adorned in a golden mask, brandishing a magnificent staff of time. This figure evoked a sense of both familiarity and profound strangeness, inducing terror. He witnessed Hogwarts Castle fracturing amidst a tempest of time and space, saw Hermione, Ron, and Ginny, countless familiar faces succumbing to the ravages of war. Ultimately, all these visions converged like a whirlpool, distorting until they crystallized into a singular image. Chapter 86. The dull Tearstone. Before a vast, smooth silver mirror, the reflection revealed not Harry himself, but a figure whose features were obscured. One eye of vivid emerald green, while the other resembled a swirling hourglass. The left arm was entirely composed of ethereal blue energy, exuding an aura of cold and destruction. This stranger slowly raised a hand, gripping an extraordinary long sword forged from countless clock gears, emanating an ominous red glow. Then, directed toward Harry outside the mirror, it revealed a chilling and sinister smile. No, Harry emitted a low, terrified growl, staggering backward in disbelief, shaking his head in denial. What was that? The mirror of Erist? No, certainly not. Was it a dark, magical mirror foretelling the future, or a warped illusion? As he was engulfed by the shock of the horrific vision within the mirror, the Tearstone cradled in his arms suddenly began to vibrate with unprecedented intensity, erupting in a blindingly brilliant milky light, imbued with profound sorrow and an urgent warning. This radiance even temporarily dispelled the mirror's dark aura. Simultaneously, the ancient tome Tempest Et Sang seemed to be utterly awakened by the Tearstone's power, its pages turning wildly without wind, finally halting at a particular page. This page bore no text, only 3 simple symbols: an old wand, a resurrection stone, and an invisibility cloak. the symbols of the Deathly Hallows. Beneath these symbols, where the tear stone's light converged, an ancient inscription in runes, previously unseen, began to emerge slowly. When the three shall become one, the door of time and space shall open to face. The subsequent words were obscured, as if deliberately erased by some unseen force. Yet, just as Harry attempted to discern them, the eerie dark magic mirror seemed provoked by the power of the tear stone and the ancient tome, rippling violently. The cold, uncanny image of future Harry within the mirror suddenly twisted and shattered. In its place, a colossal, merciless eye of a clock, seemingly composed of pure time and law, emerged from the depths of the mirror. That eye fixated intently upon Harry. He fixated on the tear stone and the ancient tome in his hand. A cold, vast, and utterly emotionless voice seemed to resonate from eons past, echoing deep within Harry's soul. High concentration of paradox factors detected, key fragment detected, illegal time node detected, executing purging protocol. Boom! An indescribable, soul-crushing force, composed solely of time and law, erupted violently from the depths of the mirror, akin to an invisible tsunami that instantaneously engulfed Harry. He could not even let out a scream, feeling as if his consciousness, soul, and very existence were on the verge of being annihilated, disintegrated, and reverted to the most fundamental particles of time beneath this absolute power. In that moment of utter despair, the lily tear stone and the ancient tome, Tempest et sang, seemed to sense the imminent obliteration of their host and unleash their final and most potent strength. The tear stone shattered explosively. It transformed into countless milky white points of light, embodying Lily's final thoughts and protective will, recklessly charging toward the torrent of time, striving to seize even a fleeting moment. Meanwhile, the tome ignited with fervor. Its pages morphed into myriad golden-red runes, symbolizing the indomitable bloodline of the Potter family, encircling Harry to form a last, fragile shield. Crack! Under the desperate protection of these two forces, the surface of the dark magical mirror finally succumbed to the strain, splintering into countless fissures. From the cracks of the mirror, rather than a surge of destructive energy, there seeped a faint yet exceptionally pure silver stream, seemingly emanating from the very source of time. The stream, as if alive, instantly enveloped the fading Harry and then abruptly constricted inward. Boom! A localized yet intensified temporal explosion erupted suddenly within the hall of the Gaunt Mansion. Harry's form was completely shrouded by the silver stream, and in an instant he vanished without a trace, as if erased by an eraser. All that remained were scattered remnants of the tear stone, now devoid of brilliance and reduced to mere fragments, along with the tome, its charred cover threatening to crumble, thudding to the cold ground. And there was the dark magical mirror, riddled with cracks, its surface a chaotic void, no longer reflecting any image. The entire hall fell into a deathly silence once more. Time passed, though it was hard to tell how long. The door of the Gaunt Mansion, sealed by blood curses, was forcefully breached from the outside by some peculiar means. Riddle entered cautiously, accompanied by a terrified Maripee and several dark wizards, their faces ashen from loss of personnel. Upon beholding the shattered mirror in the center of the hall, along with the scattered fragments of the tear stone and the tome, everyone was left in a state of shock. "Where's he?" The leading dark wizard shouted in a mix of shock and fury, his eyes frantically scanning the surroundings, yet failing to find any trace of Harry, as if he had never existed at all. Then, he gazed upon the dull shards of tear stones strewn across the ground, feeling a faint yet persistent aura of sorrowful guardianship that sent shivers through his heart. Ultimately, his eyes fell upon the completely shattered black magic mirror, which no longer emitted any magical vibrations. A complex expression crossed his face, a blend of disappointment, confusion, and greed. Yet, more pronounced was a profound trepidation and an indescribable yearning, as if he had glimpsed a mysterious power beyond comprehension. "The power of time and space," he murmured softly, as something deep within his obsidian eyes began to shift quietly. He suddenly turned his head fiercely, glaring at Riddle and Mellop. "Speak. What has transpired? Who is that boy?" Riddle slowly lifted his gaze, facing the black wizard's interrogation with an unervingly cold and enigmatic smile that belied his youth. He gently caressed the charred ancient tome in his hand, his voice calm, yet laced with a chilling undertone. "I believe we can have a thorough discussion about who he is now." Chapter 87. Echoes of the Sanctuary. Cold, piercing, as if capable of freezing the very soul. Alongside an omnipresent, powerful sensation of spatial compression, this was Harry's initial perception upon regaining consciousness. He felt as if he were floating in a viscous, silvery gray, chaotic medium, surrounded by nothingness, devoid of light, sound, only an eternal silence and chill. Am I dead? Is this the afterlife? A fierce sense of weakness and an exhaustion that penetrated his very being enveloped him like a tide, rendering even thought a Herculean task. No, that cannot be right. If I were dead, why can I still feel the cold? Why this terrifying pressure that seems intent on flattening me? Furthermore, his newly formed arm, acutely sensitive to the spatial realm, relayed a series of subtle, yet persistent tremors and pangs, as though desperately attempting to alert him. Is this some sort of temporal rift? Or a peculiar space formed after the mirror's explosion? He struggled to shift his eyes, hoping to discern his surroundings, yet was met only with a chaotic silver-gray void. He attempted to move his fingers, only to find his body weighted down as if filled with lead. Every minuscule motion demanded tremendous effort and invoked an even greater sense of compression and repulsion from the surrounding space. A deep sense of terror began to spread. Would he be forever trapped here, until this dreadful pressure crushed him utterly, or until he faded away from weakness? Just as despair began to take root once more, a faint yet familiar warmth suddenly surged from his chest. It was the ancient tome Tempus Et sang. It had not been completely obliterated in the preceding explosion. It had accompanied him into this realm. Immediately after, another gentle yet cooling wave emanated from the pocket close to him. It was the fragments of Lily's tear stones. They seemed to retain a final vestige of power, not entirely dissipated. These two feeble forces, amidst the absolute cold and silence, flickered like a candle in the wind, yet stubbornly burned on, providing Harry with a modicum of warmth and connection that was both trivial and crucial. Particularly, the latent power emanating from the ancient tome, associated with the lineage of the Potter family, seemed to resonate ever so faintly, yet undeniably, with this silvery gray, chaotic space. It was as if this realm did not entirely reject the bloodline of the Potters. A bold thought flashed through Harry's nearly frozen mind like a bolt of lightning. He desperately concentrated all his remaining mental strength and willpower, no longer attempting to resist the pressure surrounding him, but rather striving to feel, to communicate, and to guide the faint bloodline resonance from the ancient tome. He envisioned himself as a part of the tome, an extension of the Potter family's lineage, endeavoring to harmonize his energy fluctuations with the tome, becoming gentle and introspective, imbued with an ancient essence inherited through time. A miracle occurred. The oppressive sensation of the surrounding space seemed to lessen ever so slightly. Although it remained cold and heavy, it no longer exuded the absolute, destructive rejection it once had. Effective. A surge of immense excitement welled up within Harry. He dared not waver, continuing to maintain this arduous synchronization with all his might. Simultaneously, he guided the residual protective vibrations belonging to Lily, embedded within the shards of the tear stone, gently enveloping his fragile soul, shielding it from the pervasive cold and silence. Under the combined influence of these two forces, he felt as if he had transformed into a small seed, radiating a soft glow, gently drifting within the silvery gray chaos, temporarily evading the fate of being utterly crushed. Yet, the crisis was far from over. His strength continued to dwindle, and the space around him seemed to slowly absorb the feeble energy he emitted. Once he was depleted, annihilation awaited him. He had to escape. But where was the exit? This chaos appeared endless. The concept of time grew nebulous here. It could have been an instant or an eternity, just as Harry felt he could no longer hold on. His consciousness on the brink of being consumed by the cold and void, the ancient tome in his arms underwent another transformation. This radiance no longer sought to protect Harry. Rather, it shot forth like a slender yet resilient thread, piercing towards a specific point within the chaos. As if sensing something, it pointed toward a distinct direction. Simultaneously, Harry's left arm, sensitive to the spatial fluctuations, clearly perceived a distant yet stable spatial anchor point in that direction. An exit. The flame of hope reignited. With his last ounce of strength, Harry followed the beacon of the tome's light, akin to a clumsy, drowning man struggling toward that direction. Each inch forward consumed tremendous effort, the pressure surrounding him seemingly increasing as he neared the anchor point. Yet he did not relent. The tome's radiance shone like a lighthouse, and the shards of the tear stone served as his final source of warmth, sustaining him. Finally, after what felt like an eternity of struggle, akin to traversing billions of light years, he touched that anchor point. It was a ceaselessly spinning, minuscule vortex of time and space, composed of countless silver runes. An exit. A surge of ecstasy coursed through Harry's heart as he summoned the last vestige of his strength and plunged into the swirling maelstrom. With a resounding thud, he once again fell heavily onto the cold, unforgiving ground, the tremendous impact momentarily obscuring his vision and nearly rendering him unconscious. The familiar, life-affirming, warm, and pure air flooded into his lungs, dispelling the bone-chilling coldness and sense of void. Struggling, he raised his head and surveyed his surroundings. Indeed, he was lying beside the milky white heart spring at the center of the sanctum. The water level appeared to have significantly receded due to prior consumption, yet it still emanated a comforting vitality. The tree of time beside him looked somewhat wilted, though not entirely withered. An overwhelming wave of relief and joy surged through him, almost threatening to engulf him. After some time, he managed to regain a modicum of strength and laboriously sat up. His gaze first fell upon the tome cradled in his arms. The ancient volume, Tempus Et Sang, had darkened further, the emblem on its cover utterly dimmed, as if it had expended its last vestiges of power, transforming into a mere relic of an ordinary book, stripped of any magical resonance. The shards of Lily's tears had also completely turned into ordinary gray stones, crumbling to dust at the slightest touch. A profound sorrow and gratitude welled up within Harry. It was the strength of his mother and family that had once again saved him. Chapter 88. Snape's Choice. Harry cautiously collected the ashes of the ancient tome and the powder of the tear stones, placing them solemnly close to his heart. This was the final remnant his mother and family had bestowed upon him. He then began to assess his own condition. His injuries remained grave, but within the sanctuary, he was slowly and steadily recovering. The sensation of his soul being torn apart had nearly vanished, leaving only extreme weakness. His newly reborn left arm was intact, and after enduring the baptism of the temporal rift, his perception of space seemed to have sharpened. He was still alive, and for the moment safe. But what should he do next? His gaze drifted toward the tree of time, which still bore the last, smallest, dimly glowing fruit. Perhaps this fruit could offer some clues? Rising to his feet, he approached the tree of time and carefully plucked the fruit. It felt icy to the touch, and within, a silver luminescence appeared to swirl slowly. He attempted to infuse it with a trace of his waning magical energy. The fruit glimmered faintly, radiating a gentle silver light. Fragmented and indistinct images and pieces of information began to infiltrate his mind. He envisioned a ceaseless, rushing silver river composed of countless symbols of time, within which lay several relatively stable nodes, akin to rocks in the river. One of these nodes exuded a familiar and tantalizing aura. Was it Hogwarts? Yet to reach that node, immense energy and precise coordinates were required, and the energy contained within this time fruit was woefully insufficient, unless... The information abruptly ceased. Harry furrowed his brow. Not enough energy? Coordinate guidance? He cast his gaze once more upon the pool of the heart spring. This spring was imbued with immense life energy. Could it be transformed into the force that propels one through the fabric of time and space? However, he required an accurate temporal coordinate, one that belonged to his own era. His thoughts turned to the silver ring nestled in his arms. This ring had previously recorded the markers of his original timeline, yet it appeared chaotic due to numerous traversals and damage. Perhaps it could be mended? Utilizing the energy of the heart spring and the properties of the fruit of time, a preliminary plan began to take shape within Harry's mind. No longer hesitating, he sprang into action. He first scooped up water from the heart spring and drank deeply, cleansing his wounds with the crystalline liquid. A torrent of life energy surged into his body, hastening his recovery. Next, clutching the fruit of time and the dormant silver ring, he approached the heart spring once more. He inhaled deeply, concentrating all his mental faculties, and slowly submerged his newly rejuvenated left arm into the frigid waters. The imprint of the gear-like eye beneath his skin flickered slightly, eagerly absorbing the pure life energy from the spring, transforming it into a more peculiar essence, one leaning towards spatial attributes. Simultaneously, he gripped the fruit of time with his right hand, guiding the faint shards of temporal law within it to flow gently into his left arm. The two forces, under the mediation of the heart spring, struggled to merge and balance. This process was exquisitely intricate and perilous. A minor misstep could provoke an energy conflict or even an explosion. Harry focused intently, beads of sweat forming on his brow. At last, when the energy absorbed by his left arm reached saturation, he abruptly withdrew it, allowing a radiant point of energy, a mixture of silvery white and pale gold, to coalesce at his fingertips. He then carefully directed this point of energy towards the dormant silver ring upon his chest. Buzz. Ultimately, it seemed that the bloodline power of the Potter family, bolstered by the heart spring and the fruit of time, alongside Harry's own will, temporarily subdued the cold, orderly might of the temporal court. The ring's glow stabilized, transforming into a gentle hue of intertwined gold and white. A small, stable light screen projected forth once more. Energy replenishment 13, temporal marker repair. Recent stable record node detected. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Time fluctuation, 3 years. Warning, insufficient energy for precise sleep. Forcing the initiation may result in severe temporal deviation and unknown risks. Hogwarts, within a time fluctuation of 3 years. Though not precise enough, it was the best news he could hope for. If energy was insufficient, he would absorb more. A resolute glint flashed in Harry's eyes as he plunged his left arm back into the heart spring, fervently drawing in energy, heedless of the risk of his body bursting. The water of the heart spring diminished at a visible rate. The tree of time appeared to wither further, seemingly over-extracted of its energy. Energy replenishment, 476,582. The energy readings on the ring skyrocketed. Harry's body reddened from the influx of excess energy, his veins bulging as if they might rupture. Pain surged once more. Yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Energy replenishment, 99,100. Energy saturation achieved. Temporal marker locked. Shall the leap be initiated? Warning, a high-intensity source of interference exists at the target time point, posing an extreme risk. High risk? What greater peril could there be than being trapped here? Without hesitation, Harry firmly affirmed his intent. Activate. Buzz. The silver ring erupted with an unprecedented, blazing brilliance, engulfing Harry entirely in an instant. A colossal, swirling vortex of time and space suddenly materialized around him. The sanctuary trembled violently, the heart spring nearly running dry, and the light of the tree of time dimmed completely. In the moment before being utterly consumed by the vortex, Harry cast a final glance at the sanctuary that had saved him countless times, his eyes brimming with complex emotions. Then, his figure vanished entirely. The world spun chaotically. The familiar, nauseating sensation of time and space tearing at him returned. However, this time, perhaps due to the ample energy and a clear coordinate, the process, though still agonizing, was considerably more stable than the previous chaotic traversals. Time slipped away, and eventually, with a thud, he fell from air, crashing onto the cold, hard ground, his body aching as if it were falling apart. Yet this time, the place he had landed was not a desolate wilderness or a dark dungeon. Soft light enveloped him, the air infused with a delicate fragrance of books. The scent of parchment and potion ingredients lingering, alongside towering bookshelves reaching the ceiling, densely packed with tomes. Was this the library of Hogwarts? A surge of immense excitement flooded Harry's heart. He struggled to rise. However, before he could fully comprehend his surroundings, a cold, deep voice, filled with utter shock, disbelief, and seething rage, familiar enough to send shivers through his soul, erupted behind him like a chilling wind from the netherworld. "Potter, what are you doing here? What has happened to your arm?" In an instant, Harry's blood ran cold. He stiffly turned his head, inch by inch. Not far behind him stood a man clad in a black professor's robe, his figure slender, face pale as a vampire, with black eyes narrowing in shock and fury. It was not the youthful Riddle, nor the medieval Bishop Kane, but Severus Snape, the potions master of Hogwarts from his era. Snape's gaze cut through Harry like the sharpest knife, sweeping over his tattered, blood-stained robes, his strangely reborn left arm, and the lingering pain and weakness etched upon his face. His expression morphed into a tumult of shock, confusion, anger, and an indescribable, profound worry and fear, contorting his features into a near snarl. He stepped forward abruptly, his wand sliding into his hand, aimed directly at Harry, his voice hoarse and dangerously charged with emotion. Chapter 89. The Prisoner of Time. Snape's furious roar struck Harry, who had just experienced a temporal leap and was still reeling like icy venom, laden with disbelief and anger so palpable it felt almost tangible. "Potter, how could you be here? What has happened to your injuries and your arm?" Each word struck Harry like a heavy hammer, causing a buzzing in his ears, and his already chaotic mind descended into a deeper void. It was disastrous. A wave of overwhelming panic seized Harry in an instant. Instinctively, he recoiled, wishing to conceal the newly formed, evidently abnormal arm and fabricate a plausible excuse. Yet, Snape's penetrating black eyes, akin to the most precise searchlight, scrutinized him from head to toe, inside and out, again and again. The astonishment and doubt in his gaze morphed swiftly into a more intense fury and a profound anxiety and fear that Harry found utterly incomprehensible. 24 hours? A shudder ran through Harry. He had endured so much in the medieval era, yet only a single day had elapsed in the real world. However, this did not bring him relief. Rather, it amplified his pressure. How could he possibly explain everything in such a short span of time? His throat tightened, parched with anxiety, while his mind raced to weave a web of lies. But every excuse seemed feeble under Snape's all-seeing gaze. Moreover, the injuries upon him, the new arm, and the remnants of dust, blood, and even a faint scent of ancient grave soil from various eras and regions upon his tattered robes were utterly unmaskable. Your arm. Snape's voice was terrifyingly low. I distinctly recall that yesterday in defense against the dark arts, your left arm was bandaged due to some foolish escapade. Now it appears even healthier than the other. A severed limb reborn overnight. What kind of magic, or what price could accomplish this? His inquiry sharpened, piercing to the core. Simultaneously, his wand shifted slightly, a subtle yet invasive magical pulse attempting to probe Harry's newly formed arm, as if seeking to forcibly analyze its composition. Harry's heart raced with dread. He could not allow Snape to investigate. If the temporal energy and the essence of the heart spring contained within that arm were exposed, the consequences would be dire. Instinctively, he recoiled sharply, his new left arm rising reflexively, and a faint yet resolute ripple of spatial repulsion emanated from him, instantly disrupting Snape's probing magic. A soft pop, akin to static electricity, resonated between them. Snape's magic was forcibly repelled, causing his wrist to tremble slightly. Snape's movements froze abruptly. The rage and suspicion on his face were supplanted by a deeper, incredulous shock. He fixed his gaze on Harry's arm, then abruptly turned his eyes to Harry's panicked and guarded emerald ones, his lips quivering as if he had glimpsed something utterly impossible, yet hauntingly familiar. This power. Snape's voice grew incredibly low, laced with a barely perceptible tremor, one he himself was unaware of. This absolute repulsion and control over space cannot be. This is clearly. His words faltered abruptly, as if he had brushed against a forbidden realm that filled him with dread. His pallid face drained of color, and the gaze he directed at Harry became extraordinarily complex, imbued with curiosity, fear, and an almost frenzied doubt. "Who are you, truly?" Snape exclaimed sharply, his voice laden with urgency as his wand erupted once more with a perilous green light. Yet this time, the murderous intent appeared not merely pure, but rather intertwined with an array of indescribable emotions. Or rather, what are you? The real Harry Potter could never possess such power. Harry's heart raced to an extreme crescendo, and Snape sensed it. He discerned the anomaly of that arm, even associating it with a terrifying force he recognized. What should he do? Admit it? Absolutely not. Deny it? How could he possibly explain? Just as Harry found himself ensnared in a predicament, on the verge of collapse, the ancient tome, the remnants of Tempest E.T. sang, which had long succumbed to silence and turned to ash, seemed to stir once again, responding to Snape's aggressive and suspicious magic with the faintest flicker of movement. Simultaneously, the lily tear stones, now reduced to dust, appeared to resonate with this bloodline essence, emanating a final whisper of coolness, imbued with sorrow and a protective aura. Though these two forces were so feeble they could almost be disregarded, their presence, especially the unique magical resonance of Lily, struck like a bucket of ice water upon Snape's impending emotional turmoil. Snape's body jolted violently, his black eyes fixed intently on Harry. Suddenly constricted, the madness and murderous intent receding like a tide, replaced by a profound, indescribable shock and anguish. His gaze seemed to penetrate Harry's visage, uncovering a shadow buried deep within his memory, a specter that had become a lifelong nightmare and obsession. A faint, nearly inaudible whisper of Lily escaped uncontrollably from Snape's pale lips. Though imperceptible, Harry captured it clearly. Lily. He found himself once more swayed by the power of his mother.